bunch of that food. Just food at a bunch. Yeah. Mr. President. Yes, yeah. President.
Majesty, Excellencies, all distinguished guests, if you wouldn't mind looking towards the media bank all at one time with a big smile, I'd be very grateful. Thank you so much.
She's blocking. I'm sorry, she's blocking the president of Nigeria. Sir, she's blocking the president of Nigeria. So can she move a little bit? Thank you.
Do we all have?
My name is Mazi Ezeoke, the tormentor of bad governance. This video is specifically for my governor, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo. This road you're looking at now, I'm just coming back from Onitsha through Mpo Umoji Road. I played this road yesterday and again today. It got me thinking. This section that is this bad, probably less than a kilometer, on multiple sections. And I'm thinking, Professor, we have about 3 weeks before Christmas. Today is 1st of December 2023. In the next couple of days, Nigerians across the world, especially in the Anambra, that you have spent energy telling them how a new homeland is being built, and many will be coming home to come and see the new homeland. I don't think that this road speaks to that new homeland and the new dream you have from the Anambra. I use this opportunity to urge you, please see to the repair, at least palliatively, that this road is motorable. The Jangoroja on this road is unbelievable. Governor, please see to this. I am Mazi Ezeoke.
Hello. In Dubai, President Bola Tinubu and 1,410 Nigerian delegates are attending the global climate conference called COP28. Besides China and Brazil, Nigeria has the largest number of delegates. Is it Christmas in Dubai or a climate conference? Suppose the cost to have a Nigerian delegate in Dubai is an average of 2,500. In that case, the total cost will exceed $3.5 million for a poor country that can only afford to set aside $5 million for a student loan scheme for its 2 million university students. Njenje Media CEO Mazi Ezeoke will join us as he travels across the Southeast and South-South, exposing the region's poor road networks and other infrastructure and holding government officials accountable. A lot of diaspora groups are already having their Christmas party. The idea is to get it out of the way before members of the groups travel to Nigeria for Christmas. Are you planning to go to Nigeria this Christmas? How are you preparing? What are your fears? What are your concerns? What are you looking forward to? If you last visited home long ago, what stops you? What are your fears? Are they exaggerated? Join us as we discuss these and many others related to life at home and in the diaspora. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Now, our guest will join us in the next few minutes, but before he joins us, let me bring one of our regular members here who is joining us from UK so that we can talk about life abroad and going home for Christmas while we wait for our guests to join us. Ikolala, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you for having me, Dr. Damages. And it's good to have you back after your long sojourn in
In Nigeria,
in the most populous nation in the southwest of Africa.
greatest nation in West Africa. Yes. So you said, when was the last time you were in Nigeria?
It was 15 years ago.
15 years ago.
And that's a long time now, you know. So when I actually saw you being relaxed and traveling around and interviewing people, the most interesting thing was seeing you on the streets, you know, and most people know you. So for you to be okay with being on the streets, then things are not, the security issue is not as bad as what we read on daily basis.
Well, but what were you thinking would have happened? Were you thinking that somebody would come and grab me?
No, not necessarily. But you know, it's not someone grabbing you, but the comfort of being around and being able to say what you want. And you went at some point kidnapped for ransom. No one is gonna grab you in the broad daylight. But if you were kidnapped for ransom, then I mean that would have made that would have gone in line with what we read. But,
what you read in the news.
Exactly. Because I would be honest with you, it came close to home, especially when my father-in-law, who is a chief, was kidnapped for ransom, and he was kidnapped twice. You know, I'm telling you, a man who is in his 90s. You know, so when it comes so close to home, you actually, you know, it really scares you. But to see a popular face like yours, I mean, and nobody, because they say if they think you have dollars in your pocket, you know, but unfortunately they know you have dollars in your pocket and nobody stopped you. So things must be okay.
Now, to make it clear, it's not that there are no, the risk is not there. The risk is always there for anybody, not just people who are known. For anybody, even if you are regular Nigerian who nobody will identify that you came in from. Even people who live in Nigeria, they are kidnapped. So it's always there. So it's not like, I'm not trying to make it look like it's not, there's no risk at all, but it's not as intense as we see or we when we're outside. And one interesting thing was that when you get in there, you don't actually you don't hear those things you used to hear abroad. So you live your life, you move around, you do what you need to do. You don't. I didn't read the papers. I didn't read the news as much as I would have done outside the country. Basically, you live life, and that's what most Nigerians are doing. They are trying to survive. They are going to work there. I use the example of New York to explain it to people that if you live outside New York City and you read about New York City every day, what happens in New York City, how many people were shot, you might be afraid to come to New York. But people who live in New York, who must go to work, who must do things, they keep doing things, even though things are happening. So it's the same thing with Nigeria.
So basically, you're saying Ovie's problem is that he has too much information.
Because of Ovie, if Ovie comes from, they will first of all cut off his hair. Some soldiers or police will cut off his hair.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, but it's quite interesting because I think what you're saying is very true, because if you stop listening to the news has to sell doom and gloom. I mean, for them to sell, the news has to be doom and gloom all the time. But when you get to the nitty-gritties of it, it's not as bad as it is. But for a popular face like yours to be on ground and nothing happened to it, so I mean, that's quite relaxing. That is very assuring to a level.
So let me ask you, why haven't you gone home in 15 years?
Well, I think it's something personal, you know, when
okay. It's not about fear.
No. It's just that when the people who are the closest to you have all gone anyway. So I mean, you kind of wonder what's the point.
Yeah.
And then you read all this news which doesn't augur well. And another thing is, which is paramount. People never, and this, I don't think it's just the news. Individuals never stop telling you how bad it is. So when these individuals tell you how bad it is, you don't know if they're telling you how bad it is so that you can add to their pockets, or they're telling you facts. But one thing I also notice is this, like I said, it's mainly personal. When you also have friends who are close to you, and then you tell them, okay, why don't we try this? Why don't we try that? And these same people that came to you and say, we're having difficulties in this area, and you're trying to provide solutions because you know you can't keep putting money in their pockets. But if you have a business going, then it could put money in their pockets. And these people end up taking the whole idea and making sure it doesn't happen so they could have the money in their pockets anyway, because that is all they know. So you kind of wonder, okay, what's the point?
All right. We're going to talk about that. I know where you're going with that in terms of how to engage and with people at home. But let me go to VA. Mazi, VA, welcome to the show.
Praise the Lord, brethren.
Hey, welcome, Ofie. Long time.
Yeah, the Lord is good.
So we're talking about Christmas in Nigeria, what to expect, how to survive, the pitfalls, and we're also going to connect it to what's happening in Dubai, where Tinubu and his team, they are having their own Christmas in Dubai, Nigerian delegates. But first of all, let me ask you, when was the last time you were home?
Let's say 6 years.
6 years. Okay.
Yeah, thereabout.
Okay.
I've never left anyway.
Why?
Well, my placenta is buried there, so that's home.
So what happened to going back?
What happens I going back? I've not. I came to prepare for war.
War.
So I'm
War with who? Who are you fighting?
our oppressors. People who make me run away from my village to come and stay in another man's land and be
So
struggling to survive.
people made you to do that. Who made you? How did they make you to?
People we directly or indirectly put in charge to manage our society, to manage our affairs, to make sure we are safe, make sure we are able to, live peacefully, happily, and most importantly, you know, cohesively within the space that we were born in. There are people who put as a custodian of that environment, and they failed. And those are the people I term as the people who are responsible for me speaking to you from across the Atlantics.
But there were
So,
other people who didn't leave. Were you targeted?
oh no, that's I think earlier on where we had in a session, I used that as an example. I say even our government governors are like us who are in diaspora. What do I mean? There are two people in diaspora. This is my own observation. Those people who say, you know what, I beg, opportunity there for me, make a jackpot or make I join them. Why there are some people, you know what, who are there, say, man, I'll give it a try. They fight, they struggle, they do everything. They could not, but they refuse to join. They say, you know what, make a jackpot. So it's yes, people like that. So not it will be everybody with jackpot, they run, find it, don't run. Some people you have to like step out of the arena, observe, study, empower yourself, and give it a shot again, right? So it's better I mean, as an Olympian, somebody who all my life the spirit of Olympia with me. I have a coach, Yanko. It's a Bulgarian. Always say something. I'm not going to take you to Olympic just because you want to go and complete the number. We're going there to win or at least to finish among the top 8. So it doesn't matter with your performance right now. If you think you are doing well, it will just look, size you up with the arena that you are going to say, my friend, go and sit down. You're never ready, right? So that's how I see things, and that also inspire why I'm saying free Nnamdi Kanu, because it's becoming obvious that the problem that people that I am accusing right now, also the people who are responsible for whatever that he want power for his people, right? So we have an enemy in common here. So it's high time we start forming alliance. You said it, or you said they are in Dubai doing their own Christmas. We are not invited, even though now our money they want to go to the Christmas. We are not consulted. We are not invited. They say, yeah, we'll go die, right? So and those are not APC. Those are not APC. Those are not PDP. Those are not Labour Party. Those are the clique. Those are the power that be. Those are the elites. Those are the people directly or indirectly. I'm not saying yes, but they directly and indirectly responsible for how Nigeria it is. If you say it's good, fine. If you say it's not good, those are the people who are responsible. And as far as I'm concerned, we can be better off. But most importantly, the future ahead of us is very dark. If we continue like this, it's very dark. So we either do something now and see if we stand a chance, because it's trial and error. We say we only die once. Let's try now and see because I felt that what we are having now is as a result of people that came before us. However, we want to see them. This is what they left for us. What are we going to leave for the next generation to come? And as far as I'm concerned, we have this group of people who are showing us today who are visionless, who don't see beyond their next generation, their grandchildren. That's what they see. The next 10 years, the next 5 years, how am I going to rub shoulder with those in the Western world? Forgetting that the Western world, those people that are rubbing shoulder with, they're applying it for the next 50 years, the next 100 years. It's an information revolution. It's come with AI, robots, and what have you. We are going to compete with us. They say we are going to be 400 million people. They are going to compete with us. So we are going to have a bunch of generation who are useless, not because they are not smart or because they are not employable, but just because there's nothing for them to do. But things that make the society works are run by these people. And instead of us to think to say, come, how do we give them run for their money? We are running after them. Our leaders are just running after them. They're taking pictures. They are happy. So, and if we don't see beyond that, then we are in trouble, because as I said, the agricultural revolution brought us slavery. That's our benefit. We are enslaved to go and work in the field. Industrial revolution this is what we are getting for industrial revolution. They train us to come and fit into their cocks, oil their machine. Guess what? In the next revolution, they don't need anything. They don't need us. We are not needed. It doesn't matter. They're not going to force you. You are not needed. And once you are not needed, you should be able to do something for yourself. But you are not equipped to even do anything for yourself within your society. And that's where we are. These people, they all have their high sight on that next word to leave it outside the shores of the country. They don't care.
All right.
So that's what I'm seeing, and that's where I think Nnamdi Kanu is seeing for his own people to, not just for himself. I think we can be better off if we don't have these people in charge of our affairs. So that's how I see this.
I'll come back to you, Ovie. When I come back, I want you to answer a question that have been bothering me, which is you during the election and throughout the time before the final conclusion of that election, you kept talking about all the politics. And it appears now that you are realizing that it's not just about politics. I want you to explain that if there's any change and how Nnamdi Kanu became your main concern now. Color, you wanted to say something before I go to
yes, yes, before you, I wanted to, because I wanted to ask Ovie a question, and the whole panelist a question as well. If we look at this 1,000 whatever number that was taken to Dubai, can we sometimes attribute these things to poverty mentality at the same time? Because with your analysis, Dr. Damages, you said it will cost $2,500 for each person that was taken to Dubai. Now, I'm sure some people might not even spend up to $2,500 for them on their welfare, just maybe they will share a hotel or something. And you personally, or Ovie, whom I know, from your economic standards as it is, if you choose to go to Dubai tomorrow or maybe go on a holiday, I'm sure by your own, you wouldn't spend anything less than $4,000. So is it that even these people who think they are governing our nation still have a poverty mentality? Because if I'm going to Dubai on an official program, and I am not sure that you're going to actually spend this $2,500 on my head, eat the best food, sleep in a very good hotel, because this is why the other nations that reduced the number of persons they are taking is to ensure that they have the maximum expenditure that they have budgeted for. So my question is, does this poverty mentality even get to level of governance?
All right, let me point out that in the defense, what Nigerian government officials and people who support them, like Rena Makuri, what they are saying in defense of Nigeria is that Nigeria is not paying for these people to go to Dubai. Some of the delegates are also saying that they went not for the conference, but to do Christmas shopping. So that because the government of United Arab Emirates, they set up, they are now giving visas the way they used to. They use this opportunity to put their names on the list of people who are going to represent Nigeria. But essentially that their goal is simply to go and shop. So,
that's racketeering the visa.
So exactly. Yeah, you see, that is the poverty mentality at the same time.
So they're putting up that defense to say that the government is not spending the money that we think they are spending if they are the ones responsible for 1,400 and so people going to Dubai. But what they are not putting out, the argument they are not making, or what they are ignoring, is that everybody who is there is spending money. Even if it's not the money from the Nigerian government, even if it's not taxpayers' money, it's still a foreign currency that we don't have, that we are trying to conserve. that they are spending when they go there. So it has impact on Nigerians, on all of us. So that's the aspect that they will not tell you, but they will make the case that it's not the money of Nigeria. Let me come to you, righteous man. I know you're in Nigeria, and we are expecting a lot of Nigerians from outside the country to come in this holiday period. You used to be abroad, and you've been back in Nigeria for a while. How were you preparing when you were abroad, when you want to go home for Christmas?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, it's nice to see
Ovie, good afternoon. I think, is that the other person? I'm not seeing your face well. Is that Olumide?
Yeah, that's Olumide. Yeah.
Oh, Olumide, the very good guy. This guy is a very honest guy, honestly. I would love to meet you in person, you know. Rudolph avoided me when he came to Lagos. Anyway, I reported him to my wife and I said, see what your brother is doing to me. Anyway, thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rudolph, you know, a fugitive will always say things in order to pacify the government to grant him amnesty. Some of these Nigerian fugitives who ran away from Nigeria because they were indicted by government, they looted or they conspired to loot. You know, now they are looking for government face so that they can come back to Nigeria. So when some of them make statements, just ignore it. Don't take it for a gain or for whatever, you know. So when I was in Nigeria, when I was in Germany, Nigeria was not this bad, you know. By this time, by November, the things that I'm going to use, I have already shipped them down. The car we use, the wine, some food items, you know, that I will bring home, you know. I've already shipped them since November. By first week of December or second week, everything is cleared and whatever. Say by 20th, I will be in Muritala Mohammed International Airport, you know. And there was no risk, you know, you drive, you go to club, you know, you fly from Lagos to the east. You know, sometimes when I want to take air, but if not, I just drive myself down from Lagos to the east, move around the entire east, move to Port Harcourt. My mom is from there, you know, stay within there, enjoying myself. And I will be happy returning back to Germany with all the African food and all other items, you know, without no harassment, you know. But over the years, as I am back here now, everything have just changed. Life is no longer what it used to be, you know. Just thank God that you were here recently. You could see how Nigerians are suffering. The poverty level in Nigeria now is unbearable. It's getting worse every day. And I keep telling us the truth. Whoever that minds, whoever that cares, any person that comes to this platform to tell the world that it is not as people proclaim or people say that Nigerians are not suffering, that person must be an agent of the devil. The level of suffering in Nigeria today, I am not a baby, I'm of age. Since I was born, I've never seen this kind of suffering before. We had a Thanksgiving service today in the church, and the bishop that preached, he was asking those who want to jackpot to come out to for prayers. Rudolph, I was shocked. Even the bishop was shocked. Let me tell you, 98% of the congregation, 98%, the man started shouting. He said, okay, everybody should go back. He's no longer going to pray. That he wants people who are really serious, who God wants to go. But how will you identify who God wants to want him or her to leave Nigeria? He made an altar call again for the second time. The whole congregation came out. you know, and he was forced to pray for them that, well, if it is the will of God, God will favor you, you know, to go out. So that shows the level of poverty. Then when we are, you see, in 72, when my uncle left Nigeria to the US, he lives in Texas. The second one lives in Atlanta, Georgia. You know, it was my father's brother that was sending money to these people in America, both feeding money, both school fees and the rest of it. You know, they were, in fact, when my uncle finished, he came back to Nigeria, and after the Shagari overthrow, he returned back to the US. And I tell you, since then, he has only visited Nigeria twice. All his children, he had their house and everything. He said he can't come here to suffer what we are suffering. So Nigeria is not getting well, it's getting bad. Just like what Ovie said, Rudolph, the solution to our problem, to the Nigerian problem, is for the Nigerian people to revolt peacefully against the government. Because the politicians, they have done what nobody expected that they should do. After all these years, we suffered under military regime. We thought that these politicians will come and then life will be better. Apart from the little thing that Obasanjo did, I mean Obasanjo, not Jonathan, because it is Jonathan that led us to this mess we are in now. If he had done what Obasanjo told him to do, those people who got this power and messed Nigeria up wouldn't have had the opportunity to do that. So I'm still blaming him, Jonathan, to be responsible for our woes that we are suffering today. Look at inflation, 27 points. Look at budget. Look at how much we're owing, 87.5 trillion or more than that. And the government wants to borrow again. You submitted a budget without content, empty box, and people were singing in your mandate will stand. It's an abuse, honestly. Unless we rise up, nothing is going to change. And 2027, they will still announce that they won, and nothing anybody can do about it. So I support what Ovie have been saying. The Nigerian people should rise up. I support what Olumide have been saying. They are pretending as if we are one when we are not one, deceiving people, looting our funds. We have to do something. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, righteous man. And Olumide, welcome.
Thank you, Rodolph. So, Rodolph, I just have a question for you. That's all. But
Okay.
I just want to, righteous man, see.
Yeah.
I want to about that empty box. Let's be honest and open. It doesn't matter. See, that senator or that member of the house that made that, it's just the guy has no sense. You understand? The senator, you go into the house and you know that your president is not a healthy man. Not he's old, he's fragile. Not so you want him to carry a box full of paper, Abi? Is he mad? So and again, this is the modern age. That empty box thing is just, please don't talk about it. This is the modern age. Even if the man comes, it's a ceremonial presentation of the yearly budget. Even if he comes with an empty box, later on, I'm sure all of them will receive papers of the breakdown. You understand? Or they should have received it ahead of time, or they have a Senate president who can make it available to them. So that guy, he doesn't have sense. That is the quality of people who go into that place, who say they represent us. That's not an issue.
Olumide, can I interject? Look,
Yeah.
it was expected that before the president comes to present, the Senate president would have made available the papers they're supposed to have, and they go through it before the presentation.
Yeah, that is what
So
they should have demanded for.
At the end of the
Box, not
day,
an issue.
at the end of the day,
Even if they make papers available to them, the empty box is not an issue. That is what I'm saying. The man is not.
okay.
The man is a fragile man. Don't let them. That issue is not something you should be focused on. And then, Rodolph, I have a question for you. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. And so this election cycle has gone and it has come and gone. You've gone back home. You've done your own observation. For those who tried, what is your own advice or counsel, based on what you've seen on how the people can choose their leaders in a free and fair election. Because that is the basis of it. Before we even start to talk of changing law or changing constitution, that is the first thing. If you can't choose the people that you want to be there, then criminals will continue to lord themselves over you. What is your own prescription? What is your own? I just want to see where you are on that wavelength. I mean, for what everybody else has contributed.
Yeah. Well, I think the first thing is that the judiciary failed us in what the way they handled the outcome of this election. They did not advance anything. In fact, next election, I don't know if I'm a politician that I will want to. I understand what Dino is saying. I will want to even participate, because if things happen that shouldn't happen that way, what options do you have? How do you go to the judiciary and be able to convince them that what was announced was wrong? I don't see any way they advanced that or made it easier for politicians. So when that is not guaranteed, it's difficult to say that the people's vote will be the deciding factor. If you look at what happened in Imo State during the election that just happened, I don't think anybody can come out and say this is the mandate of the people. And I don't think anybody is going to court and with any kind of assurance that they can force something to change. So I don't know the hope that we have within the Nigerian system now for representative democracy, which is what we are hoping to put in place. I spoke to people on the streets of Nigeria. They basically, those that didn't vote are not going to vote. They don't seem like they're inspired. Those that voted felt disappointed. So I think what we might see is less and less number of people getting involved in that process, not the other way around. So, CM. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, Rudolph. Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, I think I overheard a righteous man. I wanted to have your number so that it's like you're a bearer of correct news about Nigeria. you give correct news. You on the spot. In fact, you should be a...
Sam, I gave you, I sent the number yesterday. I sent the number.
Okay. I've left. I don't... There are people
okay, I will drop it now. I will drop it now in the private chat.
Okay, thank you. Actually, something caught me with this COP, this meeting in Dubai. Nigeria is a funny country. A Nigerian will like to go and borrow money and be wearing gold necklace and gold jewelries all over the body. When you are going to borrow money, you know, the person you are asking for money will just look at you and give you another date. Say, please come back in so date, and you keep postponing it. How on earth will Nigeria, a country, if you look at the situation Nigeria is now and look at the delegation going for course, are we supposed to be more than 5 people? Probably the president, the minister for finance, maybe a minister for environment and foreign minister. So it should have been something, or senior people in the ministry of whatever, director. These are people. How can you carry every Dick and Harry? Look at the one that is going as if he's the leading blind people. I mean, Ngelali. He's just at the front, very tall, and then just moving aimlessly. When I look at this, I laugh. Nigeria is not serious. To be honest with you, Nigeria is not serious. When you see such people, when I looked at it, I said, look, why? But by the way, why did they even invite Nigeria? Why was Nigeria invited? That should be the first question. Why? Can the world have their COP meeting without Nigeria? Why was Nigeria invited? Why? Yes, because certain things you have to start from the first principle, the way they say in mathematics or physics. Why did we even invite? Why? Of what use is like this an eyesore?
CM, Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa. At least we agree on that. And of course, Nigeria's economy is top 5 in Africa. So Nigeria will be invited no matter what. And Nigeria is a member of that. So that's not the.
see, see, do you see this thing called economics? Forget about the grammar. One of the top economists in Africa or in the world, my governor, Professor Soludo, he said Nigerian economy is dead. So go and challenge him. Which economy are we talking about? He said Nigerian economy is DEAD. Even before he pronounces dead, righteous, God forbid, righteous man is in Nigeria. He can tell us what obtains every market day. All the markets, you know what obtains. If you ask him the price of a tomato, maybe he will tell you, because these are people. This is what they call economics. Forget about the grammar they are talking. All those Nigeria is one of the top economy. Why can't they invite Rwanda? Is Nigeria better than Rwanda? You see, whatever economics you are practicing, as long as the poor people, the downtrodden, they cannot feed. I don't think. Look, there's no economy. There's no economy in Nigeria now. Nigeria is just borrowing money and spending it. What do we produce? Tell people, what do we export from Nigeria? You dig the ground, maybe you export crude oil. That doesn't make you a country of consequence that people will look at you and then record. Nigeria is just an address where a druggie, what they call a drug baron, a certificate forger is in charge. That is where the world look at Nigeria now. Nigeria is strategically irrelevant. Nobody is interested. I don't know why they invite them for what. Soludo said the Nigerian economy is dead. It's dead. Virtually collapsed. We all know this. So what are we talking about? So which economists will now come and tell me Nigeria is good? A country that is basing your budget on borrowing. It doesn't work. The simple definition of a budget is the amount of money you expect to earn and how you are going to spend it. Can Nigeria earn a revenue of about 20 trillion? It's not possible. You just don't hope. Just hope that maybe if I borrow from Ikolala, I borrow from Ngozika, borrow from Rudolph, borrow from Righteous Man, then I base my budget on it. That my budget this year I'm looking to spend 100,000. I will take 19,000 from Rudolph, take from Righteous Man, take from Ikolala, and then add it up, hoping that if Ngozika distorts me, I will go to Olumide and borrow and settle Ngozika and be owing Olumide. What sort of economics is that? Nigerians should be wise. The economy is dead. Without Nigeria producing it. Pardon?
That's called a Ponzi scheme.
Exactly.
Whereby you're borrowing and paying someone else.
That is what we are doing. Okay, according to what we know, nobody will doubt this. They said 95 or 92, but let me use 90 so that people should not slaughter me. When you have 100 naira and 19 naira belong to somebody else, are you rich? You are not. You are left with about 10 naira. For every 100 naira, they said it's 95 now or 98. For every 900 naira, Nigeria government is in Nigerian post. 95 is to service, not to pay debt. Service means to pay the interest on the loan you take. Not the real loan. It's still there. So what sort of country why are we deceiving ourselves? This is why people will come here and be talking that. This one we don't speak a convoluted grammar from here to heaven. They come back. Why are you deceiving? Nigerian economy is dead. Just imagine you are having 100 naira and 95 naira belongs to somebody. It's not your money. It's not your money. So that is the situation Nigeria is. They are borrowing money here and there. Are we supposed to be doing that? When we have almost all the minerals in the world, we have it. We have intelligent people. But as I'm talking to you, they are stealing crude oil, and somebody is buying yachts, buying expensive cars. Do you know what it will mean? By the time the money, let me teach Nigerians simple economics. If the money they borrowed to buy all those SUV for national members of the National Assembly. If you give it to Innocent, and the Innocent will supply the car, in the end, the Innocent will pay tax. So invariably, part of that money is coming back to Nigeria. This simple sense. Innocent will pay tax. It's as simple as that. But the whole money you took it that way and you gave to Japan, nothing is coming back to Nigeria. The whole money goes to Japan. It's only car you will receive. But if you give it to Innocent or any other car manufacturing in Nigeria, Innocent will say, oh, we've made money this year, we will employ more people. When you employ more people, you still have to pay tax. And that tax goes back to Nigeria. So if a unit cost of the car is 160 million, of course, Innocent's one can be up to 160 million. It might be 40, it might be 50. So when you now say this is what a serious government will do, if they say the road to drive an Innocent car is not good, Soludo is using Innocent's car. Is it not there on that same bad road that Soludo is driving it? The governor of Abia State is using Innocent's car. Is he not on that same bad road that is driving it? So you see, when you see Nigerians, our inability to reason. That's why when people look at us, they say these people are really, they just write us off. How can you borrow money and then give to Japan to supply you car? When they ask you, say the roads are not good. No tax, nothing. Then the Japanese company will declare profit, expand their capacity, pay tax to the government of Japan. Then what will Nigeria do? Nothing. You see, economics is a simple subject. It only requires common sense. It only requires common sense. Thank you.
CM, thank you so much. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everybody. I decided to make my identity more pronounced. So yeah.
So you're separating yourself from other.
No. Real Enugu people, real Igbo people will know that Ada and what make up Enugu. We always have this banter among us. We always tease each other about it, but yeah, it is what it is.
All right. So are you happy waiting for people to come back for Christmas? Are you one of those people waiting for?
I'm not going anywhere.
Are you one of the people who do not want them to come? There are people who do not want them to come back.
I don't think I care much about whether anybody is coming back or not. My own is wherever you are, be well, be in good health. That's my own. If you have the resources to come home and celebrate, fine and good. It would be a thing of joy for your loved ones here. Yeah, I'm sure they'll love to see you. I want any of my family members to come. I hope they do. My grandma, this period, I like seeing her with people. I like people being around her because almost all through the year, she's always alone. So I'm always looking forward to my people coming home, not because of myself, but because of my grandmother. And I already told her that I will not be coming home this year, and she's cross with me. Yeah, I don't think I'll be going home this year.
So why are you not going home? Because when we talk about going home, it's not just people abroad.
I don't have money.
In Lagos, people in Kano, people, they all go back to the east. So you are in Enugu, but you are not going back to.
I'm not going home.
How far is it from Enugu from your hometown?
It's not just the transport. That's what I mean. This Christmas is expensive. So it's expensive. It's expensive to go home for Christmas. It is really expensive. I can't do it this year. So
break it down for us. What are the expenses?
Okay, so using myself as an example, I know this is a bit of a personal information and quite sensitive, so I'd appreciate in advance if people do not come for me or make jokes about it, because I'm going to be very upset. So my parents are late. So at home I have just my grandmother, my paternal grandmother. It used to be both my paternal and my maternal, but my maternal is now late. It's just my paternal grandmother, and me and her, we are quite close. Not quite, we are very close. We've seen the worst of each other, and I have been with her in her lowest periods since 2016 when she had her second stroke. I've been the one in charge of her health, going to hospitals, making doctor's appointments. I'm the one with her hospital records, so we are that close. So every year, even if I don't want to, I go home because of my grandma to spend time with her, to cook for her, to clean and do acts of services for her. And the reason I say I am too broke this year to go is I cannot go home and I would want to make food and to make it the way I want, and I'll collect money from my grandmother. I can't do it. She would offer, but I can't collect it because she's old and she's been given. If it was those days that she was younger and used to work and sell and do a lot of things, man and money back those years now. But for the last couple of years, especially after she suffered the second partial stroke, she has had to cut down on a lot of activities, and she's mostly always home. So she's giving. So I cannot for the life of me collect from somebody that is being given. That is why I say I'm too broke. Because I would like to flex her. I'd like to military to come up and bata. But I can't do that if I am broke. So what's the point of going home?
If you're not there,
So
who
that's
will
why I
do
say
it?
I'm broke. Not
If you are not there, who will do it?
I'm sure she'll find a way. I'm sure she finds a way. She'll be very, she's very angry with me. She's very angry with me, but I can't help it. And her nephew, one of her nieces, yes, one of her nieces is staying with her currently, so she will not be alone. So what I will do is, when it gets closer to that time, I'll find a way to send whatever I have across. I was planning to go spend the weekend next weekend with her and explain to her that I won't be coming home for Xmas and give her whatever I have. I'm still planning on it. So that's what when I say I don't have money to go home, that is what I mean. It's not for myself. It's not for
Okay.
myself.
Okay.
And things are usually costly in the village during Xmas celebration. So the expenditure kind of like doubles. Yes.
Now, part of what we expect, and there are conversations going on out there, is that people coming from outside the country will bring in foreign currencies, and that will have impact on the exchange rates in Nigeria. There will be, maybe enough so that the exchange rates naira will gain value or something. Also, there is also the issue of people, especially men, coming back from abroad and taking some other men in Nigeria. So there are many angles to this story about going home for Christmas. You're laughing.
So
This man, why are you laughing? Are you one of those? Okay.
so as a
Because,
young Igbo
yeah,
girl,
yeah.
ideally, if I was looking to get into a relationship or get married, Christmas is just perfect. It's just perfect
How is
because
it done? How is it done? Is it that people come in purposely for that?
yes, a lot
Okay.
of people do.
Okay.
Yes, a lot of people do. That is what it is part of it. I think it has become an Igbo thing now. This CSC bata natural wine hagalo. It's a thing. It's not just talk. Yeah, there are people like that.
Okay.
And when they come in, believe it or not, within the few weeks they spend, they actually find people and form a connection with them and then do something, maybe pay the bride price, or the ones that are more buoyant to even go as far as um doing everything once before going back. For me, it's I am not looking to. So I'm not interested.
Okay. Okay. But
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 the way it happens, you ask the
one
way it
one more
happens.
one more question there. Explain how it happens. Do people line up
So
and come into the home and they are interviewed and then they go out
no,
and
no.
meet people?
Well, how? Okay, let me use my place for example. I think most Igbo communities have these football matches they play every December. In my place too, there's something like that. So some people, when they say that they are going to watch football, they are not going to watch football.
You mean the
Even
men or the women?
both the men and the women, they're not going to watch football. Everybody is just basically going to the we call it mission because that is where most often than not the field that is used for the competition is always close to a church, mostly a Catholic church. So we
Ngo,
call it mission.
Ngo,
Haje
Ngodika,
mission.
sorry. Ngozika, sorry. Rudolph knows this thing more than you. Why are you
No,
lecturing
I
him? He
want to.
knows what. You know.
No,
Please,
I understand. I understand,
Let
but
the educators
it
now. We
has to
want
be
to maybe we'll go
said.
visit. Maybe
It
this
has to
man
be
sitting
said
ahead though. We might
now.
be going
It
to
has to be
maybe
said. And who better to
we'll
say
go
than
Osita.
than a lady?
yeah,
It has
Ngozi,
to be
tell us how it's done. So
Ngozi
people
can
dress
tell
up.
us, tell
Wait,
us. And they look
just
for
the
tickets
way
now.
they dress up to go and watch soccer, we know this is not football that they,
This
you
is
know,
it's not soccer. They are going to watch soccer.
the
So
way
if
they
your
dress.
village is you so when you go to mission, it's a beehive of activities. In my place, all type of vendors, all type of vendors, and there are usually these stores along the road. It's usually along the road, so people just use it as an outing, but using football as an excuse. So you go, maybe you buy popcorn, you are eating it, you and your sisters, you are walking, and one brother and one brother sees you. It's of course it's a village, almost everybody knows everybody, and then they ask around. From there, things can hit it off. And then there are people that go to watch football. Maybe from watching football, they see another person watching football, and then things go like that. And of course, there's also this aspect of some people meet spouses not by going there. Your brother could you could be going your brother could meet an old friend or your cousin or something, and it's usually but basically that's how it works. It's not that they line up. No, no, of course they don't line up. We we are not articles for sale. It's just socialization and everything that happens when people socialize.
Okay.
Don't worry, we understand it now. We know the skill we will apply. Thank you, thank
Well,
you.
the way CM is smiling, it seems that's the way he met his wife. So he seems so interested in the.
Ngozika, Ngozika, please, I want to ask you a question. Ngozi, what
Okay.
can you explain? What's the difference between Wawa people and the rest of Enugu people? Because one of my brother is married to somebody from Uji River, that's Enugu State. What's the difference? The Wawa people. Why are they
Well,
called Wawa?
okay, I don't know the full story, but maybe we are called Wawa because our no is Wa. My people, we
Okay,
say our no is Wa. When we want to say no, we say Wa. So if we want to say no, 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 we say Wa Wa. And
okay.
the name that is for the name. Now the dichotomy came
In,
about
In
when
Lagos here, if you are driving from Lagos going to the east, after the long bridge, there is one popular bus stop there called Wawa bus stop. You know, if you are going after Beggar.
I don't know about that. But there's the other people. My grandmother used to tell me that na when actually Enugu, ndị Wawa gawara onwe ha, ndị ada will go their way. The other people are the Nsukka Axis people. The Wawa people are the people from my side. So
Okay.
that's
But
that is
your people are much in farming, right?
my people. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
Okay,
grandmother is an
because
example.
I
That's why she
remember
can
those
speak for
days,
people and educate her.
the farmers that comes to work in my daddy's farmland, they are called Wawa people and
Yeah.
Abakaliki.
Ah, well, we're hardworking
Okay,
people.
Dr.
What do you
Rudolph,
say?
I will be going. I'm in Badagry right now. I'll be going back to my base. Um, I want to appreciate Dr. Gomez. He reached out to me. He's an excellent man. I appreciate him. And the Lord bless him, bless you too. So, other panelists, thank you very much. I'm in Badagry, reporting from Badagry here, fresh breeze and the rest of it. I'm be going back to my base, okay?
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Mazi.
So, Ngozi, all I need is football boots, pair of shorts, and jersey. Do I need to look for a coach, or I don't need to know how to kick ball?
Oh my
Eh,
god.
um, yes, Dr. Dameji, you are asking me about before Nasi politics, right?
Yeah.
Is that where we start? Okay. Now, I think we need to understand one thing first. The word politics himself. I think the word, if I should go back to my Greek icon, I think the word polity is derived from Greek, from the word police, which means city state. You know, shout out to my days in Corfu Island in Greece, in Africa. That one. But now that means politics is those activities that make us, we society that decide to live together, what's transpired, the negotiation, the activities that make us coexist. It's called politics. Now, I don't know how they live, not just in Nigeria, around the world, able to make it seem as if is the word policy or the activities of police that are devilish and evil. We should run away from them. People who engage in those activities are to be feared. No. As I said earlier on, in every given society, there are people that we trust, directly or indirectly, to maintain order, to make us prosperous within that society. And the way of them doing that is called politics. How you coexist with Hausa man, with Yoruba man, with the next neighbor, how you do business, like whatever, those activities are called politics. Now, just that people that we trust so much decide to turn everything around to favor themselves, to be good instead of the good people of all. And that's why we decision are evil. And we all need to be, either we like it or we don't like it, they either use us as statistics or we get involved. So it's not that I change. No, it's still politics. Me and you able to, exchange, we do what we are doing here. It's an act of politics, right? If we no agree one form or shape, we will not be on the same platform talking, right? So these activities that we human beings take part in is called politics. We can't say that in terms of other animals because we don't know how to live their life. But we, in order for we to travel from one destination to another, it involves in a form of interaction with the next human. Those activities is called politics. So just because the people who we look up to trust and say, okay, let carry those activities for us, decide to turn things around for us, doesn't mean it's a bad thing. So all is still politics. Me saying free Nnamdi Kanu, me acknowledge the fact that we have the same enemy. It's politics. The PDP, the group of enemies and friends have to come together in the name of APC to rescue power from PDP. That is politics. Buhari said Tinubu, at one point, Tinubu is the most correct human being alive. At the end of the day, he has to work with him to achieve his goal. That's politics. So it is not evil. The word and activities around politics is not evil. It's how we live our life. Even within your family, you still have to negotiate with your wife, your girlfriend, your friend, your daughter, whatever, to arrive at harmony, right? Because we are all different. That's politics. So however you want to see it, it's all politics. It's devoid of emotion. Don't do that. I approach it from that angle to tell people that come, these men know what they are doing. They don't involve emotions. They are brutal for their own selfish interest. But Tinubu will tell you that power is not served by Alaka. It's going to give attention. So the same attitude we need to have. We have to. I don't necessarily have to be on the same level or the same understanding with you. But the fact that we recognize that we have the same goal, which is to take the fight to these people, is good enough for us to play politics together. So that's my standing point. That's where I'm coming from. That phrase. It's all politics. It's all politics. You know, they go there, go they cry. No go there, nobody cares. It's all about survival again. You want to take it to the next level about the nation. Even though they always call out the Western world, they are fighting for their survival. It's about the next 50 years, about the next 100 years. How do we not just maintain our lifestyle, but how do we improve it? And that is where our own elites are lacking. They are not thinking about the next 50, the next 100 years. They are thinking about how do I buy house in Dubai next year? How do I win the next election so I can take picture with the king of Dubai? So how do I make sure I'm in this circle so that I can follow them to Washington D.C.? That's what our elites thinks about. They don't think about the next 100 years, the next 200 years. As the police at the highest level, it's all about survival. So I don't blame the Western world to come. They are coming again to colonize us because they have to survive. If it's taking off for them to maintain their survival, so be it. And that's the kind of mentality we need to have. But unfortunately, at the base of our upbringing, they decide to lay out the way we should educate ourselves. They give us things that matters more, religion, things that make us understand. They frame it in a way to their own benefit. And again, I am not blaming them. But it's that time we have to wake up to say, come on, these elites don't mean well for because it's all about survival again. That's why, in a way, I understand too Nigeria is paranoid about military. It's talking about survival. If this freedom we think we have, we are enjoying, right? If we think it's going to last like this forever, or if we think we don't have the ability to improve it, then we are doomed. So that's my own point of view about all this. Honestly, it's all politics. Forget emotion. Forget I see your pain. Our people say when they cry, they see road. You understand? I recognize what Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for. I might not like his way and how he's doing it, but at this point, it's sad that I say, come on. That thing that you are seeing, now the same problem I get to. I'm not living my life. I'm living in America. I'm not proud of it. I'm not.
Yeah, but Ovie, I think there's something you are missing. Someone like Nnamdi Kanu will not say that what the government or what the position and the government in power, all they're doing is politics. You use the word that these are your oppressors. These are people who are putting you down. People who move on that path, the path that you're moving on now, they don't see what the other people are doing as politics. They see them as oppressors. They see them as people that have to be taken care of. But if you go to PDP and APC and even Labour or whatever party, they all think they are playing politics. It's about who will get advantage over the other person. Not
I
about
agree with you.
death. You are now moving to the arena of life and death, different from politics.
Now, this is where you are. This is where you are. You are not seeing where I'm coming from here. Obi, what is the different, or what is the Obi personality, Obi person and Tinubu have in common? Right?
Tell me, I don't know.
Power. How can they maintain their status quo, whether they like it or not? But they move differently. That women say, oh, because Obi is calm, quiet, is not serious, or because of that is the most focused and serious than Tinubu, who just talks anyhow. No. We see things from different perspectives. Our school of thought, our upbringing, our exposure, our books we read and everything expose us to a different way we see things. Right? Just because I'm saying, oh, it's all politics, I just explain it to you. The way they move is politics. I just decide to see it satirically, apply satire to where I see things. That doesn't mean I am not taking the Bible seriously. It's about existence, it's a matter of life and death. But everybody cannot be on that tone that Nnamdi Kanu was. Nor am I expecting everybody to see things from the satire point of view, from my own end. No, the world will be borrowed from that angle. But I believe for me to see through what he's saying, even though I don't like his approach, is what matters here. Right? So if you look at, as I said, there's something, yes, I classify them as oppressor because they want one thing. How can they maintain the standard of life they have now? I don't care who they are, I don't care if you're a pastor, that's what brings them, what they have in common. However, they're going to arrive at that, they will work. Obi will always call people, the other people, brothers and sisters and uncles and my friends. Right? Even though on the other side, I often use the election as an example. 6 months ago, these people make us see as if they don't see eye to eye, that they are evil. But what happened after they don't get a section of them don't get the power? They all come together. My Oba is running around for what? That's a political move. Oba did not leave Benin to come and tell us in Adenfa and Lagos. Oba did not leave Benin just to come and say, oh, Bola Tinubu na God or they not. No. Something is missing within the circle that is looking for. So, yes, my approach and the way I see it is different. And I also often quote the Bible that time for everything. I have to start from somewhere. I have to understand how these people move. And I know I can come to understand that there's nothing enmity between them. The phrase that no permanent friend, no permanent enemy is real. And we, the rest of us, have to start taking those clues from them. We don't have to do things the way they are doing it, but we have to recognize that they are getting something right. They are holding on to power. 60 years counting. We have to respect that. So that's where I'm saying it the way they are. Stop. Yes, you are being serious, but what is there's a thin line between that emotion and the laughter and the anger that you are talking about. It's about what are we actually pointing at. There are some people who that is how they actually understand things, through laughter, through horror. There are some people until you curse them. That's Nnamdi Kanu approach. Nnamdi Kanu, you are stupid for not seeing what he's seeing. That doesn't mean it's actually insulting for the body. For the fact that you cannot see this that is in front of you, that means something is wrong with you. And exactly that is what we are seeing. People like the Senate president will come and tell us to let the poor breathe. Sarcastically and laugh, and we don't see anything wrong with that. That is all these people can do whatever they want. They see what we don't see anything wrong with that. In the country, they say you be moved for not seeing it. But just because I am not taking that approach, that doesn't mean it's wrong or I'm right.
Can I ask
enough.
you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, I use the word poverty mentality, and I still think, because what you're still saying, that our leaders cannot see beyond their nose. I still think it's poverty mentality. They just want, what can I get tomorrow? I mean, can I go take photo of all that now? But this is it. If you look at it properly, in the days of Abacha, when he fell, because he died and he had to go, people jubilated. But in truth and honesty, I wasn't happy, because I thought to myself, are we ready after this man? But what it has clearly shown is that because the institutions were not there, they weren't working. So what politicians are doing right now is the rot of the days before Abacha. But wait now. The funny side of it is the rot has gone from bad to extremely bad. So what you're saying now, that you want people who can see 60 years from now, where are those people?
Good.
Your judiciary has gone from probably manageable to just a shame. What institution do you have that you are looking up to for these sort of leaders? That, because to be very honest with you, if you have a messiah come to a very corrupt society, it doesn't matter how good that messiah is. If 90% of the people he's trying to save has a funny mentality, in fact, those people will end up crucifying him. And that is the story of the Nazarene. We've seen it before. If you come to a society where the people are not ready, they will end up crucifying you. You will be their enemy, because they are not seeing things the way you see it. So, to be very honest with you, this is why I said, has Nigeria fallen from the cliff, or is it still redeemable? Because if you... Well, I'll finish my question in just 1 minute. If you look at it now, the next election is definitely going to be a sham. And even if the election after this is not a sham, you're still going to get a very corrupt individuals, because these people are not going away in the next 30 years. They have children whom they believe should take the mantle. And these children, unfortunately for them, you cannot blame them. They see what their mentors are doing as the way to do it. So I don't see anything good coming in the next 50 years, because it doesn't happen in a day. So what do you see in redeeming the nation? How do you think it can happen?
Okay. Three things you said. You talked about the days of Abacha. You talked about the days of Abacha. You talk about the next generation, if they can see in 60 years. Right? Yes. Now let's talk about the days of Abacha. I think where we need to actually focus on our attention on, because the idea that we are not ready, people are not ready, you can be right, but how do we get ready if we don't start, right? They say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. Now, let's not get it twisted. The same people who, the days of Abacha, I say the same people. I often say it here, the same people who fought the Civil War are the same people who came who are in charge in terms of military. I see the same people who are still in charge, even in terms of Agbada now. They are all the Tinubu and they are all the same generation. They are the same generation group of people who are be in charge of the affairs of that country for the past 60 years. They have not changed. And the danger that is coming are the next generation that are going to take after them. And those are the people that you have given up on, that they cannot see the next 60 years. I will agree with you. But where the hope lies is that me and you can actually see through. We can actually see our problem. And the beauty of what is happening in Nigeria today, there's no Nigeria that you will tap that will not tell you what Nigeria problem is. But the mistake we most make most of the time is that even in our attempt to analyze that problem, there's a solution in it. Because most of what we tell you, this did not start a day. So why do we not expect the solutions to just happen overnight? There are people who can see the next 60 years. What Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for is not tomorrow. He's fighting for his people, these people to have power. Though that goes down to generation unborn. Showore, if you pay attention, Showore, with all the insult and everything, he's not talking about how do we make today better. I say, come, how do we make sure we wrestle power from this bone and put it in the right direction? He's seeing the next 100 years. He's seeing the next 50 years. There are individuals like that across the length and breadth of the country. It is because we don't spend our time talking about those people. We spend more time talking about the problem. Right? And in the earlier section, a guy was actually talking about how he's lost his wife in hospital, how he contributed to PDP and Labour Party and all that. But he only spent 2 minutes. He spent the next 10 minutes talking about how money was misused, that the people were wrong, that we are not believing. So what you now expect to keep manifesting if all we talk about is negativity of what we see. So yes, there are people who see beyond the next 50 years. But first of all, we need to acknowledge where we are, that we have a group of generation who don't want to go. As I said, the excuse the next generation that are going to take after them are giving is that, oh, military don't do everything for the past 40 years. So you want to now, because your own time was eroded by the military, now you must not leave it. No, your time don't pass. Allow the people who are here now to think about for the people who are yet to come. So right. Yes, Jen, so we just have to start educating people, and this is what we are doing. It's just that we should spend more time analyzing solution. We know the problem. Trust me, if you go back to last year, we are talking about the same thing, the same problem, or the problem hasn't changed. In fact, we can talk about the problem of yesterday, today, and even future problem. But we never spend time enough to talk about solution, to talk about good people who have ideas, even though the idea are contrary to yours. And that's where we should try and avoid who is passing the message. What people will come and say, oh, you lie. Okay, I lie. What is your solution? Don't just say I lie.
Mm.
I am not scared to lie. I am not scared to put my idea out there so that they can be scrutinized. If I'm right, I will not put them out there. I will them to myself.
All right, Ovie, thank you. Let me go to Ngozika, then I'll come to you. Ngozika, go ahead.
So we are talking about Christmas. So let me just say this: for as long as this show continues, I'm only going to be talking about the Southeast. Anyway, no concern Southeast, you know concern me. So this is just a warning. If you know concern Southeast, I'll just look and pass. Yeah. So when this new government, Enugu State government, Pitamba, was sworn in, I came on this show and I told you people that some of the youths, we have decided that it is no longer sit down the loop. We want to start doing our bit to hold these people, to hold them to some of the campaign promises they made. Now, when Pitamba was campaigning, he said was going to give Enugu water in 180 days. I am back with situation reports. So what we were doing on Twitter, now X, is sometimes me and some of my mutuals will tag him and remind him how many days is remaining to give us water. Now, for those of you who don't know, Enugu State has a perennial water problem. It ought not to be, but it is. I have lived in Enugu long enough to experience water flowing through my taps not too long ago. I mean, I'm talking 2019, 2020, averagely 3 times a week. And somewhere down the line, it stopped completely. So when this man made a campaign promise that in 180 days he was going to give Ndenugwu water, you can imagine the excitement. In subsequent weeks, I'll go around on live on this program and show you how Ndenugwu used to go for water in dry season. That is okay. Before that, let me just tell you what the solution he brought. So when the 180 days was coming to an end,
the Enugu State government for hosting the 2023 Nkatandi Nyomi Igbo Nekenekwa, the founder
Sorry
and
about
president
that.
of this
I
estate.
think
we can't hear you. We can't hear
go
you.
ahead, Ngozi. Go ahead. I think
Okay,
it was,
can I go on?
yeah. I wanted to just say that what you are just talking about now, whenever Njenje Media comes on, he's actually in Enugu and he's going around looking for water that the governor promised. So
Hold that thought. I'm going to go downstairs in a bit and I'm going to show you. Hey, it's not close to me, but our tab is rushing today. But let me tell you the story behind it. So when the 180 days was drawing near, this man had this brilliant idea to give us water. Public taps in 2023. That was his solution to the water problem. Public taps. And people were celebrating it. And whenever I asked them, what exactly are you people celebrating? That in 2023, people still have to leave their houses to come and fetch water from a public tap. Is that what you people are celebrating? They say it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. So to them, they do not mind. Oh shit.
no, go ahead. You don't have to go ahead. Yeah, go
Of
ahead.
Nigeria. No.
So sorry. So in 2023, people have to leave their houses and go and fetch water. That was his brilliant idea. That was the promise. In his mind now, he has fulfilled the promise to Ndenugwu. And it is crazy that people are celebrating it. I asked somebody, he said, why are you celebrating this? Are people still supposed to come out of their house? This is so 1980s. And I was not born in 1980s, but I remember growing up in the early 2000s. People used to come and out of their house to fetch water. Why are people celebrating taking us back to almost 20 years ago? He said, half bread is better than none. Half bread. And what stops you from giving people the full bread? If you give them the full bread, will your bakery burn? He said they can begin to lay pipe. I said, which pipe? Dr. Damages, I'm going to send you a video. We went on a hike. Most of you on this program know I hike. We went on a hike some time ago, and we came across, in the middle of the forest, we came across a, I don't know how to describe. I'll send you the video, Sha. But I was asking, and they said it was a water something something. The place was broken down, completely dilapidated. In the middle of the forest, you could see the huge pipes they were laid. This was somewhere in the hills of Ngo, close to Ninth Mile. The pipes are there. So why are you telling me that this is the best he can do in 2023? Public taps. You know what? The first I'm going to go out after this and I'm going to make a video of one of those public taps and come back online so that you will see.
Where is the water coming from? Is it from where is it coming from? Is it from a reservoir or is it coming from well that they dug in the ground? What is the source of the water at that time?
Anyway, the water board people are the one in charge of it. I think it's coming from they have a reservoir. I've seen several of their reservoirs.
Okay.
It's coming from, but I'm trying to say that something had already been done in the past. For you to work as you do not have to give everybody what. If you can start with people that already had these taps connected to their houses and make sure that water is flowing. Then those people that do not have taps in their buildings, you work on channeling the pipes there. Why public taps in 2023? That is my question. Why public taps in 2020? And people are celebrating it. Where I live, I've said this on this show before. I live on the first floor. Fortunately, unfortunately, my building has we have water. Whenever the taps rush or the water rushes through our tap, but I live on the first floor. The water doesn't come upstairs. They said he just stopped coming before I moved in. Like the force is no longer able to push you to come upstairs. But that is, I'm saying, people already have this type. Most of the old buildings and semi-old buildings in Enugu already have pipes connected to these water sources. Why can't you build on that? And then the ones that do not have, you work with them. I know people would really, really invest to have waters running through their house, running through their taps in their houses. Why do you have to take people back to early 2000s by building public taps and making a big deal of it? Having said that, let me go out and
Ngozika,
make a video of it so that you see.
please. No, no, don't worry. Before you go, Ngozika, you take this question along. There's something you're not a politician. Before he was elected, they made some campaign expenses. How do you want him to recover it? But that is by the way. So the question I have for you is this: is it true that in Enugu there is more coal that even if you want to do a borehole, before you get to water, whatever, you make a coal? Is it true that for maybe for a few distance or a few meters, you will go in the underground, you will scoop up coal? Is it true? And that is making people not to drill borehole. Oh dear.
Okay. She's frozen. Let's
No, see, and that can't be true. You can't have the coal deposit all over a big land mass. No, that cannot be true. The coal deposit would be, say, probably, except the coal deposit is not like the Sahara Desert, whereby, I mean, everywhere you go there's sand. But I don't think that's
because I had people in Enugu saying they can't really drill, like in Lagos or any other place, people do borehole to supply, to give,
some people will exaggerate when they found something in a maybe 10 kilometers square miles, so you can have a big deposit in, say, probably 20 to 10 kilometers square miles, but it cannot be in the whole of a region like that, if that answers your question. Probably.
All right. Thank you, CM. Thank you, Kolola. Let's welcome Bumi. Bumi, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everybody. It's nice to be here.
So, Bumi, thank you for joining us. We're talking about Christmas. Government officials in Nigeria are celebrating the Christmas in Dubai. Where do you plan to celebrate your own?
I would love to celebrate it in Nigeria, but obviously I can't, so I'll celebrate it here. But maybe next year, hopefully I could go celebrate it with them too in Dubai, because Dubai seems like a great place to be.
When was the last time you were in Nigeria?
A while, maybe 6-7 years ago. So a long time.
Okay. We were wondering if the reason why you haven't gone back, is it out of fear, or is it because of the news out of Nigeria, or you are trying to finish the mansion in Lekki?
Harry is laughing. Harry is laughing.
It's definitely not out of fear.
Okay.
There are other personal reasons, but mostly because of education, and also I'm still in school, so it's not very easy going back and forth. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right.
But I mostly came in because I was listening to what Ngozika was saying, and it's just crazy because being someone that grew up in Enugu, I was born there and everything, it baffles me that it's 2023 and something like that is still happening. It's like, I know I'm not that old, I'm still relatively young, but it's like, being that I grew up in a society whereby when it comes to the water situation, I remember that I would have tanks next to the house. And for you to get water, there are two ways. Either rain falls and you get it through rain, or a tanker comes with water and they transfer it to your tank. So for that to be the solution, to just have public boreholes, it's like, wow. Like, it's like nothing has really changed like that. Or is that like the innovative era of the people that's our next solution? But it's like it's not even innovative because you've had that before. So it's not out of so it was I think I really came here because it's very sad, but at the same time I think I wanted to put it like connected to what Ovie was saying, that I think it's the politics of it. They know what to do. It's not rocket science on how to create water to the people, but it's so intentionally done. And I feel like they've done it so beautifully, so well, that you give the people absolutely nothing, but because you've deprived them so much, they appreciate that nothing you've given them. So any government that comes and tells you that they're going to do this, but actually they under deliver, they're intentionally doing it because they need you to keep on begging, or they need you to just appreciate the absolute nothing that they're giving you. It's like this mental, they're actually just revise psychology, just abusing you mentally, giving you nothing but telling you to appreciate them. It's crazy. I don't even know how we don't see it from our politicians, that they don't want to help. It's so intentional. And I do think until we as a people get absolutely angry at them, they're not going to change. It's forever going to be like that.
Get angry at them. But we as a people, we are not one. There are people who are quite angry at this point, and there are people who are satisfied, like people who we are telling us that it's better than none. It's better what we can do with what we have. So how do we come together and under one goal? That's the challenge I think we have.
I think it's the same when you look at people who have been in like an abusive relationship for years now. It's like they know it's not good, but because they're so addicted to it, and it seems so normal that their body has become like that's all they know. So of course they're gonna tell you that even though I know I can, this person abuses me, they treat me this way, but because they know that they're sure of, okay, I'm going to come home today, this person's going to abuse me, but their brain knows that. They don't know anything else. And I feel like for the people in the diaspora, that that a government can provide better. I feel like that's the message we should give to the people, whereby you don't be angry at them, because understand that the politicians are intentionally making them believe that way. So you also have to like do the exact same thing the politicians are doing, but for the benefit for the people, whereby you show them in details what a government should provide for you as a people. And I think and start educating them, but don't be too angry, because we have been this way for years now. And slowly people will start realizing that actually I shouldn't just accept nothing from the government. Like we deserve better. You cannot just come for 4 years, do nothing, and that's it. And I think slowly we start changing the mindset of people, and then people start realizing that okay, we should actually work together as a group and not just fight each other, because that's how the politicians also stay in power, is by dividing you and making you feel like they are the best solution for you when they're not. I think we need to kind of do the exact same thing politicians are doing, but for the benefit for the people, like something like that.
All right, Bumi, thank you. Ngozika, are you in a keke, or you are?
I'll try not to I get there. I'm on my way there now.
Okay, all right. Henry, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Ulov, and good evening, everybody.
Yeah, we've been having interesting conversations, and
I'm ashamed.
Ashamed of what?
This shameless. I'm ashamed. Those shameless, corrupt politicians going to Dubai. Dubai was a desert. Nigeria invest in Dubai to become Dubai today. And these are people's fathers. Those are men who have no shame, no conscience. I'm really sick in my stomach when I see people, things like this going on.
So Henry, hold on. Okay?
Yeah.
There was this thing that someone wrote. I can't find the article now. I think Njenje, somebody, in defense of the government about the number of delegates.
100 and something.
So his argument is that all these people didn't go. The government is not paying for them. In total, there were 97,000 people now in Dubai for this conference, out from 100 countries, and 97,000. So we have Nigeria is
the highest.
400. No, we're not the highest. We're number 3 after China and Brazil. And if you check the size of the economy, the budget of China, the budget of Nigeria, the size of the population, you see that Nigeria is actually number 1 if you want to look at it proportionately, So, so what do you say? How do you?
Rudolph.
Yeah.
You see, if China take 1,000 people there, it's okay. Because I can remember China invest on their people, on their citizens.
Can I join in now?
Okay. Henry, hold on. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm a bit unsure how to turn my camera, but have a look. This is our public staff. I don't know if you can see this.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Major road.
It's like a neonatal male organ. Anyway, we're continuing.
Does it work?
This is the tap. I don't know if you can hear me. This is the tap.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Turn it on.
Go ahead and try it. Let's
see.
Does
it work? Turn it on.
Get any water? I don't.
Giant of Africa.
So I don't know. So this is I don't know. This is like the place that is supposed to be managing it. The building behind me. They are like the place that is supposed to be managing it. I don't know.
Maybe they went to church. Maybe they went to church, and when they come back, they turn it on.
I don't know, but I want you to see, like, this is a busy road, a major road. This is presidential road, right? So people are supposed to leave their houses, cross this really busy road, and come and fetch water here in 2023. And
Rudolph, I would call your attention. This Galindio, Ovie, check your private chat. Ovie need you.
Okay.
It is managed. I told you what I want you to read this. I don't know if you can get this.
Enugu State Water Corporation public notice. Please call 081748455. Okay.
Let me remove it. That one minute forever. Then the gallon. See his gallon. There is no water in the tap, so I'm not making. Thank you, sir. I'm not making this. This is one of several taps. They are scattered around town. I know I've seen a couple of them, but this one is not too far from me. So if I did not have a tap in my house, I'd have to come here to fetch water. Brilliant, right?
Can you when you leave, can you call them and see what they will tell you why there is no water? Maybe
I can't hear you, Dr. Damit. I can't hear you.
Okay, I said, can you call them and find out why there is no water? Maybe there's a time frame. Maybe you came at the wrong time, or you don't have tickets to get water. Just call them and find out.
Nigeria, and they say it's on presidential road. Look at the street, presidential road.
Rudolph, I'm ashamed. Really.
Yeah, but let's put it in context. I was in Lagos last
Rudolph, we give people my house, my father's house, in our house. We give neighbors water. We have tap extra for them. Every day they come to fetch water, morning to evening, free of charge. We're not government.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
not
but
politicians.
yeah, I know.
Shame. Yeah, go on. I will talk. Finish talking. I will
Okay,
come back.
okay. No, I'm just trying to point out that there are people who are growing up. Nigeria, I think the population of Nigeria now, most of them are less than 35. I think 70% of people in Nigeria are less than 35, and most of them they've never seen water at home from works department of any city, any town, any village. So they don't know this. They don't even know it's possible that you can stay at home and turn your faucet
And Rudolph, neither did they see military regime either. so you see the reality. This educated. Well, when they reach my thoughts,
so Rudolph, some of the things we have learned over time is that these actions, they use it to steal and siphon money. Every year they budget money for those works, but they never do the work. They steal the money. See, when you say these people don't have ideology, they have ideology. It's just that the ideology is for their own personal benefits, not for the people's benefit. You understand? So some of the ideology is that when they see somebody who really wants to do the actual work and use the money to the benefit of the people, they say, why will you do all that? If you do all that, next year there will be no project to do. No, we don't want you. And they bring in their man that will come and steal money. But that is not a forward-thinking individual. Those are not forward-thinking people. Because there will always be projects to do and accomplish.
Can you hear me, please look for somewhere to stay.
Lumide, hold on. Let's hear from Gozika. Gozika, go ahead.
So let me just be clear on this. Before I left the house, I did say we had a tap in my house and the water is rushing. I'll go back to the house and show you. But I wanted you to see the public taps that the government provided for people who do not have taps in their house. And that was why I came here, to show you. And you saw for yourself. It is not rushing. I don't know about the other ones. This is the one I came to. And it is right along a major road. So what I am asking now is, I live close to this place. What it would mean is, if I did not have the tap in my house, this is the nearest point I could come and fetch water that the government provided. Not minding the busy road and the inconvenience of coming out of your house. What will it take them to make sure that every house has running tap in their house? What will it take? That is my question. I have had this argument with people over and over again. It is not politics. It is not. This is just the basics. When we demand for this kind of things, we are not. Nothing time you concern politics when it comes to Enugu State. I have said it. I don't care who is the governor. I just want a better Enugu. I just want a better Enugu. Where I would not have to go out of my house to go to a public tap to fetch water. It is embarrassing. It is not convenient. It is not right. And if you think it is right, then something is wrong with you.
All right.
So let me start going.
All right, thank you.
Let me continue, please.
Henry, finish up and then okay.
So, you see, you say Nigerian of Africa. These so-called lawmakers or these politicians travel to Dubai to celebrate Christmas, or they're going to a conference, whatever they're going there for. Are they going there with free, maybe free of charge? They're going to stay in a hotel. They're going to take flight. And the same country, they say they don't have money. The same country cannot even provide one basic amenity to the citizens. It is the right for the government to provide basic amenity to all citizens. Like UK, America, Germany, they have every basic. They have running water in their house. They have 24 hours electricity. They have good road, good medical system. If the government of Nigeria is truthful enough, could provide one of those things I mentioned right now to the Nigerian citizens, you think people will be complaining? Just 1% of it. Let's say, okay, let them change the system of Nigeria to UK. I think Bumi will not even stay one night in UK. It's so alarming. I'm so angry in my stomach. I have pains in my stomach when I'm angry about Nigerians. Those people cannot even think. You see, when they say Nigerians are not angry enough. They're not angry enough. If they do, all is their party they are doing in the street of Nigeria, Lagos. They could have used the angriness, stay in the streets. You know what? 1 day, 2 days, a week, 3 weeks, shut the country down. They are not angry enough. They are not. You see, if they are hungry enough, when they shut the country down for 2-3 weeks, the government will come down on their knees, start begging. You see, they know how to be patient, endure. Me, I'm not patient. I'm not the patient somebody. I say it as it is. If you want to get angry, I don't care. Nigerians need to stand up tall to say, you know what, we demand this right now. We want it now. But some will say, my brother, somebody come give me. This one, they don't want to die. And somebody will die one day, even though you don't even protest.
All right.
Nigeria need to wake up from their slumber. They need to wake up. If you talk, you die. You don't talk, you die. What about it? I'm so ashamed.
Thank you, Henry.
So Dr. Labis, I haven't contributed after Obi. Remember, I raised up my hand and I wanted to make a contribution after Obi. So, in line with what Obi was saying about solution, Obi, you know I raised up my hand after you, and I wanted to, in line with solution, in making. So, I think we missed an opportunity. I mean, if truly the Nigerian people want to be one, live as one, and create a country that is livable for everybody. From what I've observed, I mean, the only way out is these people don't want to listen to people who are speaking out about constitution, about making sure that democracy follows the tenets of what it should be. The only way into what to understand is the use of attrition. But nobody's ready for that. The use of attrition right now. So what I'm saying is that we kind of lost an opportunity. Everybody lost an opportunity to pick up from the last presidential election. Maybe everybody should have united to kind of making sure that the last 3 off-cycle elections were done in a free and fair manner. At least maybe that would be a starting point. You understand? But we kind of ignored it and left it to the parties to and then they did abracadabra again with all the 3 off-cycle election. So maybe there's another, because if you're going to wait for 2027 and hoping that clinching the presidential election will do it, I don't think so. Even APC themselves, learn from them. Before they clinched power, ultimately they got one state, a couple of states after another, until they became politically relevant and they seized an opportunity when Goodluck when Goodluck was there. So I'm saying, if another off-cycle election is coming up, 1 or 2 states, let everybody focus on making sure. When Buhari was there were civil society organizations that were putting pressure on the government to making sure that they hold a free and fair election. Otherwise, government officials will be sanctioned. And I think that kind of put them on their toes a little bit from my own observation. So what happened to that in that regard? Can this same civil service organization now come and make sure that pressure is put on the government to organize a free and fair election, not just at state but local government level, so that little by little, when these free and fair elections can be held peacefully without rigging or anything, and allow observers, internal and external observers, to come in, we can get rid of these people little by little. Because I mean, waiting for presidential election in 2027, I think it's just foolhardy. Every election should be monitored. Otherwise, attrition is the only way out. I'm going to be honest.
All right.
If you want a united country, regardless of your tribe, whether it is in the north, whether it is in the north, where, let's not say, if you want to be your brother's keeper, we want to care about who gets elected in the north, so that it is not these criminals that are empowering terrorists that will get elected again. If people have candidates in the north, let's stand with them, make sure that there's a free and fair, let everybody move down there and make sure that there's free and fair election there. And little by little, maybe this guy will be able to implement program that will educate the northern youths and get them off the streets so that they won't be used as weapon of terrorism. I mean, these are some of these ideas that I think can help. We have to be, we want to be your brother's keeper. They're holding election in Benin, everybody move there. They're holding election in Guinea, everybody move there. You understand? Otherwise, attrition is the only way. They keep forcing themselves on us and stealing our resources. Attrition is the only way to get them out.
All right. Thank you.
So I am back now. I did mention that water was running in my own house, but it doesn't come upstairs. So this is the water. This is my own building. You can see the water, right?
But
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But this is not from waterworks. This is from a tank.
No, this is from Waterworks. This is from Waterworks.
If you did it, I
We
don't
just
have a
have
choice.
the well at back.
Okay.
We just have the well at back. Good evening.
Okay.
Oju, go ahead and do one now. So I am going to go upstairs, and I mentioned that the tap in my compound does rush, but it doesn't come upstairs. The pressure is so low, it doesn't come upstairs. The people living on the ground floor, it does come into their apartments. Sorry. It does come into their
Was it just the COVID
apartments.
shot? Did you get a flu?
Just the COVID shot. Okay?
And you will get a water bill. Will price your water bill like
All right, I'll
water bill?
Get you in one moment.
So I just want to show you my sink so that you can see for yourself. Anybody is it will not be what you said, or because he's trying to one thing like that. Just a minute. So this is my. I'm going to go first. Sorry, I'm trying to get the light to enter the sink so that you see. Okay, so this is my sink. I don't know if you can see it. This is the tap, right? Do you see water rushing? Do you see water rushing?
No.
No. So it's not they say. Well, I am tired of having these conversations with people every time and they make it about politics. I'm just tired. I just needed to show you people that.
All right, thank you, Ngozika. Ikolala, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you all for coming. And sorry, Ovie. I'm just I was I was about to leave, so that's why I took the permission. But from all I've heard, I think it's just Ovie. It's good you're optimistic that a journey of 1,000 miles must start with one step. But I would have loved to share your optimism, but until I see that institution whereby people of this caliber that can see beyond come together and start forming a concrete institution that other people who might be losing faith or might think there's a chance can join and work together, because as it stands, I don't see it. And even the schools, the primary schools to the secondary schools, if it's not a high-grade private school, it's a shame, it's a shame. And if anyone thinks, because you hear people say, these people know what to do, they just don't want to do it. No, you don't. When you are doing something contrary to what should be done, then you don't know what to do. Action speaks louder than words. Why should I read your thoughts? If you should be making a pancake and you're making something else, then you don't know what to do. What is happening in your head is not a problem I should solve. I'm looking at what you're doing, so you definitely don't. So if some people think Nigerian leaders have a vision, they just don't want to do it because they don't have it. They don't know it. know what to do, because they would have done it knowing that at the end of the day, it doesn't benefit just the populace, it benefits them. You know, they are going to Dubai now, they are going to all these places to take photo ops with these people, because these people made themselves honorable. And you cannot make yourself honorable without taking your people along. It's like the leader of a household. You cannot be rich and every member of a household is very poor, and you want to gain pride from your neighbors. They will still see you as your household. You're as poor as your household. But if every member of your household is as wealthy and good looking as you, they would respect you, knowing that every member of your household is as good as you, and they would, so it's just poverty mentality anyway. But it's sad to see. It's sad to see that, because at the end of the day, this 1,000 whatever people they took, I totally bet you, look into it. Some of them are sharing a room,
All
because
right.
in some of these rooms you have two beds. So
Mm.
some of them are sharing a room. They can't even pay for them to have one room and the luxury to themselves. But they're, like you said, they've gone to shop, so they joined the bandwagon. It's a shame anyway. But thank you all for having me, and thank you for letting me share my views. So have a
Okay.
good time, and we'll see you next weekend. Hey,
All
thanks.
right.
Lovely seeing you over here. CM. Have a
Thank
good
you.
time.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Obie,
Yeah, my optimism is born out of belief in collectivity, believe in humanity, that if two good heads come together, anything is possible. And the fact that they say the only constant thing in life is change. It's just the ability for us to come together, either initiate that change or put ourselves in a position to take advantage of that change, is where we are having a problem as a group of people. Ngozi asked a question, says, what will it take them to fix it? And I think, to me, that's the wrong question to ask. At this point, it's a wrong question because, 60 years gone. At this point, I think our parents asked the same question: what will it take them? We should be asking a different question: what will it take us? That is also born out of the spirit of solution, right? We have to start thinking of solution. The foundation of that solution is teaching in various forms. Our people from the south is know it best. Their own form of teaching is to adopt, make somebody to serve them as an apprentice and let that person flourish. That's also teaching. We need to apply that way of teaching in solving those our immediate problem that we can come together collectively and solve. That's where the diaspora will come in. I'll talk about that. People from the south is know it best. Their own form of teaching. I'm echoing, but I'm hearing myself. Teaching has to do with practical. Some people has to be on ground to actually show people how to do it, because I challenge those people who are carrying our poll during the election should carry our poll now. When Dr. Damaji says that 70% of Nigerian population are people beyond under 23, and they don't actually know that these things are right. And if you carry a poll, I will tell you that 4 out of every 5 Nigerians don't actually know that these are functions of government. These are public services that should be free, because their parents, their uncles, their friends, and them are paying taxes. They don't know. That's where the education also come from. And we also have to learn how to coordinate our resources that we send to Nigeria. 1% of everything that we send, if we put it on one post, we solve this immediate solution. Because one thing we need to understand is that this thing is real. These people have a strategy in which to impoverish us, to make sure they are taking advantage of these people. And that is because their bargaining power is becoming low. They don't have source of income. That's where we need to meet them, provide them or show them, so that it will be hard for the elites to buy them easily. I'm not saying it's not possible to buy them, but let's not make it easy for them. That's also embedded in teaching. Comes with all organizing. So it's a lot of solution. Henry said people are not angry enough. I will agree with you. But at the same time, I will disagree, because people are angry, but how to channel that anger is where the problem is. Oftentimes, when they channel that anger out of their own conviction, they are met with what? Death. They are met with all sorts of harm. So, and that is again where teaching comes from. That's where we need to go and meet them halfway. We need to actually teach them how to coordinate this anger. And again, the few people who are in bed with these elites, who are getting largesse from these people, are so loud that in a way you can say, oh, Nigeria are actually not suffering, right? And the fact that they have a way to actually even bring those people who are oppressing to start chanting them and cheerleading them is also another thing that we also look at. Ikolola is talking about institution. And when people talk about institution, it baffles me. What is this? It's just like church. What is church? It's not a building. It's the people who congregate, who gather. Those are the churches, right? So institutions are the people. They are Nigerians. And that's why we say they also belong to this elite that we're talking about, because the current government that we have today, as I understand it, is a combination of military elites, business elites, the intelligentsia, the media, all of them, they are all in cohorts. Just look at Dubai trip. Content creators, you see all of them there too. So they know how to actually spot their talent and inspire them to take after them. They carry them. The tall man who is Bola Tinubu's spokesperson. His father was a minister. So now them they know how to recruit themselves.
Time for us to register. Here's my feed, guys. I had to give you
Obie, I just wanted to say that this is one of our delegates.
another
Right.
angle.
Okay.
I absolutely love this gorgeous girl. Right. There's nothing like starting your day with fresh fruit and of course some sweet stuff because I'm a sweet tooth. My car arrived. I'm rolling around in Dubai in a Maybach, guys. Screw, screw, screw. Let's go to the Expo Center, which is where the event is taking place. The ride was very painless. As you can see, we arrived in time, very well organized. I must say, all the countries and all their flags are very well represented here. The blue zone is where the registration is taking place. It was a great day to network, guys. World leaders, industry players, everyone is in here.
Recognizing our president, Mr. President, Bola Tinubu, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The focus of the event today is really to discuss and kick off our discussions around shaping health markets and shaping carbon markets and the rollout of the electric buses program here today.
All right.
So Dameji. The trouble, the sad part of this video is that is a potential minister, that is a potential senator, that is a potential governor.
Can you imagine?
So this is real. So we have to find a way. You said something yesterday about how the disconnect between us in diaspora and the people on ground, and I think that's what also Henry is speaking to, that the people are not angry enough. They are lost. This is where few of us who are interested, not that we know anything, but we are interested. Because we are interested, that means we are convinced that something can be done. Whether they like it or not, something can be done, right? And the best way, we are in the position to actually contribute money, channel that money to spur people to start asking questions. Trust me, if they start asking questions, every day people they gather, there are people who are there. Peacefully, they ask, come, how come this water no they work? Just keep asking. They will start telling you, because people who are in charge, it might not necessarily be the governor. It could be the permanent secretary who has been in that ministry for the past 20 years, who is just sitting on the maintenance or the budget that is coming from that angle. It might not be the governor. So that's why it's a combination of bureaucracy too, who are working hand in hand. A minister cannot see 5 billion without a substantial amount of that money going to people who have been in that ministry for years. I will use our federation as an example, Athletic Federation of Nigeria. When one of our secretary was telling us how if you go to Asu Rock to collect the budget for the federation, if now 1 billion, if it's coming from, once you reach the minister hand, from minister to the director, that 1 million will turn to 800. From the director to the president of the federation, that money will turn to 600. At the end of the day, the budget where the federation already is $1 billion. So how do you expect them to work around that? So it might not necessarily be the people who are in power. And that is where we need to start asking questions. For us to do that, we need to actually put money where our mouth is. It's all about coordination. We have this, it's not much, but if we coordinate it very well, we can start achieving something. We need to start showing people. That's one way of educating, because I remember when I come here on scholarship, the first day of summer, they go assemble all the athletes and allowed the kids from the community to come and meet us, just to be inspired, to want to be like us. So we need to start. That's how the politicians do it anyway. They recruit among themselves actively. Some are in school already now. Some are actively serving. And you see, Tokeman Kiwa say that's where you connect with what leaders. Where do our people in Nigeria connect with us in diaspora that they are looking up to for a change? Where can they connect with us like that and make connection and say, come, we know people from this community who are in New York who are contributing money. This month, $100 will come. It will help us take do this, or take go challenge them, or take enter bus, go the state headquarters, ask question. We have to try everything with anything that we can think of. We just have to just keep putting out there for them to know that we are not docile. It is because they know that we are docile. That's why they can do something very, very outrageous and wait for us to react with their machinery from the media anyway, trying to dilute the whole thing. So we have to, as I said, we don't like them, but they are doing something right. They hold on to power for the past 60 years. When Buhari called Nigerian youth lazy, he is qualified to say that. You might disagree with him. He's a man who attained the stage of leadership in his 20s as a sergeant, as a captain. In his 30s, he's done the governor. In the early 40s, he's a president. So if he's saying that Nigerian youth are lazy, he's saying something that during them as a young people could not tolerate. The likes of Wole Soyinka, they take power by violence. Violence is no longer in use these days, but we have media and it's an information age. If the way they spend time online begin to, show what they sell the blueprints, begin to inquire into their private life, and that scatter everybody. That bring PDP down, whether we like it or not. It is because there's just too many information abound. Causing to show. So if we begin to just dig into them instead of petition on who own Lagos, who did this, what? No, let's start asking necessary question about why you even go Lagos self, because you know go. So ask intriguing question which set them on fire. Kilola said Olamide that said that we lost an opportunity in 2023. No, we didn't lose an opportunity. That opportunity was not created by us anyway. It wasn't created by us. Because people were focused on, things don't change. People are aware now. We get alternative. We fail to understand that the players self, they don't spread themselves around. So this is not our opportunity. This is not an opportunity that we set for ourselves. We should plan an opportunity for the next one. How do we do that? Educate more of our people, show them, empower them, give them however we needed to. Then we say, we missed an opportunity. We can't say we missed an opportunity that we never prepare for anyway. Luck is preparation, meets an opportunity. That's what luck is all about.
All right.
Did we really prepare? How long did it take us to prepare towards 2023 that we say, we missed an opportunity? So let's be frank. The people that we are dealing with, they prepare for decades. 60 years, as I said. I'm sorry for taking more time.
All right. Thank you, Ove. B, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you very much.
It's nice to see you. Where are you joining us, if you don't mind? I don't remember seeing you. Maybe you did.
Currently, I'm in Mauritius, so I'm speaking from Mauritius. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Very good. So are you going home for Christmas?
Yeah, I plan on going home for Christmas. I'm just going to be here for a while, then, I'll be going home.
Okay. Very good. You normally go every year?
Not every year, but I try to go as often as I can,
Okay.
If there's money, I go.
Okay. What do you plan to achieve? Some people are going to marry a wife, according to Ezeoke. Are you married? Are you? What is your goal? What's the mission?
Well, my mission, I plan on connecting with, people that can help me push my dream, because there's some stuff that I'm working on and I want to go to Nigeria to talk to people and figure out how I can push it in Nigeria. So that's what I plan on going for.
Okay, very good. So, government officials in Nigeria, they are also celebrating Christmas in Dubai as we speak. The UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have an opinion on that. So, the thing about Nigeria that I've noticed is that the political elite and the people of Nigeria, it's almost like they have this very toxic and enabling relationship. Nigerians are the ones enabling the political elite. If you read, certain types of books, you realize that something like power, people in power don't care about the masses. People in power don't care about, oh, this guy from this village doesn't have water, or we're supposed to provide these basic amenities to people. They don't care about that. What they care about is keeping their power, keeping their control, keeping the money flow going. And that's one thing that Nigerians don't really understand. Nigerians keep having like wishful thinking, hoping that, oh, these people, they're supposed to care about us, they're supposed to do this for us, they're supposed to build this, our roads are supposed to be good. You guys need to understand, they don't care. They will never care. What they care about is keeping the power and the control. And once they have that in place, everything is good for them. Their kids are not in the country. They don't have to suffer what you're suffering. Imagine a government that is going to keep palliatives. Those palliatives, they did not pay for them. They didn't get them for free. They got them for free. And they kept those things from you. They rather the palliatives get expired and decay than to give them to you. Why? Because it's all about power. If they give it to you for free just like that, they don't gain anything from it. But if they give it to you during the election cycle, you're basically their dogs. Like, Nigerians don't understand, there's a slave class in Nigeria. There's the elite and then there's the slave class. Nigerians really don't get it. And that's one thing I feel like we need to, platforms like this need to hammer on that fact. You need to educate people that your rights are being taken every day. You are being taken for a ride. And you need to stand up until you stand up and fight.
B, I just want to ask a question. How do we
Yes,
get this
yes.
turned around? How do we get this turned around? What can the people do to get in the
Okay.
short term, in the long term?
Okay, in the short and in the long term, it's not just, in the short term is, in the long term, it's obviously by education. But then in the short term, I think that one of the major things that we should start doing is people who are like, people who are enlightened, to some extent politically, they should talk to Nigerians, grassroots Nigerians, people, people that are not so fortunate to be educated. You need to talk to them and explain to them how things work. You need to explain their rights. Nigerians don't even know their rights. Nigerians don't know anything. That's why when they stole this election, people don't even know what to do. People are not even sure of anything. The only reason why something like NSAS happened is because a protest was going on about something, which was NSAS. Then it turned into something bigger. It now became, oh, we have bad governance, this. Before it got out of control and before it got to where it was supposed to get to, they quenched that fire. Nigerians don't know where to focus their energy. They think that, oh, these things are by mistake. You're being purposely put down. You're being stepped on purpose, not to rise up. They have money. They invest their money into things like the media. There's a reason why they they bribe the media. They have their own news corporations because they don't want you to hear the truth. They don't want you to hear messages that would empower you to rebel. Nigerians need to really understand things like that. That's what I feel. That's the most important thing that that needs to happen. So that's what I have to say concerning that.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll go to Mazi Prince, but before then, let me just give another perspective to this. So we know now that 11 Nigerians, if you count the president, it will be 1,411 Nigerians went to the Dubai. They are in Dubai now as part of Nigeria's delegation. And if you calculate it, that they spent 2,500, that will be about each on average. That will be $3.5 million dollars that Nigeria is spending. And
are you talking about the flight or include the hotel?
Yeah, I just average hotel, flight, and everything because
it's more than that.
Some people are sharing rooms, so we just want average. So but it's about 3.5 million. And this is a country that is spending $5 million as for student loan for students, all the 2 million students we have in the universities. So my question is this: is there any way we can present these things so that it makes sense to people, so that people can feel the what they call the opportunity cost, what we are losing for not putting this money in this or that thing? Because I think when people start seeing things that way, maybe they will now feel the anger that some people are saying they are not angry enough, or feel that this is their own resources that could have been utilized. Like we saw Ezeoke now talking about water and the fact that there's no water in the building or where people can get access to that. That is something that they need and they deserve and they should have. Let me go to Prince. I'll come back to you, Bumi.
Good morning, Dr. Damages and other panelists. Ngozi, it's been a while. That I've seen you. Mr. B, the first question I want to ask you is, I clearly understand where you're coming from, but however, why is it that we keep blaming Nigerians for their inability to act? Why do I say so? The same people we told to go and get their PVCs, they went. Most of them were, are not alive today because of things that happened during that. Most of them couldn't even collect it. They couldn't vote. The same people we told to go and vote, they voted. And what happened? By all imaginations, there is no way you will tell me that, from INEC, they said about 96,000 or 96 million new voters cards were provided and collected. And how many did we see vote? 25 million. That is a big lie. And who do we blame? We still blame Nigerians. The same people, when the results were released, we started pacifying them. Calm down. There is still processes that we educated them, we told them in democracy, when things like this happen, you go through the courts and you exhaust all those avenues. And what happened? They did. At the end of the day, was justice meted out? No. The cabals, like I would call them, which we all know, did the same thing. We're here today talking, just like Dr. Damages mentioned a few minutes ago, and be wider to understand or to know that a president that says that people should tighten their belts are sponsoring 1,411 people to Dubai. For what?
Prince, we have to make clear we are not. I don't think the government is sponsoring everybody, but it's still money that.
No. Dr. Damages, I saw the document. They released the list. The list is there.
No. The fact that the government is not. I don't think the government is sponsoring the 1,100. It includes people who work in the non-governmental organization and everything. It doesn't mean they are being sponsored. That someone is.
Okay, my own is at the end of the day, the government is paying for their accommodation. The government paid for their flights. So if they pay for all those things, are we saying that they send them, then they can go, they can escape? I saw the leader of the IYC, the Ijo Youth, whatever, and I was looking, and that was like, what is this guy doing in this conference? Kenya sent about 51 persons, and their country is going haywire on that. Kenyan president, they went with 51. The thing is this, like I said yesterday, I'm tired of talking about Nigerian politics because at the end of the day, it ends up stopping energy from you. Nigeria is under state capture. And B, when you talk about people just want power, you say Nigeria or you say Africa. You are in the diaspora. Your mayor today. I don't know. I don't know the city you stay in. I don't know what it is. Your mayor does a lot of things. Do they commission projects? Do they flag off or commission projects? No. But those things are done. There is water. There is road. Okay? There are other infrastructure that are needed. And who does it? Is the mayor, not even the federal, not Joe Biden. Is the mayor that does that. They also have their own internal generated revenue. Most of the taxes, when you go to the store and you buy things, those things you buy, the taxes you pay on that goes to the local the city. And talk less of the states. So the thing is, for me, I've beaten Nigerians, in my thoughts, to it, and I've beaten them all that, but I cannot blame them. Those people are in bondage. They need our help. Dr. Damiji, you saw it first class. I know what I hear every day. It will make you cry. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Can I just quickly reply to that?
Go ahead, B.
Okay, so I completely understand where you're coming from and what you're saying, right? But then the thing is, you still have to blame Nigerians because you're saying that, power, everybody it's only in Nigeria or Africa that they want power. No, every government fundamentally wants power and they want to keep power. But then it depends on how much you can push the people. If you know that, I'm going to suppress the people and, these people, they have a tendency to rise against me or, they're going to rebel. You're not going to go as far as you would with Nigerians. Nigerians have taken so much, I don't know how to say it. I don't know any other way to put it, but they've taken so much shit that now the government and the elite, they just feel like they can do anything. They can trample on anyone. Anything goes in Nigeria. If people are outraged for one day or 1 week, justice for Mohbad or NSARS, it would always be forgotten. There is never the fire is always put out in Nigeria. And that's the fault of the people because you can't expect anybody to save Nigeria. Nobody can save Nigeria. Nigerians are the only ones that can save themselves. Nigerians are the only ones that can.
Mazi, you said they needed help back home. So what kind of help do you think can be offered to them? What kind of help what solutions do you prefer? You think will change things, maybe not immediately, but gradually?
Okay. Olumide, for me, I don't know if you know me very well. I walk my talk. What am I saying? Not only do they need to be educated, they also need to be supported. We can support. I'm not saying everybody can be me. I'm not saying everybody can be, but we can be, we can show empathy. Just show empathy. Show what we can. No matter how little it is, show it to them. They need it. They really need us. They need us, and they need us to keep speaking.
Giving them money or what? Or
you don't have to. I didn't say money. I say any way you can, But they need us to keep talking, and they know that we are really on their side.
Let me support Prince's argument. And B, I don't think it's fair. You are not being fair to be, blaming the people like that. You have to also understand what the people are dealing with, which also speak to what Mr. Rude, the question Dr. Damiji asked about our friends in Dubai. You need to understand, Bola Tinubu understand one thing, that for any revolution to be successful against the power that be, there has to be discord among them. there has to be a crack among the elite. A classical example is the Arab Spring. If there's no disagreement, there's no rift between them, no matter how the people try, you can only achieve much, right? He understands that. Hence, about 2 months ago, we give the military people 18 billion, right, in the name of areas or whatever. Look at the budget. They have the lion's share. That's to tell you, regardless of waiting the people do, the military guys will always be on the side of government. Again, you also have to understand the brain behind packing all these people to Dubai. There are two reasons. One is to also satisfy those other group of who want to be elite, who are emerging. Because people who want to join the group of elite are very dangerous, especially if they're educated. They are very dangerous. They know much as soon as just power they no get. So Bola Tinubu understands that. And he also, and again, when Rufo is saying that most of those people are not government officials and all that, yes, those are the people that will be the soldier on the streets, countering this kind of rhetoric, singing praises of the government of today, like the content creators. All they'll be saying is good thing about the government. So the chaos will now be among the ordinary people where they argue just because we are friends with Tokemakiwa, for instance, right? It's going to be very hard for me not to be on side of Tokemakiwa because I know it's bringing goodies from Dubai. So you have to understand the psychology of the people that you are dealing with, how they operate. Then you will now judge, you will now ask yourself a question: are you actually doing enough? Before you to the people that you are blaming, are they equipped enough to actually go against these kind of forces, right? They are badly educated, all of us badly educated, deprived of economy. We are poor by every sense and we are conquered, and they know that. So, and every Nigerian today, when they wake up, is where's the next meal going to come from? Unlike me and you, food, the basic necessity of life is never our problem. Is how can I do the next big thing? And every person who is still in Nigeria is like, God, I hope I won't even have light today to even study or to even see if I go do this small business. So their challenge are different. So we have to understand that, are we doing enough? That's why I say we have to also put money where our mouth is. Are we doing enough? Support anybody on the street who is doing something to bring people together. Regardless if you don't agree with him, because one thing the power that be fear so much is when people are just gathered together, even if they are happy. Just throw a big party today that like 1 million people attend and see they no come scatter around. They don't want that. So that is what we should be striving for. What do we have in common with people on the street? Can they understand me? If they don't understand me, why? So there's a gap, there's a bridge, and it will take time. It will take effort. As I said, Arab Spring is a classical example. It takes a lot of work on the street. And I say, for we also blame people on the street, have we done enough? Because we are talking about millions of people here. That's what they are working with. And those are the people we have to start and rescue. So there's so much work to be done in Nigeria because all of us, as I said, we are badly educated and they know it. They have the upper hand. Because if you look at the ruling class, let's take from every spread of the Nigerian society, they're either from royalty or their money, their generational wealth. There are very few come from nothing among them. Just go into their research. They are married, they are intermarried, they do business together, they are connected one way or the other. So we also have to start linking bridges, man. I understand the man in Borno is suffering because maybe he no say no be government being problem. And that's why I advocate for dual sovereignty. If Edo State has its own sovereignty, for instance, I mean, if you like, carry all your employees, go Dubai, I don't care. America, for instance, I just find out that the highest out of the 3 tiers of government, the highest employer of labor is the county. It still shocked me. Even with all the military America get, the federal government doesn't have amount of employees as that of the county. That's to tell you how important it is to have our own sovereignty, because our daily activity, daily life survival depends on my neighbor. My loyalty is to my family first, then to my neighbor, then to my immediate community before the nation. So why would I be everybody looking to go to Abuja? And we are all okay with that. So that's why they
supported.
So they have ways. If a governor will convince you why he cannot do what he ought to do. And I promise you, you will believe it because he will show you why. And if you look up to federal government, the federal government convince you why the government is lazy. So an average Nigerian is seeing his buying power is going down. He they suffer. He's seeing it. He can feel it, but he don't understand why. So, and that is where me and you, who are a little bit exposed, no want it. Not that we know too much, but we have to keep doing. And so, look, everybody has a solution. What Ngozika did right now is solution. He was able to expose. Imagine if this platform is not here. Can he go to NTA or AIT or Arise? Will the fight pick his phone call? But today, everybody don't know the problem now. Is there? She show us that solution. That is we doing what we are supposed to do. That's why I advocate solution, argument should go towards solution. We all know the fucking problem. We know that. Even Bolatun with us in our leadership is the problem, and is the leader, is the head of the leadership.
All right. Okay, thank you. Let's. I want to hear from people who are yet to say anything. I know I'll come back to Ngozika and Bomi. Let me go to Concern. Concern, welcome. Concern, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself? All right, Concern, we can't hear you. Let's go to X0. Welcome to the show.
Hello, House. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yeah.
It's a bit noisy here because I'm working, but I just want to say my mind quickly. I hear what Ovie is saying, and I think I used to know Ovie in other platforms, so I'm happy that he too is now suffering like everybody. It's good that everybody suffered. This breakfast beat everybody because, you know, when we were discussing, some people were discussing, Ovie had this guy from Kano as his personal Lord and Savior.
He's still my candidate too. If he contests again, I'll vote for him.
Is he not part of them? Is he not part of them? So I'm happy that he's saying all these things. But for me, I think that we need to read the problem very well. Who was close to our president when he was in that CO2 or CO4 COPA or whatever conference? See Prince Charles and the likes. The one from England. Remember one time that man visited Nigeria?
It's a king, though, not prince.
No, it's not a king. Yeah, remember that time that the man visited Nigeria and all his puppets.
Go ahead. Okay, we lost him.
You can't be talking smart about Konkoseya like that you think you are going to be smooth. No.
Let's move on. AJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. It's Ngozi Kara have dragged me into this. I've been listening from behind, but she's made a lot of very important, statements that one cannot ignore. Meanwhile, Ngozi, I just want to know that one of my cousins married from Suka, so we're actually in-laws, and so Njenje, according to that tribe, and so we. That's why some people, when they come to this platform and say certain people are speaking Igbo, but they're not Igbo, I just wonder what they're trying to say. Because Alwa and Njenje is not my own. It's not how we say it in Abia State, from which part I'm from. Having said that, I also want to appreciate,
How do we say it in Abia State, please? Because I don't know what Njenje means.
Okay, Njenje simply means you are welcome, right? And then in our own part we say Elwa. I'm from Ezeoke, so that's our own. Yeah. So Ovie, thank you so much. Also, you've been making so much, so many very, vital points these days. I don't know. You must have been born again by now. You have got to.
Now the spirit of Mazi. Spirit of Mazi.
Who prayed for you? I want to know him. Okay. Rudolph, I don't know where to actually start. Is it that we're talking about what Nigerians will expect in this Christmas? Or, of course, it's not going to be different from whatever we have expected, because people are going to be traveling. So the gas in the first place, fuel is going to go up. Transportation is going to go up. Everything is going to go up. It's always been that way. It's not going to change now. But if anybody is expecting anything different from this government, you should just take a look at what has happened so far since they came in. It's not been any good news coming in from anywhere. Okay, rather the little that we have, we are spending on luxury goods that don't have any effect on the people, and that's my concern. That's why I told the last time I was speaking here with you, I think a week ago, I said have stopped thinking about Nigeria. I mean, I don't bother myself any longer because it is not going to be foreigners that will change the system. And even before I came on this platform, I was, asking a friend, is it possible that we can take Nigerian government, to the UN court, okay, for, abuse of, the citizenry and all that. And they are looking at it. I'm talking about people, American Center for Law and Justice, which is a very big body that intervenes all around the world. Let's go beyond what, because if we're going to expect that the people who are already being impoverished, beaten on the head, done all kinds of things to them, are going to actually come out of this. It's not going to be so. Rather, the people in government are going to continuously play on the ethnic card, the religious card, and keep the people totally divided, so much so that there cannot be a quorum to take a civil action. So that initiative has to come from outside. If not, we are going to continuously to pay for this injustice, this lack of any progress whatsoever in concerning our relatives who are already there, who are there. We're not going to turn our backs to them. But so there has to be a systematic agenda to try and galvanize other international community or the few Nigerians who are willing to do that, to intervene at another level. Because I've not seen it before. I mean, see, yesterday night I couldn't sleep when I think of the fact that a government who is supposed to know that the people are suffering from, what they call it, micro, is it micro now? I've forgotten the right economic word. Okay, two-step poverty. You are at a place where people cannot even take one square meal, and you are buying yachts, you are buying planes, you are buying cars. You are saying that you cannot even use Nigerian-made cars because they are not meant for Nigeria. They're not good for Nigerian road. Your own Nigeria. Does any of us remember if you had a Peugeot in the 80s? What was the advertisement? Built for Nigerian road. Am I right? Built for Nigerian roads. It was built in Kaduna, but for Nigerian road. So everybody who worked in government had a Peugeot 504. If you are qualified to be a director, okay, it wasn't gotten from anywhere. How come now Nigerians who are building cars in Nigeria is no longer built for Nigerian roads? It is the Chinese cars, the Korean cars, the German cars that are built for Nigeria. I want to, end on this point. If you are in any of this outside of Nigeria, you find out that the British police, the American police, the German police, the Russian police, none of those agencies that have anything to do with the government drive anything outside of the cars made in those countries. Why is our own different? I asked a friend of mine, why you say anytime you see a car that's behind you and it's not an American car, forget it cannot be a policeman, it cannot be anybody, because they will always have that. Why should our own, when it gets to our own turn, it becomes a different thing? And we elect leaders, or the leaders get into government by hook or crook, and they are not willing to bring the Nigerian mind back to what it's supposed to be, or what it was before they came. And that's why I still celebrate the military, because without the military, we wouldn't even have anything. We won't have nothing. Look at it. What has any of those people done? What have they really done apart from paying salaries? What? Nothing. Even though the military stole Nigeria dry, but they were able to put certain things on the ground. The International Conference Center we all celebrated in Abuja, it was built by Babangida. The Transcorp Hilton, the Sheraton. So what has the civilian government come to do? Nothing. So for us to think that's going to be different this December, it's not going to be. I'm sorry to say that, And I like what Ngozi said. I'm sure that Rudolph knows how these things are done. Unfortunately, some of us are not lucky enough to find people when we go for those December, but it's okay. We are still happy with what we got, and I encourage every young man who is here to do that, to go, and so that have naturally people who can speak Igbo, because I fear for the Igbo tribe, the Igbo language, as the case may be, in the next 50 years, there may not be too many Igbo speaking people around. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Let's go to Chim Yunis.
Doc, can you skip me
Dr.
for a second?
Damages, I've not finished.
Hello, Mr. Extra. Hold on. Give Extra time to speak since I just came in. Let's hear him.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Jim. Sorry, my battery got finished. That's why I went off. So as I was saying, the problem we have in our country is people like us. You know, there are two sets of people who really want change in Nigeria. There are those IPOP people and the obedient. They are the only people who truly want change. The rest of us, you see that we are sitting on the fence, or we are like OVA. Because I know if OVA got his candidate at one now, he would have been like Ngelali, be speaking for him. They will be telling us stories every day. Yes, it's just because the guy, let's say the guy won now, imagine what OVA will be doing to us. We have the kind of we have the problem in our panel here. Imagine what OVA will be telling us. Dr. Damages. Imagine what OVA will be telling us now if that is his candidate won. Imagine what he'll be saying to us. We have one of the problem in this platform. Our problem as Nigerians is we see the problem, but we say, let me just go and chop my own. The only people who want change are those IPOP people and the obedient. Those ones, they truly want change. The IPOP ones want to separate, and the Yoruba nation ones want to separate. But the obedient want somebody who's not in the cabal. At least things will change. The rest of us, me, I'm still sitting on the fence because there are certain words I cannot say. All of us here, we are still sitting on the fence because we are being careful of what we say. Nigeria's problem doesn't require to be politically correct now. We should say it as it is. We need people that will flog these people for doing this to us. For doing this to us. The kind of solution we need is the likes of the kind of the NSAS solution. But with leaders, we must agree that certain people must stand in the front. And the people we need to stand in the front are not these wise people who are too wise, who are trying to be correct. We need a degree of foolishness. Because only a foolish person that can stand in front of the kind of armored tanks that I saw during the election. Because as you say, during the election, they still had some respect for us. They thought they were going to face some resistance. Until they saw that we have backtracked. After the NSAS, a lot of people have lost faith. We need the kind of NSAS happening in Imo, Abia, Kaduna, Kano, Jigawa, every state. But with each region have his own radical leader. So that at the end of the day, everybody just decide, oh yeah, we are coming here to decide our fate. We need foolish young people, not old people who are coming to talk sense. We don't want sense. The country don't pass where they discuss sense. We need foolish young people. Go and look at the people that make changes. They are in their 30s, 25, 29, young and foolish. Ask yourself, if you are in your 50s and they ask you to go into a relationship, you will now be considering what is the person bringing to the table. But when you are in your 20s to 30s, all you want is love. You understand? You'll be falling in love like me. That's the kind of foolishness we need. Somebody that truly believes in Nigeria and believe it like me, that can destroy anything and believe that I can build it back. Because you have to have that kind of foolishness and faith. All of us here, we don't see life. We don't want to suffer again. So please, solutions, everybody, I listen to everybody's solutions, but please let us gear the solution to the right place. Lastly, we can now pinpoint the kind of people who are behind this our leader. Number one, that King Charles. They are the ones. We don't know the rest, but I know that one has been wetting the ground before. We know that time he came here, sat with all the Igwe Achebe, the Yoruba leader and the Hausa. They were wetting the ground because they just left Brexit. Hunger is showing them pepper in UK. As this guy, what's his name on this panel? To Niger. Water is costly there. So they are coming to steal our gas and our resources. That's why they need people like Tinubu there. So we know that's for a fact. Let me rest my case there.
All right, thank you. Bumi? You are young, and according to Ezeoke, you are the people that will save us. What are the solutions?
uh, obviously, I'm still young, so I don't know a lot. But I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mr. Rudo, please, how young is she?
It doesn't
We
matter.
can hear you, but we can't see you very well. We're seeing half.
We don't know how old you are. Henry wants to know how young she is.
We were seeing half of your face.
We don't know how old Henry is.
I'm 55.
All right, so when we go ahead. Okay, Henry, I know.
Wait, let me change my internet.
Okay. All right, let's go back to Ngozika. Ngozika, go ahead.
So the remedies for those coming back this Christmas. If they go back, if they are coming to Enugu, I have good news for them. If they're going to come to Enugu, I have good news for them. So 042, the city of nightlife and the city of Oringo, before all the bad things started happening to us, is gradually coming back to life. And this December period is looking promising. So a couple of years during Sullivan's time, there's something they used to do every year in Enugu. They call it roadblock. It's like a concert. They bring all the musicians, especially those of Igbo origin. It's a really huge event. During the Buruburu's administration, it stopped. They didn't do it. That was when I came to Enugu, when I started staying in Enugu. So this guy now that is in power is bringing back roadblock, and they're doing it in a bigger way. I'm seeing masquerades, and so if you're coming to the east and you're not going to the village to find wife, you already have wife. You can come to town with you and your wife and children and enjoy beauty and enjoy culture. Enugu State, I've always said this. Enugu State has a very vibrant nightlife. It was cut short after the last governor for security issues stopped keke and minibus after 9 p.m. Then nightlife dwindled. If you didn't have a car or you could not afford taxi, you stayed home. But this period, I am seeing Enugu taking shape. A lot of events lined up from now to the middle of the month. It's looking exciting. That is for those coming into the east. Like I said, this time around, nothing concern anywhere. We know the southeast. And for those going to have their states,
Do they have light there, 24 hours light?
my friend there tells me that the man is doing well. She like nobody say this because I see those pictures on Twitter and I think and I know I'm like this is a Nigerian politician, nothing they can know Photoshop. But she said that this man is seriously changing the face of Aba. And I remember last year when I went to Aba, I came on this show and told you people how terrible the roads there were. I mentioned the Aba Port Harcourt Expressway that had this mountain load of garbage. She's telling me all those things are not there now. So if you're coming to Enugu or you're going to Aba, everywhere is soft and you're going to have fun.
Do they have 24 hours electricity? This is a question I asked. Do they have light? Do they have electricity there? 24 hours electricity?
Oh, this is Nigeria. You provide your own light.
So why party when there's no light? People can see.
Jessica, let me ask you. Carnival. There used to be a carnival in Enugu. Is this still going on?
Is that the roadblock? If it's the roadblock, that is
okay.
The roadblock is back. I think it's from 10th to 16th. The way, just hold on a bit. Let me send you the flyer. So they said they are going to do a bunch of things, but the most interesting part for me is the masquerade. The masquerade festival, and okay, so.
Because if you don't mind me asking, if you're gonna talk about masquerade, tell them the cities. Are they cities now? Yes, I could call them cities. The cities to go in Enugu.
No,
like
I'm talking about Enugu town. I'm talking about Enugu town.
Well, that's not fun. That's not fun. The place where they catch fun.
Mr. Prince, let me
They should go. They should go to all those Abakba and MNA. That's where you tell them to go.
No. See, they are making things easy this time. You don't have to go to MNA or Walker or Abani to see masquerade. With this roadblock, they are doing it differently this time around. So they said carnival and road show, and then carol session, Ogene festival. So if you're like me, I like Ogene music. This one you're coming to wild out. So this is me. For people that say she doesn't like the government, my own is not. I don't care who is the government. I want a better Nigeria.
We need light for that country first. That state.
So anything that makes Enugu better is what I'm here for. So I'm telling you people now. See the flyer. You can come to it. I'll send you.
Ezeoke is telling you not to go to the stadium.
We need light there in that state, not masquerade.
All right. Henry wants Ngozi to provide lights in Enugu, so we will.
Maybe you see they brought the lights back. Mr. Henry, it's not so bad, though. Maybe we are used to
I don't want you to go to the stadium when you come to Enugu. Don't go to the stadium. Come to our spot.
I'll go to Bumi, but hold on. Let me see whether Righteous Man is here or Darkness is just there. Righteous Man, are you there?
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph.
All right.
I need to answer Exero.
Hello?
I need to shoot
go ahead. Go ahead, Righteous
Man. I'm enjoying Sister Ngozika.
Okay.
But Ngozika, somebody sent me a message that you should drop your number, that he wants to finance your going to see your grandma and the rest of it. Thank God you are in Enugu. I may likely touch Enugu and I will see the location where you are speaking from. I just know generally, like, I'm the ambassador of Lagosians in this platform. In Lagos here, there is no preparation going on for Christmas. People are crying, there is no food. The roads in Lagos are totally bad. All the roads in Lagos, unless where the politicians and the elites and bourgeoisies are living. But if it is this ordinary mainland that they are about, all the roads are bad, completely bad. No maintenance. I think Sanwo-Olu will go down in history as the worst governor in the recent time that have ruled Lagos.
Is that true? You were in Lagos?
Everywhere in the country, the roads are bad, so I don't know the difference.
They replace the road with train for Lagos.
Dr. Rudolph
is sure that Righteous Man was not playing obedient politics, so that people will not accuse us of trying to take a shine away from City Boy and his city group.
I miss you so long. How is Canada? Have you come out of the cold?
Never even start. This is the introduction.
No, but ordinarily by now there should have been snow, but there is no snow. Surprisingly, we've been having just cold, dry weather without any snow. So I don't like snow myself. So it's okay so far.
Okay. So, Dr. Rudolph, just the question you have been asking, to be very, very frank with you and all the panelists, there is nothing like sign of celebration in Lagos. This is the center of excellence. This is the commercial hub of West Africa. By now, people from Mali, Togo, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, you would have seen them landing in Lagos, buying goods, going back to their countries. Ghana, but go to Dumota. It's dry. Nothing is happening there. People are crying. There is no money. You see, let us not live a pretentious life. That is one thing that I learned while I was abroad. It is good for you to be real, be sincere, say it as you see it and as it is. Don't add sugar, don't make it, don't color it so that you win the hearts of people. Nigeria is bad right now, economically. Economically, this country is down. Lagos is not working. There is no electricity in my house. For 2 weeks now, I've been trying to see how I fuel my house, using a generator. There is no electricity. And not only my house, virtually almost everywhere. So the country is not working. And in a city where you don't have electricity, you don't have good road, you don't have security, tell me the kind of city you are looking forward to see.
Just
This
man,
will
are you
go.
there in Nigeria? What is the solution? What do you think is the immediate allotted solution? Are you
The
the
solution to Nigerian problem, the solution to Nigerian problem is civil disobedience. Simple. All this one we are trying to use politics, go and vote. They will rig it. They will rig it. 2027. If there is no civil disobedience before 2027, bros, you will end up having what we had, worse than what we had in February 25th. I'm telling you. Until there is civil disobedience, that Nigerians will say we are tired. And the only thing that will lead Nigerians to say that is abject poverty. Poverty that will make, to drink pure water will be very hard for a common man. That is the only time you will see them revolt. But as long as we can manage 1 square meal in a day, forget it. They will continue to pray and tell you that God is in control, and things will keep going worse. It's not better. If you're a Nigerian that have lived abroad and returned back to this country, then you will agree with me that things are not working. But if you are in Nigeria and you have never stepped out of the shores of this country, you understand, you will think that this is how life should be. This is not how life should be. I've tested the Western life. I've seen the difference. That's why I'm complaining. And somebody will not understand why each time I comes up, I complain. It's because I have the other lifestyle inside me, inside my brain, inside my blood. And what I'm seeing here is not what I saw there. It's like a mini hell. Okay? You put your money into investment, you come out tomorrow with multiple taxation, they wreck your business, you become a beggar, you start hustling again. When you are supposed to be relaxing, you are now starting life afresh. Oh, come on. It must not continue this way. We all have to do something. I challenge this panelist, this platform, bring up an agenda that is where I am done. I volunteer myself. If you're looking for somebody that will organize people, I am ready. I'm not afraid of death. I'm ready. Because this cannot continue this way. Somebody has to pay the price. We have to sensitize Nigerians and tell them it is time for us to say no. We're not carrying gun. We're not fighting anybody. It's just to generally say this thing must stop. Simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you, righteous man.
Chim, first, before I go respond to X0.
Righteous man, I feel
Righteous
you.
man, can you mute your stuff? Too much of ping and Lagos hold up. I honestly, the truth is, righteous man has spoken, extensively, and I don't want to keep going about it because this is how many months since after the election. We've moved on. My hope is that Nigerians, that we've learned 1 or 2 things from what is going on. There is no way anybody who steals something that they should ask for. During the elections, people come to sell themselves. You come and tell people what you want to do for them. You come and show that you genuinely need people to vote for you. That's what elections are all about. That's what democracy is about. Even in similarly undemocratic environments where, let's say, you're going for a job interview, there's a level of keenness you show and respect for the organization you want to work for. You show up on time for the interview. Some people might even go and look for the colors of the organization and try and wear it to impress them. Maybe it may be your tie or whatever it is. Look for ways, things that you can use to sell, to show some semblance of respect for that organization, for them to recruit you. But when somebody ignored the media. Said he would not show up for the media. He was too big. And his attitude showed, I kept telling somebody, this man, there is a pride in him and an entitlement. And he expressed that maybe he doesn't even know his body language shows disdain for Nigerians. His entire body language, his mien, his words showed disrespect. You think that person is going to come and work for you? He's not going to come and work for you. So everything he is doing, like people can rightly say, he's showing Shege Pro Max to Nigerians. And you can see his policies are all politically elitic. All he's voting for, everything he's doing. When KJ was talking about countries and the vehicles their leaders ride, I quickly did a Google search. And to be honest with you, every country that owns an automobile brand, their president or prime minister uses that brand. I can name it for you. US, the beast that the US president rides is a Cadillac GM product. And Cadillac is not necessarily one of the best vehicles. In fact, Canada does not have a brand. But guess what? The Canadian people use North American brands. We see them riding it with pride, even when it is not fuel efficient. That is what their president. Even the Chinese president I can't pronounce the word of this vehicle. Is a Chinese-made brand. Chinese vehicles are not necessarily very popular, I say, globally, except in places like Nigeria. But it's a Chinese brand. Even the Italian president is a Maserati. He's using Maserati is not the Italian vehicle. So when we see our leaders not proud of local content, they can't use at least vehicle local content. Even if you want it to be exotic, tell the local producers to make it as exotic as you want, specifically for you. But what it will tell Nigerians is that, look, the leader is leading by example. Personally, I think Tinubu, with all that has gone around him, has lost an opportunity. This is a man who, first of all, is having challenges with legitimacy. But the things that he would have used to endear Nigerians to himself, to make even his harshest critics sit down and say, okay, you know what? Let's give this guy a chance. Things like cutting the cost of governance. I said it, he missed an opportunity. When he came in and started employing 50 ministers, I said, this guy doesn't care about Nigerians. For him, is political opportunism, try and settle his political people. He had opportunity. Let's even say this so-called yacht or whatever it is called. He didn't vote it. He could have come in and told the National Assembly, you know what? If we have not bought this thing, let's cancel it. What stops him from doing that? Let's cancel it. It's not a priority for now. If assuming it had not been paid for, and it was not his government, like they said, that was Buhari, he can come and say, you know what, please, these are not our priorities. Let's cancel it. A man that is busy trying to have 20-something special assistants for media, communication and media, that guy does not have your interest at heart. And it's so obvious. But you see, there are some certain that, presidents in the world, interestingly, while I was at church today, the minister who preached said something that is resonating with our conversation. He said there are two ways to know a good leader. A leader who is either leading by polling or a leader who is leading by foundational principles. Foundational principles that says, listen, I'm not here to pander to anybody. What is the right thing to do? And when he was making that allusion using Pilate, when Pilate was trying to decide on whether to crucify Jesus or not, he said Pilate was using, if it was today's word, he was using polling. What is the poll saying? What are people saying? That's not how you lead a nation. You lead a nation by looking at what is the right thing to be done. And our leaders consistently miss this opportunity. Listen, you can rub Nigerians' shoulder to massage them by doing some little right things. This particular president is not interested. Anybody who thinks this guy is going to suddenly do a U-turn and be a good man, this guy does not care. For this guy, it's all about a Milo con. It's my turn. I have paid a price. I was a Nadeko. It is my turn. It is not about, okay, see, Nigeria has gone through some dire situations. Okay, I see that some people didn't like me. Okay, yes, I might have gotten there through some fraudulent means. What do I do to show these people that I can actually lead well? That's not what it is.
Let me cut you short.
Please, no vex. Let me just end here, please. No vex.
No, I want to talk to Mr. Rudolph. Let's talk about this post you put there. We have to talk about it too. Somebody's languishing in jail. Let's talk about it. Thank you.
Okay, we will come to that. But imagine this last trip he made to Dubai. Look at the expenses. Look at the volume of people he took to Dubai to go and do what? To go and do what? And this is a nation that is saying we don't have money. A man that is saying he's written his what's it called? Otimpus. Pardon my use of an Igbo language. Say he inherited a dying economy. You inherited a dying economy, but you are spending like a drunken sailor. And you are telling Nigerians to tighten their belt. I honestly, I don't understand. Nigerians will still celebrate. It's in us as Nigerians to celebrate. It doesn't matter. So I don't believe people are going to look for a way to celebrate. It's even people who don't have money to travel to wherever they want to travel, they're going to go and borrow money and they will travel. So it's not in Nigerians to cut their coat according to their side. Nigerians will flange up. If it means coming online to beg Rudolph to send $100 to them, they're going to do it. They will collect that money, they will change it, they will go and enjoy, they will go to the village, they will drink themselves to stupor, they will enjoy. They will give. So,
life too short. Life too short.
Life too short. I agree with you. So to that extent, I do not think Nigerians are going to try to make anything say, "Oh, it's cheap."
That is why I don't think they're.
I want me go see sell a party. I want me to sell. No spend go see a party man now.
So let me yield the floor to Henry.
Okay, not Henry. Hold on, guys. Let me mention a few things. One is Ngozika sent me a video of the building she found inside a forest where she was going on a hike. Let me play that video. It's an example of infrastructure that are abandoned in Nigeria, across Nigeria, and let's see.
It broke. Then it broke or something.
Okay.
So what happened? The force of the water or what? The expedition will come. Slow down when we can't see the people in front. So that if we are lost, all of us will lost together.
All right, Ngozika, so explain to us what this was.
So we went on a hike. We call it Wanderlust. It's basically one of those hikes where we do not have a terrain in mind. We just follow whatever terrain we see. But
when we're not supposed to go farm, when I say hike.
Can I speak?
Yeah. Go ahead, ignore.
So it was on one of those hikes that I think this was one of those hills in Ngo. Yes, because right after this place that you saw in the video, we came across a Fulani settlement. That's a story for another day. So we came to this place and the building. You could hear my voice in the video asking my hike mates, what is this place? Somebody said it's a water reservoir, and the whole place had fallen apart. I don't know for how long it had fallen apart for so long because everywhere was it. That thing did not happen recently. I don't know for how long that place had fallen off, but the mistake I made, the video of the pipes, the water pipes I talked about, I can't find it in my phone anymore. I would have also shown the video so that you see that is actually a water reservoir. For people that make excuses why Enugu cannot have pipe-borne water, the infrastructures are there and they were allowed to go to waste. I don't know how. That is what you saw in the video. And speaking of enjoyment, they call me for enjoyment though. They call me, so I might be going off soon.
Enjoyment in that
when we're not supposed to go farm, now they go hike.
So you are among the bourgeois now. You are. You see, I'm looking. In fact, your necklace, and I've been looking at it. How much I can sell it to make money.
All right.
Rudolph, when was the last time you hiked?
No, I don't remember. I don't know what it means.
It's a physical. See, there's something you people don't understand.
Go to farm,
I,
Ngozika,
Go to farm. That will keep you
the
busy.
people that are farming, have they finished farming? Why are you not in Nigeria farming, Ovie? Why are you not in Nigeria farming?
Instead of hiking, go to farm.
Let me say
Why are you
something.
not in Nigeria farming?
Hold on, guys. There's something else important. So there's this a question asked by Kulata on the comment section. How much is fufu in my village? Unfortunately, I didn't try to buy any food when I was home because I eat at home. I wasn't going out. I don't know how much it is. But he's trying to say that there's a difference between the price of things in the rural areas, in the villages, compared to the cities. I didn't notice so much difference, especially for workers. So if someone is a teacher, I use teachers. My parents were teachers, so I use that as a measure. A teacher in my hometown and a teacher in the city, the difference in how much they make and what they can afford and the prices of things is not much. So I don't think it's a major factor. But I want us to look at this issue of, there's a story that actually is on the reportage about this lady who has been locked up for how long now? I think people are saying
18 months.
18 months. Yeah. And you know that here on this program today, we've been trying to say we should encourage people to go out and do things in Nigeria and protest civil disobedience and things like that. But what we don't do is when people are picked up and arrested, people don't come out and support them. I can tell you there are a lot of people locked up today in Nigeria. People that were locked up when El Rufai was governor of Kaduna State. I don't think they are freed. There are so many people locked up. They are not big names, so we don't hear about them. So when you are pushing or encouraging people to challenge authorities, you should also be ready to support them when the authorities, when they react and pick them up. And not just support them by, making sure that they are not forgotten, but also
Mr. Rudolph.
There are people, hold on now, Henry. Also, when they are locked up, nobody's thinking about who is taking care of their families. How is the family taking care of, there's so many part of this that we don't think about. But we tend to think that, okay, go out there, start a media house. If you are locked up, if they close down your, nobody thinks about all the other parts of it. So I just wanted to raise that issue. Go ahead, Henry. Go ahead, man.
But we have the so-called all these talk human rights lawyers. Yeah, they don't see all these things.
Yeah, but now you handed it over to somebody else. What I'm saying is that it's your own interest too. You have interest. That human right lawyer, there's nobody wrote a check for him to be his job.
In my Twitter page, I have it there. My Twitter page.
No, I'm not saying you're not doing. I'm just saying in general that we have to do more. We don't have to wait for some people. There's no particular people whose job it is.
So please, I want to go off. Let me just say something about the road that Jatwa case. I want to go off.
Okay.
In the next 5 minutes.
Go ahead, Mazi.
Can I say? So
yeah.
This woman's case, I think the saddest thing about her case is that it's not even the injustice, it's the audacity. It's the audacity. Like, how? Deborah was killed by her classmates. They made a video of it. It trended on the internet. All the security apparatus in Nigeria did nothing to get her murderers. Now, all this woman did, according to reports, was complain about the way that girl was killed to her colleagues. And they reported her for blasphemy. She is a Christian, for crying out loud. If you're going to judge somebody for blasphemy, let it be somebody that adheres to that faith. We are not in a Sharia republic.
No.
The last time I checked, Nigeria was still a secular country. So if you people are doing your Sharia whatever, limit it to your faith, to the people that adhere to your faith. We can argue about the human rights aspect of it later on, but this one, the audacity of it, from the fact that she had every right to complain about somebody that was unjustly killed by her classmates, to the to the point that they people she complained to saw no were not outraged that somebody's life was taken. They were not outraged. They were more outraged that she spoke about it and reported her, and then the audacity to lock her up without even a fair trial. Well, and you people wonder why I go on hikes. Ha,
All right.
I'm building
Go to
endurance.
farm. Go to
Don't
farm.
know. I'm
Thank,
building
Rudolph,
endurance. I'm
thank
go to
you.
building
farm.
strength and endurance.
Thank you, Ngozika. Let me just say also that in a minute or two,
Rudolph.
Mazi Ezeoke is going to join us from somewhere between Enugu and
I'll be watching.
Onitsha. So he will
I'll be
join us.
watching in the background. Thank you very much.
All
Make I
right.
respond to my response. They call me out on many
No,
times.
hold on. I want to go down so that we don't miss people. People are here to speak. KJ, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Ngozi, for raising that. And Rudolph, yesterday we mentioned this case a little bit, but we didn't dwell on it. This lady was locked up, and unfortunately, even now, this I'm going to bring a lot of complaint. First and foremost, this lady belongs to an organization called the church. The church left her out. The community of people where she belongs left her out. The Nigerian journalists lost control of that story, or lost the story in the trend in the trend of events. The civil society lost her out, and then generally the news media all around Nigeria also lost to follow the story. Somebody is asking, why is she being prosecuted under the Sharia law? Then the last time we checked, Nigeria was supposed to be a secular nation. But if you cycle back to 4 days ago, the British government, one of the agencies say they recognize Nigeria as a Islamic state, and they are also they have no problem with dealing with Nigeria in that order. I don't know whether many of you lost that news, but I have it somewhere. Now, having said that, is there any nation that oppress this kind of system oppress? Because our constitution says that Nigeria does not have it does not have a state religion, and no state can adopt a religion. But yet, that is being left out. And people, this is not the first person. There are other people who have been prosecuted under this Sharia law in the north, and their stories have gone, without anybody. They are languishing in those jails after being found guilty. There are Christian girls who have been taken over and taken to the houses of the chiefs in that locality and kept there and married off and said that she declared to be a Muslim. So she became a Muslim, and so the parents do not have any right over her, and they are married off just like that. That case, there are many three or four cases like that have also been lost in the course of time. Why am I saying all this? I'm saying this to say I've mentioned this many times. You raised a very vital point. Why are Nigerian journalists not forward, not taking the bull by the horn and facing the consequence? The truth is that when you face the consequence, nobody is here to help you. I have seen many of my friends go to, in fact, it's the grace of God that I'm here today. I cannot overemphasize it. I've seen many of my friends get lost, their families and everything destroyed. People are begging, and few guys are going around looking for how to free them. So it's because behoves on you to do the practice the way you can be able to protect your life. If you don't want to die as a matter, I'm not looking to die as a matter, because matters are gone and nothing happened. So what am I trying to point out here? The state, we don't even, you see, look, when you're dealing with somebody who does not have rule of law, who does not have a rule of engagement, that's the right word. How do you deal with the person? If you bring this, I go say no. You go bring this, say no. You are trying to be as fair as possible. He doesn't care. Ndị Igbo na-atụle isi ịtam arụle isi ma ịsọ atịtị nchịta gị n'ọkpụ aga m asọ nsị nọ n'ọkpụ. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's simply what it is. If you don't, if you're not, that's what it is. Those you are thinking you are in atana bonobi and atana achi bukpo. You are chewing and putting on my chest so that you don't want to blind me. But my opponent is trying to blind me so I don't even see. How do you do it? This is the what Nigeria is facing as it is now. That lady, if nobody comes out, remember, like I said yesterday, people like Festus Keyamo used to be civil rights activists those days. They were doing jumping up all around Abuja saying they're defending people. Dino Menaye, they're all those who came from this point as civil rights activists, people who are defending the good of the common people. But you see, all are filtered away because that's what happened to the system. when you get your way through, you now become who you really are. The question is, are we going to stop? Is it going to stop? Except we put pressure from here. And that's why I said earlier on, we need to start getting organizations around the world that can intervene at an international level, who can deal with this issue. That's the only way these people will listen. If we leave it to local courts, you can't get justice. That's the truth. Thank you. And welcome, Igbo Basic. I've been looking for you for a while now.
Yeah, thank you so much, KJ. Chim, go ahead.
Rudolph, why think him? What about me? Tim said something before me.
But Henry, Henry, I take exception to that, honestly. Though I'm trying to be friendly, I called you to speak, you didn't speak.
But Rudolph didn't give me no chance to speak.
But I called you to speak. I said it here. Henry, go ahead, and you didn't say anything. Why are you picking on me?
No, Rudolph is missing everything.
Henry, I'm coming down to you, please.
Please, I don't appreciate that. Please, I'll be honest with you. So recently, I was reading about the civil rights movement, especially the one that was stirred by Rosa Parks. How that whole event became a national movement. And in the book where I was reading about it, prior to that time, Rosa Parks was in Montgomery, where this thing happened. Rosa Parks was not the first person to defy that whole system of sitting arrangement. She wasn't the first. But suddenly her own became the spark that, went off the barrel. So the question was, what happened? And looking closely, I discovered that what happened was that she belonged to churches, she belonged to institutions and organizations where people suddenly felt an affinity with her and felt to fight her cause. Now, that brings me to this comment that KJ made about the rules of engagement. I don't think the rules of engagement in America at that time was any softer than what Nigerians are going through right now. For me personally, the difference is that we have degenerated in our civil processes. I constantly keep saying that we no longer have civil society organizations. If you've listened to me a lot, when I keep harping on it, what is happening is that there has been a consistent erosion on the credibility of people. People have consistently started looking at what am I going to get versus what am I going to give. Nobody wants to bail the cat, like KJ said. I mean, KJ, for instance, now, if he was a civil society person, clearly he's not going to go and fight anything because he doesn't want to be a martyr. And I'm not blaming him. I'm not using this as as an allegation against him. I'm just simply saying that those ordinarily who would have stood up in the past, and because there was no clear-cut handover, people who were in the forefront of movements did not find successors to hand over those things. Society has just eroded to the extent that all of a sudden, we don't have anybody to speak up anymore. And so I don't agree that it's usually the ordinary people who do those fights. No, there are people who genuinely are born for those kinds of situations, but we don't have them anymore. They are dead. It's gone. There was no proper grooming. And that's because those who are even ahead of them began to become part and parcel of the establishment. People began to aspire to get into establishment. People like, let's even say the former NLC president who became governor. You could see that the moment he went into politics, he became an establishment. It wasn't as if he went into politics. You could have been an Aluta person, gone into politics, served your people, and continued your Aluta. But in his own case, he moved from being an Aluta, became establishment, and stayed in establishment. And that is what is happening consistently. So there's a lack of those kinds of persons right now in Nigeria. Because when you are saying this, I just wrote some names down. Where is Shehu Sani, who is from the north? Why is Shehu Sani, for instance, not being able to say, no, even though I'm a Muslim, this is not right? Because I believe he's one fair-minded person. Where is Bishop Kuka in all of this? Why is he unable to speak? Why are people waiting for somebody on the street to come and do that fight? Because these people already have a platform. The society has given them an image for which they could openly speak on behalf of people who are being oppressed, and the system will listen to them. Someone just mentioned on the timeline here that where is Aisha Yesufu and Showere in this matter? These are some of the people who are supposed to speak. It is not KJ Chimezie
or Igbo basis that's going to do it. Let's be honest. But these are people who already are notorious for such kinds of things. This is what they are. This is the role they serve in society. That's their nuisance level, their nuisance value.
Okay, Chim, let me push back a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Someone like Sheikh Husani, I don't know if you follow his timeline on Twitter. He talked about several things. I wouldn't be surprised if he has talked about this case.
He has spoken about it.
Of course. So what I'm saying is this, you mentioned
even Aisha Yusuf has spoken about
it. They're not that powerful. They're not that powerful. It's the reason why they resonate what they say. What other people amplify these things, like if you share their tweets, if people continue to put it out there, it's not just because it's Shore or because it's Yusuf Aisha or because it's Sheikh Husani that it works. Once they tweet something, it becomes something.
Okay, Rudolph, quickly, so that I can give others. So perhaps you don't understand where I'm going. Nobody is asking them, saying that the onus is 100% on them. But just in the same way that a big man, a big Nigerian politician can call the police and get somebody to be freed. Do you know that someone like Sheikh Husani could make overtures? Was this in Bauchi State where this happened? Please correct me.
Bauchi,
Sorry? Yes.
Yeah.
There's a length of voice. It doesn't mean the woman will not be sued to court. He can go and say, guys, talk to this people and say, listen, hey, this is not right. You don't want this thing to blow out of context. Please, can you release the woman while you still charge her to court? Let her go and be with her family. These are some of the things that people with such clout can easily do while the rule of law takes its course. What I am saying is, same people can make calls now and free one of their friends in the cell. Rudolph, this is the fact. But they can't open and say, no, we're seeing an injustice. There's some level of clout and capacity you would have that the system will listen to you. I know we know that Nigeria is a lawless place where the rule of law, we agree. But still, in the midst of all of this, there's still some measure of noise that some of these people can make, and the system will listen. And that's the point I am making. All of us are not going to be governors. All of us are not going to be president. But some of us are going to be noisemakers that the noise will help, rumble the system once in a while. That is where I'm saying we are losing that voice. Everything in society adds up one way or the other. There are some people who their role is to be that conscience. Look, one thing I respect I have for the former INEC chairman. I know people may have their views. When I was growing up, I remember his days as ASU president. The Jega. I know how Jega used to cripple Babangida's government and all those things. I saw him. And why I like him that much is that even though he got into establishment, but you could see he's not necessarily romancing the establishment that much. Apart from INEC job he did and walked away. You could still see people may say, oh, he rigged 2015 elections and say all manner of things. That's fair enough. I'm not going to argue that. But there is some measure of respect I give to him to the extent that he speaks up. He says things when he wants to tackle government. We are losing those kinds of voices because everybody is looking for where to feed. This whole my pocket. You mentioned, KJ mentioned Festus Keyamo. He has moved from Aluta, moved into establishment, and he's happy now. So if that is going to be our pattern, I'm sorry, Nigeria is not going to change because we need those kinds of, civil groups or civil voices that once in a while rumble the system. That's how every society has their own crazy people. But the moment we lose our own craziness, everybody becomes establishment. And trust me, those who are at the top of the establishment don't want anything to revert back to the way it used to be. And it's not in our interest as a group. That's just my point.
Okay. All right.
Can I just chip in?
No. Please, there are people who are here to say anything at all. Let me go to Bumi. Bumi, Ernest. I'll come back. I'll get to you. Bumi.
Okay, so Dr. Damage, I wanted to talk on one of the questions you asked in regards to you said something in line of the people in Dubai. Is it that the people are not aware about like the money that is being used to sponsor them, are the money from the city, is the money from the country? And I wanted to say something in regards to that is that some people do know that the funds are from the people, but majority of people don't realize that those funds are actually for the country itself. And I think a way to address that problem, it really dies down to like education. And I feel like when people say education, their first thought is school, which is true. But I think I will mostly address it to media. I feel like we need some kind of media that will constantly be able to point out what the government are actually doing. Because you can talk about Arise, you can talk about channels, and you can talk about AIT, NT, and all of them, but they mostly focus on things that benefit them. What's going to get the people talking, engagement, and all those things, and also what the people in power want them to talk about. But it's like we need a media that is catered to just addressing the like educating the people on the day-to-day activity. The media we have in Nigeria right now is not there. They're just there to just whatever news, let's just talk about it. It's just for vibes, entertainment. It's not there for the people. And I think it can also help in regards to like when Ngozika was talking about the water problems in Enugu. One thing that came to my mind is if we had a media that can talk about what it actually takes, the amount that it would take to actually have a like to create water for the entire community, how much it would cost, and works like all those things, and actually break it down so that the people themselves can know that okay, the government or the governor or whoever is in charge is intentionally not doing this. Because now when you have politicians that will come and give just nonsense excuses for not doing their job, the people are educated enough to know that okay, this person is just talking nonsense. So I feel like in that way, it will keep politicians on their toes. That even if they don't want to do any work, they will not give you stupid arguments or stupid reasons for not working. They will actually have to think very hard. Because what would the state governor actually use to justify just creating that public borehole situation when he said he was going to create water? But if we are able to break it down for the people that look, this is what he needs, this, that. When he's coming and when they're interviewing him, he has to be more reasonable for his excuses for not being able to provide that. If you can also point out to how much the state governor got as a budget, you can ask, okay, where's the money going into? So I feel like it then can get the people angry and hold the governors accountable even more. In a way, I don't know, I feel like like they kind of work together whereby people are aware. Now they're angry because now they know that they're being deprived about something, and now they can know how to maybe organize and hold the people in power more accountable. But that's just what I wanted to like say in regards to that answer. But I also wanted to like comment on what Mr. KJ also said in regards to when he says we need to find a way to get international committees involved in like our government. I find it I don't my question is to actually that do you think the international committees don't profit from having the government like us, like that we have right now? They profit from it. So even if you wanted to go to the UN and complain that our government are doing this and that, they're not really gonna do anything because they profit from having a failed state that Nigeria is. All the brain drain that happens every year, they profit from it. So I don't think going to the UN is would be the Nigerian solution. We can still do it, but I don't think you should expect something big from it because they also profit from it. I think the real Nigerian solution comes from Nigerians themselves. That's just what I wanted to say.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Look,
Yeah.
let's clarify something she said about me. Now, the international agencies I'm talking about are not UN bodies. They are not any of those. Now, if you want to look up, you can look up American Center for Law and Justice, ACLJ. They are right now even working with Israelis who are under captives in the so-called Israeli-Hamas war going on. They've been able to secure freedom for some of those hostages. They have been working around the world for over 20 years. So it's not even a new organization. They are independent bodies. They intervene for people like you and I, even people who are not citizens. I mean, no matter what you ask for their assistance, they will come into us. It's a private, it's a non-governmental body, and their services are free. All we need to do is organize ourselves and do itemize what we want, and ask them to cover what they do around the world. That's what they do around the world. They go to the UN and present cases on behalf of people and the rest of them. Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. X0, 1 minute. I want to go to Ike.
Yes,
So,
yes,
yeah.
yes. I don't know the last speaker that was speaking before said something about that I wanted to include something. There is, he said the people who are going to save us, they are born, naturally born, they are not made. I think you don't know what you are capable of doing until life happens to you. There is a woman, I forgot her name, that said, I would have seen more slaves if only they knew they were slaves. You need to tune in first. Those people you are talking about, they are there. They don't tell a boy who gets a girl pregnant what to do next. He automatically tunes in. He will leave his mother's house and start tending for that child. That's how life is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ike, welcome to the show. I'm waiting for Mazi Ezeoke, who is our guest for today. He's having difficulties joining us. He might join us by just audio. So I'm trying to reach out to him. But Ike, welcome to the show.
He's eating Mazi Ezeoke is eating yam somewhere in Enugu. So that's why.
No, he's
Rudolph,
traveling.
I hope you don't remove me when Mazi Ezeoke comes. Select another person.
All right, no problem. I will remove somebody, obviously. Go ahead, Ike.
Dr. Damages, good afternoon.
Yeah, welcome.
Welcome back to Nigeria. I learned you went to Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
And I just saw a comment that they were asking you how much is the plate of fufu. You are defending yourself that you did not go to buy food or what?
I didn't go to buy food in the market.
Were you on the mountain throughout you were in Nigeria? How do you eat?
No, he was talking about when I was in my hometown.
Your hometown. Yes, I'm talking about your hometown.
Oh, we cook. I also participated in the cooking. You want to see?
But you give the money to cook, right?
What does that have to do with the price? How will I tell me the price of?
Because when they go to market with that money, when they come back, they will, as a family, we stayed together. We share. As I got 200 and I can try it or 700, right? That's what I'm saying.
So
you am abandoning what are you pounding, my friend?
It's from the farm now. It's from the farm now.
So how will I itemize my labor and the final cost of the how will I put it in?
Okay.
You understand? Mm.
I'm happy to see you back anyway.
Thank you.
I hope everybody in your family is good.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. Yeah.
Okay. God is good. Sorry, I don't know what the topic of today is because I just came back from the church and today, hey, my brother Dan, I have not seen you for a long time. How are you? You know, it has been long. I've been in this. Yesterday I was in, but I was working, so a lot of things I couldn't, participate yesterday.
Mm.
So tell me, what are the things we have for today?
No, we are talking about Christmas in Nigeria and in Dubai. You know, while some people are preparing to go home in Nigeria to celebrate. Our government officials are in Dubai celebrating Christmas. So we wanted
Ross, I'm fine. I'm in somewhere in Africa, hiding myself, you know.
Okay, good to hear that.
Okay, so
Dr. Damages, Christmas is Not that people were not going to travel. And if people travel, does not really mean because they are happy or because they have enough to travel. People travel because they want to see family. You know, they want to see their friends. Not really
Please, can
because
someone hear me?
yes.
Can anybody hear me?
Dan is somewhere in Africa, so he's delayed. He doesn't know that we have not called him to speak. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that people will go home not because of they have enough or because they are happy or because Nigeria is good or because the country is good for anybody, even though with the cost of the fuel and the risk and the security risk and everything. Look, some people will want to go home to see their people, you know, not really because they want to go home to show that everything is good. So I do not expect that people will not go home. People will go home, but probably the percentage might not be as maybe as you would have expected that it will be. I don't think it is only the monetary issue is one of the reasons.
Sorry, can somebody hear me?
Dan, we can hear you, but not your turn yet. So let's take you out first because you are delayed like 1 week away, according to concern. Go ahead.
So I think that it's not only because of the economic situation, but I think the insecurity also. You know, the future unknown will also make some people not to go home. So I do not have doubt in my mind that some people will go home, whether good or bad. You know, it's not that Nigeria is enjoyable. You were there.
Like, when was the last time you went?
Me?
Yeah.
I went, I think it was in 2022, I think so.
Okay, so you are recent. Yeah.
But you know, the way you used to go, like when you are going, you didn't tell me that you are going to Nigeria. Maybe I'm going to come and wait you on the road or send people to kidnap you. You know, because the way we travel now is that people don't know you are traveling until the day you get home. Even sometimes if you are staying in a hotel, nobody knows where you have to stay. Only maybe out of your family, maybe your senior brother or your sister you trust too much. He is going to be around to, you know, where you are staying. At the end of the day, every morning they see you in the family house. But when you leave, nobody knows where you go. This is the country we have found ourselves, and it's not safe. You can't go and pluck banana and plantain and mango anymore. You go to the, you know, you know, it's not more easy for anybody. So it's really sad. So that is my thought on that. On the issue of you know, the spray, the financial spray of Emiloko, you know, it's not surprising where Nigerians are crying. If I'm correct, the president of Kenya, they gave him list from 500, he reduced it to 51. But your president is, even if you have opportunity, is going to add more to it. So I'm not surprised. If you check about 1,400 people or 500 people that travel with him, check that money. If everybody is going to be sponsored by $1 million, $1 million naira, which I'm sure is going to be more than 1 million naira. And you check about the budget he made. You check about how much we are using to service them. Check about how much Nigeria is making as a country in a month. Check about all the stories they are telling us. They made an empty treasury. They made the empty, don't have money in the account. But look at the, you know, the madness in spending, the madness in borrowing, the madness in putting money where there is not going to be any return of any kind, consumption all through. You know, so if anybody here that is expecting anything that is going to come out of this paper, there is nothing that is going to come out of this paper. As it is, that's the way it's going to be, you know. So I don't have much to talk. Today, by the grace of God, I was the pastor of the church today. Look at my message. What I teach today is, what you sow is what you reap. Galatians chapter 6 from verse 7 to 10. Whatever a man sow is what he will reap. So whatever this government is sowing, they're going to leave.
All right. Thank you so much. And on that note, I want to announce that our guest for today just came in. We are going to welcome him. But before that, I would also want to mention that Igbo Basics has an important announcement he will make to us. But that will be later on after we talk to our guest. Igbo Basic is celebrating something very important. We will talk about that later. But let's first of all welcome Mazi Ezeoke. Most of you know him. He's the CEO of Njenje Media. He's been traveling across the Southeast and South, trying to look at what the governments, different governments and different people who we've elected, what they've been doing. And he offered, today, I reached out to him today and he agreed to join us, join us and tell us what he's been saying. So, but before we bring him on, let me just play a video of him. One of the videos he made recently while traveling across Anambra State. I think it's important because we're talking about Christmas and people going home, but what is it like to be at home? So let's watch that and then we talk to him.
Rudolph, I thought you would replace your laptop. Fortunately, it's still the old one.
It's complicated, all right, it's okay.
Rudolph needs to go for training. Rudolph needs training, more training.
It's here.
This road you're looking at now, I'm just coming back from Onitsha through Mpo, Umoju Road. I played this road yesterday and again today. It got me thinking. This section that is this bad, probably less than a kilometer, on multiple sections. And I'm thinking, Professor, we have about 3 weeks before Christmas. Today is 1st of December 2023. In the next couple of days, Nigerians across the world, especially in the Anambra, that you have spent energy telling them how a new homeland is being built, and many will be coming home to come and see the new homeland. I don't think that this road speaks to that new homeland and the new dream you have from the Anambra. I use this opportunity to urge you, please see to the repair, at least palliatively, that this road is motorable. The Jangoroja on this road is unbelievable. Governor, please see to this. I am Mazi Ezeoke.
All right, Mazi Ezeoke, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I think I'm somewhat laughing to myself on the use of word Jangoroja.
I was wondering, what is that?
It's actually a different version of your name, Damaged Road.
Okay. Okay. Nice to see you. So where are you? Where are you?
I'm still in the Southeast. I put it that way. I'm still in the Southeast. Like I said when you called me, I was driving around Enugu looking for the water that ought to be running. I mean, that's 2 days now. Yesterday, I drove around Enugu. I used keke. I used taxi. driving around there, and people were sending me on errand. I'm working on the video. Hopefully by Tuesday or Wednesday latest, the video will be out. And that video speaks to holding government to account whenever they promise something. The same thing that happens in my state of Anambra with the governor of Anambra State regarding Okpoko. I think one of the things we'll do is it mustn't, things mustn't be done in a particular fashion. I think if you carve your own niche, it could be anything, just hold them to account, because this is what they promise. And I believe, Rudolph, probably the reason why you are interested in the video you played is because viewers wouldn't know that is the road that leads to your house. So that's why you played it, because it's Nobi Road. So at the moment you had in Nobi, all your antennas stood attention.
Actually, I passed that road just 2 weeks ago, and unfortunately, when I was in Anambra State, most of the time I thought I was a tourist. I forgot that I was a reporter. So, and I would see this, I'll be wondering, why is this like this? Why can't? And I would talk to people around me instead of taking my camera out to take pictures. That was what happened. So when I saw that, I said, "Oh, I saw it. I passed through this."
Okay. The thing is, sometimes you wouldn't. It's actually this way. That road, I was going to Ball to was going to, there is what's it called, building materials or Gidi, to buy, I needed to do some modification in my house. So but when I passed through that road, it kind of struck me. I thought, wow, it didn't get the as it get. So I'm coming back because now if you park your car anyhow, people.
It's not very good. We're getting statics. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It may not be clear because I haven't started using Elon Musk. I mean, if you can hear me now, is it?
Yeah, it's a little bit. But go ahead.
Okay. It's, pardon me, before, Rudolph, I wrote you privately. I said that I've tried for more than 30 minutes to come in. And he keeps telling me that, I think the bandwidth could not take it. So at some point, I thought maybe we can do this through audio. And, the internet it's not even Christmas. The internet is gone gaga. Now, before he gets to Christmas, the internet might as well remove boxers and run to the state. Then
can you remove your camera and let's do audio, see if it will be better. Just audio.
It's fine. Okay. Can you hear me better?
We can hear you.
Okay. So, what I was saying now, if you can hear me, that's probably better now. So,
it's still the same, it's still the same. You can turn on your, at least we can see you.
Okay. Let me, I'll keep moving the stuff, trying to get a better signal. It's funny. I have here 3 different internet. 2 is known as Glow, no gets anything at all. MTN is almost dead. The only one that is giving me partial contact is Airtel. So, moving like a ninja. So what I'm saying in essence is, to your question is, it's about holding government to account. So I'm somewhere within the southeast. I've been in Tinubu. I was in Ababa last night, yesterday, closed up with at GRA. And while I was interviewing the people at GRA, asking them what they thought about the governance and water as regards to Tinubu, suddenly I saw one man with a bandage on his legs, and I asked, he didn't want to, disclose his identity. I said, if you don't mind, me, anything I see story, that's my antenna, everything is story. So I basically started speaking to him, and he told me a baffling story of how he was attacked by headsmen. The boundary between Nsukka and Kogi State. And that's a story for another day. I mean, that speaks to insecurity. Now, what I will say towards this, of course, we do have pockets of, crime, which is normal, even in America now. Your neighbor that might be wearing face cap can be the next, school shooter. You never know. So crime happens everywhere. The same thing in this part of the world too. And but sometimes it appears that we may go in details regarding that, but sometimes it appears that many of us in the diaspora, especially those who haven't been home minimum 3 years, blow it out of proportion. But that's, like I said, a story for another day.
All right. What do you guys think? Are you guys hearing him, or should we try to get into reconciliation? From my own end, it's difficult. I don't know what people who are watching at home, how it is for them. Olumide, can you hear him?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear him?
What did you say, Rodolphe?
Can you hear him?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, all right, good. Okay. Thank you. Chim, you wanted to say something. Go ahead, Chim.
Yeah, I can hear him, but there is some dissonance in the background. I'm not sure how that is good for the production eventually. But
Yeah,
I can understand.
I've lowered the other.
I can understand what he's saying. I can understand what he's saying, but there's that dissonance in the voice.
What does dissonance mean?
It's a
Mazi Ezeoke. I went to night school like you, so please don't. There's
interruption. There's like an interruption in the flow of your sound.
Actually, it's just
There's
noise.
a glitch.
It's just noise. And disconnect. Yeah. So let's
if it connects back,
try to reconnect again. I really wanted to hear from you.
Can you hear me?
No, switch off totally and come back. Go off totally and come back.
Yeah, and come back. Try to come back again.
I can't guarantee you that. I will try.
I know.
Rudolph, don't remove me. I just want to get something. I won't leave.
Okay. Meanwhile, while he does that, let's welcome Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages and the panelists, you guys have done a great job.
You've not welcomed Masca. Masca won't be offended.
No. Masca is coming. I mean, I'm following the time that they all joined. Go ahead, Igbo Basics.
Yeah, Chim and KJ. I got your message, KJ. I'm waiting for your message, Chim. Thank you, Dr. Damages, and great job for what you've been doing. Particularly proud of you in your last adventure to Nigeria. And as we say, and things fall apart since men have learned to shoot without missing. And Ken Tioba said he has learned to fly without pitching. So I saw that, and I was very proud of everything that you presented there. And that was why, how come, by the way, when Dr. Damages showed the Osonko that he was showing, I had given him a response, a very quick one. A miniature him doing that. But since he brought up Igbo Basics on the stage, I'd like to call an attention to the Ibere, that's my hometown, the Ezumezu Ibere, which will be taking place between the 26th and the 27th and 28th of December, of which this we do every 3 years. That's when it occurs. It's called the age grade retirement system. That's a part of what we call Ezumezu. Ezumezu is a mass return of all Ibere people from around the globe. And at that point in time, what we do at Ezumezu is we honor the oldest retiring age grade. And then we give a name to the youngest age grade that is taking their place. It may be a little bit of a production that I have to put together for maybe before I make my travel. It turns out to be my turn. If I use that word, I hate to use that word, my turn, but that's my time to actively retire from active service. What it actually means is that people of 3 years age mates, they are graded together and they are regarded as the same age grade. Though I'm 68 plus, I'm looking forward to being maybe hopefully by the grace of God 100 or more than that. It turns out to be that my own age grade is the age grade who are being honored this time. What it means is that on the 26th, we'll come out and then the village will do everything to honor us. By the 27th, they will issue us certificate of retirement from active service. What that simply means is that you have served your community meritoriously, and you are no longer expected to, if for instance, a war ensues, you are no longer expected to go and participate in the war. And if manatoto, in other words, if there is any kind of collections that is taking place, they don't expect you to contribute. What they do is that they're honoring you because of the many years of service that you have rendered to the community. And as such, they're letting you go. Everything becomes voluntary from then on. Whatever you do for the community is now voluntary from out of your heart. It doesn't mean that you are retired, you are out. No, you're not. You can still do so many things for the community. So for me, at Igbo Basics, I particularly decided to do mine in a different way this time. So it's going to be both an appeal to the members of our viewing audience to learn something about Ibere culture. Ibere is quite a peaceful place.
Yeah, Igbo Basic. Sorry, let's finish with Mazi, okay, because he's joining us from Nigeria, and then we will have time for you to explain more.
I'm going to yield right there, and by yielding, I'm saying Mazi, okay. By the way, I was praising Dr. Damages for a job well done. I have not met you yet, but right off the court, I'm going to invite you to Ibere on the 28th of December. Find a way. That period of time, I'm sure that you will appreciate being in Ibere because you know where Ibere is, in Bende local government.
Mazi, okay, you are muted. Let's unmute you.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. I think, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Will you be sending army and police escorts because there is a no-go area?
No. The last time I came from Nobi to Ibere, it was for the burial of Mazi Okono.
That is fine, but that is a Bodaya.
No, you're equal to the task. Mazi is okay. You know how to fly without pitching.
Don't worry. We'll take that offline. I'll try my
Thank you very much. There you go.
All right.
I yield.
Yeah, Mazi.
I've changed position now, so
yeah, this is better. This is better because it makes easy for our people listening at home. All right.
Okay.
So how far have you gone, and what is the ultimate goal?
Well, I think let me start from the last question. The ultimate goal is infinitum. It's a continuous thing. It's just basically documenting what government has been doing. It's a task, it's a voluntary task undertaken to begin to, I wish and I pray that many of you watching and maybe some viewers here would also join, that will begin to take government to account. When you hear government say, like I was in Rivers, you hear government say, oh, they build bridges, they do this, they do the other one. Honestly, I say this, if you go to Lagos, right, and you hear
all right.
Is it me or you people?
No, it's you. Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead. All right. So, when Gozika was talking to us, we were talking about someone was posting on the comment section. You just give them water and electricity, give us water and electricity. Can you imagine if we just have accessible internet in Nigeria? How much people can do? Small town people in the villages, people can go online and what they can do. They can study, they can learn coding, they can, just can't imagine how much energy and creativity that will come out. Mazi, okay, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry. The internet's obviously. So I don't know what was the last thing you guys heard before the whole thing went.
You were saying that your goal is has no end and something like that.
Exactly. Like I said, it's infinite in the sense that it's something that is continuous. If I take Anambra State, for instance, I have a trajectory with Okpoko, right? My dad had a house in Okpoko, but that's obviously in the 70s and 80s, probably to 90s maybe. And it's a place I'm conversant with. So when he talked about he was going to start his governance from there, he struck a chord with me. So, and the only way I can do justice to a people is to say, okay, I didn't force you to say this, you said it on your own accord. Therefore, can I keep this tab to see if you have done it? If you recall, when I go to Okpoko, there are streets that I go to. It's like a pattern. The entrance, and you go to the middle, then you come out. So what I intend to achieve with that is to say, in the first year, I set agenda for you that you set for yourself. I came back 1 year later. I drive down to the street. I put the first video. I put the second video. Now, by January, I'm going back to Okpoko again. That's going to be, obviously, the round second year in governance. Now, but 3 different years. So the whole idea is that the first video is there, the second one is there. So I'm not going to be, someone is not going to say, oh, I hate Soludo, or I like him, or I'm campaigning for him, or I'm trying to bring him down. No. First, second, third. Then if God keeps us alive next, 2025, we'll go back. Then that will complete the cycle. So if there is anything, you will see it. Even a blind man would notify that something. So you can't necessarily bring someone down like that. I take this inspiration from going to Dubai. The first time I was in Dubai was in 2003. And every year I come back from Dubai, I come back to Dubai. It's mind-blowing. You can see a city that is progressing. Every time, I still, because as a frequent traveler, I have my Marriott point. So I always want to stay at the Marriott. Now, so whenever you come within, right? Whenever you come within the Marriott vicinity in Dubai, you will see a hell lot of construction. So you know that Dubai is a construction site. You can see the progress. The first year, the second year, the third year, the fourth year. So it's progressive. Therefore, the whole idea and the goal here to achieve is to ensure that we'll keep documenting what this government, and we'll begin to hold them to account. At some point, someone is going to come for re-election. Now we say, okay, what do you tell us? This is what you've told us, and this is where we are. Now, if we move from Anambra State, you get into Abia. I was also in Abia State. From Abia, I went to Rivers. And all these things, I intentionally want to, I do these travels, within the public space. Do you understand? And because it gives me joy to do that, to sit with the people and kind of have, impromptu chat with them, to psych them out, to understand what they think about government, right? Which helps because it keeps you that check and balances. Because sometimes, if you stay too much in the realm within the elite cycle, you begin to lose your grasp with the reality. But it kind of knocks you when you are in there with smelly fish and some people who haven't seen toothbrush in 2 weeks, and you're taking it in, and having that conversation. And I was in Omaya, and something again. The video is coming out hopefully this week also. The editors couldn't finish this week, so hopefully next week they're going to have some videos to rush out before Christmas. Something struck me also in Omaya. Now this is no longer my state Anambra. In Omaya, you now notice that there appears to be a semblance of a government that wants to do so many things at once, right? And you begin to ask yourself, hold on, this guy is just barely 87, today makes it 87 days in office, where others sleeping. Do you understand? Why is he kind of different in the way he does things?
All right. He's frozen, and hopefully we will get back the connection. But this is something I think is very important. Go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you.
I am deeply sorry. I'm deeply sorry. It's the internet. If anybody here can donate Elon Musk internet for me, and that's the Starlink, I'll be trying to buy the stuff, but getting to payment stage, I don't know whether they said they sell to Nigerians, but keep getting errors. If anybody can donate, I'll appreciate that. And by the way, Dr. Damage's channel has been on menopause, 72,000. All of you are watching. You're not subscribing. Why?
That's a good point. Why? 2,000 all through the year.
72,000 for more than 3 months. It's not fair now. It's not fair on Dr. Damages for all the content he pushes out. All of you in Nigeria knew Dr. Damages from the time of Sahara Reporters, yet you're not wanting to help him. Please, I'm begging you this evening, help Dr. Damages before end of January to get the plug. That plug will hang.
They all have it, 100,000, and all my friends.
Yes, so they're all your friends. And besides, please, for the good work, depending on where you're watching from, and you can also try to support him with your super sticker, your super chat. You guys don't know, it takes a lot of research to do some of these things. So that's on that. I'm being serious here. In fact, Dr. Damage, this night I will create another account just to subscribe. So okay. I will not have double.
Let me. What he's saying is, forget about me. I mean, so I need the support. But the most important thing is this: what he is doing. Because I went to Nigeria, I planned to go 2 days in Lagos. I could only do one. We had problems. It's not easy what he's doing, traveling across the states, and this is something that we always complain about. That we don't hold the local governments accountable. We talk about presidency all the time. When you find someone who is willing to go to the state and the local level to hold them accountable, because there's no media, it's very important. We need to support that. And that's what I always talk about. We dream about having the society like America, Britain, Canada, but we don't know. We're not aware of what is put into it, how they got to where they are. So that's what I'm really hoping that we should remember it all the time. Go ahead, Mazi.
Yeah, I agree. It's not easy feat sometimes to do this because sometimes you use public transport, and sometimes I intentionally don't want to drive. Because to do some of the things you can either a lone ranger, you go alone, or you go with a cameraman. So depending on the terrain, I may want to hire just a taxi, drive you around and for a whole day. So it's costs. Cost on.
But Mazi is okay. Let me play the devil's advocate. Don't worry. Next year I'll be buying you one of the 160 million, SUV. So that it will be.
Please don't buy me this year.
Stop talking about SUV. Get him Starlink. That's what he talked about.
Exactly. SUV is 160 million. Starlink is less than 500,000. So which one? And it will
Starlink. They sell it in Nigeria, or
yes.
Yes,
okay.
they do.
I'll probably do a program with Rudolph over Christmas, and if it does not crack like this, and I'm using a proper studio camera, I know that I have gotten the Starlink, because it's something that I must have to do. I mean, we
Sure.
can't continue like this.
I need that. I need that Starlink. A friend of mine talked to me about it, and I was just talking about connectivity. In our job, in the media, anybody who gets there first, please, I need that because I need to broadcast from the bush, not from the town.
Yes. So
The electricity I've conquered because I have electricity.
They promised to send.
Let's just go on, Mazi.
Okay, so they promised to say let's send it within 2 weeks. So what I'm saying, people, is now I'm taking these states one by one. So in Abia State, you see someone who is very pushy, trying to get a lot of things done. Now, if you know Abia State very well, from the Tower Onoma here, getting into town, before the Opera basically roundabout, you will see that the road there was a time, I think Igbo Basics might recollect this. Yeah. There was a time, the narrow road, he built a toll gate there, and people nearly have accident, like every minute there. So that toll gate had to be removed because the road was narrow. Now, the funny thing is, it did not occur to him, expand the road. Then put toll gate, right? He did it. But what this guy is doing now, he's knocked buildings left, right, churches, everything, and using, expanding the road now, double lane each way, right? And in doing that, I was amazed. It took me time. I just stood by the side. I was looking at our brothers. What we call the caps were casted, so they had metals in it. Now, instead of caterpillars come and knock these things off, the scavengers come with Monday hammer, knocking them off, taking those metals for themselves. You see, that is amazing. For many, it will mean nothing. But for that, because that construction is going on, you can see that how some people already have opened up a shop there. It's feeding a family, sort of, right? Now, but the bottom line is, when I now start asking people, were compensations paid? Also, just like in Anambra State, where Professor Soludo was, or rather is constructing a flyover in Ekulobia, that is the capital of Agwata, our local government. Online, people say, oh, nobody was paid compensation. Yeah. On ground, I say, I want to see that person that was not paid compensation. I mean, I like to cause little violence. Right? Let me to that person. But there was nobody. Someone will now call, say, okay, can you record this off camera? Yeah, forget everybody what they said. They were all paid compensation, with only the exception of the petrol stations that argue that what they were paid is not enough, or rather, it's not commensurate to the line of their business. But were they paid compensation? What I can tell you is not. Now, if there is anybody watching me now globally that knows that he or she did not get compensation, please ring me on 07008 00422206. I want to speak to you. It's a challenge. The same way this commissioner of Lagos said the houses that were demolished in Lagos, is anyone who has C of O and his house was been demolished, come. Please, let's not shy away. Government like Rudolph said, we cannot make any progress. Even if you break this country into however many you want to break it, the other components, you must still hold individuals to account. Because if you don't hold people to account, the reason why people sit for exam is just for them to actually know whether there is anything else there. So in ours, we must hold people to account, because if you give them blanket check, they will basically mess you up. So if I come back to Abia, something is happening in Abia. From Abia to Port Harcourt, man, oh man, I don't know I think that's the worst road. To be honest with you, that's the worst. The video is also on my platform, right? You can go and look at it. The worst road I have used in the last 6 months. Maybe the one worse than that would be the Nsukka Benue, maybe, if at all. But this is unbelievable. So from Port Harcourt, since 2006, I have never played any of those road, any of those by road. But I had to do Port Harcourt Lagos by road, just to get a glimpse of, how the whole thing is. Something I haven't done since 2006 December, but I had to. And on getting to Benin, I said, now wow. What thing happened for this country? So Benin bypass was, a different planet. But the good news is the same Benin bypass that when I made pictures and I said, this is terrible. A sibling of mine left Anambra on Monday and used the same Benin bypass. He left Onitsha at 10 o'clock and got to his house at Ikorodu 5 o'clock in the evening. And when he called, there's his home, I said, wait, you used plane? He said, no, they drove that. When they got to Benin bypass, there are some palliative and remedial work being done. And the same thing applies to some sections of the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway. After UNTH, the new UNTH, there is a section they are doing na as of today, on the right, if you're heading into Enugu. Then Enugu-Onitsha, you can see the section after 9th Mile being done by MTN. The quality of work, if they continue with that quality, it will be an amazing job whenever it's finished. So, Imo State, for some reason, I've been trying to avoid Imo State for some obvious reasons, okay? So, but aside that, then within the South, I think honestly, my people, we can do more by holding government to account. Whenever they do little, we tend to praise them too much. But in the South, the East-West road is, I said, so this is what the APC told us they've done in the last 8 years, the East-West road, that we couldn't brace with. If you leave Port Harcourt, after you're heading to Ughelli, this is, at some point you begin to ask yourself, this is where the oil, this is where the black gold is coming from. It wouldn't be too much for people to have, we're not talking about water, we're talking about only roads, yet it's impossible. Now, finally, to my sojourn and my travel around Enugu today, before I just came into my room this evening, I finally found running water in Enugu at the Edinburgh roundabout. After going multiple places, some of them were switched off because of road construction. Some were, they said they rationed them because it's not been about a week. But one thing I kept asking myself is the manner by which these constructions are done. I'm like, are we making progress? Are we retrogressing? Because these are constructions, where you go and use jerry can and fetch water. My concept of running water was that water was going to go into flats, into houses. I don't know. One man meant to the more. Thank you very much. I would, holler me on my mobile phone, please. I'll come to your show. Thank you very much. Rudolph, you go give me these £2. So now me, one man give the. Rudolph, you appear to be muted.
Yeah, I was saying that you should deduct YouTube percentage first before you.
Before you conclude.
Go ahead.
So but the thing here is, I want to make this very clear. My verdict, I haven't gone to Enugu yesterday and today. I haven't spent the whole day, the whole, half of yesterday and the whole of today, driving and moving around Enugu. At some point with car, at some point with, I chartered a keke, a big man open roof. I asked the guy, "Can you do open roof for me?" He opened the roof, so I was cruising like a Lamborghini, taking the shots. My verdict is that 95%, in fact, if not 99%, of the people interviewed in Enugu, randomly, I do not know a single soul from all those interviewed, are happy with their government. I was astonished, to be honest. I was really, really taken aback personally. I was astonished. But my personal verdict here is, I will not judge yet, because yes, I had an interview with him before the election when he said 180 days, that I took that challenge to come back after 180 days and see if there is running water in Enugu. There is. However, it does not cover the whole places. I had to make a list, because when people started talking to me, so these are my lists that I made. I can say that in GRA Enugu there is water, Housing Estate Ababa there is water. These are places I visited. Transekulu there is water. Wani, Achala Layout, Agbani Road, Emene. These are places there is no water now. But even those places there is no water, you can see the construction of those water collection point that is there. But like I said before, I still honestly, I don't know if those water collection point is really the way I would have anticipated that that would go. But maybe without giving excuses, but maybe as someone explained to me today, he was saying, well, the reason why that is done is that it's going to take time to get water back to in everybody's compound. Now, as a quick fix for people, at least, either you call tanker or whatever, so that you come and fetch water. In GRO, I noticed what they're doing. The 9 post quarters and all the buildings up to Modo Street, what they were doing is, they will now buy GP tank, pull them outside, connect water from the public water, push it into their GP tanks. So they now collect those water there. Smart. Because you can as well collect those water, go to your house and pour them into a buta. But these guys, just put those, line up each flat, one GP tank, each flat one. So I was asking one lady, how many people are in this flat? He said 4. I said, no wonder, because I could see 4 GP tanks. It means one flat, one GP tank, one flat, one GP tank. So, and they said the water runs some not daily, but once every other day. So, which means before the GP tank finishes, the water comes live again. And when you drive around, if you get to Otiba, for instance, after Kilimanjaro, before the stadium, you see pipes, and these are things I was still showing my videos. You see very heavy pipes being still buried. Some of the old ones, the ones done with asbesto, like a ceiling, these asbesto material. Those ones are being dug up, and the new PVC ones are being replaced with heavy construction is still ongoing. So my Enugu verdict is, I wouldn't say job is done, but I would think in as much as water is running, I will give him a benefit of 1 year. So come back in Enugu by May 2024. Before then, I then give my verdict as to whether water is in Enugu or not. Rudolph, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mazi. Ezeoke. We really appreciate this on-the-ground reports. We need more of this, and we'll give opportunity to maybe 1 or 2 people if I know that you have to go. If they have any question for you, they should ask. X0.
Mazi, good evening, sir. Very good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, my brother.
Yes, the last we spoke, you were still doing the obedient campaign, fresh from the elections. So I was asking you questions about the election, but I don't know. Today, what you're doing is marvelous. What you're doing is going around checking up on the states, I believe in southeastern states alone, right? And then seeing their promises and the developments year after year. I think it's marvelous. But I want to connect what you're doing with what recently happened, where Iwanyang said something in Lagos at the press conference that they are working on building some markets in the southeast for the southeasterners that are being affected, in fact, that are trading in other parts of Nigeria. I want to know if you have any idea of this. In what state are the southeastern governors aware of this? What are they doing as per this particular issue for the southeastern traders all over the country? Or are they just aloof? Don't they care about these people? Because I know that they did a meeting recently where the 5 eastern states planned to work together and connect all the 5 eastern states project wise and investment wise. How is this relating with the southeastern traders? Please help us.
I think I'm not a government spokesperson, but I'll tell you the ones I know. In a long while, maybe because of the person of Iwanyang, the Ohanes and the Southeast governments are really working together more than before. The synergy between the two is what it ought to be. Now, on the issue of markets, I do not have details. The last time I interviewed Iwanyang was in his house in London, August this year. So as of that time, we didn't, basically, because of the interview, I didn't know about that. But it's one of the things I would put in my questions to ask. Next, I will interview him. But there is something happening that not many people are talking about. If you come to Anambra, I take Anambra for instance. If you come to Agwata, you go to Mbologu, you come to Ezenifite, there appears to be these traits, which in a positive light though, to build shopping malls. No noise made. This is not internet story, I'm telling you. Actually, on Tuesday, my elder brother was telling me, Mazi, report about these things now. This is marvelous. He was blown away. I said, no, I know the report. Not be everything you will carry go internet now. So the people are making their strategic move. So allow them make these moves on their own until when they start trading. But I've been there. Last week I was at the one at Iborogu. The one in my place is there, and these are running into hundreds of shops. This Christmas it will be officially opened, and by people are selling stuff now. There is this bulb that I basically started buying now. I bought one of them there, 4,000. Is an electric bulb, but is rechargeable too. So even if NEPA take light, you will not go blind at least for next 4 or 5 hours. What I'm saying in essence, to what you're saying, that is also already on the individual and community level. Some people are really coming home without making noise about it, and I believe that is the way to go. Not everything must be on the pages of Facebook and all other places. That's my candid take to
All
it.
right. Thank you, Mazi. Anybody else who has a question for him? KJ.
Okay, Mazi is okay. I thank you. I thank you for your bravery. And you are one of few Igbo men I see that is very soft spoken. And I don't know how you got to be that way, but I don't think you're that gentle, because looking at you from this point, you must be almost 6 feet or more. So
yes,
I know you can be a bit more intimidating than what you're presenting.
Am I
yes.
more soft-spoken than my good brother Rudolph?
Oh yes. Well, you guys, you're a little bit more. because I watched some of your interviewers, people harass you, and you just come back, like Rudolph, you just come back very normal, as if that whatever the person said didn't really bother you. But I thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you,
In
brother.
fact, that interview was while you were talking about your power bike and all that. So I know that ego dinapa, very well. However, I want to appreciate your courage, really, to be, travel around those local governments areas. The way I saying it, people may not appreciate the danger that is involved in it. Not only because of the bad road, but the security also that is involved. And I will dare to say that those of us who can support should also go ahead and support Njenje Media, because I first encountered you in a friend of mine's program, that's Dr. Chidi from Canada. You've done so much work, just like Odinkano too. You have done your own bit of reporting the eastern part of Nigeria and speaking truth to power. I may disagree with you, Sha, in one or two places, but it's okay. I appreciate you, and please keep doing the good job, and God will bless you. Thank you, sir. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, KJ. I was thinking you should have asked me to say my account number after all the praises. Thank you.
After Ike, Olumide, Ike, go ahead.
And my brother, God bless you. Good afternoon from here.
Yeah, good day, my brother.
Sorry, I stepped away when you were making commentary about the Abia issue. So I wanted to know what was your total finding when you move into Abia, what Ezeoke and his administration is doing.
Okay. The video on Abia, if you haven't subscribed to Njenje Media, will be out either tomorrow, Monday, or Tuesday, 6 p.m. Nigerian time. So it's about 15 minutes, between 15 and 18 minutes, depending on when they finish the editing. The whole summary is, it's a full package, is in there. But I think Alex is trying to do something. I think he came to govern. I'll put it that way. I think he came to govern. I might be wrong, but that's my initial impression.
Okay, thank you for all you do. For, like my brother KJ said, it's a lot of risk traveling by the road in Nigeria, and going all this, meandering all these nooks and corners of Nigeria. I pray that God will continue to sustain you and keep you safe. Okay, God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, mine is not a question. I just want to find out: is it Njenje Media TV or Njenje Media TV Live?
No, Njenje Media. Well, Njenje Media TV Live is when I'm live, but it's just Njenje Media TV. NJE Media.
Okay, Olumide, you're next.
So, Njenje, I just want to applaud everything that you're doing. I mean, yeah, I know your platform, and once in a while I try to tune into your program, and I've enjoyed every one of the programs that I've attended, and I know how forward thinking you are. Now, but I want to react to what you just said, and about, if you support in order to be able to do more. So, guys, this is time to put our money where our mouth is. I don't know if Njenje will accept. I think what we need is a connection between the diaspora and home. Like I mentioned earlier, we're looking for solutions. If somebody like Njenje Media now is able to use his resources to help us bring enlightenment more into this democratic process, openness, accountability, and
Olumide, you'll be sued, or there's a phone call coming in.
okay. So what I'm saying is, how can we support Njenje towards specific solutions? Like, for instance, now we are talking about one Nigeria. You understand? How can we take back the country in a step-by-step fashion? For instance, there's an off-cycle election coming up like I said, there were 3 off-cycle elections. We missed the opportunity. We're also basking in the loss of the the judgment of the election, Supreme Court judgment. Now, there's an off-cycle election coming up, maybe Benin. How can we support it? Number one, support a credible candidate to come out so that the people can elect who they want. Number two, what has this current governor done with the people's resources for the 8 years that he has been gave? What are those projects that he's claiming that he did? How much money is that money that he has spent? And how much money did he get from the federal government? So that people can begin to look at all this. And if Njenje is able to help us bring this into light, how much resources will he need to get this into the limelight? You understand? Is it local government elections? These basic things affect us. The presidency is okay, it's fine. The guy wields the most power. But what if we can focus on local governments, state governors? How can we put our money where our mouth is? How much resources will you need to get this job done? You understand? Just bring it into, we're not saying attack, so that people can see and judge for themselves. And then when we bring a candidate that we know will do the job, we'll say, this is what I will do. And this is what he will go there and do indeed with the money and resources that he receives.
Sorry, can I quickly say something on this, Olumide? So over the period of time, I've been doing some introspecting on some of the questions you asked, but there's one thing that I have come up with, and that is I believe that when you're doing strategy, you don't have to place all your views open in the open. One of the dangerous things that the so-called defeatist things that I feel some of the obedience did was everything was placed on social media. You have ideas and quietly go behind the scene and have this because listen, the people with the establishment people we're trying to take off, they watch some of these things. So you can't always let them know what your moves are. So I think some of these ideas.
I agree, but if you don't carry people along, we don't know.
So, Olumide, first of all, have that strategy behind the scene before you come.
Let me help out.
And with regards to the obedient movement, let me say at the end of the day, it all boiled down to the beavers. The government failed us in that aspect. Obedient did what they needed to do. They did their work. But the burden of transparency fell on the government institution and they failed us. No matter what you do in open or in secret, you still need to be able to account to carry people along. But for instance, you want people to chip in their resources to support the idea that you have in the secret. You need to be able to be open about it.
All right.
You understand? That's just my own take,
All right.
It doesn't matter. We can kill the elephant, kill it from every angle. We have a big elephant in front of us. Whatever angle or resource we need to kill it, that anybody is willing to contribute. Otherwise, we don't want to go to war. That's the only other option.
All right. Ezeoke.
Yeah, I was about trying to tell my brother that what he's saying is correct, but again, there is a group of people already doing that. I don't know if you ever heard of COPDEM, Coalition for the Defense of Democracy, I believe it's the acronym. So, if you join COPDEM, most of these things are already taken care of and it's been discussed there. And there is also a media angle to what COPDEM is doing. But again, strategy is like, the other co-speaker said, strategy is not what you dish out in the open, right? So, I can send you the link. While we are talking, I think I could try to find the link, but I think it's copdem.com or copdem.com.ng. I can just pick that up, but anyone can Google it. COPDEM, COPDEM. So if you just type COPDEM, you see it. It's
Mazi, we know COPDEM. COPDEM has been here before, so I think even though Olumide knows them, we know them fairly enough.
Okay.
Chim, you are the one who is cutting Mazi off. you must.
Jim, I know one of the problems is that I can come across as somebody who is very abrasive and aggressive. Isn't that so?
No, Olumide, we'll take off offline. See, you actually need to give me your number. I need to call you.
Please, I want to hear from Mazi. Make una hold on this.
Sure, no worries.
Okay, Mazi, go ahead.
I will.
I call instructors this. So, like I said, I mean, I just said.
But the basic thing is all the ethnic groups need to be united. These guys are united.
All right.
These groups are united.
Olumide, thank you. Let's hear Mazi. Mazi, your line is that again. So maybe you can rejoin. Go out and rejoin.
A call came in and gave me that. Let me see if it's going to clear. I think it has cleared.
No.
I think my line is handling that.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't serve us very well. While we connect, let's say hello to Maska. Maska, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everybody. But I think we'll focus more on trying to get him back because I really am impressed with the work he's doing. So maybe let's.
We will. As soon as he comes back, we go back to him. Yeah, of course. But I just want to make sure that people know that because your friends are, your friends are telling me that I am that you have not said anything.
I understand. No, I mean, one of the things that in my later years I've learned is you need to listen more. It's not about you always talking. You need to listen more to people. That's how people grow. That's how solutions are arrived at. Because sometimes also, when you are very fond of talking, you can drive the whole team into a tunnel vision. Because you think what you're thinking is right. You are not listening to other people. Then you want everybody to follow you until when you reach a dead end, and then everybody is looking at you, you are looking at everybody. So I think when I come sometimes really is to listen to people. And somebody like Mazi, I think it's really impressive what he's doing. So they are the doers. Let's say for now on this platform where I just the talkers. So let's listen more to the doers than the talkers.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mazi is okay. Go ahead.
No, I think my submission was very clear as regards to what Olumide was saying. I agree. We can, every support is welcomed. However, for the political angle, COPDEM is there to do it. You see, what I do, I insist on doing it without any political coloration. Is in this part of the world, every single thing you do is viewed from a political lens. Reading the comment section, someone said, if my house in the village has C of O, if not, some of the reports might evoke them to come and hide under the guise that you don't have C of O for your ancestral home and they will demolish it. We may laugh it off thinking it's a joke. But things that happen within this part of the world, you can't, that cannot be far-fetched from reality.
Oh, can you please, whoever is, mute yourself, please.
I think that's ESCO, is it?
Yeah, I think it's, yeah.
Extra, whatever, yeah. So, again, but when you look at it, for years, I went to university in Germany. I lived in Germany. I worked in Germany. I lived in the Netherlands. I lived in the UK. I worked there. So after a while, you begin to ask yourself, everybody talks about a thing, their place, their nation, in abstraction, without any attachment. Oh, they don't want to fix it. I beg, who are they? Nobody holds them to account. Who are they?
Nobody
right?
is talking about this.
Who are they? Do you understand? But you are somebody. You are. Do you know? I mean, it's. I think it boils down to passion. Because for me, I'm not. In my recent video, I've stopped using it for, but now I'm bringing it back. In my videos, I tell you that I'm the tormentor of bad governance. I recall when during Buhari, when they were during the 2019 election, we were told that Second Niger Bridge, everybody published it, I recall. Cable NG published it, Vanguard published it, Newsband published it, but because Newsband, former Elumba, is a good friend, I called him and said, who gave you this news that you published? He said it came from Femi Adesina, sent him to him privately. I said, okay. I went to Onitsha myself, and I was alarmed. The pictures they sent to reporters to publish were all fake. And I stood down there, I got out my camera, and I started recording. Soldiers came from the other side. Who gave you authority? There is risk. Before you know it, they cock their gun. Who gave you authority to come? I said, listen, I'm a citizen. And this is public infrastructure built with my own money, stolen, part of it, stolen by the ancestor that normally sends us money whenever we are broke. The little he lives in Switzerland or, are everywhere. But, and when I confronted them, after much argument, you must delete it, you must delete it. You see, they're idiots. Okay, you deleted it, but it's still in the delete file, so you can recall it whenever you go back. So that's how I, eventually escaped from I use the word escape. Escaped from there, and I came out. I called APC out. I said, this is fraud. The same thing when Hadi Serika, I knew some things that happened in Enugu, but because these reports, I am very careful not to, say things that I'm not sure of, that I do not have evidence, right? But I know some things that happened in Enugu in terms of the 10 billion that was brought up. But because these reports weren't so confirmed, the one that I confirmed is the one I could confirm from the guy that did, a German who did the airport runway light. And I got to speaking to him. He became open because when we started talking where I studied in their country, he was East. So he started telling me stuff. And you're like, now, wow. So for me, I made up my mind, that guy was scammer. The moment we now talked about Air Nigeria, I was one of theirs, Air Nigeria cannot happen, under him. And eventually it didn't happen. And he scammed everybody. And somebody is telling us that President Buhari is fighting corruption. Fighting corruption, my fool. They're all scammers. Because that he was not aware. Yes, he was not aware, yet he is in Castina picking his teeth. Why is he not aware? That someone you agreed something on, you guys want to now rape us without any form of protection. Now, Festus Kayamo is coming out to tell us the things we knew before, and we are being called names. There was no airline. We know the shame. A country of 200 million people, somebody will go and get borrowed repented aircraft, bring it to us. 2 days later, it flies out, repented again, and that person is not in jail. Come on now. You see, sometimes, when you talk about things on a national level, it appears, there is a lot of animosity. People view it from, he's Igbo, he's Yoruba, he's Hausa. Nobody looks at it actually from the real issue. Just like when my argument has always been, when you hear Fulani herdsmen, Fulani terrorists, Fulani this, I'm like, the nomenclature doesn't necessarily, help the crime itself. For me, you kidnap somebody, whether Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, we must as a nation be able to deal with the crime of kidnap, punish you to the, however without minding what ethnic affiliation you've got. But now, you want to question, for instance, what you've seen in Lagos. They'll say, come on, come from Lagos. There was something we posted on the community section, trying to generate a genuine conversation where the Oba of Benin is saying that, Benin, that Yorubas didn't build Lagos. And even one of the Yoruba Obas affirming what he said. Now, the Viagra mouth, former Minister of Aviation, took his own mouth, started running diarrhea through his mouth. And he began to wonder, must all this conversation turn to ethnic? When can we have discourse to actually understand? Must it be ethnic every time? You see, so many of us now, before the whole thing turns into ethnic, this, then you move away. You come to your own side. Now, somebody is going to ask you, there's one on Twitter, X, he says, abusing the Ohanese president. He's a fat pig. He is this. He said the Igbos built Lagos. Why haven't they built their place? I just laugh. I say to you, you that is saying this, have you visited Southeast? Maybe some of you think that Southeast is in one, I don't know what you guys have in mind. I'm not saying Southeast is the best, but for Christ's sake, I am here in Southeast. This house, light, they see my face. This is solar here in Southeast. So I don't know, it comes to a point that you begin to say, okay, maybe because of misunderstanding, because of the way the politics has polarized the mind, maybe it will become much acceptable that we all go back to our various enclaves and begin to hold our leaders to account. So I take this crisscross and south. Now come and tell me what thing concern me for Abia State. Then I will know what to answer you. Or you come and ask me what thing concern me for Rivers. Then I will know what to tell you. But if I go to Castina now, you say, Kai, Mutani, make I dequamat, what thing they do me per here? I go say, to, I don't dequamat, make you never dagger me. It becomes...
Mazi, you were doing well until now.
Maska said you were doing well until now.
Mazi, the question would I say a question that I have, first and foremost, let me align myself with your thoughts. They don't know that you are a high chief. That that KJ is saying that you are kind of like quiet. Yes, as a chief, you're supposed to be quiet. You're not supposed to be loud.
No.
I don't know. So that's what it is, and I want to commend you.
For those, let me interject here. For those uninitiated, they will think this is for fancy. But
I know. Yes, I really want to commend you for what you do, and I follow you. I follow you around. You know that for sure, and I love your work. But the only thing I want to add is Delta State is close to Anambra, and you seem to forget us. Meanwhile, we supply most of the food to Anambra, and we seem not to get that coverage that you give to Anambra and Enugu. So maybe probably I will look for one occasion or one event to specially invite you, so that even if it means to come and join us in devouring the Nsala soup, that would be a nice thing to do. But I also want you to have some coverage about Delta State. Yeah.
You see, it's the thing with Delta. Delta is benumbing, I must say. Delta is actually a complex state if you don't know. Delta has some Igbo parts, some Ishekiri parts, some Ijo, so it's quite complex. And because of certain things, I haven't really have run-ins
with the exception of Asaba, or really, really going into, because sometimes one or two times I've made attempts, it's a place that they say, if you want to come in here, you go see us, you go settle. I said, I beg, I don't get that kind liver to go settle people before I enter where. So if you can make it happen, I'm here. Let's see. But Delta is big. But the level of decadence and corruption in Delta is benign. I must say. I said this: Delta, Rivers, Akwa Ibom. These three states, in my view, haven't lived up to the petrol oil dollars that they've earned. They haven't, actually, with the exception of what, the little sprinkle done by Akpabio. I call it sprinkle because he could have done more if, he was more diligent. He could have done more. That was petrodollar boom. But he didn't. He didn't, really. Today, we are still talking about the Bakassi port. I don't want to get into some, I haven't seen, sorry, but I haven't seen within Southeast and South, with the exception of Donald Duke, I haven't seen dedicated leadership that want to create something. I haven't. Year in, year out, I have not seen. And that's where I feel
Probably because they are not probably because they are not as exposed as Donald Duke, because Donald Duke lived out before coming in or whatever it is. Yeah.
Your Ogidigbo Bobo ability they call him. Live
Now, let me ask you, is there any other question before I go? Let me ask you, there's a video, I've been trying to find it, of Eze at an occasion somewhere in the East announcing that he was donating 5 billion naira to the government of Anambra State. What is the story? Where was that? And did he actually donate 5 billion naira to the government?
Well, Rudolph, you know this story. Why do you want to push it to me so that it will come from you?
These people are sending it to me to play it and to explain. I'm not there.
Okay, they send it to you. Your telephone, chop it, and you can play it.
No, but I need the story behind the story. I can't just play it.
Rudolph, you can be mischievous sometimes. Innocent and soft-spoken. Anyway, make DSS no jump fence. Carry me tonight, I beg. It's nothing. I don't, the only thing I know about the video is that he had his 75th birthday. That is on Thursday. And in that video that I watched, like any of you, I wasn't there. He promised to give Anambra State 5 billion, to be distributed, in his own words, to be distributed to Anambra. And he thinks that the person that will distribute it properly is Governor Soludo, and that money is to be paid to Anambra Q1 2024. That's what he said. Early next year. So early next year can be Q1 or Q2. That is up till June. That's still early. And now in the same vein, he gave 100 million to Catholic, Methodist, and Anglican. That's 300 million. That's, let's call it 5.3 billion spent in one day. Now, while I sat there watching the video, a lot of things started, the problem is that because we haven't made millions, talk less of billions, so it's sometimes very difficult. It appears you're discussing another man's wealth, because it's not my wealth, so whoever makes his wealth can dish it out however he wants. But were that to be me, I would have thought that there were more structured way I could, do that. If were that to be me, I could actually use that fund as a seed fund to spur the Southeast governors to dedicate certain percentage of their monthly allocation towards a joint project. And 2 projects I have in mind: rail, regional electrification, that is regional electric generation. You know that if we have 5 billion and each state government commits to dropping 250 million or 200 million every month, maybe they will say it's too much, but 200 million every month, what it gives us every month is 1 billion for the 5 eastern state governors. That in a year we have 12 billion. And I think sadly politicians always want to do something so that they own it, not necessarily thinking about the longer term. Because if not, I would say, if you keep 12 billion the first year, putting it on high yielding interest account, second year another 12 billion, third year 12 billion, fourth year 12 billion, even if the project does not materialize under their tenure, that whenever the time comes, we'll say, okay, this is the seed money. Then we can, get that with investors. But as long as I haven't met million, I can't be deciding a man who has made billions and is just able to just give us 5 billion like that. Man. So, that's Rudolph, that's my honest take on that.
I beg, Mazi Ezeoke. Rudolph, if you allow me for a second, Mazi Ezeoke, I just wanted to appreciate you. Besides appreciating you, I wanted to point out that along the line, in other words, I believe in the Underground Railroad, in as much as we all expect to come and yappy on the internet. Most everything is not said on the net. The deep work that you're doing down in the Southeast, I sincerely believe in it. I have not met you in person. I have met Mazi Rudolph several times, and I look forward to the day that I'll meet you in person. And I believe what you see is what you get. You have proven it from all angles. So again, what you are doing is a labor of love. People don't seem to understand. I once said to you that you carry an elephant on your shoulders, if you remember that word.
Yes, it is.
I have proven time and again. So we just want to appreciate you for that. And everything you've pointed out here, including what you saw on the ground. This is one of the reasons why at basicsexpress.com, we don't break news. The reason why we don't break news is if you break that news now because you're in a hurry to show it up, the next moment you just boo-booed, your credibility goes. So you have a level of credibility, and that is what we do appreciate here. So I would like to say, let us continue to encourage what you're doing. Most of us who are in the background, if you want to get to Njenje Media, you can talk to him. If you want to get to Rudolph, you can talk to him. If you so desire to know any of the things why we have lasted as Igbo Basics since 1995, if you call us on the phone, we can have a conversation. And whatever you think you want to know, it is open and we'll share it with you. Because he who fights and retreats lives to fight another day. But if you go back and want to prove that you know more than they do, as a matter of fact, on the Southeast, I particularly want to thank you for the job you've done in Umuahia, Aba, and the rest of the places in that particular South. I'm from Aba, number one. And the things you've touched on are the things that I have experienced. I talk about our Chicken Republic past governor. You talked about the widening of the road in Umuahia. I personally went from the time they were building the mall there, and I witnessed from it. I have videos, pictures, I thought around it. So I understand what goes on, and that is why you can come in as you do your work, you keep going, and that makes you to live long. So we truly do appreciate you. Recently, I observed one thing in a program anchored in Lagos. Professor Carlo Emmanuel Ubureke, was in Lagos, and he was attending the Academy of Medical Science practitioners of Nigeria. And that came into play, the power of the internet. An uncle of mine, Lenny Ezeoke, who lives in Makurdi, is 80 years old. He was on the scene, a professional photographer. He ended up, he was a statistician. What happened that day was the power of the connectivity. I realized that with him being there and what Zoom has afforded us, the things we did that day, as a matter of fact, became a particular history for our own side of the town. So what I'm saying is this: let us continue to connect with Mazi Ezeoke, and let us continue to connect with Rudolph. And Rudolph understands where I'm coming from when I say that just at Princeton, not too long ago, I came in there, and who was there? It was Rudolph. The things that we saw in the background was so much that you can't even begin to talk about it. So for me, I am looking forward to, and I'll speak to Mazi Ezeoke, and I would look forward to going to Nobi. I will be at Nobi by the special grace of God this December to at least personally maybe hand over the dummy copy of Chief Zebediah Okorigwenwobe's book to him. We will talk about that off camera. So I am very pleased for what Mazi Ezeoke is doing. A lot of us don't understand. What are we talking about support? What kind of support can we give to Mazi Ezeoke other than the truth and genuine love from our hearts that we will give to him? You will continue to succeed, and we will see you soon. So I just want to appreciate you for that. And I want to also use this opportunity to tell you that the people from Ibere in Bende local government, we appreciate what you're doing. And by the time that between you and Rudolph, that we shake down the mountain there, Masca, a friend of mine who introduced me to you, is going to be getting in touch with you because he's very much deeply involved in everything we're doing. It's a production out there. Thank you so much, Mazi Ezeoke.
Igbo basics, before you go, you know, I don't hold prisoners. In 2019, I was attending a burial at Isukwato. I came through Okigwe. There was no road to go to your house. Ibere, that road is into two. I reported about the road. PA to your senator sent me a letter written to the rubber stamp Senate president about the same road that I reported on. Now, I can report to you, maybe you don't know. That road is still yet undone, even with the letter written by that senator. You know, so the job is now on your own leg, not only on your
Mazi, is that the road?
We will take up on that road. The reason why we take up on it are people like Sonny Allison, a master in logistics, is deep talking to the OT administration, and people like retired DIG Azubike Oda. They are also there because they were part of the transition committee. But when we show up on the ground, be rest assured that some of these things that we are shining light on now, as a matter of fact, when you touch upon that, there is a road that's been being built since 2005, and that road has not been completed. And that's one of the reasons why I'm going to have to try to bring down or bear down the power of the net with the power of Dr. Damage's show and Mazi Njenje Media TV to point at, when I keep saying I'm practicing bushcraft, I am going to bring the bushcraft practice into full view. Look beyond, and you will see the reason why I'm going to do what we're going to do this December. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Igbo Basics. Mazi Ezeoke, I'll give you the chance to say the final word. Oh, KJ, what's KJ?
Mazo, let me thank you again. This will be my final comment. You were in Omar here, and I appreciate your going there. What I wanted to draw attention to, maybe next time when you find your way there, can you please look at the National Museum, the Museum of the Biafra Museum, War Museum, and if you get the chance to put in a word, with the government, it is a little bit disgraceful the way the thing is, and that should be something that will attract a lot of tourists into the state. This action governor will have now, if he can do something about it, it will be very, very good, to attract visitors to the state. Then, Ezeoke Methodist High School, from where I am, one of the, prominent Methodist high schools in Nigeria, secondary schools in Nigeria, compared to the great King's College and all the rest. The last time I went to Ezeoke, it was a pitiable sight. That school has produced a lot of people, great men, in Nigeria. If the governor can also be able to look into it, or if you can use your good office to mobilize people who can help to revitalize that Methodist high school, it will be very.
KJ, I will counter you
see,
here. Government College Umwa here has old boys that are revitalizing the school, So Ezeoke old boys should similarly do the same thing.
no, beyond the Ezeoke, the school that he attended, he's abdicating his duties and moving it to me. If I can use my good office.
Mazi,
Hold on now, wait.
I never went to any of those schools. I grew up in the north. I went to all my schools.
Okay, but that's your village, ba?
I never went there.
That's your village. But that's your village.
No, okay, so it's because it's your village. That's why you're pushing for it.
Listen, I'm talking to a high chief. Chim, what I say? Am I a red cap chief? I'm talking to somebody who is a red cap chief and has what it takes. What are you saying?
Well, if
do we carry the same weight?
Then you haven't addressed me properly. Where is your cola nut and palm wine?
Hey, Chai, nah.
And snap.
I owe you cola nut and snap. I owe you.
Okay, you can monetize that. I can't.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Mazi, I don't know if you still want to hang on with us. Or
I'm here.
Okay.
I have nowhere to go.
Okay. Okija, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I was like, is he going to send Mazi away without me, talking to Mazi?
I saw your hand now, so I'll come to you later.
Sorry, before you throw my brother under the bus, Mazi is okay. For KJ. I'm beginning to redeem.
My 2 hands are up. I have surrendered to the chief. Hi, chief. My brother bailed me out. So please.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Mazi, thank you very much. I appreciate the job you do. Actually, sometimes when I want to know what is happening in Anambra, I go to your, to your channel and see things. Thank you. I'm conversing with your book. I grew up in Onitsha. And then Kotako, I don't know, Idemili, I don't know what they look like now.
GMO.
Yeah. So it's like, I was I had a lengthy discussion with someone about water last night. And actually this morning I called my uncle in Oka and we were talking about water. And all of a sudden, you were talking about your visit to Enugu. And I want to ask you a question. Do you mean that do they have water running inside the house or just those stand pipe government put many places?
The water it's outside. The connectivity is now outside, but some people have taken the connection further to their GP tanks. You see one thing, it is very hard to unlearn. That's one thing when I was thinking about it last night, it's very hard to unlearn. Growing up partly in Enugu, Upper Chima, number 1 Ekede Close, when the public water rushes through the kitchen, we cannot close the gush with our hands. It will splash everywhere. That's tell you with the velocity with which water was coming out then. But for over 3 decades now, there are generations born now. They don't know. Honestly, in fact, maybe over 60% of Nigerians don't know what water.
Pipe-borne water.
Is. I recall one time because obviously in my village house we use overhead tank from the rainwater we collect on the ground. You pump it up again, you use it. So I recall my daughter wanting, thinking that that's normal now. Open tap and drink water. I'm like, no, you want to, So don't drink it because she doesn't know the other way, right? So you just open tap. You drink water that comes out of the tap. You don't think. because it's somebody's duty to make sure that the water that comes in your house, it's 99.9 healthy for you to consume. But we now have a generation of pure water sachet knowers, and their fathers overhead tank constructors, and GP tanks, so that people are now happy that, oh, water ran and it is now in GP tank. But the process is not yet complete. So hence I said I reserve my comment until a full cycle is done. Let's see, if what we see today is it. If it is it, actually, then I would object, because that is not it for me. It's not what it ought to be. But for a starter, in the absence of absolute nothing, it is good enough for a starter. But to be the final bus stop, I object. And if I have the opportunity to sit with him, I wrote him a message, say, I'm coming into Enugu. Can I interview you? Nobody spoke to me. Nobody made this, but I hope I will get the opportunity one day again. And they will always see, my own is that I have the privilege of always saying my mind. I give them the peace of my mind. What you go do me? They pay me now. So I go speak my own. I go.
Thank you.
Okay,
Man.
okay.
Thank you.
Please, I've not finished. I just said something, then he jumped in, and I've not finished yet, because I don't know what, like in Anambra, I grew up, like I said, I grew up in Onitsha, and we had water. The water was running, and all of a sudden, then it stopped. And then there was a Greater Onitsha Water Scheme, World Bank. I was small then, but World Bank assisted project. They laid pipes in all the streets. They put meters, every compound, got a meter. And it ran for a couple of months, and then it packed out. I think they were saying that the source where they were getting water, in case a lake that flows into River Niger, that it started diminishing. But then because I spoke with my uncle this morning. I don't care about Enugu. I'm concerned about my state. So I don't know if you will take this up, whatever you meet those people, because in the background, some people, I'm talking to with people, and that we are trying to see, what could be done. Because on the chat, they have the pipes are there. They laid pipes. We were small then. They laid every street on the chat. Pipe went through it. Then Oka was running, but I was talking with my uncle who lives in Oka. He said he stopped working 18 years back. But it was, I went to Unizik, and we had a pipe on water. Even though the company where I was living didn't have pipe on water, but my uncle, he lived near. I used to go to his house to fetch water, pipe on water. But I was asking, he said he stopped 18 years ago. So what Soludo, he said that the Anambra, the water works, like when you get to near Fite Junction, the Aroma Junction or something like that, the water works close by. He said the water works is still there, but the workers, they're not coming to work, they're not getting paid or so whatever. So what is happening in Anambra? Said why they can't have water?
To be honest with you, I don't know. But it might interest you to know that almost all the states in Nigeria have the same problem. They all have water boards. Go through the line items of the water corporations, they all have budgets. Isn't it time that we begin to demand for water, right? It's not Anambra, it's not Enugu, it's not Lagos. Just think about it. There is no state in Nigeria. Abuja, some areas, you may have water in Jabi, public, but aside Abuja, there is no state where you have proper water. So the question is, it's like I said, it is a culture that have come to stay, that the more you reflect on it and think about it, you get angry. There was a time, about 2 years ago, part of MNA, they said the government came in to tax them on borehole. I'm like, and you people left the person to go home alive? You did not provide water. Somebody used their own money to dig borehole. You want to come and collect tax, and you want to leave that compound alive. You should have done justice to that individual, right? But the challenge with good governance, and now again across board, is the more these things are not challenged, the more they are becoming the norm. The road we use is bad. All of us knows about it. The president knows about it. The Senate president knows about it. The speaker knows about it. What would they do? Rather than fix it, they will buy bombardier jets. Rather than fix the road, Akpabio told all of us, and none of you got angry, including myself. Instead of fix, the roads are bad, that's why they bought SUV of 160 million. Think about it. It's an insult. The roads are bad. Therefore, we will buy SUV. What happens to you holding the executive to account, or make sure that the next coming budget that you impute that all the roads will be fixed? Declare an emergency. No, they won't do it. The water corporations, some people use it as a means of commingling state resources. Every year they are budgeting money for water board. In all the states, no one state is left alone. In all the states, yet there is no running water, and people are digging borehole everywhere. Sometimes I think, all this borehole, where would they dig? One day, we are just creating hole everywhere, dig. I don't want to be alive when the consequences will start coming, because this is not sustainable, right? And we think it's a sign of big manism. I have borehole in my house. I have my area. We don't have water. I use 10 million to dig borehole, and then insecurity. Fix insecurity. No, rather than fix it, they're all buying bulletproof now. So tell me, the government, because no matter what, it boils down to governance. Everything we discuss here boils down to governance. Governance, those in government will determine how you and your children and your generation will live. Therefore, it is not a business to be left for cucumbers and carrots. It must be for deep thinkers who understand the implication of decisions they take. Nations will want to dump something on your nation, and you have an idiot somewhere trying to negotiate to get a kickback for something to happen. Again, it's not only on national level, it's also on the state and local government level. If I take a poll here, how many are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 of us. Tell me, who is your local government chairman in your local government? I bet you that 80% of us don't know. Yet, every day we come on because we can speak grammar on Twitter. Tinubu has gone to, UAE with 1,400 people. That one is another madness. But we have a greater madness in your backyard, the one that affects you directly. We can't keeping quiet. So, and that is the driver of what we do. So I'm only calling that, one man, one media company is not enough. All of us, if not for anything, if we make this thing uncomfortable for them, make these things, thank God our mothers are now beginning to form Umuada WhatsApp group that will make it that they begin to find its way in the Umuada group too. Because why these things happen the way it happens is because when they steal our money, just like as Jonathan was trying to explain, but people misunderstood it, we call it corruption. When you tell somebody in your village chairman, you come and say, I'm not going to vote this man, he's corrupt. Everybody will be looking at you because it means nothing. And nobody will bring any objection. He's corrupt, he's absolute nothing. He has no tie to your local language. But when you call it the real language, when you use the real language, say, I'm not going to vote for this man. He's a thief. You will see some people adjust their cap and some will shift in their distance because that is the language. That is when people begin to understand. But if somebody is in Abuja, you don't see that person. All you see, if the day you'll be lucky to have light 1 hour, you would probably see the person at the National Assembly snoring, not making proper presentation, but snoring while the budget is being read. When he wakes up, he says, Mr. Chairman, I second the motion. Which motion are you seconding? Motion to sell it, right? We have a lot of work to do. That's my final submission.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Wale, you're next.
Thank you very much, everyone. Mazi is a, I don't know, I'm not evil. I wanted to say Igwe, may you live longer than your forefathers, but in wisdom, yeah. Thank you very much. I think you really spoke my mind. And the question I was going to ask you, because I've never been to the East and I would love to. I love the dance. I love the culture. I have an Igbo friend. And every time they display the culture, I always feel like, when can I travel around Nigeria to enjoy, the beautiful culture? But anyway, you've said so many things which I might not be able to pick every single one of them. But let me pick it up from the money aspect. The gentleman that gave 5 billion. I know we are not here to tell anybody how to spend their money, but sometimes I do ask who actually love Nigeria. And you've answered that question, that we all can contribute at the local level, even within our own family, within our own friends and colleagues. Who is your local government? We don't know. So this money, if someone is rich enough to enrich his own people, electricity could be something, no matter how little you do, people will praise you and thank you for it. Rather than giving money to people who are just going to enrich themselves through that money, I think it's just propaganda. I'm sorry if it sounds like, because I don't work for the person's money, but if I truly have such money and I want to make impact on people's lives, I know what they need. If it's, like you rightly said, even if it's just one railway from one town to another, people will enjoy it. Farm produce will be able to get from one place to another. People will be able to, you see, there are so many ways we can help. And someone like you, I know you're doing a lot, because I've seen some of your work. And I really thank you. And I wish people could be like you to contribute to your own cultures, to make every region beautiful. But we have people who are just say they are nationalists, but what do? Than to call get the cake and just enrich themselves. I can't say more, honestly, but thank you for taking your time and for what you are doing. Don't relent. People who appreciate you, and you're doing well. You're doing well.
Thank you very much. Igbo Basics, I see that, I see your hand, Rudolph. Now, share. Now, joint venture.
You are on the come for phone, not before internet.
Okay, thank you. So, Rudolph,
Yeah.
there is something my brother said, and I will use this opportunity to address, because this platform is not only for people of the Southeast. There is a misconception, and I will start with saying, my brother, I thank you for your open-mindedness. But you said you have not been in the East. You are doing yourself a great disservice. Please visit the East one of these Christmas. Anytime you are in Nigeria, if you have no other place to go, come to Anambra. We'll see how we do Christmas. A lawyer friend of mine who practices in the United Kingdom wrote me a message, or forwarded a message to me 2 weeks ago. That message, I don't know, maybe many of you have read that message. That message was credited to our late leader, Chief Mbazurike Amechi, the boy is good. And therein says that we are Ndibo, we don't sell land to strangers, blah, 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 right? And the guy, I said, I read it, I said, my brother, I'm surprised you are sharing this kind of fake news. He replied, Mazi, is it fake? So that asking me whether if it's fake, but that's true now, you people know they sell land. Got me to tell him, tell me which part of the Southeast you want to buy land. we will sell the land to you. But the question is, would you buy it at a competitive price? In my village, even Rudolph will tell you now, there is no 50 by 100 meter land you get in the Nobi now, today, for less than 7 million. Whereas that can fetch you, other places, 1 hectare. 2 weeks ago, I was called upon, there was a land, slightly over 1 plot of land for 10.5 million. And I said, I never see this kind, I don't get money. I told the guy, because this young boy is scouting for the land. So I forwarded that message to the guy in question. He didn't answer me. The next time he said, but the land is not in Oka now. I now sent a couple of, these flyers, land they sell in Oka, to him. I said, this is it. I will help you make sure that you get the land. Now, he's in England. That was the prejudice he had, that Igbos don't sell land. He sticks with that. But his question is, why would Igbos go to somewhere else and buy land, but they don't go the other side? If you don't leave your comfort zone to move into another person's territory, you will never understand why. The Southeast, you may be watching now thinking, what Mazi is saying, why would a plot of land in a village be over 10 million? Let me explain why. The whole of Southeast, that is South, 5 states, Abia, Anambra, Imo, Ebonyi, and Enugu, is the size of Kogi, 1 state. Right? If you understand that, you understand the population here is so dense with a culture of every male child, which is a different conversation for me and Ndi Igbo, which many who have watched my Igbo program where I discuss strategy for the future generation, that this would hurt us, this concept of every male child building a house is a different conversation. But if you put that together of being the smallest, having a high volume of inhabitants, and having a good concentration of people who can afford certain luxury, it's a case of demand and supply. So you might be from certain part of the country where they sell land in your place 200,000, but the other side somebody is telling you to bring 10 million and you're there kicking. But before you even say Jack Robinson, 2-3 people are willing to pay for the same land, are fighting over it. So another one will say, okay, I'll add 1 million. And who you put sugar for mouth, you know go take. If now you they sell land 10 million, somebody offers you 11 million, won't you take? It's normal. I was wanting to buy a house outside Nigeria. I was still pricing, and before I know it, the agent called me, oh, this property is sold, because somebody added money from the asking price. So that one, no, Igbo, before you say, Igbo like money, or when they give money, or they go do this thing. So if now you don't go do. So what am I saying is that we need to expand our horizon. If we expand our horizon, it's going to give us more to understand one another. I was planning to visit Bauchi for a very long time, apart from the campaign, where during the campaign that we visited so many states. But there are some things I saw in certain states that I want to on my own. The same thing I'm doing in the South is to go and actually bring out the human element in some of the places some people sit down in the diaspora, never understood anybody's culture. Or you hear, Hausa Fulani, wait. Hey, calm down, people, calm down. There is more to just stereotype, labeling people with one brush, across board. Okay? Again, honestly, I just hope that would eventually get to a point where we need to understand more of us.
Thank you, Mazi. AY, next.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Mazi Ezeoke. I mean, this is the second time meeting you on this platform. Great job
Thank
as
you, my
always.
brother.
Yeah, thank you for all you do. I have I have a question. Then I have a couple of questions. So the first one is, the work you do is really a great work. I don't know if you're only doing it in Southeast or you have other people doing it in some other region. And do you reach out to the government? For example, you work in Anambra. How do they get this video? Do you reach out to them, or have they ever reached out to you in form of like what was any feedback? What was it like? That's the first question. Like the last thing is attached to that question. Are they really doing the job? Like you see a road, you show them on the video. What's the response? Like response time, if there is any? Do they really like respond and say, okay, this road is bad, let's go there, let's get it done? Oh, somebody has pointed out this village is a suffering of water, let's do something. Yeah, that's the first one.
Okay.
The second question is quite controversial. So, to be honest with you, I hear you. Like the last point you made about we should not limit our knowledge to our environment. Kind of where, if I'm from River State, I think it's all about my state. You know, Nigeria, we are faced with a lot of problems. I've listened to some of my brothers from the Southeast. I think there is a lot of denial going on. Like some people will come and deliberately want to mislead other people. To me, it's a problem. Not only in the Southeast, even some other region. For example, I will be specific. A situation where you see member of IPOB or Eastern Security Network brandishing weapons and they speak Igbo, even when they few that speak English, the English will know this is a typical Igbo man, no doubt. People will come here and tell you, no, they are from other part of the country. Even South speak Igbo. To me, it's a bit problematic. And the other point is issue of this thinking of, yes, like I personally believe every part of Nigeria is a mess. But when you localize the problem, more like this belief that, oh, the government are neglecting the whole of Southeast. I'm not saying they are not neglecting Southeast, but other regions are also neglected. Because I'm from Edo State. If I look at myself, I'm like, so when you say this kind of stuff, I'm going to compare the Southeast with my state. Do we have roads? No. Hospital? No. Schools? No. So water? No. Light? No. We facing the same problem. Down to the north, down to Cross River, down to everywhere. Same problem, insecurity. So when you also look at this issue, I want you to comment on this, you know, because sometimes I think it kind of brings a lot of hatred. One other issue that is always trash out here is another issue of militarizing the Southeast. You know, I don't know why they do that. If this is actually true, do you see this issue as? I want you to comment on this issue. At least I know you are very objective in your discussion.
You know, let me start with your first question. If government pay attention, yes, they do. An example is, by virtue of what I have started, even going to Oboko, the governor knows, and he's even now anticipating, because he knows it's a yearly report that will come, right? So however he mitigates that, it's his own cup of tea. Do I engage with them? No.
I don't want certain engagement to retain my independence, right? I come into a state, I do not announce my presence, and I don't reach out, except where I want to have a one-on-one interview, right? If I want a one-on-one interview to know certain things firsthand. Before the election, I sought to speak to the Imo State governor on certain issues concerning security, because there were some informations I was getting. So I needed to put it to him, not Commissioner of Information, not third party, but him. Sadly, that didn't work out. But, there must be another day. So in my state of Anambra, the video that Rudolph played before, when I posted it in a forum where even the governor and all his commissioners are there, basically who is who in Anambra is in that forum. So I posted it there. Within a space of 30 minutes, they responded to that video. Well, that they are aware these rainy season, that is still rain, because if you look at that road there, you can see some water, collection of water there. Oh, that is rainy season, and they are all also in so many roads, they cannot be everywhere at the same time. I said, thank you. Rain has actually stopped. We'll have about 2 weeks. So my intention is, because of the response they've given, and the person that responded was from the government. So the governor cannot say he hasn't seen it, because when somebody reads, you go and check who read. So he has seen it. The question then is, you follow up. Based on that, now I have started that message. That message can no longer be deleted. On 25th December, my Christmas gift to that person that wrote it is to say, good morning, sir. I'm standing on this road, water don't dry, but you can see now, it has been done or not done. Do you understand? That is it. And people will be wondering why on a Christmas day you're just going somewhere, but it's just because continuously. It's because it's a feedback mechanism. So that is it on that plank. On the other one that you asked about insecurity and people are denying, sadly you haven't joined when I addressed that. And I addressed that this way. I do not care who commits crime. The job of government is to fish down the individual. You see, you and I can be having argument. It's Fulani. It's this. It's the. Okay, I don't care. You come from Mars. Whether a Malian headsman. Oh no, it's not Nigerian headsman according to Lai Mohammed. These are headsmen from Mauritania, and so effing what? Your job is to get them, put them in their right place. Ignore what any other person is saying. But the thing is, the moment you begin to trivialize these issues as to it is done by this organization A, it is done by this ethnic B, we have lost it. Why did we get to a point of having an Amotekun? Why did we get to a point of having an Ebubago? It wasn't needed. But because there appears to be a failure of those saddled with the responsibilities of protecting life and property, total failure. The people now think on their own, okay, then let's protect ourselves. So if we had, if the government had done what ought to be done, we shouldn't be in this place. We shouldn't be having, such argument as to what is here, who is doing it, which language does he speak? I don't care which language you speak. Crime speaks one language. They shoot bullet. It doesn't matter, my brother. An Igbo man shoots Mazi bullet. It doesn't hurt differently from a Fulani or from a German bullet. Bullet in a bullet. And our problem should be who shot it. Does it feel right? Oh, okay, if I deny now, that bullet didn't come from an Igbo person, it came from Fulani, so it will heal or it will hurt more. Or if the leg was bent already, the leg will heal. So let's not get caught up in that, kind of thinking, minuscule level of looking at issues. But look at it holistically. When a crime happens in America, Mr. AJ, does anybody tell you, oh, this crime is done by someone from Maryland or is redhead from Chicago? Or no. The individual, everybody, all the law enforcement will hunt down the individual. Then before they begin to talk about the psychological evaluation, who's this, the other one. So that's that's my honest take on it. I don't know if you have any follow-up question to this.
No, he shouldn't. AY will, but I will stop him so that we can get to other people. Steph, sorry, go ahead.
Good afternoon, or good evening.
Yeah.
And to some people, good night. Mr. Maska, good evening. I thought I
Good
made a
evening, my
mistake
brother.
the background yesterday night because he requested for something that I think everybody left. Maybe later today we can deal with it. My brother Mazi Ezeoke, I really appreciate you. Somebody said yesterday that one of our problems is that we don't really celebrate some people that have shown a level of commitment in the struggle to actualize the Nigerian project. One thing that gladdens my heart anytime that we gather like this is that in the deepest heart of most of us, at least majority, there is that deep love for Nigeria. There's that deep commitment on the part of everybody. How can things work right? Which means all of us love our country. And I must commend you. I've been watching your show. Nobody is perfect, but the only thing I can tell you is you should keep up the good work, and God will continue to strengthen you. I don't really have much of a question for you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to make a few comments. Let me make a quick response to what AY said or asked for clarification. I want to give you a little bit of insight because my hometown is what we can call in America, in the sense that it's not part of the main town, but it has come to host so many people from different parts of the country. Because in my place, in my community, you have a law school, you have a Army Air Force, you have a state university, and is also the local government headquarters. So the issue of the is the ECN that you talked about was a child of necessity. And as my brother Mazi said, some of these things you are seeing is a result of government failure. You understand? If it is not government failure, there would have been no need for such a thing. But unfortunately, like whenever there is any good intention by some people, there will always be people that will hijack it and use it for another motive. You understand what I'm saying? Just the way you have Nigerian police force, which is an arm that is charged with the responsibility of dealing with law and order in the country. There are maybe 30% or 40% of them presently that are the bad cops. You know, presently there may be more majority of the ECN that is the bad cops. You understand? But that's why I don't want to dwell more about their present activity. I just want to tell you the history. Why was there need for it in the first place? It was the time the Fulani herdsmen was ravaging the whole communities. I'm talking about how it affects my own community, for instance. And then the local government chairman, the DPO in the Nigerian police force in in my community, is for the local government, but like I said, my community is the headquarters. Is always, I don't think, for the much I can remember, I don't think we've ever had a divisional police officer that comes from that state. There's an Igbo man. Do you understand? So you see that most times when the herdsmen go to the farm, destroy people's farm, you go to the police to report, they will look the other way. Are you listening to what I'm saying? They look the other way. So in my own community there, when the issue of the ECN came on, it was welcomed with open hand because they believe that these people are going to help to restore order so that our women can start going to the farm and stuff like that. So remember what I said about government failure. Had it been that government lived up to their responsibility to make sure that people are not displaced, people can go to their farm, women can go to their farm and come back without being raped, and those things I'm telling you are real. In the back channel, there was a day in the back channel I talked about my own personal experience of a family member that was a victim, very close to me. So when you read certain things on the newspaper, it's not just folklore. It's not. These are real experiences from human beings like you and me. So that was how it started in so many parts of Igbo land. The main motivation that made people to really key into it and accept it. But like I said, what happened over time? The rot in some other system came into it. So it means it's actually the government that's supposed to play a critical role when it comes to law and order. They have failed, and they are the only people that can do it better whenever they want to do it.
All
you
right.
get me? So that is to clarify that one.
Thank you. Let me, I don't know if I missed somebody. Chim, have you had a chance to ask me a question?
No, I don't have any question. I mean, for me personally, there's really nothing to ask him.
Okay. All right. And you okay. Let me go to forefathers. Forefathers, welcome. Forefathers.
Forefather is stuck.
Are you there?
I don't think so. I think
no, he's
forefather.
Rudolph.
Oh,
Forefathers hasn't paid. He hasn't paid his internet bills.
Forefathers, are you there?
He's mute. You are muted.
He's sleeping.
No, he's not. He's moving. I can see him. All right.
Yeah, he's moving. Maybe he's on the phone or something.
Okay. Maybe he's on Google. All right. So
ChatGPT.
so Master. Okay, yeah, that's true. Master, any question for Mazi? Is okay.
I wanted a couple of questions, but I think it's wrong for me to ask him on this platform, more so that he's a journalist. I've seen his channel. I think I'll just probably try and talk to him. And I would want to also extend an invitation to him anytime he's in Abuja. I would try and force my wife to cook a tuwo for him. So when he comes to my house and eat a tuwo. So let's see this comfort zone thing.
So, Master, why haven't
you
extended that?
No. You see, when I talk about comfort zone, it may interest you. I have done 48 countries of this world, and in Nigeria, I have done over 70% of the states in Nigeria, right? With a very few No, what the 85% basically, with just a couple of states that
It's
I
on
haven't
a light
visited.
note. It's on a light note,
Yeah.
Mazi. It's not.
But
It's not a hard.
I would prefer Tuwo Shinkafi and Frada Nono.
No way. That's the point I make. You eat Tuomi and Kuka.
That's
Okay,
a raw combination. KJ,
Yes,
KJ will tell
KJ knows
you
it.
how you sound.
I will snap picture just only for Rudolph only.
Mazi, just enjoy it.
When you are swallowing
That is a good. You will enjoy it. What he's telling you,
Okay.
enjoy it.
With kunu,
Yes.
with kunu.
By
Yes.
the way, my wife is an excellent. So
You know,
That's why
I want to add.
Masker.
That's why I was asking you. Are you a member of the Gideon group? You used to go to Gideon group.
Sorry, KJ, the owner of the platform. I don't understand you guys. No, KJ. I know. I used to. It's near my. It used to be near my office. You can't be interrupting a Rudolph when he's talking, KJ.
Sorry.
Sorry, boss.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. But Master, I wanted to say that you just said something that you said your wife is an excellent cook. I was wondering if anybody will raise up his hand here and say my wife is not an excellent cook.
You are fired today if you try it.
No.
You will not have a place to sleep.
If you do that, you're no longer coming in the Azar room.
Okay. So
go ahead, Master.
I will try and link up with him. I truly believe what he's doing is an exceptional job, and he has opened a vista for me. We tend to tell ourselves, okay, Nigerian problem is big, but what I've seen today is like maybe the solution is to start with simple things. Okay, things like what he's doing now. To start, just do what you can do. Forget about the size of the problem, really. Just do what you read. The only thing all of us can do, and I'm thinking all of us, if we get back to the table like he has gotten back, I'm sure the story would probably begin to change. So well done, Mazi. I know how difficult is it, but I am very clear on one thing. You are a very smart guy. You are a very strategic guy. I could see the fact that you can do your fine move. So, and I'll try and get in touch. Certainly, I've checked your channel. I was even seeing 27 video about you being adopted in Borno. I didn't know what about that, but it's okay. I'm sure we'll get in touch.
I am the adopted son of the Borno Empire.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Ike, Ernest. Ike.
Yes, my brother Ezeoke, the question that I have for you, will you be surprised to see your governor join APC in future?
Which
governor? The governor of Anambra State, your professor. Is he going to surprise you?
Oh, he is now my professor. I didn't.
No, I mean the governor of Anambra State. Will he surprise you if he joins APC tomorrow?
You see, by virtue of what politicians do, if you swear for any politicians, you are likely to die young. So I will not be surprised. But practically, I don't think it will happen. But being possible, you know, Wike looked everybody in the eye and said, and told us certain things about Tinubu. The one is this, is no. Me, leave APC, leave PDP. No. I can't go from cancer, from malaria to cancer. We have seen how it all has ended.
You know why I asked the question?
Yes.
You know why I asked that question?
I don't know. I don't read minds.
My own point of view, Ifeanyi Uba has joined the APC.
Yes.
And you know that our colleague, Ozibo, right? Maybe we are looking at him as maybe the next Labour Party candidate in Anambra State. I don't know. Maybe there are other people. But I think the president of Ozigbo right now is a threat to the governor of Anambra State, to Ifeanyi Uba and the rest politician in Anambra State. So that's why I asked that question. And I know that you are close to Ozigbo, and I know that you are close, even though we are not talking about politics right now, you're talking about the things you are doing in the Southeast. So that's why I brought that question, because you are on the ground and you see what is going on in Anambra State. So that's why I asked the question.
Now, if I give you my open analysis here and objectively to the limitation of my knowledge, I think it will be the greatest mistake of his life to leave APGA, right? If he does, then in fact, it's a difficult sell. You know, the blind musical maestros, when these people, I think about 5 of them, they are blind. There was a song they sang one time. Nanambala Kalimong. You see that there might appear to be some Barakboism, but when it comes to the governorship of Anambra, the people close rank. I won't say more than that. But I do not think, my candid opinion, while I do not swear for any, I can't hold any brief for him. I don't think it will. In fact, it doesn't even make any logical sense for him to leave a place that have, buttered his bread. So what for? For what reason? I don't see any reason. But again, I'm not in their shoes. But if I am thinking logically and I'm thinking strategically, I think he's in a better place to stay where he is. That's my candidate.
Thank you.
All right. So let me try one more time. Forefathers, can you hear me? All right, you can hear me.
Rudolph, kick him out so that he can come back. I think he's
yeah, but I can't because of his privileges.
He's communicating with the forefathers.
No, I can actually kick him out. I didn't know. All right.
Yeah, with the fathers.
So, John Abba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudy. And fellow panelists and Mazi Ezeoke. I've been watching from the other room. So, I
John Abba, today is Sunday, and you're a pastor. Be careful.
Okay, your former president should explain that to you. Thank you for great work of humanity and trying to bring to our attention and to bring about change to the community, especially the Southeast, and your vertical knowledge of Nigeria, basically. And I hope you take some of your brothers with you as you do that, your road trip. Don't have so much question for you than to encourage your brothers and bring, I believe that change starts from someone and it's very contagious, whether in a positive way or in a negative way, it spread quick. In this way, it's a positive way. And I would pray that that can happen, those little beginning that have brought you this far. We go, maybe Moscow will take it to Adamawa State or Kano State, where he's from, and all those regions. And we all can come to the table where we make Nigeria work for us. One of the things I admire about you is about your oneness of Nigeria. And when you were talking, KJ looked like he fell inside water, but I think it's awake now. So thank you for all you do. Thank you.
All right. Jonaba is having a
I when you're sitting before royalties, you don't speak anyhow, Jonaba. Mazi Ezeoke here. He say, "Hi, chief."
And it doesn't come easy to have that elephant talks in your hand. It doesn't come easy in the Igbo land. And so we learn to be respectful. However, I will take a pass at what you have said. The truth of the matter is that some of us, after I'm a nationalist in the first place, but when you come to a point where we're losing lives every day, and you have tried A, it's not working. You have tried B, it's not. We say, let us make peace. It's not working. Let's fight. No agree. We have to find a way to move forward. And the way that we see to move forward is, okay, if we cannot be together in peace, let us divide. Let us divide in peace. Is that too much to ask?
You call it a small minority like me, Una. So I have anything to do with what is
I give up.
So Mazi, is okay. Let me go to, because they're talking about the chief and the title, and it's a very common thing that apparently is happening at this time. When people come home, a lot of people will take up chieftaincy titles. And what is the trend now? Because I see a lot of people want to put on the red cap. I went home and more than 4 people came to me and said it's time. So what is the trend, and what is the driving force, and what are the wider implications for the Southeast, for these titles and chiefs and double high chief?
No. It's normal. It's the ways of our ancestors. It is the ways of our father that when a man comes of age, that you are expected, if you are in good standing, that you take the Ozo title.
Good standing. I like that. We'll go back to that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So and this is not honorary. This is not the one that maybe you built a hospital for your community. The community can say, okay, they honor you and say thank you. No, that one. But when you talk about Nze na Ozo, that is the you have to be a man of character, a man that chew his words before it is altered, and a man who, when the chips are down, you must stand by the truth. And the worst you can do is to remove your shoes and stand by the earth and say and make pronouncement that this is the way you've seen it, because even if everybody is going one direction, you wouldn't have to join them, and you say the truth. And many may not believe it, many may believe it, but the God that created the heaven and earth, even in America now, there are some sciences, and some people believe that certain diseases can be cured by having communion with the earth, because there is an energy on the earth when you walk barefoot. And that's when somebody says, okay, this is the truth, and he stands on that. So for you, what I believe you have experienced in Nobi, our mutual friend, Sonny.
Yes. He got
Sonny took us on.
Yes.
I was there. With him.
You were there?
Of course, I was. Yeah, I was there with. Even actually that day I slept in the Nobi. I can send some of the pictures now. I was there with Seaman. You know Seaman now.
Yeah.
So myself, Seaman, so I was in his house. I left Sonny's house around 9:30 that night. So no, around 10 actually, around 10. So I slept in the Nobi that day. So what I'm saying in essence is what they are trying to tell you is, the elders will tell you that they will think that Rudolph is now of age, and they have observed you and want to indoctrinate you and bring you into the household of the nobles. And that's why they are cutting you. But as long as you do not soil your hand, because I can put a counter motion if I think that I have begun to suspect you in some crookery way, then in that case you may lose that privilege. But in this case, I believe I will concur. If they ask me, I say I will concur that you should come. You have arrived.
Did they actually go to chiefs like you to seek the opinion before they they give that title?
No, amongst they do. If because it's not, they don't necessarily go, but it's like someone wanting to marry, in the church, they do announcements, and after the announcement, they say anyone who has anything that would, not augur well.
All right, we lost him.
I was going to ask him. Maybe I'll ask if he hears is because this Nzenozo is predominantly in the Anambra area. I don't think in Abia State we do Nzenozo. KJ, please correct me if I'm wrong.
We do it too.
Nzenozo.
Yes.
In Abia State. Nzenozo.
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't
Anyway,
know.
but the question I was going to ask.
I can help me out here because what I know that there's Ndize. Yes, Ndize and also yes. They do it.
I think we need a Igbo basic to
exactly.
School,
I was going to say that
to school the Lagos guy and the Abuja guy.
Please take that. There's nothing like Lagos guy or anything. I know what I'm saying.
But
the question I was going to ask him, is he said when you have come of age. So I do know that although he made some allusions, I do know that usually it is based off accomplishments. When I mean not necessarily this modern day accomplishment that you built a school or whatever, or you gave money, but accomplishments. So for instance, we have when you say you call somebody Ezeoke or Ezeoke because of you give him that title because he's a very good farmer and has very large tubers of yams and all those kinds of things. But I know at some point it became bastardized. People were buying. So I wanted to find out from him when he says come of age, is it come of age that okay, Rudolph is doing these great things in the media and we recognize his efforts in the media space and we want to give him a title, or is it of age that Rudolph is now 50 something going to 60 and therefore we need to give him a title? So that was the question I was going to ask him before. Unfortunately, his internet went off. In addition to this Nzenozo question, because I know that we have 5 states, and some of those titles do not necessarily align across all the 5 states.
Okay, that's a good one. Let's go to Ndubisi. Maybe he knows. Ndubisi, are you titled man? You have the required
me, small boy like me to be titled. You want my people to cost me.
So you're not titled.
I'm not. I have an elder brother. If you're to be titled, he should go first.
Yeah,
my dad is the eldest of their family. He was titled because his younger brother was titled. He was titled. His immediate younger brother was titled. But aside
are you around?
Aside 2 of them, no other person in the family. They've all gone now. We that are the next generation, none of us is there, and nobody is interested. Although I have one cousin who is partly a politician, but I don't think nobody's thinking of that for now.
But if
even this thing they do in church to give somebody for somebody to take a knighthood or so, yeah, I'm not keen about those things.
Yeah, I think I think in Igbo land, in my part of Igbo land, the way it happens is they have the society, and then if you have the money, and you go and become Nzenozo. But these new ones they're doing chief, high chief. I have issues with those ones. Since Igbo they started having Igwe and the Eze and stuff. So I think sometimes in some communities, better not in Okija, in some communities the Eze or the Igwe will bring someone and give him title. Okija they don't do that. You have to go every villages. You have your also society in every village, and they have the general also society in Okija. So when you have your money, you go and pass through the rites and become Nzenozo. So you don't become like Imo people. I argue with them here. They say like, this person is chief. I say, what is chief? Like my father was a titled man. Was Nze, but he never answered chief. If you call him chief, he will get angry with you. Say, I'm not chief. I'm Nze. Yeah. So that's the way it is in my part of Anambra.
Let me add, Okija, my place is almost the same thing with your place as well, because we are, my place is Imo, but we are the Imo very close to Anambra. Yeah, Osu local government. We are close to
England. We have the same.
Yeah, my mom is from Anambra. My mom is from a neighboring town in called Lille. You might know the place.
Lille. I know.
So I have a cousin from that place who was recently made a titled person, but they did that because of his contribution to the community, not just for anything. He didn't buy it. In fact, he even rejected it. They had to urge him. Some family members said, "Oh, this is just." He was even asking them, "What are the nitty-gritty traditional things they do that is non-Christian? I doesn't want to get involved in those." They said no, that it is now modernized. If you don't want to do some things, that was how he eventually, because his mom would not even want it. That was how eventually he got the title and all that. So it's like
they modernize it right now. I can do it from US. They are calling me asking send money, so they will do it in absentia.
Exactly.
But it just belong to that local society. It's not like but if you go somewhere in Okija, with your red cap, they have to verify. If you don't have red cap and put a red cap in Okija, it's a big thing. It's a big offense. It's a big offense. Yeah, if you don't belong to Nzeozo and then you have red cap. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Before we get back
can I react my question to him?
Hold on. Yeah, you will. But hold on. Let me just mention something. There's one John Iro Anye on the comment section talking about he was banned. I think what he meant was that he was put on timeout, I think, because if he's banned, he won't be able to comment. But I want to use that to illustrate something. He said, trying to find out why somebody will be insulting a whole tribe, and I insulted his mother, and I'm being blocked. So I don't know what happened there, but it's something we discussed outside of this. But I want to use that to point out that if you think that someone is doing something wrong, the thing to do is to bring that to the attention of the people who monitor, who manage whatever system it is. It's not for you to do something wrong too, and then you complain if something happens. I don't know what is going on, but this is just an example of what we talk about. If something is wrong, let's deal with that, not correct it. Let's fix it, not to anyway. But that's on the side. Okay, Chim, go ahead. The question.
No, Rudolph, I got the questions because I was listening from a different device. So he's talking about the difference between states and if others do it. People do it differently. Enugu, there are places people still do Ibuichi. Ibuichi is the mark that some give. In this place, I think the last Ibuichi witnessed in this part of Anambra was somewhere in the Newi or so, maybe in the early 2000s. I know as recent as last year that some people Buichi in Enugu. Now, someone here pointed out very correctly when he talked about Okija. The Nzenozo is not done at community level. It is done at the village or clan level because their requirements differs. There are, if it's agro, for instance, at least you get one cow. So now no, Buhari Tinubu cow now is over 500,000. So it's not like when we used to buy a cow for 150. Now you need to work, and for those that like to go to the Azar, so you don't go so that you save money. Now on this, on the other hand, I think we must not confuse the Ozo taking and chieftaincy. They're not the same. Chieftaincy is like someone getting an honorary degree, right? Community can confer you that. I'm from Anambra. I cannot take Ozo from another community. It has to be from my clan because these are the people closest to you. These are people that saw you as a baby. So you are somebody dipping their hands in the pot of soup. They know. So you can't hide it from them. But that someone, okay, you died 10 kilometers of road and the people are so happy and they say, okay, we honor you, say thank you, is nothing more than a piece of paper that people say, oh, we'll give you media award. You are the best governor. We know the person is a thief or he stole all the state money, but they give him media award, so there is nothing more than that. But the real deal is you cannot adorn the red cap until you become an also initiate, because it's a society. But actually, in the real sense of it, is a society of the noble, those who stand by the truth. I think it's what the knights are trying to do in their own English way. Is traditionally, if you read things fall apart, that Okonkwo, it's by virtue also of the things he has accomplished. Because one of the questions is, how does a man come of age? Not necessarily age per se, that you're 50 or so, but that this society, quote unquote, your kinsmen are beginning to see you as someone who is of value to them and reliable. Exactly. So someone who is of value and reliable to them, and they want to indoctrinate you. And that I'll call, if you ask me the privileges, I don't know, maybe the privilege of adorning a red cap, because I know Rudolph, in all his brilliance, he can't adore a red cap for now. Because if he does,
try me. Don't try me now. I'll go and get mine.
Rudolph, in fact, I'll try you, because if you do, I will go to your house. All the female and male goats there, I can take all of them, and no police can question me, because you have committed sacrilege. In fact, this Christmas coming, I'm looking for goats. So you do it. Let me have reason to go.
All right. We'll try something now. In a few moments, we'll see. All right.
Don't Photoshop.
No.
You're not too far from Chicago.
That's below the belt.
Don't use the vendor.
That's below the belt. All right. Thank you for that answer. Let's see again. Forefathers, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, you have you have any questions for before you say that? I hope that Ngozika will come in. Okay, yeah. So because Ngozika was also showing us Mazi before you came.
And sorry, before he says something, Rudolph, there is something I noticed while I was talking.
Go ahead.
While I was talking, I noticed, I think when he kicked me off, I noticed that there is now an app, StreamYard app. So when you download the app, it makes the communications more stable. So I just downloaded the app on iOS.
Oh, okay.
Very,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I just noticed it now.
Okay. All right, forefathers. So go ahead, forefathers. You are muted, forefathers.
Yeah, I thought that. Greetings to everyone on the panel, and greetings to Mazi, Ezeoke, and thank you for coming in. And clearly, everybody is appreciating what you've done. I've been trying to catch up on the video. That's why I didn't respond the last time. But I couldn't get what you were doing. But I gathered that you were doing some work on water, supply and electricity. You mentioned something about saving some funds for power supply. And Maska mentioned that maybe some of all these things is how we can, start making changes for the country. And I agree. And, I've watched your channel sometimes and I've heard you speak, on the issues of the country. To be fair, just to be truthful about it, you are one of the sharpest minds I've seen discuss Nigerian issues. However, there is this gap that I notice within the space in Nigeria. Nobody seems to be talking on behalf of the security forces or on the behalf of security. Sometimes they even go and create their own security instead of worrying about demanding that their security forces be upgraded to a good state. that actually defeats a nation like Nigeria. And the fact that, let me finish my point, the fact that our security forces, I think maybe because our relationship with the security institutions have been fractured because of obviously trauma and all the rest of it, but none of our intellectuals or politicians or activists ever champions them. And the strange thing is that, given that these are the most powerful institutions, if you are on their side, don't you think that is a powerful person that is going to be actually be able to effect change in Nigeria? I say this because I've seen cases where nations want to go after somebody, but because of the security forces are on their side, you can't touch them because they represent them. And in one of the examples is like Napoleon. Napoleon was removed from office and sent on exile and everything. He came back with 700 men, and they sent battalions to go and take him over, and they joined him. Then they sent another one, they joined him, and he went and took over the country. So why is it that Nigerians have not produced individuals that champions these vital institutions in a nation? That's my question.
You know, I'll start this way. Our good friend, a pastor in Onitsha, Odumeje, he normally says, Ekololueke, Enwe division of labor. So this job is divided. Everybody to the one that, you know, he or she is conversant with. We can't all be jack of all trade, you know, putting hands in everything. Issues of security, to be honest with you, I'm not too conversant with, you know, never shot a gun before, never even handled one, apart from the one my kids play with. So it's an area that I do not have deep knowledge and a very deep dive into. However, I think maybe you were not around when we touched on it briefly, when we spoke about the concerns and issues that has to do with security and the reason why, as you alluded to, rather than people advocate for the reforms within the existing security structure, they go create their own. It's the same reason why I was once a staff of Nigerian Television Authority, worked with the headquarters, and you look at some of the things. I was telling one of my boss even the other day, a couple of weeks, I said, well, you know, since I left NTA over 20 years ago, it has remained the way it was. It hasn't really improved because before Abuja may be born in NTA is showing you Agungu Festival, and Rudolph is from America, broadcasting, discussing the issues happening immediately. And why did Rudolph, why is myself, why did Sowore, why did we all come up where we are? Because there was a gap that you couldn't fix. What do? But you think you have something to offer, you give it a shot. So I believe that those that have given it a shot is because they feel there is a gap. And this gap, especially when people's lives, when people begin to lose lives, that it becomes like a pushing force for action to be taken. Now, I begrudge the individuals or group, I begrudge no one, because there is a reason, there is something happening behind the scene. Recall there was a time that the Benin road that people play now was almost like, if you go, come back, you go Thanksgiving, because, you know, the tendency that you'll be shot is there. Recall, there was even my elder brother in 2015, on December 29th, coming home from Lagos. He was kidnapped with his own family, whole family, everybody, on December 29th. So on that same road, until the people began to say, okay, if this entity saddled with the responsibilities of providing security for the Nigerian people playing this road, failed woefully not to do that, they are going to organize something for themselves. I think what we then do now, and which is critical, is to begin to form synergy amongst these various security enclaves, if I may use that word, right? Because there are some things. If you leave Anambra, for instance, you're heading into Enugu. You come into Enugu, they're what they call forest guards. They do a different job. There was something a driver explained to me 2 days ago while I was coming to Enugu. I asked him, why is it that these forest guards, Four Corner, they've left their places in the bush and they're now standing on the road collecting money like the police? I'm not kidding you. Put roadblock, collect money from the police, like the police. When the driver say, "Oh, I don't have any money," they will peep. Chairman, anything for us? They will now begin to beg passengers. And when you see somebody in almost like a very isolated area, the driver has refused to give money, and you can see that, you sense that some threats. You never know how such conversation can end, and you see passengers say, okay, I take 100 to do this, just for the vehicle to be let go. What I think then should then have beginning to happen now is to say that there ought to be greater synergy. The driver explained to me that we're able to use the old road to get into Enugu is as a result of even those people on the road that once there is any kidnap on that road, they are the only people, because it is their village, because it is their locality, that has the temerity to go after those in the bush. Now think about it. Your federal police, very unlikely to. In modern world today, what you consider bush is actually nothing. If a drone goes up, the person there, he carried somebody enter bush, you see that it's nothing, because you can actually see the individual move, right? You see the target, you see the abductees and the abductors. So what am I saying in essence is, yes, there is a reason why these things happen. However, I think one thing we should be advocating for, and I'm open for collaborations for us to reach out. I know there was a time in the Southeast that efforts were made to, bring, among the various outlets, but a certain group didn't want, because they said, no, they don't want anything to do with the government. But again, there is limit. In as much as you and I may detest the government, but there is limit to what an individual effort can do. For instance, monthly salary. You will be contributing money till you die just to pay people 50,000. But when you have a structure built into the security vault, that these people are already recruited, but you can't do away with them. Come, let's give them proper training. 1, on human interaction. 2, on gun handling. 3, on security threats and understanding the environment. Give them proper structured training. Having a structured that if I know someone stops me here, if there is any incident here, they know a chain of command. So I believe we can still work our way around with the government to really get things ironed out. That's honestly, whatever I'm saying here, I'm saying it the way I feel and understanding the local, thinking here and how we can actually do it better. That's my take on that.
Thank you for that. Just to add to it, because one of the reasons why I asked that question, because even Shore, when he was here, ended up calling the Nigerian security establishment mercenaries. And he also wanted to hire mercenaries as a policy to come and save Nigeria. And I feel like there has not been anybody championing these powerful institutions in any nation. If you go to America, go to any country, people that champion these institutions are some of the most powerful people in the country. And I really wish Nigerians know about this, because if you don't fix your national security, everything else you are doing is going to fail. And I really feel that people, and like you said, if you are willing to work with other people, I'm open to that too, because this is something that we have to start reaching out to these vital institutions to build a nation. You can't build a nation without liaising with your security establishment. They say if you look at the Bolshevik this revolution, the same thing happened. By the time they came to take over power, the security forces had already cleared the way for them, because they had alliances with them too. And I feel like we as a people, we have treated the security forces as colonial, a kind of impostors, and they've been traumatizing our people for such a long time. And we don't recognize the vital role they are supposed to play within the society. Hence, we don't produce people that champion them anymore. And
Yeah,
I
but
hope
even
that,
if, my brother,
that's true.
even if you see, let's be real here. Why I see the point you're making, while I may not also not go as far as Sowore has gone, but there is something that is a practical, knowledge to everyone of us. The same people you are championing for will be the same people they will send to come and arrest you, and they will come and arrest you. So when the people, see, that is what education and enlightenment does. You defend people pro bono, and they will still be the same people that will be used in your arrest. And they can't even say, query the person sending them. No, Oga, this is not right. No, because everybody, Oga, sorry, I know what they do for me, but they say, make I come. Okay, instead of put this handcuff this way, make I do and this way, but arrest, I will arrest you. That's kind of story we will be here. But that doesn't negate an excellent point you made. It makes a lot of sense. But also, you alluded and you used the example of what's it called, Napoleon, right? But also know that time has changed. Napoleon lived in a different era where he could command such a number of army. That now it wouldn't play out that way. Even in that, you must also bear in mind that Nigeria, our security now force. In one of the seminars, in one of the book launch that I attended with former President Olusegun Obasanjo, that is a book launch of Chief Simon Okeke, former Police Service Commission, when he launched his book in Abuja earlier this year. Obasanjo said something that stuck with me. He said that if you need to get into the head of the Nigerian police officer, go back to its name. It was never designed to serve you. It was designed to oppress you. Its name alone shows you it is a force, not Nigerian police service, but Nigerian police force, meaning everything a force. There is no service in it. Therefore, in that launch, the former IG of police, Michael Kiro, forcefully argued that there ought to be need to unwind the police system, starting with training and even renaming it from its current name. If you also look during Buhari, Nigerian prison services or prison whatever was also renamed into correctional services. But at least the nomenclature, the deal may not have happened now, but it is a process of beginning to unpick and unwind and begin to relearn. It's a gradual process. I believe that if these individuals having that conversation that day that I was present there, if more people come close and these conversations begin to happen, and the authorities agree, okay, actually, by the way, why would Nigerian police force be elephant? Elephant is the fight crime. It doesn't that mean that the colonial masters, when they came, they were using elephant as the only means of transportation, because then, within this part of the world, there were no horses, right? So elephant was, to meander the thick mangroves, they had to use elephant. Can you now say Nigerian police force, you give them elephant? The elephant is not agile enough to go and fight crime. So these are things that one, you look at it from the philosophical underpinning, you look at it from the psychological and the eminent one within the system, within the people, bringing it together to say we have police. Then you might go down to say you have community policing, which sadly 2 years ago we could have, but ethnic suspicion scattered everything. When I believe that was Araze then, it was it Araze when Amatekun was being formed, because everybody was suspecting them. Oh, you hear Fulani, oh, Yoruba, this, Igbo, suspecting one another. He left virtually no room for people to come and actually look at issues holistically and see what would be better for them. But the conversation is unending. The conversation should and must continue. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Ngozika.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about my network. The thing is just messing up this night. I don't know.
And we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, fine. Well, I'm back, everybody. I went to have some fun, and I'm back. I said I was going to have some fun. I went for karaoke. My friend said we should go for karaoke. I can't keep myself. Maybe I told you people that wanted to vote Tinubu that time. If you vote Tinubu, I won't be the worst hit though. Yeah, I'll still be going for my hikes and be going for my small get out with my friends. I won't be the worst hit, and I'll keep sleeping with a clear conscience. When I came in, I heard Mr. Mazi Ezeoke saying something about forest guard and security. I didn't get the whole thing because I came in and my network messed up and I had to go off. But what he said just ties into what I just experienced. So I went out. We went to, for those of you that know Enugu, we went to Spa. Me and my friend, we went to Spa.
At Independent Areas, right?
Yes, Spa Mall. So we went to Spa, we had dinner, and then from Spa, we decided to go to karaoke at the Cash. The Cash is just almost opposite Spa.
That's the lounge there,
Yeah. We went for karaoke there. After the karaoke was over, the club people were now coming in. Of course, we didn't want to club, so we had to leave. When we came outside, and this is something that has been going on. I just want to say this. I just want to put this out here. Since Uber came into Enugu, I have had this experience. For those of you that are not familiar, for the past 2 years or thereabouts, 9 p.m., Keke and small bus will stop, does not operate anymore in Enugu. Almost 2 years now. So it means if you go out and it's
Uber.
9 p.m., you have to find alternative transport that is not Keke or minibus. And these are the two major sources of transportation. So we left the lounge and it's past this is let me be checking time. We left there around 10, a few minutes after 10. And I opened my Uber app. This is the experience I've been having with them since the day I downloaded that app. I put my address in it. Of course, I can't get a keke or anything. The taxi people are there. I tell them where I'm going, and they call this ridiculous price. I mean, normal daytime from that place to my house is 300 naira keke drop or 400 naira at most. And they're calling 3,005. Like how? I said, no worry, Oga, chill. I'm saying this story so that when I eventually come to the point I want to make, people will understand why I'm giving this background. So the man tells me 3,005. Make it make sense. That's like 10 times the normal price. I decide to order Uber, open the order bar, and then book a ride. The driver sends a message that where are you? I said my pickup location. Said where are you going? I said it, and he said they are going to give me like times two of the amount. Okay, the amount listed on the Uber app was 1,001. The driver says I'm going to give him 3,000 naira. I said, how? That is not the price listed on the app. He said, it's night now. It's night now. So me that came out at night, I didn't know it was night. You that saw the ride and picked the ride, you didn't know it was night. And I am saying this because when we talk about insecurity or when we talk about the impact of these things, it's not linear. It cuts across. I can argue from now till tomorrow about on why the ban was placed on those. I still have my issues with it. I believe it could have been done another way. I still do not think that banning keke and minibus from operating from 9 p.m. is the solution because people are still being robbed with them. I still do not think it's the solution. I just want people to see that it's the the side effects are worse. You have people being ripped off. You have people being in difficult situations because of
So,
this thing.
Ngozi, may I ask you, who do you blame here?
So this is what I've always argued, Mazi Ezeoke. This has always been my argument. I remember when that thing started, they were using keke to rob people, and not just keke. Nke the minibus, minibus, you won't know that no one chance that you've entered one chance. They will rob you and push you out of the minibus. I remember clearly. This was in 2021. They will rob you and push you out of the minibus. Then the keke people too, the same thing was happening. I would have expected if these people belong to union, the people that are these transporters, keke transporters and minibus people, they belong to a union. If you had taxed them to fish out those people and put punitive measures on them, they would have fished out those people and put a stop to it by themselves and sustained it. If you had made them responsible for it, they would have done it by themselves, and you wouldn't have to put every one of us in difficult situations when we go out. It's like killing an ant with a sledgehammer. And I keep saying it. That thing brought the end of that thing contributed to the end of nightlife in Enugu because you can't go out. Even the Uber self. That is if you are lucky and there is one in the place where you are at, or there is one willing to go to your location. So what happens when there is no taxi that wants to go to your location? What will now happen? You sleep outside. It doesn't make sense. The other day, let me just use this illustration to tell you. The other day, that was on Thursday, 30th, no, 29th November. I entered one chance at Ogui Road. Mazi Ezeoke, you know Ogui Road. You know how busy Ogui Road is in the daytime. I entered one chance. All those minibus in the daytime. They had already taken my phone. The only luck I had was I'm always holding my phone in my hand. So if for any reason I put it in my bag when I'm sitting in the bus, once I want to get down, I will remove it and hold it in my hand. So when I wanted to get down, I was very lucky I didn't get down before I started reaching out for my phone. I reached into my bag and I couldn't find my phone anymore. And unfortunately for the idiot, I was the only one in the bus. This was the driver. I was sitting by the driver. So when he noticed I was looking for my phone, and he was the only one other person in the car, he had to provide it and claimed it fell from my bag. How? In broad daylight. Are you trying to tell me that are they also going to ban minibus from operating in the daytime? This is exactly what I'm saying. And when this thing happened, sorry, let me finish. When this thing happened, on my way back, I got to where I was going. On my way back, I entered another minibus and I was complaining to the driver. I told him, look at what happened. He asked me, was it registered? I said, yes. There are two types of minibuses in Enugu. The one that is painted yellow and the N-track one that is painted blue and white. I told him it was one that was painted blue and white. And he asked me, did you see the route number? I said, route number. What's route number? He said, every minibus that operates commercially in Enugu has a route number. And with that route number, they can track the owner of that vehicle to his house in the village. I said, I didn't know this. He said, the next time, in case of anything like this happening, make sure you just get that route number. And what is the route number? It is written with a black ink on top of the vehicle. Starts with an R and then some other numbers. So if something like this is in place, are you trying to tell me that if they really wanted to track these people, they could not? Because if you see somebody in your loading pit that does not have a route number, you already know he's not one of you. And then he's a suspect. So why will you allow him to operate? Why will you not raise an alarm? Why will you allow your business and every other person's life to be affected by keeping quiet? That is my issue with the whole policy.
I think, hold on, I think I can help you address some of these issues because these are things I've witnessed in Enugu. In the last couple of months now, starting one, the price variation, again, I blame no one but ourselves. Even during the day, you order an Uber, the Uber will ring you and ask you a very stupid question. Stupid. I normally tell them, if I order, I say, don't call me. Don't call me to negotiate price on their messaging this because it's very stupid. Where are you? Akbara Avenue. But you saw it in the location. Where are you going? Immigration office. It is in the location. So why do you have to call me and ask me the same stupid question? Oh, Oga, how much did you see on Uber? Are you blind? Can't you see it? No, we don't see it. They just make this. It's a lie. They do. So, okay, but 1.5 is not enough. I will go. Fuel is increased. I said, but Uber has taken that into consideration. That's why they increased the prices. No, they didn't. It's not blah, 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 blah. Okay, it's 2,500. You go, right? During the day, you can argue that, say, oh yeah, cancel. Sometimes, for 15 minutes, you and them will be in loggerhead. They won't cancel the trip. Thank God Uber has added, driver requested that you cancel the trip. So comfortably choose that one, cancel that trip. But what it does is that it kind of makes you, both most times, makes you to not go fast because the first person will call you, second person, before you now get someone who wouldn't bother to ask you to increase price. I understand what you say about night distance. The other day I was living the Sam's Hotel and I was getting into town, but that was after 9, right? Like you said, there is no taxi, there is no bus, no keke. You have to use the taxis and they will really want to choke you. I think this is not where we blame government. You talk about the shuttles. These shuttles, the ones that are registered cannot contravene these things. So these people, either they steal or they hire somehow, and they don't go to the pits. They just off the road. If it's Abara, if it's Ogui Road, they run the streets. So if they run the streets, it's for you to really be very careful and look. Those numbers you mentioned, it's normally in front and at the back. But that is not even the issue. A friend of mine was kidnapped coming from Holy Ghost Market, a taxi, but she made a very terrible mistake. She entered and sat in the front, was pressing her phone. He said all she knew was the taxi driver brought a handkerchief, and that's all she could remember, placed it in her nose. The next thing she woke up in a bush, calling the family to pay. So eventually the family negotiated and $500,000 paid. She was blindfolded, one-man job, a gun and a knife in Enugu. This Friday, not just 2 days ago, found herself eventually around, this happened around 3:30. She found herself around 8:15 at, if you bust out of Four Corner to Port Harcourt Expressway, somewhere around that side is where she found herself before she now made herself this in home. Now,
From Holy Ghost.
yes.
Wow.
From that market, what's it called? Obete market, is it? Yeah. She went to buy something from Obete. So in essence, what I'm saying here is, if you look at it from the other side, many people are grumbling on the security measures taken by the Enugu state government. And Honestly, if you understand all these things, me, I'm indifferent. I actually like them because every single place, every single traffic light you see in Enugu now has CCTV camera. If you contravene traffic, it catches you.
Oh.
And drivers, beginning to, I was surprised. One told me, I don't want to, when I want to go and renew my license, my document, that they will bring all the contraventions. And there are people standing by. So, I believe in using technology to also, and that's what I think the Enugu state government is doing now. You have CCTV everywhere if you go from ShopRite to zoo or whatever, zoo estate or Ogui Road, you see most times during the day that they are now obeying traffic. And it's not by accident. Not that the people have suddenly changed, it's because of those cameras there and the consequences thereof. If you are caught or if they see you, and if you go to Tiba Junction, you will always see, I think it's called rapid response. Those people
Yes.
mark every
They're
time
also
they
at
are marked.
Mbokete. We saw them this
Exactly.
night. Yeah.
And so they are
They are there
marked,
now.
and some people complain. I say, listen, if you have nothing to hide, who cares? They are there for a reason. It's because of the security, or rather the insecurity in that state, that these measures have been taken. So, my dear, there is one that we can do for ourselves. The one of Uber, I think it's crazy. You're talking about the Enugu. Come to Anambra now. You will see, you put from Oka to Nobi. You look at it, 3,800 naira. The Uber will call you. Nonchalantly, Chama, that place, that thing will go 22,000. You think, are you kidding me? In less than 30 minutes drive. Less than 30 minutes drive. You don't know if I go, I would come back empty. Therefore, he has to charge you double way. Eventually, you negotiate. You think you're kidding. You negotiate 15 or 12,000 for a journey of 3,000 or 4,000 naira. If you don't want, you can drive yourself. So honestly, we cannot blame government in all these things. What we do ourselves is unbelievable.
I'm not really blaming them. I just think they could have done it differently. The inconvenience is not worth it. It's not worth it.
Unless all of us
The
will
ripple
agree,
effects are
any
not worth
driver,
it.
unless all of us will agree, any driver that would call you and make that report to Uber, driver
I'm
is
not even
hiking,
talking about
maybe
those ones
Uber.
again. I'm talking about this 9 o'clock thing. It's really bad. It's bad,
No,
bad,
but
bad.
those 9 o'clock thing, why I think it's good is because it's saving life, because that's when they operate.
Businesses are forced to close before 8 o'clock so that they can get home.
So what
The
do you want to
economy is
do?
being affected. It's still the same thing I've been saying. There's other
That
ways
they
to go.
should.
See,
No, listen. Now, okay, let me explain something to you. What is the number of security personnel to man the street to avoid this at night? Because you need to look at cost. You need to look at manpower. Do you understand? Because the issue is at the end of the day, you don't know, especially at night, you don't know which vehicle is likely to contravene. Do you understand? I mean, it's
like for instance, there's something they are doing. You mentioned the rapid response squad that are at certain roundabouts. I know I see some at Otiwa and I also see some at Mbokiti. What I am saying is instead of forcing people to go home or stay in their houses or close their businesses before 9 p.m. because of transportation, why not make use of this show of force the government is now doing? Yesterday, when we went out, this evening, the keke that was carrying me when I was going to Spa, I was the only one at the back of the keke. I was given a free pass. I was the only one. But the keke beside us that was coming up, there were three guys at the back. Call it profiling, call it stereotyping. Two of them had dreads. And the driver, of course, is a guy. So four guys in a keke. They were stopped. But every other person that was not quote unquote suspicious looking was let go. They were stopped. The keke guy and we made a joke about how they are going to be thoroughly searched. These are some of the things they can do instead of forcing people, instead of crippling business. Anybody that has lived in Enugu in the last couple of years will tell you that since that policy came into place, nightlife in Enugu has fizzled out. It has fizzled, it is almost non-existent as we speak. The only people that can go out at night in Enugu now are those that can afford the exorbitant prices of taxis or that have their own private transportations. Those are the only people that can go out. And it's making businesses close on time. Imagine you were, for people that do Enugu, imagine if you were living in a place like Abani Road and you sell at Otiba. You have to close your business before 8. Because if you not close before 8, there is no way you're going to get a bus to Abani Road. Because once it is 8:40, any keke you are calling, they are waving their hands to you. They are not going. So you have to close like an hour before the ban time so that you can make it. And what happens to your business? Say you come out and the whole day you did not make sales. And you are counting on party goers, on club goers, on night strollers to patronize you at night, and you are forced to go home before 8 o'clock so that you can get a bus. It is not the way to go. I have always said it. It is not. They have to find another way, because even with the policy, people are still being robbed. People are still entering one chance. I was on the show the other day and I was recounting the experience I had at New Heaven, where that boy was killed when they came to rob a PO. Is it not ticket they were using? This is 8 o'clock, and that boy was killed, and those people were using a keke. Has it stopped crime? Has it stopped all these things? So the approach, the sledgehammer approach is really not working. It is doing more harm than good, and that is just my argument.
All right,
That is
thank you.
just my
Thank you,
argument.
Professor. Hopefully,
Sorry. When this what's his name? Chief Ezeoke comes back. Why not don't you guys talking about Uber? Don't you have the local Nigerian ones, to use? Talking about Uber, don't you? I think they have Vote or Bolt or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not use that one? Why? I mean, like, why you people spending money? Uber, the guy is they are in California and they make money from Enugu in Nigeria. Why not, use the local apps?
Which local apps are those?
I don't know. I thought they have one Bolt or whatever. I don't know.
Bolt. Hold on.
Yeah.
So we
and then also you guys have to know that even if in the US, Rudolph, what like in
yes, that was great representation by your children.
Sometimes maybe the demand is high, they increase the price, but they do that. But I don't know how they operate in Nigeria if they do that, because there are sometimes like heavy traffic or like a rush period, Uber the price goes up a little bit in some places. So I don't know how that is implemented in Nigeria. So you have to be. I mean, like I don't. If that period, no other vehicles are available and Uber increases the price, I don't have any problem with that, because that is consistent with the way they do business in other areas.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So let me say this. I used what they call InDrive, I think, in Lagos. So when I got in and I needed vehicle to move around, I was told that stay away from Uber. It's InDrive that is better. I think that's an Indian company. They all have problems. Most of the problems they have, all these ride sharing companies, it's Nigerian problem. So the drivers try to beat the system to cheat the companies, and the companies are aware of what the drivers are doing. So
they do nothing.
They also put in systems in place. So there are so many Nigerian things that is going on. But I think the bigger picture is really, and look at what you're saying and this conversation about government policies. The bigger way to look at it is in this society in America here, local governments and state and they have a system where people can interact with the government. So people will meet periodically with government officials and say, this is what is not working for us. This is what we think we can put in place that will be better than what we have now. That way, to be an input from the community to help make something better and modify things, that's the only way you can. But governments will always do things, and sometimes they do things that won't work. I'll give an example too here in America, and they did it. Because of an accident where a school child was passing and then a vehicle hit the child, they now put in cameras anywhere near any school in the area where I used to live. And these cameras were saying that you have to move at 15 miles per hour.
20 miles per hour, yeah, school zone.
15, yeah, and they otherwise they give you a ticket. And in a week or a month, they gave everybody a tickets, and people revolted, went to the council and said, "Look, this cannot be happening. You can't give everybody in the town tickets because of," and they changed the law. What I'm saying is that what is needed in this situation is simply for the people to have an interface, a way that they can give feedback to the government. While we agree that you putting this in place to solve this problem, it's not very conducive. It's leading to some other things. So we are saying that there could be a better way, and that's all that is needed. Government will keep doing what they're doing, and people will give them feedback, and hopefully they will work on that. I think
I just want to say,
Rudolph, and that's what
government will not accept more.
What the chief is doing. You guys have to. You don't have to just like Rudolph is saying. You don't have to let it go. You can go to government house. I mean, I've no situation. No. Let me tell you. You want to see the governor? They will say no. Go home. Come back. Another person, maybe 7 or few people go one day after the other. The person will go for 1 month. Listen, I've seen a situation of my friend. His uncle was a governor, and he told me a situation whereby people came to complain, and that was the same thing. So all of a sudden, people said they came to complain about the same thing for about 3 months. So the person who was in charge was one day were like, okay, he got tired because he kept telling them don't come, and they kept showing up. So one day he decided to have the governor see them, and the governor made an appointment with them. So
if I go to Lion House, I won't even get past the gate.
Yeah, that's why you guys have to just like
the best we can do. So
Ezeoke is doing his own. You can't say that it's not going to work. Before I came to US, I've gone to complain to the what do you call it? The not commissioner of police. The area commander, whatever. I mean, I was small, but they were like, you can't see the area commander. We kept coming, and then one day I saw the area commander.
All right, it's KJ.
Yes. What I wanted to say was that the time that Okija did that was many years ago when the government was listening. That's 1. 2. We're talking about a government who told you people that you're a mob and they will not listen to mobs. So what are you saying? You guys wake up. She said the truth. If you like, you can go and be sleeping outside there. They will
I won't even get past the gate. I'm talking about the father's gate.
I know. Let me. We're going to take a break. We've not taken a break since morning. We're going to take a break, and hopefully, forefathers will be back to take it from there. But Ngozuka, let me say this: it's not about this specific case, but every case in Nigeria or even in the world. There are always reasons why something will not work. What is needed is just one reason why it will work. And you can try many things. I used to give speeches where I would tell people that letters written to editors will make impact in any society. It may not be one letter that will change it. People make calls to the White House and eventually forces them to do things. It's never easy. Change in any society, it's never easy. And if you see societies where things are working, it's because some people stayed by it and kept fighting. If they tried this, it didn't work. They tried the other thing. And they recruit more people. If you get critical mass to support any position, you will be able to make a change. And one of the ways to do that is what we are doing, talking about it in public. Any opportunity you have, recruit people who are experiencing the same thing. And then try different options. Call radio stations, write newspapers if there are newspapers in Enugu. Talk to local government chairman. If it's something that is really of importance, eventually it will change. There's no other way.
At least you guys have access to radio station. If you go to radio station now, about 7 of you, you want to speak on the radio, they will say no, but keep coming until what do you want to talk about?
The psychophants around there will block their ears.
No, but they have a private radio station. Last time I was in Anambra, they have private radio station. They were criticizing the governor. I mean, like, we were calling governors some names I couldn't believe. I say this in Nigeria. That was in 2021. 2 years ago. They were
Okija,
calling
no,
the
Okija, let me give you an what Dr. Damages said. We were already talking about something like that. It's still in the works. But let me give you an example of about so that you understand the kind of people we're dealing with. A couple of weeks ago, a major bridge that links Enugu town to the express fell apart. The bridge broke. Our governor went there, made a speech, and took pictures and said that the bridge was going to be fixed. Now, what that bridge used to do for Enugu was it prevented all these huge trucks from entering town. So they just take that bridge and bypass down and enter directly into the express. We don't have to deal with them. Since that bridge fell apart, I cannot count how many times I've seen near accidents with those trucks. I cannot count how many times. Is it the roads? There was a particular week I dedicated like 3 days making videos, tagging those people. Look, oh, see what is going on. See what these trucks are doing. Are you waiting for when a calamity happens before you get these trucks off our roads? Before you do something? Nobody. Instead, what I was getting was, you people will not see anything good with the government. Every time you people are always complaining. The man just came in how many days ago? That was how you people were. That was how you people said. He said he will give water. Now he has given water. Nobody is praising him. Now it is a road. Or when he make him to number. That is what the sycophants around him. Of course, he won't talk. I'm just an ordinary citizen. He won't eat. That message will not even get to his media handlers. I'm telling you, it will not even get to him. He will not even see that message.
It's if you read stories here, how people achieve things.
Well, look at Abia State. Look at Abia State.
You have Ezeoke now. Talk to Ezeoke. Maybe like let him do a video. Get people. Let him interview people. I mean, it's not easy to change it. Civil rights movement in America.
I think we've dwelled so much on this issue. I do share your sentiments, Ngozi, my sister. But I think you are not even the most hit in this issue that you're describing. You made mention of businesses that have to close hours earlier. Those are the direct, the people the policy is having direct effect on. The motorists are supposed to fly longer hours. Those are the people. You said that they have a union. Maybe if you really want to take it upon yourself to solve the problem, because I know you're not the one that is mostly affected, but if you want to take it upon yourself, maybe you start by mobilizing those businesses that are actually suffering economic loss. They should be in a better, because they are the ones that are actually directly affected in terms of economics. Maybe build a synergy with them and advise them on how they can go about it. We talked about how the motorists can use their union to assure government, because usually those things are better addressed when you are pushing up alternative policy. As far as the government is concerned presently, what you are discussing, they believe that they are saving life. You understand? And that is the most important prerogative of any government. They will tell you the crime statistics has fallen down, even if it's not completely eradicated. But they will always look at the numbers. So if there is alternative, then I think it's those businesses should be able to present a counter argument. This is what we are losing in terms of income. This is what we were making 2 years before. This is what we are making now. The motorists, the union is okay. We have a proposal how to solve this problem. Hold us accountable. You understand? Every government will want business activities to thrive, even a longer period, because they make money out of it. They make money out of it too. But sometimes when it comes to the issue of security, I know that most times government take positions that may not be palatable to ordinary citizens.
All right. Thank you, Steph. Let's take a break, and then hopefully we'll be back and then go from there.
I hope you get a break, Dr. Rudolph. I hope somebody will come in, because you're not in the ship.
onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o. Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofu ube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịazigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịazigo, akwa nwa nwe ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya.
Onye ọma zoro biko, abụ mmanwụ zoro ndosari, ịbịa nwunye n'ịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, mmanwụ ụlagado n'ịbịazigo, aba mmanwụ ilochilo, biko rapụ zoro ọ nabazi ya. Mazi, welcome up. Odoguna Paris. Onyo money gadele mo. Mazi ni Mazi.
Well, you still happy?
Even go with the melody. Where's your phone? Odogu nachala noka. Is it one them nigga them? Olaga ni pesigo no. Ma olaga ni pesigo. Mama wilo chilo. Bigora buzo. Ana bazi. Say. I'm sorry. If I were to go on a move, Olaga, don't need Piazugo, Nazaboy. Olaga, don't need Piazugo. Mama will chilo, Nico Rapuzoro, I'm a Guamnica Bugadia. Well, you work well. You get your mother. Hey, you want? Esi nwanne m ekene ịla polife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwụ ihe ihe biko lapụ na-abasị ya zoro 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 Geduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
Welcome back. Someone is asking the people that were singing that song. I don't know, and I'll find out and share with
Rudolph,
you. Yeah.
Rudolph, you start paying us for that our video.
Rudolph, can you share it? I need that video.
The title is Onyoma Zoro. I'm not sure. I think it's something Madu that sang it, but the title is Onyoma Zoro.
I know the title of the
Is it
song.
on YouTube? I checked it on YouTube. I didn't see it on YouTube.
Yeah, but it's just this particular one and this particular group. I don't know. But
okay. Yeah.
I want to thank everyone that joined me, and I will hand it over to others to take it from here. And next week we are going to have traditional shows. We will have a guest that will also join us from the beginning on Sunday. So thank you all, and forefathers, over to you.
Before you go, Dr. Damages, I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Let me also thank Mazi Ezeoke, because the initial guest I had didn't turn out, and he accepted and left in the game. So it was always good to have people like that who could join us and in the gap. Yeah. So you were saying something, Igbo basics. Yeah, you may have the opportunity to talk about more about your events, your retirement.
Yes, and I would like for you to be present when that is discussed. But also, while I was in transit, I know you guys were discussing the issue of the titles in Igbo land, in Zenozo and the rest of it. Yeah. And I believe it was Okija that made mention that if Igbo Basics was here, he could help us out. Yeah, that subject is a very deep subject, and I don't know, I would like for you to be present when it is also discussed, because I will take it and what I will say, and in such a way, not even spin, in such a way that by the time we are finished with that particular subject matter, you realize that even though I have 3 chieftaincy titles, 1 from Anambra, 2 from Iberi, but when you talk about high chief, come on, wait a minute. Chief is not an Igbo construct. That's a foreign construct. By the time you take away geography and come back to Igbo, the questions would be so deep that we will educate our viewing public as far as these commercial chieftaincies are concerned, as I call them.
All right.
So I hold my peace for now.
Yeah, Igbo Basics, thank you so much. That may be, we'll have to move it to another time, not today.
Yes.
Thank you guys, and I appreciate everybody, those in the comment section and those watching at home. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you for everything that you'll be doing for everyone. And the contribution, as you can see, the night crew seems to have, jumped in immediately. And I want to start. All this is made possible by Dr. Damages. And we don't subscribe to the channel. That is something we seriously need to get good at doing. People are going to hate me. I need to start doing that more regularly. Once I come in, we need to start encouraging people to subscribe. Please subscribe to the channel and share, because what is going on this channel is not that common within the Nigerian space, where people can hear their views from every part of the country. And we actually ask people to confirm whatever they are saying with facts. And you rarely hear that. It's very, very few you hear that without all the slant that comes with it. So thank you, everyone, and for coming here. You come here to spend your time. So what do we want to talk about today? Do we want to talk about controversial issues or easygoing issues? Or you want to carry on from where we stopped?
Forefathers, if I may.
Is that Shopper's drug match? Is that Shopper's drug match?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Forefathers, I normally, as a senior citizen, I try my best to not stay the night with you all, but I just want to say a word or two. The subject of...
Did you call me? No, not yet.
Hi.
The subject of subscriptions is pretty much something that has been hammered away. You see, AY will remember that FOC in our for free of charge. When we say FOC in our for free of charge, because it's so free. And at some point, we don't even appreciate the FOC that we are getting. such as the information that people like Ngozika will go out of their way and give to us here, because we are not on ground, but because she's seasoned and know what's going on. And what Mazi Ezeoke will go out there and bring forth. The truth is always the truth. And that truth is what we all really need in everything that we do, so that we can go forward. So while encouraging people to go on and support the channel by subscribing, not before so, but just remember, say the good stuff you are getting from this channel is what it takes for posterity's sake. Because I want to appreciate you once again, even though if I ask you about that snake way far down from that tree during the election, whether they don't catch up. But all that notwithstanding,
They killed it that day.
of course, you laid out some subject matter earlier on, which was very interesting, about the hiking and the things that you saw in the bush. That's a part of one of them. Yes, I saw that, and then I wanted to say a word or two about it. That's a subject that we will discuss very seriously, because I've been in those bushes. But for forefathers, we should all be out here to give forefathers the necessary support to carry on in trying to keep the house cool. One of the things that baffles me is when we come here and I hear the tone of some people as if we are rubbing shoulders, as if you know, I sabi pass you. Come on, that's not what we are here for. And some of the tone of some of our people when they come on, panelists, when they come on here, it's not even ignorance, it's not even arrogance. I don't know how to describe it. Depends on how you say something. Somebody can already pick it up, whether you are being condescending, whether you are insulting. And when people like James decided they weren't coming back this way, it was a result of behavior of certain people. But to us, we do believe, sometimes if you don't like the heat in the kitchen, you get out of the kitchen. But we encourage you to stay in the kitchen. But if you're going to stay in the kitchen with your gloves on, so that if you go to carry itenki from the fire, you know, go burn you. The reason why you see some of us still around is because we tell the truth. And when we talk to you, we are not talking to you from what we did not experience. We are talking to you from what we have gone through. So if you like, you will take a move. If you don't like, no wahala. So let us encourage the forefathers. Let us stop bashing one another. It does not pay. If you go to CNN, you see the way they speak there. Yes, you can tell me we are Nigerians and we have our way. Yeah, our way, our way. Our way is still the reason why we are where we are today. Yes, it's our way, but we should be able to try to do things with due respect. They say respect is reciprocal. And that's why a woman will bear a woman child. Otherwise, a woman will not bear a woman if they so decide to be respectful. So when we find some elders come here, please we don't really have too much to say. But some of us who know both sides of the coins, because I say I know both sides of the coins. Been there, done that. Both here and there in Nigeria. So when we talk, my prayer is that whatever you think I can share with you, I may not be all. If you call on the phone, not online here, I will talk to you on the phone, frankly speaking, because when a subject matter was raised here, I went back talking to a gentleman who used to work at the United Nations. And he gave me a lowdown of his own side. I went back to talk to some of our people. So let me just use this opportunity, because if I begin talk, I think I need to have a forum for a particular type of discussion. Let me use this opportunity to say the first Secretary General of World Book Congress, Ken Okorie, who was a lawyer. He was the founding Secretary General of World Book Congress. I learned he had passed away, and I'm using this opportunity publicly to say, may his soul rest in peace. And so let us recognize that some people have played their part, and they will keep moving. You take us for granted we are today. By the time we are gone, you're going to scratch your heads if I had known. So please, let us be respectful with one another. John Abba, I'm going to be in your
Igbo Basic. My question to you: where have you been for a couple of weeks? I didn't see you anywhere. You should tell us where you've been.
I was inside the bag of Dr. Rudolph. Dr. You know, Rudolph went to
Was in
know.
Nigeria? Yeah.
Okay, and while he was there, some of the normal things that we normally do wasn't happening. So I followed him, and guess what happened? When he sent out the picture of that thing he was posting, and I sent a picture back to him. I said, "Don't wake Igbo Basics up. Be careful what you ask for, because you." So I brought a replica of something like Rudolph, somebody like Rudolph, who was a younger version, doing exactly the same thing, and I sent it to him. So he cracked up laughing. He said, "Wow." So what I'm saying is I've been around, and I know that I'm preparing for a major event in a couple of weeks. And so if you don't see me, I'm listening in the background. And KJ and Chime, who are from my neck of the wood, I'm going to throw the dice to you guys so you can roll it, because it's a lot that is happening this December. That place now our home, whether they like him or not, Nigeria is our home. And that's my case for now. Congratulations, and please keep doing what you're doing. I'll reach out to you. I left out my information earlier on, but I need to get your contact, because if I'm passing through where you are, I'm heading to John Abba's neck of the hood, I should be able to get in touch, especially if I come to the better quarters in the Hamufu. I should be able to say, I'm passing through, if that's okay by you.
Very well, sir. Very well, sir.
Thank you, my friends. And
because I'm passing through also, I will come and say
thank you, Bobes. I will be in touch.
Because it's the football feed me. I want to go. I heard you telling us a story today.
You can't relate. You can't relate.
I will come
like a sore thumb. You stick out like a sore thumb, because once you open your mouth, they will know you are not from here.
They will know I'm not a member.
But you did a gallant job in those presentations. You did a gallant job, and we are really appreciating what you were presenting, because they tell us all those national dailies, Daily Times, so Kiniko, Guardiano, all of them. The things I read them every now and then, but what they are telling you is what the national wants them to tell you. They hardly tell you the truth of what you're saying. And Mazi Ezeoke collaborated with some of the things that you presented when he came online to say, but this area.
Enugu is a small town, so anybody that says, if people in Enugu tell you this is happening, unless they are lying, it is easily verifiable.
Yeah,
it is easily verifiable. Enugu is not really that big, so I just sometimes when I see people point fingers and saying, I don't bother, because all you need is just to call somebody in Enugu, they will collaborate whatever I'm saying.
Yeah. So you are a great ambassador to us, and we deeply, deeply appreciate the things you are doing. And that is why if any of us passing through, if no for Griofans or whatever it is, we will knock on the door and then authoritatively.
I can do that, chicha.
But you know they cook achara soup.
No.
That's somewhere here.
No, we don't.
Well,
CKJ.
Enugu is our place, and by the time you look at all soldiers
we'll give you Opa, or we'll give you Achicha, or we'll give you Abacha.
That's welcome. But you see, when we talk about Enugu, some of us who are old soldiers, when I talk about 1974, some of you were not born by then, of how we rode a bicycle on national competition, that cycling competition. I was involved in it from Enugu Stadium to Agu and back to Enugu. Yes.
Wow.
That's
a long distance.
That was the competition. And I won the gold medal for intermediate cycling from that stadium to Ogu and back to Enugu. And on the senior side, there was a gentleman from Ebonyi State, Igwe. That guy was carrying first until we got into town in Enugu and a vehicle knocked him down. Yeah, that happened. So I'm not telling you that I was told. I'm saying that I was involved in that race. Unfortunately, during that time, they have not started putting together like, we are very lucky today. Press button, Google, press button, everything there for your face. In those days, I'm not even sure if they kept records. And if they did, in those 3A big exercise books, it is time that somebody should champion for them to go back and resuscitate and digitize some of those information so that for posterity's sake, because I hear people like Ovie come here as people who have represented Nigeria in one level or the other, and simply because there is no, come on now, when we talk about Christian Chukwu, Emmanuel Okala, sooner or later, when people like Zebediah them go, that's when we realize that those were great men who were here. But some of us have taken it upon ourselves to make sure that they will not go without their footprints being all over the place in modern times. And that will happen. It is a given. So if I'm coming that way again, Gozika, maybe you see us at Zodiac Studios. Zodiac Studios is in Abakmanike. And Zodiac Studios, Zodiac Brains, that's Zebediah's brainchild.
Thank you.
Thank you, forefathers.
Thank you. I appreciate your support. Yeah, I wanted to, broach this topic about, we heard about two countries have this visa-free thing that they are doing, and then that will improve, people coming to their country to do business and have exchanges. And I heard when Ngozika was testifying to some of our experience in the Southeast, where nightlife basically died off, which is another aspect that we lose out on. We lose out on economic activity again in those areas. It's like we don't do a lot of things to stimulate economy to move on. And because Kenya did this now and Rwanda has done it, what is stopping Nigeria from doing it? It's not like everybody is rushing to want to come to Nigeria. Why are we not opening it up for the few that wants to come and make it easy for people to come and do business in Nigeria? Don't you think it's something Nigeria, if Nigeria does it, most African countries will follow suit, don't you think? To have visa free, or are there any threats to Nigeria for African countries to come to Nigeria for free?
Forefathers, if you rent a Nigerian and Nigeria says, "Oh, every African can come into our country visa free," would you come to Nigeria?
Exactly. So why are we not opening the door? Why are we acting as if we are hard to get when nobody wants to come? when nobody wants to come. The idea is that you don't want
why do you think Africans to not come to Nigeria?
I asked the question, Master, please. So you ask this question.
I'm asking you, why do you think
Nigeria, I did not think anything. I asked a question.
Africans will not come to Nigeria.
I asked him a question. You should direct it to forefathers. Let's direct it to forefathers.
Well, that could be answered in many ways.
Forefathers. So,
I would sorry, Jonaba. I would say that they are not exactly trying knocking on the door to just rush into Nigeria, but the ones that want to come want to make it as easy as possible. Want to remove that idea that they need a visa to come to Africa, that's Nigeria, especially if they are African nations. Because after all, we are encouraging Europeans and Arab people, everybody to come in, other than fellow Africans. Have you ever had Tinubu go to any African country to tell them to come to Nigeria? I'm not saying do that. Exactly. They can come to Enugu and do business. You never know, and we don't trade amongst ourselves in Africa a lot. And because the more we do these things, the more we establish transport links and logistics to be able to trade with each other, and it's going to reach us. We don't need the world to do everything we need to do. These little things matters, and some nations have already started doing it. So why are we not following suit? Nigeria just acted as if they never heard about it.
Well, let me not even say my mind on that one. Please, there's something I just remembered. Before for that, do we have to stick to the topic or can we talk about other things? Let me know the
Yeah, no,
reasoning.
I guess let's hash this one out first. Then you can bring another topic.
Oh,
Now I
oh,
really
oh,
want
oh.
to hear from people on this
Okay.
one.
I want to talk about it from the angle of tourism. I think we are not making use of what we have. And there's something Njenje Media said on this show a very long time ago. And he was speaking about the Southeast, but I think it can be applied to Nigeria in general. And if I say this thing I'm about to say, now people will say, but everything that happened in Nigeria used to come and say, see, while I am all for putting out the news there in real time as it happens, be it negative or positive, I also believe in follow-ups. Say for instance, if something is reported that I don't know if this example is the right example. Say for instance, NSAS, everything that happened during NSAS. If you want people to come into your country and everything that happened during NSAS was brushed over and swept under the carpet, it won't give people confidence. It won't. So you have to take okay. I think the word I was looking for is responsibility. We have to start taking responsibility. We have to start seeing actions through. We have to stop doing things half and half and start doing them to the end. That is the only way to build confidence. Nigeria has so much potential. So much potential. I'm not even going to dwell on Nigeria. Let me even speak for Enugu. When I tell people I go on hikes, they say you never survive finish, they go on hikes. If you see the tourism potential in this state, if you see the tourism potential, sometimes when you get to the top of the hill, there's even something they started recently, helicopter tour. Somebody started that as a business in Enugu. If you want a tour of Enugu, you hop into the helicopter. They will take you around the hills of Enugu. And you feed your eyes. The hiking group I go hiking with, they do private hikes. People from outside the country call them and they organize hikes for them. Recently, last month, we went for an overnight camp on a hill in Enugu. We hiked to the top of the hill in the night with our torchlights and slept and camped and slept on top of the hill. And people were willing to. So even when it came on Twitter and people were like, is this thing safe? I saw tens and tens of comments of people saying, why were we not informed that something like this is happening? Are you sure this is Enugu? I want to do. People are genuinely interested in these things, but Nigeria does not make it easy.
Why do you think that is? Because if you look at every time Nigeria wants to do
Because
anything
there are
about
no
policy, they shut it
consequences.
down.
Because when things happen, there are no consequences.
There was one
There are
in
no
Calabar
consequences.
festival. It wasn't Calabar or Akwa Ibom. There was a festival that was going on there. They shut that one down too. African countries were coming there to celebrate African culture. Anything that brings the continent together. Some of our leaders will start it. Like First Tank was supposed to do that too. They killed it. And the one in this in Akwa Ibom or Calabar, they killed that one too. And there's no tourism. We don't encourage tourism at
Oh yeah,
all.
look at me. Look at me that is an indigene that is living in Enugu. Anytime I tell my family that, okay, I'm going on a hike, if you see the kind of things they tell me, do you want to get lost? Do you want to be kidnapped? Are you okay? Why will you go and be entering bush? Why will you go and be climbing mountain? And you can't blame them. You can't blame them. You really can't. They are looking out for one of their own. So if my people that we have practically lived our lives here are this worried, how do you think somebody that is from another African country that's been hearing news of Nigeria, of people being kidnapped, and not even that people are being kidnapped, because kidnapping happens all over the world, not even though not at the rate at which it is happening in Nigeria, but you see swift actions, you see rescue, you see the government swing into action. They don't let people languish in kidnappers for years, and they are forgotten. Case in point, Chibok girls. And there are lots of them like that. So when you say, why do you think they are not coming? We know why they are not coming. They know that if anything happens to you in Nigeria, or even is your case. Not that they don't have things they want to come and do in Nigeria. No, they do. Not that they don't want to come, they want to. But if anything happens to you,
Nigeria does frustrate people to come to Nigeria. I remember once in the UK, somebody wanted to come to Nigeria, and it took almost a year to sort out his visitor as a business person, because they said the moment he's not a visitor, you have to go as a business person that wants to go there and do some work. So he has to change his visa, and it made life very, very difficult. And it's like when I actually went to the embassy and I spoke to the lady, I said, what is all this blockage people put? It's like, is there something you're protecting in Nigeria that I don't know about? Because it's like you guys don't want people to come. You are trying to put all the roadblocks you can put in the way to block people from coming. So because I don't understand
if you are
it.
coming to the southeast, if you see the number of roadblocks, checkpoints, oh Jesus, you will be on checkpoints, and you will see you'll be in this checkpoint, and you'll be seeing the next checkpoint from that one you are standing at.
Imagine. I've seen that too. I've seen that where you are in one checkpoint and you see the next one. Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen that.
Some of them, when you get to them, you have to alight from the vehicle. You have to come down. If it is a public transport, the passengers come down from the vehicle and then walk over the checkpoint. And then
but that road is nice though. That road is so smooth. That's why you can see so far that the road is really nice. You go because they were like the southeast roads are not good and all the rest. But that road where you have so many checkpoints, the roads are nice.
It's a plain topography. It's not about the road being smooth or whatnot. It depends on the topography of the
it's nice road. I'm just saying the road was nice.
But forefathers, let me piggyback on Ngozika in the sense that being ancient and modern, that's the language I'll use here. I had the privilege of visiting places like Obunike Cave. That is in Enugu. When we were in high school. In Anambra, when we were in high school, we were able to visit places like Obunike Cave. And on the other hand, we were able to visit places like Ifutu Falls and Ezeoke Ranch in Ahafia. I'm talking about what the secondary schools should consider giving the opportunities to the kids of today to go and learn. What did we learn from there? That's when I first saw things. Geography club, you will see stalactites and stalagmites. Those are when you go into those caves. Those are the things that you learn from there. I mean, you physically touch them, carry them, do whatever.
Do we have caves in Nigeria?
Oh my God, it's what I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah, lots of them, forefathers.
Nobody shows us now.
Wait a minute now.
Maybe I should start documenting my hikes and my trips.
That would be good.
Wait a minute. You started this topic. You started this topic. And with Ngozika, I will align with some of the things that I've recently done. And some of those things are like when I go back to the village, I always say in this channel that I go beyond the village. They're having parties in the town. I'm taking the kids beyond the village to show them what is downhill, what's uphill, what the caves are. 2 years ago or 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 2021, the last what I went for, actually it was the founder of Igbo Village in Virginia that talked to me about a place called Olochukwu in Alai. KJ will know the town called Alai. And I made effort on my own and went there. When I went to this place, I was told the story of how those places shielded our people or the people of that area during those days of war. When I went there, what I saw marveled me. It not only marveled me, I took videos of it, but to go there was a preliminary. The first day I came, the oldest lady in that town told me, listen, today, nobody goes into the bush because the town is doing certain things. Come back the next day. So I came back the next day because I was determined. And their son, who lives in West Orange, New Jersey, was guiding me. I never been to that part of the place before. And then they now took me to the oldest man in the town. They called him Old Age. It was Old Age that guided me with another younger man. And The father of that younger man said he was going to go with us. And when asked why, he said that he hasn't been that way in over 30-something years, that he needs to go there. So we went. The rest is history because I recorded it, and it is in igbobasics.com, one of those videos that you find in igbobasics.com, the videos. What I saw there, you can see for yourself what I'm talking about. And when I also took the children beyond the hills and I explained to them to a place we call the Tree of Life, I explained to them, your mothers may have not come here. Do you know that the joy in the faces of these kids, some of them came from Australia, some of them come from the US, some of them were lawyers. The joy in the faces of these children, I realized that I made an impact on them that will remain with them for the rest of their life. So it's a very good subject that you brought up, forefathers. And while Ngozika is pitching Enugu State, I'm going to pitch a place called Ibere in Abia State. And I'm going to also pitch Abia State because Abia State, as you all can see, things are happening there. And we are going to be behind Ezeoke all the way. Aba, nightlife has come back to Aba. People are testifying to that. And if anybody wants to mess with that, our advice is very simple. The owners of the town have to protect the town. There is no way you can have a thief in a town without knowing that a thief exists in a town. There's no way you can have a herdsman in a town that you don't know that the herdsman exists in a town. And if there is anybody amongst the big men who is engineering this, we should do to them what we did in Aba in those days when there used to be a case of big boy. The Aba people knew what to do. When you have a good place and it's being contaminated, you go inside the house and buy cheese. Then we come out and we show you say the next day the whole place will be quiet. So it is encouraged. Tourism, Ibere has Princess Hotels. And here we now have another one in Omwa here, Sun City International Hotels. But the Princess Hotel I've been to in Ibere. And this December, as a result of the Ebotomma that we are going to hold there, if you come to Ibere, you will not regret because you will shake your head and say yes.
It's not only this in tourism. You know, if you have like a kind of Southeast Silicon Valley, or in the north you have some industrial or agricultural excellence going on there, you will find that other countries that are interested in it, they will be coming in. Because like when the UK left the European Union, you can see the impact of it immediately just because people require this and that. European citizens didn't come to the UK that much anymore. So it tells you what we are missing by not having this visa-free access for other Africans. So we really need to consider it. And our leaders, when all these things are happening on the continent, they act as if they don't even hear it. They don't even say, oh, thank you, well done for doing that stuff. That, we are going to be looking at exploring. No, it's like nothing to do with them. They carry on as if they don't know what's going to better their own people. What are they afraid of fellow Africans? And open door for them so that they can come into the country. Just like you want your people to travel to their country to be able to do business and progress all of us. So I don't know. Who else want to chime into this? AY, you want to add to this?
Yeah. I wanted to add what Ngozika what she was saying, right? Like it's not only in Enugu State. A lot of states in Nigeria, they have tourist attraction.
Yeah.
Some of them, they are just there. So that's why part of the stuff, like when people say, oh, some states are not viable, these are stories. Masca, we know Arugugu Festival in Kebbi State.
Yeah.
If you make that international, the money they're going to raise from that festival alone, Yakari Game Reserve is there. Look at the festival, Carnival Donald started in Cross River. We have a lot of places. Even in Edo State, there are places you're going to visit. You're going to like, wow. When you come to the West, this little stuff, they magnify it. They rake in millions of dollars from it every year.
You see, the thing about tourism, people miss to an extent is that when people come to your country, about 1.5% of them, if let's say 1 million comes, some of them will want to come and live in that country. Some of them will want to come and invest in that country. So it has knock-on benefits that comes from this in tourism, and that is even the greater one. Then, like even our Nollywood invites a lot of tourism already.
Yeah.
Only Nollywood alone is doing that, and it seems it's only Nollywood that seems to be doing that, and the government is not encouraging them to even pour in even more by just removing the visa requirements for African nations.
Yeah,
People was
it is a problem. All this boils down to the diversification of the economy. Now if you see what we're doing, everybody just is more oil. Like oil is the only thing that make people exist in this world. There are a lot of things we
But,
can
but
step in.
what do you think is their reason for not wanting to open the borders of Nigeria? Is there anything that is making them think, okay, no, we don't want African countries to be coming. It's not good for us. What is it?
Yeah, okay. KJ, you can go ahead.
Yeah, let me just make a contribution. I'll step out. The forefathers, the borders of Nigeria are not closed. I'm sorry, Blackstone. Borders of Nigeria, the Nigerian border is not closed. It's porous. It's very porous. Everybody coming from anywhere, whether it's from Cameroon, whether it's from Chad, whether it's from Niger, whether it's from Burkina Faso, whether it's from Benin Republic, it is porous. And so nobody's present. They are all coming in and going and whenever they want, and that's why it was difficult to control the light arms that was coming in when the fall of Libya came. And you see, to be
no, he's talking about the airport flying in. That's what he's
saying. The legal migration, the actual legal migration that
let me tell you
people
something.
use.
Even flying in, you see, it costs more to come to Nigeria to go to any other African country. And I asked that question when I was still back in Abuja. Why is that so difficult? And we had a little investigation. I found out that the taxes that the NIA, Nigerian Aviation Authority, puts on the airlines and the services is so much that those people tell you, see, when those taxes are put on them, they have to tax the passengers to get their money back. Okay, and that's why it's so difficult, it's so expensive. It's even so far, some people at one time had to go to Ghana to fly out because even with your money going to flying to Ghana and flying out was still cheaper, than flying out from Abuja. So it's all those things are what stop people from coming in. And again, you see, you say tourism. Yeah, most people want to come in and go to local places. Mambila Plateau is one of the most beautiful places in Nigeria. But when you get there, do you have a house where you can stay? Do you have a hotel that is running? Okay. Is it even publicized? Is there any advertisement on the Mambila Plateau? A place that looks like like one of those European nations. All right. I think one of the coldest places in Nigeria after Plateau, or maybe one of them is one after the other. All right. If you are going to Jos, there's a waterfall. I'm trying to remember the house name. Okay, by the road from Abuja to Jos. All right, you stop there. They in fact they do some local selling there. You can buy all these things there. But if you go down there, there's a waterfall there. It's so beautiful. I've shot a video right down there, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. It's so beautiful. But what is the facility around that area? Okay,
Yeah,
who is the tourists? Who are the people who will give you guide around that area? Who can protect and say this side is deep? Don't go this way. Go this way. Nobody.
No,
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'll soon round up. Now, if you come to Abuja, when you go to Niger State, all right, there is the falls there, Gurara, right?
Gurara waterfall. Yeah.
Okay, we go there. It's in fact so beautiful. You can stay. You can go there in the morning and come back in the evening and still be fresh. All right.
KJ, don't try it. They'll go kidnap you.
But those places now you can't go there because of fear. And even if you go there, there's no proper hotel. Okay, there's no proper authority to help you and safeguard your life and your property or those you came with. So these things are scattered all over Nigeria. But you see, they will spend money to develop it. Nobody wants to spend money. They want the quick ones, quick fix. When they can put in their pocket and go ahead and forget, after 5 years, after 4 years, they move on. That's the problem.
So to add to what KJ said, to develop these places is not rocket science. In fact, you can get private companies to build hotels, put security in the place, put people that can guide people, have some kind of like map. It's easy, and you're gonna be making free money. Government are gonna be making a lot of money from all that. But all the states, the governors, they don't want to act. They need to act and work on this stuff and generate income for their revenue for their
My
states.
question is this: don't Nigeria have a tourist board?
That's what I said. We have a tourist board. There's Nigerian tourist.
Nigerian tourist board. So what are they doing?
It's not when they give you money, you do something. If you get there, you don't have money for development.
Their job is to make sure nobody comes into Nigeria. That's their job. Because they are not inviting anybody in. I don't see them doing anything.
You see, if I have a
wait, hold on first. What I to say that at the time of Jonathan, they were putting this Nigerian tourist board. At least there was a lot of the tourist program we were trying to put in place. You understand me, right? And I think the tourist board should not depend on the government. At least that we want to generate funds from all this area of tourism, this area of places of attraction that are tourist activities. I'm supposed to develop these places because not every parasite should not depend on the government, because they are supposed to be an money generating agent, which may be money generated, can also use it to build to improve on this on what they are doing. You understand me? But they're not doing these things. What I'm trying to say is this: that the problem we are having in Nigeria is the people that are the managers or people who are appointed to manage this organization, this parasitas. You understand me? That's always the problem. But at the end of the day, they pass to the government. You understand me? If you are appointed to be a head of a parasita, one of the first thing to do is how to make sure that your ministry is working well and generating funds and improving. You understand me? Right? Because every ministry cannot just because there's some ministries that are not actually viable, that don't make money, no actual areas to make money from. You understand me? But the other ministries that there are avenues by which from what they are, they can be able to generate money and also
the Blackstone though. But the main topic was about visa free. Do you think the Nigerian government should make Nigeria visa free for African countries, not for everybody?
Okay. This should have visa free. Let me tell you, forefathers. The issue, every country with issue of visa depend on the relationship between that country and the other country, and also depend on the economy of that country. You understand
Blackstone.
Let me finish. You understand me? I know if you have to go into and read the visa policy of every country, then you see that what I'm saying is true. You understand me? So for African countries, so why must I allow every country to fly into my country without a visa, whereby they don't allow my people also to fly into your country without a visa? It is
because the reason is because they will bring business into your country.
African free visa is all African, so they must come to the term that you are free. So you have to be
Africa. So yes, Africa should come. That's what they're not preaching now, right? That some Africa say so no visa to, like Kenya say from next year no African country will need a visa to their country. You understand me? So that country. So this is not what is coming up now. This is just beginning. Before it wasn't like that.
The question is that why can't African countries have a visa free within themselves? I think that's the question, right?
Can you take
and we believe
this angle?
And some people, whether it's even if African people agree that there should be visa
we can see that basically let Jonaba finish first.
Can come within the African space to come. There will still be a challenge, even if you offer them free visa to Nigeria, they will be willing. We that are Nigerians are not even want to go to some part of Nigeria because of security issues. So in as much as I will advocate for visa free, but so that unite us and then we can build a bigger body of unity and also of progress and also business empowering, and also have that unity of Black continent. But then, even if you give some people visa free, they're not going to go because of the security situation until the government make sure that the safety of their people, and then Nigeria also can strike the boundary. Every Nigerian, we all have the responsibility that there is a strike balance between your community, because you want business to thrive there. We have to enforce that there is a safety for the citizen and for any visitors that come to that zone. You have to make sure that is in place. Once you make that possible, we have, like in Bauchi, Yankari Game Reserve. There are a lot of places in Nigeria, and those departments can generate their own money that even government can benefit, and it can create employment and build on it. But as far as the issue of security is not addressed, that somebody can just be afraid of being kidnapped, how do you think that even if you open up for visa free, that is going to impact us that much? I think that is the way we should focus on doing that, and let a citizen take some responsibility in their own community. Like Igbo Base was saying earlier, that there are places you go when there is a stranger you know. Every bad boys in the block, people know who are they. So if you are not knowing, they used to say that if you are a young man and you live in a certain area and police do not know you, then you are a good person. Yes.
Okay. Mask, I don't know what you think about this. Whether it's something, do you see anything against the idea that we should have a visa-free policy for African countries?
Okay. Thank you, forefathers, and good evening, everybody. To start with, I hope we know that the Nigerian passport is not actually a Nigerian passport. It's a West African passport.
Yeah.
If you look at your passport, it's not a Nigerian passport. It's a West African passport. It's an ECOWAS passport. What that means is that anybody in West, yes, so you can see there's no Nigeria there. It's an ECOWAS passport, which means that every West African is free to enter without let or hindrance.
Yeah.
But the issue we are dealing with, okay, is the issue. You know how you carry a child, his leg is not touching ground. You know, he's shifting his leg, but the legs are not touching anywhere, so nothing is going to happen. Okay, what am I saying? First, if you are talking of tourism, somebody has said it. I can't remember who, but there are a couple of things that are enablers for tourism. First is security. Two, even transportation. Okay, I know a family that a European family. Well, I won't say European, an American family in Nigeria. They are not allowed to fly wherever they are going in Nigeria. They go by road. Why? Because you guys are not here. But even our aviation industry has a lot of issues. You hear tire puncture of an aeroplane. Okay, almost every day there is a near miss. So even the local aviation industry, there are a lot of issues. Okay, that's one. So I'm saying that enablers are not there. Security is not there. If you go to Yankari Game Reserve today, it's not maintained. Okay, so the idea of visa is you're starting from the top. The enabler is not yet in
Please,
place.
Master,
And
can I ask you a question,
But
please?
should it matter whether we have the best one? It's just that people can come and do business. It's not only about tourism. They can come and invest in, let's say, Nollywood. Like the ones that want to come to Nollywood, they don't have to worry about visa anymore. They can just come in from South Africa, Kenya, Uganda. You see what I mean? So there are areas we could benefit from that doesn't necessarily tie to.
no, see, that's the same thing I'm saying. You see, these things that you're talking about, me, I'm in Nigeria. Okay, right now I may not physically be in Nigeria, but I live all my life. If I, at my age, I don't like traveling out of the country. So I'm constantly in Nigeria. I can tell you for free. Yes, these things you're saying that is true. But what people need to understand about Nigeria is that Malays in Nigeria is deep. It starts from even our psyche. The psychic of the country is upside down. Okay, it is a country that is looking for how to increase its income, that begins to think at that level you're thinking. Don't go far. There is what they call this free trade. Is it ACFED or something that African Free Trade Agreement?
So,
Yes, Continental Free
That we
Trade
are even
Agreement.
free
Yeah.
to trade. Let's even be pushing that, but it's not happening. Okay, I have had experience from Nigeria. I'm flying to Cameroon. I have to go to Air France, meaning that I have to go to
Exactly.
Paris.
Exactly. That's the kind
Paris
of barrier that needs to be broken.
No, that's the
That's
truth.
crazy.
I was working in a company. Yeah, but this is what I'm telling you guys. It's crazy. So sometimes when people don't really appreciate the level of our decay, they can say a lot of things. Okay.
But
In
can
my
I ask you a
lifetime,
question,
I
Master?
mean, yes, Ngozika.
Please, you mentioned something about the dilapidating state of the Yankari Game Museum, and I wanted to ask:
Yes.
do you think that if some of these things were left to private investors, don't you think it will be more sustainable? Because I find that when it comes to quote and unquote government facilities, especially the ones that have to do with hospitality and tourism, they are easily run down. They are easily run down, like easily. Give them 2 year stops. But once the same establishment enters into the hands of a private manager, a private firm for management, you see the difference. So I am thinking some of these places that have been around for such a long time and in their heydays they were doing so well, don't why don't they hand the management over to a private firm
as a
and
business.
monetize it?
As a
Bring up
business.
some.
Okay. No, the answer is two level, Ngozi. Okay. At an
Okay.
elemental level, that at a conceptual level, that is true. You're right. Let's say Transcorp Hotel, for instance, the Hilton in Abuja is a classic example. Obasanjo sold it. A lot of people were complaining they were wrecking, but you can see that that's a true example of a government institution. You carry it, sell it. If for nothing, you preserve the institution. But I said it at a conceptual and elemental level because if you are talking tourism, if you are talking Yakari Game Reserve, for instance, there are a lot of things that you need to put in place. I don't know if you've ever been to Bauchi State. There is a very popular hotel, then they call it Zaranda Hotel. There is Awala Hotel. Okay, these are 5-star world-class hotels because you cannot expect a white man to fly in and go and be sleeping all his life in Yakari Game Reserve. The right thing for him to do, he flies in, he comes into a good hotel, relax, and then the next day a bus comes and carry them to Yankari Game Reserve. They may spend 2 days there, but when they come back, they need a hotel, a 5-star hotel to eat, relax, and prepare themselves for their final trip. Or maybe they are going to there's this Ubudu ranch in the south of the country.
Obodo Katoraj.
So, but yeah, so even if you sell Yankari Game Reserve to a private person, the tourist
I'm
industry
not
would
even talking
require a
selling
lot
it.
of government investment.
I'm not
No, you
even
have to
talking.
sell it now.
I'm
How will you?
no.
Not
No, you
of
have
this
to
Like
lease
issue.
it.
it's even like a partnership. I'm talking
You have to
something like
lease
a
it.
partnership or a lease even. But
Yeah.
lease is even going far. I'm talking like a partnership.
Yeah, you
Let
can
the
make
private
it public,
I think
public-private
let them
giving
have
it
a
to,
stake in it. Let
private
them
but,
have a
company to
but,
stake,
manage.
sir.
I think you are talking
but
about
you
giving
see,
it to a
Ngozi,
private
another
company
thing that
to
you need to
manage.
know from a business perspective, I as a businessman now, okay,
Mm.
I will not want to go into any government with any business with any government because today this APC is governor of Bauchi State. Tomorrow PDP comes and then they create problems. So
That
I'm
makes a
even
lot
saying
of
that the
sense.
best thing for you, yeah, is to sell the things off. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't
Oh,
know
I
whether
get
you are aware.
you could you could lease the property or the land to private institution and let them run it, and then you tax them for it.
But the point is that in Nigerian space, the level of corruption, any party can come and they'll bring somebody for their own interest, and you're going to waste your time. So if the best
That's what happened in Calabar.
Okay, yeah, the best way is to sell it to a private citizen who can do well. It's still going to generate money.
You
It's
see,
still going to
in
generate.
Corsica,
Go ahead,
the
Mazi.
fundamental point about tourism, is that whether we like it or not, a country cannot run profitably without a good government. Simple.
That's true.
And you can't do tourism if there's no security. For instance, all these things you people are saying, let me tell you the truth. If you carry your passport now and you go to Seme border, okay, and you want to show right that my passport is okay, you spend the whole day there. What the
I know that for sure. That's what they're going to do. Yeah.
On a serious note.
That's what they do.
That's the mess we've all found ourselves in. So you can't. And again, let me tell you, if for instance you are saying you want to sell Yankari Game Reserve, who are the people that would run it well? Let's say the people from Bauchi State, for instance, the ones that are good enough to deal with this kind of issues, they have low-hanging fruits. They can get government contract. So why do they have to worry and go and start the Yankari Game Reserve and go and be doing all these things? Or government can give me a bureau de change license. I start buying dollar at official rate and start selling. So these are all. See, look, when we take this country as a basket, the truth is that there are so many issues. If this is a bag of potato, there are so many rotten potatoes inside that in fact you may just throw the whole bag if you're not careful. And that's what most of us are doing. Even on this platform, you say, well, Nigeria is not going to work. Because when you look at the bad potato inside that bag, it's like, what is this now? It's not even a bag of potato, actually.
Some of the things that Pascal was just talking about.
Discourage you in Corsica. Sorry, Igbo Basics, because I have a responsibility also. As we show the bad picture, the reality also is that I wanted to encourage Ngozika, because even if my lifetime, okay, we have spent as a company, we will carry ourselves over for a whole weekend from Kano. We go to Yankari Game. All the natural enticements, they are still there. There's the popular thing there. There's a warm and a cold spring. These things are still there. So I am sure that in time to come, what I tell the younger generation is that our age, our group, our generation, we were not even smart enough to spoil the country completely for you. What do I mean? All the natural, all these, what do you call it? The natural attractions, they are still there. We haven't been bad enough to spoil them. I tell people, for instance, the oil and gas reserve for Nigeria were the 10th. Until today, we are still struggling to go to 1.5, 1.6 barrels per day.
Well, I think it's gotten to 1.6 now. It's 1.6 now.
But the bulk of the point I'm making for Ngozika is that the bulk of your resources are still there under your feet.
Yeah.
Okay. The terrible land that God has given you guys as Nigerians is still there. We've not done anything with it. So yes, maybe things are not okay now in Ngozika, but the good news for you guys is that God has given Nigeria everything. The big rivers are there, the big lakes are there, Kainji. There's a lot. The only one I know that has gone is this Lake Chad. Okay. But almost everything is still intact. You guys, hopefully one day you will come and preserve it and make it right. Not doing all the our generation.
Are you saying that you want to pass the buck to them so that they have to face the problem? We should be the ones sorting it out. So
No, I think, forefather, excuse me, I'm not cutting you off. I think
it's okay.
Our psyche is wrong.
Sometimes we do not challenge the youth and we take some responsibility that we shouldn't. Every generation face their own challenges. Our father faced their own, we face our own. It's all about what you make out of it. For instance, whether you like Buhari or not, Buhari engaged in government. He set up a goal of whatever somebody can call it success. It's all depend on you. Nobody define your success. You define it. You know whether you accomplish it or not. It is all about you. So the youth of look at also go on. For instance, look at the age that when what he was when he became the president of Nigeria. And they overcome even Ojukwu himself. A lot of people have faced challenges in their generation and go head to head with it and overcome it in one way or the other. And what is available to the youth of this generation, it was not available to them or to us at that time. Yet they make the most of what was available to them at that moment. So it is time for youth, Nigerian youth or African youth, to carry their destiny in their hand and fight for their own future, like Kunozuka is doing. Do you think it is easy to go and be talking to a politician, going around, and they know that whatever you are doing, you are exposing them? I want you to know that all the people out there, they don't want to be exposed. Nobody wants to be publicly shamed. Nobody wants, even a thief don't want to be called a thief in the public. But it takes a courage and people who think enough is enough. And that is the beginning of what we are saying, that you guys, you have your destiny in your hand. Like, I would love to support you in any way I can, because I personally, I know the risk and I know what it takes. But if we have people like you in Benin, in Lagos, in Bauchi, in Kano, in Brunei State, and all the places in Nigeria, all the youth, instead of getting caught off with all the other mess, you can take the country back like that. But apart from that grassroots movement to bring it to their attention, and then when they know that there are strong people behind them, the people, whatever you are calling them, they weigh the movement in the society. When they see that people are well informed and you touch this person, the consequences will be severe. It's what they back up from. But all this talk that you guys are talking, you come here, this was stolen, this was stolen. Who cares? Do you think somebody agreed to power, you wanted to take it and give it to you cheaply? You think that's how it works? So I think you are doing a phenomenal job, and I will encourage you in whichever way, and let us keep that pressure locally, and we can go far and and you guys can take the country back. But any other thing, and you guys think, oh, the next generation, how long are you going to stay by the wayside? Some of us will come out from nothing. Nobody give us anything. Some of us, we started going to stream to fish water with our head when we are 7 years old. And today is the different thing. And no, we have no godfather, we have no godmother that is on top. And we overcome individual challenges and serve this community in the best way we could in our own little way. And that is what we should do. If you go and look Nigerian TikToks, another nation, are the youth anything that is something that is not even creative? Are they all taking laughing gas? Oh, everything is about laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. That is,
I'm sorry.
no creativity.
Yes,
nothing that they are showing the next generation. Nothing they are doing that okay, we are talking about Yankari Game Reserve. Now you can go and show this. Oh, look at what is possible here. All is everybody full 1,000 square laughing. Everybody take laughing gas. Is that how things work?
So,
my original point was that. Don't worry, I will let you speak on my original point.
I'm not speaking. I just have two questions.
I know.
I'm not speaking.
Can I just say something? I hear you. You are going to speak. See, my original point was that there has to be some urgency to what is happening, because we can't leave. We don't have a lot of time. What is the people that want us to remain where we are? I think somebody said, if you feel like something should be done tomorrow and you can do it today, do it today. Otherwise, you're not going to get tomorrow. And
Okay,
that's
can I
that.
ask
Go
one
ahead.
question?
Yeah, go.
One
Of course, go
question.
ahead. Olumide.
One for Ngozi. Thank you for your good work and for your doing for your community. But I want to ask though. So the ultimate, like I always ask in most of the programs, the ultimate aim of all this is how do you bring that? What do you think? You're on ground. What do you think is out that change can happen? I mean, most especially in your own immediate community. How can things change from what you are seeing now presently? And then, Jonaba, the other question is for you. It's about the change and the solution too. So, what do you think the current youth today should be doing to prepare to take up leadership position and effect the change they want? What are those specific solutions that you can lend to them?
Ngozi can answer her own, then I'll answer you, right?
Yeah. That's my question.
And what is frozen?
Come to you. I want to thank everyone on this panel
Can
once
you
again.
repeat the question? There was a glitch. There was a network glitch.
I'm saying, in light of all the work you have been doing in your community and for your community, what do you think should be the way to solve all of these challenges that you found out now? You understand? What are
I
those
was asking
challenges?
the glitch.
Hello?
Olumide, they carry Ngozi career, she no know.
Of course, she knows. I think. Okay. Now, why she's
Olumide na INEC, the guy glitch, network glitch.
Jessica no big. She's not part of government.
No. It's not about government. It's saying
But
that
what
I
does
think
she?
what
She may not be able
say.
to. Even if she offers a solution, she may not have the resources.
I mean, if you
or the
identify,
wherewithal to implement it. But what is her own?
You are talking about. You are saying that whatever she has been doing and whatever the CTC is a way forward. I think.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, I saw some of those videos of where.
I think she's
I
back.
mean,
Let
the
me give her a
resources,
chance.
the infrastructure that should have been done by elected officials were not done appropriately, or they will come out and say they spend this so amount of money, and we all know it's all lies. And you're exposing all this, we are seeing all
The
this.
first
But
challenge for Olumide is to have internet in Nigeria. Double internet.
So as somebody who is on ground and you see all this, how do you think change? I mean, the people, I don't want to kind of put the answer in your mouth. You understand what I'm trying to say now? I want your own thoughts on how you can get these resources to be utilized for what it is meant to be. You get where I'm going to?
So, if I get your question correctly, you are asking how do I think we can effect the change we seek? Is that your
That's right.
question?
That's right.
Okay. So
Based on your own assessment, you may
I
not have all the full resources. From what AY rightly said, you know what, maybe I'm putting too much on you. But I'm saying you may not have all the resources, but what do you think are those things that can be
oh,
done and people can come out and support whoever wants to? Go ahead, yeah.
The audio is frozen again.
I think she's delayed.
let me
Yeah, I
just
think it's delayed.
say it clearly. I think the only way is to make sure that people are not benefited. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? No. So I was saying that for me, the first thing to do is to make sure you're not benefiting from the government. That is the first thing. If you want to hold a government accountable, if you want to keep them on their toe, you have to make sure that you are not benefiting from them in any way. When I say benefiting from them, I'm not talking about the basic amenities they should provide. No, that is your right.
You are talking about credibility now, which is super. Most people ignore that.
That's not credibility. We're talking about if you're not
And
involved, if you're not getting money from the government, from the elected
Yeah.
politician.
Okay, let me just make my final submission
Yeah,
because
the original point, Olumide is
Trustee
moving away
Ekeji.
from the original discussion
Now, I
yeah,
of
think
it's taking us away. The
visa
before
area
free,
discussing
before I got
discussing visa free
off
entry.
track with
I
what
don't
you
hold too much interest in the area discussion, just like Masca, my brother, have said. We're actually taking from what it cannot be achieved right now because there are many things we can talk about before tourism and all this can come to play. In other nations where people are making progress, tourism is even a local government thing. This thing can be handed over to the local government and they run it and they know they organize the festivals. People go from city to city, county to county, local government, attending these things year in, year out. But in Nigeria, everything is centralized, so it becomes so difficult to hold anybody accountable. Because, look, for instance, I spent about 2 weeks or so, a year in Yankari Game Reserve, when it still had a good hotel, good security. You go there, you just find peace. Some people who like to write, you go there, you see them almost weekly, week in, week out. They come there. That was still when Nigeria was still, something we can talk about. Okay, but now you can't even go there because maybe it's even the lions that will come and eat you at night when you are there. So um, nobody goes there any longer. So discussing these things, I don't see immediate impact because the whole thing needs to be rearranged. That's the truth. The whole thing needs to be rearranged. What are the things that the local government people are responsible for? What does the state ask for? What does the federal government ask for? And so, what? Just one man sitting in one place and just giving order and everybody, it will never work that way. Everything, look at the huge money that Donald Duke put in Yankari. I mean, and in 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 that reserve. What's his name? What's the name now? Look at the money spent on Tinampa. Look at the money spent on Obudu Cattle Ranch. Okay, all that left and wasted. So you see, this thing that's discussing is making my blood boil. I can't take part. So let me just stay at the background when I get another topic.
KJ, that's why I asked those questions myself. To say that's why I'm asking those questions. We know that before we can have a good, I mean, we need good security, we need good infrastructure, we need good this before we can attract tourism. Now, to get there, how do we get there? That's why I'm asking John Abba, who proposed that the youth must take charge. How do they take charge? What are those things that they must do to take charge?
Can I please respond
And
to you
that's why I'm
before my
asking.
network goes off
That's why I'm
again?
asking
Okay.
Ngozi to that in our own locality. What are those things that she sees can help effect those change?
When
Let me
Ngozi
just
can
respond.
start speaking, can we just let her and be patient and see if it can
The
work?
network, I don't know. It's just gotten worse. I'm switching.
Go
I'm
ahead.
switching between Airtel and MTN. So I was saying that the best way, the first thing first, is if you're going to, if you say you want to hold a government accountable or put them on their toes, make sure you're not feeding up them. Make sure you are not feeding up them, because you cannot have their hand in your mouth feeding you and you speak against them. They are going to take the food off your mouth and you're going to end up licking their backside and screaming, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. The thing I think we can do is consistently. I don't know if that noise is from my own end.
Go
I
ahead, we
don't
are
think
hearing
so.
Just
you.
go ahead.
We are
Just go
hearing you.
ahead.
The thing we can do is, once we've made sure that our hands are not in the cookie jar, we can consistently stay on the issues. I'm an advocate of stay on the issues. Do not pay heed to distractions. Stay on the issues. If they're supposed to do this and they are not doing it, do not leave them. Be like a dog with a bone. Don't leave them. Stay on the issues. They do not like it when we do that. They don't at all. I remember when after NSAS, the then governor, the former governor of Enugu State, blocked off the road the road that led to the government house. They used these huge concrete slabs to block, and this is a link road to a major road. He blocked it off for over a year. And initially there were murmurs and there were murmurs, open the road. And gradually, people were getting and people were talking about it. People were constantly talking about it. And we woke up one morning and they had removed the slabs. I believe so. This is it. Make sure you're not profiting off them. And then when you are certain that these people they do not have a chain around my neck that they can use to yank me back to position whenever they want, then you can stay on the issue. That is the only thing I think we can do. Even the most average of us citizen can do. It's not rocket science. What happens is that sometimes, like somebody said earlier, Nigerians, what we do is, let me keep quiet so that when it's my turn to chop, nobody will put eyes for me. That is what most Nigerians do. That is why you never see them pick a stand. They will rather sit on the fence because they won't condemn it too. They won't condemn it, no. They won't support it either. They'll sit on the fence so that when it's their time to eat, they believe it's turn by turn. When these people finish mismanaging, stealing, looting, and go, it will be their time to enter. So if they do not criticize these people, if they do not call out these people, if they do not speak against what they are doing, then they will not chook eye for them when they get. And it's really wrong. It's down to what Master said. The malaise is deep. Is deep. So that is all I have to say.
Let me add to
Yeah,
it.
please go ahead.
Let me
Yeah.
say something briefly. So I want to go back to what KJ said earlier. You
Now,
see,
good night. So this
the
is 1
state,
a.m. Good night.
Nigeria is a funny place though, where we know what is right, we don't just want to do it.
Got you, phone.
I really believe if Nigeria needs to move forward, if this area we are talking about needs to develop, my opinion is Nigeria needs to be regionalized, or they should give power to the state. The state also need to have laws that protect the local government, because the governors too, they are dictators, all of them. They hijack money that belongs to the local government. The local government cannot do anything. Let the government be close to the people. The local government, they know their chairman. If you're not working, they give you trouble. We should have laws that will protect. Let the local government be independent. Let keep developing at that local level. That local level alone, local government can generate money, sufficient funds to help the local government. You know, even in abroad, you see they even have city government, right? So it's really an issue, because what you see, some of the governors, they don't know, some of them don't even know like 70% of their state. In the north, you see some governors, they are living in Abuja. They go to their state once in a while. Even in the south, some of them are living in Lagos, some are staying in Abuja. They only fly to their state. They play with people because all they do is they're waiting for the money, for the allocation, and they just pull fire. Okay, you can go to her, I don't care. This is what is going on. So it's not only the federal, the states. We need to hold these people to account, because what is going on, they don't care. That is the worst part. They don't care. Even when they see people die, like, really, these guys don't care. That is what is just sad about the OT. It's so frustrating. Like, they don't just want to. I mean, just help the people. To be honest, what makes me sad is, even if the money belongs to you as an individual, you are in charge of this heavy money, why can't you help the people? Talk less of you are representing the people, you are the government. Why can't you just see how you can genuinely do something? Another the KJ mentioned now, like the Tinapa Donald Duke spend money on, and the other one, this also happened in state. The former governor, you will see them, they spend billions in a project. A new government will come, you stop the project. Why will you do that? This money belongs to the people. You know, even if at all the project you see like, oh, okay, do something about it. If you have to make some amendment, if you have to do something, get it completed, because you can't expect a state governor to spend billions of naira in a project. You will just come and just forget about the project just because you don't want his name to appear there. It's sad. It's in the end, it's the people that are really suffering. It's not even them. It's the people. The people are paying for all this trouble they are creating. We should have laws that will even protect this kind of project. I know some say that a massive project, they spend money on project, governor will come and tell you, oh no, we are not interested in that. You can't do that. Even if it's different political party, that is how we can develop. We stop wastage. We don't even have the resources. Then the little one, somebody started a project complete 60, 70%, you will stop it. Some are even completed. The new governor will say, no what? Stop it. They don't want to, just because they don't want the other person, because they don't like the person. It doesn't matter. You gotta put the people first. If it's gonna benefit, the project is gonna benefit the people, let it go. Get it done. Work with the people. Do what you can do genuinely. You will still make money. It's the wickedness is just I don't know, it's overwhelming. Like, I don't know. I personally feel what a lot of them are doing is pure wickedness, nothing more. Nothing more. Thank you.
One of the worst ones is Governor Ayade, because his state, there was this tourism thing that was happening. He came in, he abandoned it, and I saw the video. All the equipment, everything they bought, he just left it completely, almost wasted. And in River State, another one is the tram line that they were making, and it's almost built. You can see it today, it's still there, but they just Wike came in and abandoned the entire thing. It's like such wastage for little resources that we have. Like you said, the people, they forget that the people are the ones that they are there to serve. They use their own ego and their own politics to just waste our resources for the little things that we have already. But that I will let the next person go. I think.
I would think, forefathers, I would think that from what Masca submitted earlier on, we tend to have swept through it, town by town, local government by local government. Business opportunities, as Ngozi has stated out here, somebody came in and started a helicopter tour. The idea of abandoning whatever project that you met, there should be a law against that. One thing Masca said here, which swept through us just like that, he said he was going to Cameroon, and he has to fly through France. I'm sure some of us will remember when you make a phone call during Nitel, that had to be routed through England or through wherever. You are making a phone call to Nigeria, but that's going to go through some other countries before it hits Nigeria. Look at in the developed countries where we are, tough walls from city to city. Your TV that you are watching, Comcast has this particular zone. On the other side is Optimum. On the other side, even telephone business is Bell South, Bell North. Those are businesses, and businesses will take care of business. One of the things that we tend to be taking for granted in Nigeria is that there was a structure that was left behind. There was a geographical structure, there were natural resources structure, and when I pulled up this earlier on, and says Abuja Carnival, because we were discussing the issue of carnival. In this book, courtesy of my uncle, Lemi Ijoma, who spent all his life in Makurdi, that's where he lives. He's 80-something years old now. But in this book, you'll find out that all the states of Nigeria participated in this particular program. You will see all there, just like you have the first tax, just like you have the National Arts Theatre, not just like you have all these things. There is infrastructure existing in Nigeria. Our plea should be that let's look at these things from a business perspective. And from an individual perspective, I went to school in Jos, Nigerian Makaranta, I was in Jos, St. Teresa Boys School, Jos. When after spending years in the US and I decided to visit Jos, there was one thing in my mind. Go to St. Teresa's, see the remains of what it looks like. Go to the Jos Museum. There was a museum in Jos. And that museum boasted of the oldest turtle, if not in the whole world. We were told that that turtle was like 250 years old. Something like that. Of course, by the time that turtle died, it was celebrated. Because of what I witnessed living in Jos pre-war, that made me to personally say, I want to go to the museum and be able to see for myself. So now, coming back to the business angle of it, there is business opportunity in almost every village. We are not going to discount either the tourism or the several business opportunities that exist everywhere. And there was something that Olimide has said here in terms of what can be done to back up. I would say from trusted channels like what we have here at the Forefathers, Dr. Damage's show, 90 Minutes Africa, and 247, I would say that when we have the privilege, because it's a privilege, to have people like Ngozika on ground, you're talking about what can we do? We should, as a channel, be able to give them support. And the support I'm talking about is so that when she gets up, she realizes that, oh, I am not lacking on the internet. And of course, in solving the issue of how do we connect, we talked about connectivity earlier on when Njenje Media was here, and he suggested Starlink and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go after Starlink and make sure that I acquire one so that by the time we begin to broadcast from the bush, from the real thing, everybody will be able to have
Is Starlink really working very good in Nigeria?
That is what I'm told. And I'm going to go after it and make sure that I acquire that. So with that in mind, if we can provide people like Ngozika, Starlink, and if we have anybody in the north, Maska can help us out. Connectivity is what it takes. If we can make sure that our people at all times, that they know when Nigeria, the media industry, begins to realize that we have these on-the-street reporters everywhere, before you say Jack Robinson, we know how to play the game. Before you do or die, we've been there, done that. So we'll tell you, say, Oga, we don't want fight, but live and let live. That's all we're trying to say. So we should be able to encourage both individual businesses, but everything must depend on basic. And we establish those basic trust by just we being on this channel. I could say that if I'm going near where Maska is, because I have known Maska's background, whether it's an Okoro or Bojo or whatever, I have known it. I can say confidently that I can knock on the door, I can call and say, Maska, I'm coming around. And of course, Dr. Damage's show will know that I'm heading to Maska. And I will feel safe. And Maska would guide me locally. Same thing goes to people like AY. And if wherever Forefathers is, if you look my face and you think that the photo of yesterday, if I'm coming to wherever you are, I will call on the phone and say, they're around here. I'll let you know. And I'm quite sure that you'll be more than glad to see me. So the relationships that we are establishing on places like this, that is why we all have to be cautious and careful with one another in whatever that we do. And why I say that is this. After we introduced a subject matter earlier on here, I made a phone call to just make sure before I answer that what I'm answering is what it is. In the process, the gentleman I called, he put the telephone over to his wife. This is today's experience. between when I left and when I came back. He put the phone over to his wife, and his wife was talking to me. He said, I can see you, even though I haven't seen you in years. I can hear the voice. I can see the same thing. I'm so happy. I'm so. She was saying, and why was she saying what she was saying? When I was traveling to Nigeria, the husband told me she was sick of COVID. And I said to him, okay, somebody gave me a clue. I know what to do. I went out of my way, went to an African store, bought some of this our native cola, the bitter cola. Hello, I bought the bitter cola in bundle. I bought a couple of other native stuff, packed it, express mailed it overnight as I was leaving. This was about 2 years or more ago, 3 years when I went to bury my brother. As a matter of fact, when I went to bury my brother in 2020.
Igbo basics. I'm sorry, I don't mean
Yes.
to interrupt you. For the first time, I'm going to use sir. Igbo basics, sir.
I am not a sir.
That's fine. You're senior to me, and
I'm not a sir. Olumide, let me land because you will all benefit from this.
no.
Hold on for 1 second.
I
I
just
will
wanted to
yield in
ask.
1 second. Olumide, hold
I
on.
want to ask a question midway.
Well,
I
let me.
get everything you said. I just wanted to ask, sir, that everything you've said now, very. I mean, I'm for it. I'm okay with it. But are you pretty confident though that because everything we do relies on the government of the day, whether it be federal, state, or local government level, whatever we want to do, whatever aspiration we want to pursue in life, in prosperity or prosperous life we want to pursue for ourselves in that country that we call Nigeria, depends on the government of the day. Are you pretty confident that that government of today, led by Tinubu, can fulfill that aspiration?
Olumide, before you throw me off the cuff, first of all, pretend that the government does not exist. Hello? Pretend that the government does not exist. And when you pretend that the government does not exist, you go in because you are doing things the way you know how to do and protect yourself. If you begin to depend on the government to come and give you a helping hand, the government will pull you down. Okay? So in line with what I was submitting, I'm saying that something that I did for somebody in 2019. The lady was explaining that when she received that bitter cola, under the condition that she was, that she took it and then her problem, in fact, she can't stop thanking me for, and I said to her that it was a nurse who suffered similar thing during COVID time that gave me that clue. And that all I did was I passed it through to her as an American. So what am I saying is that we are so blessed in our country, but we take for granted the blessings that God has given to us. We keep talking about government. Excuse me, government? Yeah, government is there. By the time government realizes that what you are really doing is for the benefit of the government, I think every given government, we're not trying to fight them because you can't, if you keep talking about, they get all the instruments. Let's talk about the place where we stay. Catholic schools started losing business completely. And what did they do? In my city of Elizabeth, what did the Catholic school do? They leased it out to the city of Elizabeth. You see all their buildings because the city is now having, they had a need as things grow. So you cannot continue with the same business model all along. Don't remind me of Enyimba Hotel in Aba that was being built many, many years ago. I'm talking about an edifice that couldn't fall down. Don't remind me of Hotel Presidential in Enugu, where somebody gave us a tour recently and you will shed tears. So don't remind me about so many infrastructures that we are already there. But today, what are we trying to do? We try to bring in the Taiwan, made in Taiwan. Why don't you bring in made in Aba? Because Aba made will serve you better than made in Taiwan. Today we are riding keke na pepe.
I think what you highlighted about why don't we bring made in Aba, I think the government and is partly responsible for it. And this trend about many countries around the world, because they found that they can buy stuff cheaper in China, that started buying stuff cheaper in China to make quick money. You know, that was, I think, was it not Mascot that said something about low hanging fruit? People always go for low hanging fruit where they see, but they don't look at the long term effects it has on their societies. At least the Western society, they can always regroup. This is the thing I keep talking about. They can easily regroup. We are not that this is powerful or flexible to regroup so easily, like the way they are doing that. They are decoupling from China and all the rest. But those people that used to manufacture in Aba, saw that they can go to China and other Asian countries and other stuff. Even the wrapper that they used to use, like all those organza and all that, they will order it from there. Sure, get it back. Why bother doing it in Nigeria? But you can get it cheap.
Sorry, forefathers. We look. Sometimes it takes a lot of. It drains my patience, even being on this panel, because we don't seem to really appreciate what has happened in this country. This thing you are saying, it was clearly a government policy. Well, we flooded we opened up in the name of international trade.
Globalization.
Saying, for instance, we have border, we have ports. Okay, so you can't, it's not for the citizen to decide where he will go and bring if the government is not okay with that. If the Nigerian government had decided that no, what we have within our borders is the only thing we can work with, that will be it. You get what I'm saying? So these things are fundamental things, and it is human being that went and take stupid decisions. And at the end of the day, we are where we are, because if you open your borders, somebody is bringing things from China. To start with, what I can tell us here now, almost every country has a decisive policy. China had taken a decision that, okay, we will make our currency to be worthless so that everybody can be able to import from us.
Yeah, with what Masca said there, with what Masca is saying, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, and I'm talking authoritatively because I functioned through that channel when I used to do exhibitions at the World Trade Center of New Orleans. Our quota in non-export products has never been filled. Quote me.
We don't export in Nigeria.
We are coming from in the United States.
We don't manufacture.
Hold on for a second. Even in the United States, Nigerians don't bring yam. Yam. You know who brings yam here?
Why? Why no? Okay,
Ghanaians.
Why?
Ghanaians.
Can I talk?
Why don't we bring yam to America? Why don't we bring? I don't even see Nigerian yams in the UK.
Steph hasn't waited. He wants to wait.
There are requirements. Everything is not politics.
Okay.
The government have to put in the necessary environment to make sure that your farmers are abiding by the rules. You must meet certain standards to be let in. I don't believe that America will just say, okay, only Ghana bring yam, Nigeria shouldn't bring yam. That is one. So on the issue of the opening of the border that you talked about, forefathers.
No, it's not forefather. It's me, Steph, so that you won't kill somebody for
I said it in a different way. He's talking about free visa now, so it's the same thing.
Okay.
So, sorry, I used the other. This opening of free visa that you're talking about also is not like you emphasize. It's not just for tourism. It's also for trade, right?
Yes. Yeah.
There are concerns, just like what Zemaska that explained now. We're already seeing the effect of globalization on our local industries. That was why the government, in their own short-sightedness or unpatriotic nature, because I keep saying that the most unpatriotic citizens that we have in Nigeria, those in power. You understand? But when you criticize them, they will tag you as being unpatriotic. But they are the ones who is highly unpatriotic. You know? So they didn't protect our industries because I know the time that Abba was even shipping products to the rest of Africa, West Africa. You understand? But they didn't protect any of those things. Just the same way now we have two car manufacturing companies in Nigeria. If the government cannot buy from you, the local manufacturer, how do you want encourage other countries to come and buy from you? So the concern in open free visa or promoting a free trade in Africa that Nigeria is a kind of, I think it wanted to happen in a big way. Was the last 2 years? But Nigeria eventually, I think they pulled out at the dying minute of it or something like that. Obasanjo was
No, we've signed.
promoting
We
it.
have signed for the Free Africa Trade Agreement. We have eventually signed.
Which in my own judgment, those in the Buhari government that was opposing it then, I see reason with them. The reason is because we don't have that competitive advantage presently. Those are strategic issues that any government that have patriotic citizens in government should be strategic in the sense that when you know that this is going to happen, like it didn't start like today. This has been ongoing for like last 20 years, 15 years, 10 years. So countries like the North African side, which are the people that are actually pushing for those things, already you need to be strategic in trying to prepare yourself to have that advantage. You know, those areas you have competitive advantage, you shore it up so that eventually when the thing happens, your own backyard will not be the dumping ground. You understand? So because when it happens now, when it starts being implemented fully, over the next 2 or 3 years or 5 years even, depending on how maybe our government may decide to start working for us, Nigeria is not going to really benefit a lot from it.
So what would you say is a dumping ground? Because the idea is that Nigeria has one of the cheapest labor and the lowest cost for doing
Okay,
anything in Africa.
okay, I'm telling
So
you have cheapest labor. What are the infra?
I know electricity.
What are the infrastructures?
no, I get that part, but compared to North African countries, we should be more competitive. That's what I'm saying in terms of cost of manufacturing or doing anything.
What the cost of manufacturing is determined by the road network, the electricity, and the tax system. The issue of double taxation has not been resolved in Nigeria. Electricity is still
Yeah, but the question is, how are they going to come into Nigeria and compete with us in a place where we are used to operating like that? The point I'm trying to make is that they don't necessarily, just because of they are slightly more advanced,
what
have
I'm saying is
competitive
that
advantage
when there
over
is
us.
free trade and you are not manufacturing enough,
Let
other
me,
people
Steph,
bring their own
Steph,
manufacturing to your
let
own
me help
doorstep.
you, Steph, so that I can
Does that make
explain to
sense?
co-founder how these things work. I'll give only two examples. Okay. Last year I was in Egypt. Okay, I play tennis just to exercise. So I went to a shop. The name of the shop is Atengo. Okay, from canvas, from shorts, vest, racket to tennis balls. All these things are produced inside Egypt.
Wow.
Okay. Yes. So that's one example. So by the time we open our borders, whether in fact, even as we speak, I'm now thinking, now that these things are a bit, I need to re-import them from Cairo because it will be cheaper. That's one. Almost all the fish that you know are being imported from all these areas of Morocco. This geisha, this sardine, all these things. So like Steph said, you
If
have
we're
to
already
put,
importing it, is that going to damage us any further?
yes. And I can tell you how it will damage further. Yes.
Please.
Okay. Because today, the country locally were struggling with local fish and all that. By the time, so if you're going to import all these things from, say, Morocco, for instance, or you're going to import it from Cairo, all the normal restrictions are there. There are tariffs for all these things. So they are a little bit more expensive here when they arrive here in Nigeria. But what a free trade zone will do, all these tariffs will go. So it will be cheaper for me to buy sardine from Morocco than the fish that was caught nearby river from that is coming from Lokoja. So you can imagine it's not just manufacturing. People don't seem to understand how these things are all interweaved. Even the local fishery, it will begin to impact it. The local rice farmer, the local maize farmer, all these things will begin to impact everybody. Suddenly there will be poverty everywhere, but nobody is working. Why do I have to go and plant rice if after I plant it and everything, an imported rice will be imported rice from, say, which is the country now likely to imported rice from Kenya will be cheaper because there's no tariff.
I guess it's not where subsidies come in, and I get your point. I think that's a very valid point. On the fish one and their ability to manufacture stuff, and especially for what makes that even gives me the creeps about it is that we're talking about North African countries. If it was like, let's say, Kenya or Uganda or Ghana that has that kind of trade advantage, I wouldn't see it as a very damaging thing because it's the sub-Saharan countries that are developing. But if it's a North African country, that is extremely dangerous for us. So that I can understand. But from what I gather, even when there was European Union like they do have now, the French they protect their farmers, they protect certain things, and they find strategic. So you could open up and still protect your market, your own market, to an extent.
The question of why will you do that?
I'm trying to make that you're missing is that,
like agriculture,
you should put in place before you embrace such policy. The countries that have put those things in place are the ones that started promoting it aggressively. That's what I'm trying to explain.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
Forefathers, why I agree with the submissions of Steph, but there was something that Steph said here which I needed to address generally for our global audience to understand. Playing by the rule, especially in places like the United States. When I was involved, we call it tax export. There is what you go through, forensic. They call it forensic examination of your products. You have to go through this process, through the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, for your product to be certified fit to go, to be accepted in places like the United States. But our people tend to simply want to cut corners and cut corners and cut corners. But for me, in order for me to ship products to the World Trade Center of New Orleans, and for it to be accepted by Knox International, cleared without me seeing the product, I have to fill all the forensics papers. I have to do everything that shows that this product coming out of Nigeria is fit for consumption in the United States. And my products were all going through. So, but today, our people believe in cutting corners. Why is it that containers that leave Europe, United States, and other places carrying goods to Africa, it's a one-way street. I don't see them coming back with goods loaded into them. So we should look into that. While we are trying to hold government accountable, we should also be able to realize that the more we continue to sell on credit, the more those who sold in cash, like the Japanese, they are not old. So I'm going to leave you with this particular image. And I'm sure that some of us who are old enough, we've seen I sold on credit and I sold on cash. And you can see that man laughing kia with his foot. And then you can see the other guy with his hands on his head thinking. This image was what we used to see when we were growing up, and it's still around.
Yeah,
so,
I remember that.
Yes, if we can encourage our people to don't take goods to the airport and stuff it. Ship your products, whether be it one pallet or two pallets, but make sure that the products that you are shipping, that you go through, the paperwork is there. Fill the paperwork, get your forensic, then it be stamped accordingly, so that when it gets to where it's supposed to go, they will know that the authorities at the other end have okayed for it to be fit for consumption worldwide. So that is all I'm trying to appeal to our people. Let's do things that way so that when you are marching forward, your heads will raise high, and let us not wonder why the Ghanaians are the ones who are importing yam to the United States, why Nigerians couldn't. Let us not wonder why it is Ghanaians that are importing Star beer. Hello, Star beer. Bex. No, the Gouda beer. I mean, what can I say? Let's not
But
take for
there are
granted
some
our
things
industry.
there are some things that actually are able to come from Nigeria. I've seen bitter leaf, I've seen odara, you see even snails, all those that come through from Nigeria. I don't know, maybe they smuggle them in somehow.
No, they are not. They're not smuggling. They are
Then
not
how are
smuggling.
they coming in that yam cannot come?
Well,
Snail, live snail can come from Nigeria, but yam cannot make it. How
well,
does that happen?
there is a lot of stuff that is going on as far as that industry is concerned. I once brought some tubers through my luggage coming back here, including the one that my sister gave to me, including some very rare medicinary tubers that we had. But because I didn't go through the forensic process, listen to this very carefully. I got to Michigan. They brought it out. They took all those. And I was saying, but my sister gave, they don't care. They took it. Now, if I'm bringing the same products back here again, what do? I will go to the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. I will get all my forensic papers as far as any of the particular product is concerned. And then I will load it up. Even if I'm taking it by myself, I will have the papers to show at the airport. Let anybody then take it away from me.
Yeah, but the question is, why are we not seeing yam in the UK and in America? Sorry, let me just ask this question. Why are we not seeing yam and other things like plantain from Nigeria, while you can see snail, are all of them smuggled in? You can see snail, you can see fruits, you can see even pear and all kinds of stuff that they bring from Nigeria sometimes. Maybe they are smuggled in, it's possible. But I don't understand how we cannot get even yam out of Nigeria. That is
no, they are
crazy.
not smuggled. They are not smuggled in. What you have to go into and look at is which companies are importing those. They have to do their paperwork. There is what is called this other product, like I have them in my fridge. Tinubu.
But are we serious that not one Nigerian company can export yam to the UK? That is crazy.
In the UK, there is a gentleman that I need to reach, Ezeoke, the guy who used to be a pilot. He went back to the east and started yam farming. I need to reach that guy. I don't know about the UK. I'm talking about the US. I need to reach that guy because that guy, he did an excellent work. And I'm quite sure that the yam that he is farming in Nigeria, I'm sure because he used to be in the US, in the UK. He's shipping them out there accordingly. All it takes, I do believe, is for you to do the proper paperwork. And don't try to smuggle anything else around it.
I think we agree on that. We agree on that.
Yes, my brother.
I really appreciate your explanation. The way I slightly want to disagree with you is that, or rather, where I want to emphasize a little bit more is that the issue that has to do with exportation of products to another country, where you have worked well, is usually you can't, you can't shield the role of government or the necessary government agencies in it. We have what they call in Nigeria, is it export promotion or whatever?
Nigerian Export Promotion Council.
The country that really want to develop, they are usually deliberate efforts. It's not just what you say, okay, maybe people that want to do it, they should do the right thing. If there is a coordinated government effort to promote export because they know the benefits of export to the economy, they should be able to coordinate people, encourage people, provide what they need, make it easier for them to do it. These funds you are talking of now, I'm not into exports of goods outside of Nigeria. But I know that countries that want maybe a paperwork of maybe that's going to take you like a few hours to fill. In Nigeria, maybe their own will take you like 1 week to fill or even to get it approved. It shows that the government, there's that commitment from the government to promote export because they know the value of export to the economy. Don't just see it from the point of view of individuals that want to export because they want to make money. You understand? Government makes sacrifice to promote export because of the overall benefit of export to the economy as a whole. So that's aside. On the issue of how to make progress, because I'm really somehow tired of discussing Nigerian problems. But I think there is something that I got from today's outing that it's possible for us to start making contributions in little ways, not really waiting for the government. For now, I discovered that I've seen one or two people, in Ezeoke especially, that is interested in doing some work, or they've been doing some work in and it's just that she left before I had the opportunity to speak because I wanted to tell her, okay, that there's somebody I know that I'm going to link her up with. You understand? So that at least if she have 3 people she's working with before, I know my classmate who is a lecturer who is also interested in, not interested here, but he gets things done when it comes to activism and stuff like that. He's not a government person. He's really a hardcore somebody. So I wanted to link 2 of them together, which I'm going to still do anytime I'm able to get into this contact. So just the same way doing each and every one of us. Anytime you see anybody in Nigeria that you know can be committed to the cause of Nigeria from anywhere, identify 1 or 2 people here. Now I know that if I have somebody in the north, that I'm going to see how I'm going to be able. I have somebody, but I still need to talk with him again to know he's into business. Mohammed is not really Abdul is not really interested in government. But I'm still going to talk to him again to know how he'll be interested, whether he's comfortable. Because usually start from conversation. Are you comfortable the way things are in Nigeria? Do you think there's a role you can play?
Are you saying that you are looking for a business partner, Steph?
No. What I'm saying is that if I knew him the way I knew the other person that I said I'm going to link to, because I know that one is an activist. But I say if I knew that the other person is more into business, then I would have said that I'm going to connect him to you. You understand? So that
okay, very good. Okay.
Going on. We just need this kind of collaboration, building the bridge, linking people together so that from 2 people discussing an issue, 3 people can start discussing it. And as they are discussing it, the much we can do for some of us that are not on the ground, like what Igbo Basic says, see what we can do to make the job easier for them. You understand? I know that if I sacrifice like maybe $100 in a year to give someone to provide internet or 150 or start internet, it's going to make the person's job easier. If the person spends 1 hour on internet before, the person will start spending like 5 hours on internet. You understand? Not to people. I think these are a way that could be more effective for us to start changing stuff.
Can I just add something quickly? You said something. Your first point was about the Nigerian government not encouraging export, and I have to agree with that because it's really bad that we've had for 4 years. There is not one government that really pushed exports for Nigerian industries or anything really. The only person that you would say tried to make Nigeria self-sufficient was Buhari when he blocked the borders because of the rice listing, tried to get Nigerians to grow their own rice. The rest is just free for all. Tinubu is running all over the world telling everybody to come to Nigeria, but not telling Nigeria to build anything for itself, to start manufacturing stuff. So he wants to rely on them to make something in Nigeria to export out. When they make the profit, where do you think they're going to put the profit? They're going to send it back home. And we are still going to be left with nothing. And our leaders, I don't know why they always feel like they have to sell their people away. We lost 41,000 to the UK just last year, Nigerians. And when we say 147,000, that is educated people, not ordinary people. Educated people, maybe most of them university. Then you have the Malawi government. That Malawi president that was there bragging about, I wouldn't say bragging, saying that his government should not have people travel overseas anymore because they want to save money. Within how many weeks later, he went and took 60 million from Israel and then sent his own people to go and serve there as farmers and to go and pick this thing. This is the kind of things our people do. I don't. You see, this thing that they are doing now is not so different from what they were doing, selling our people as slaves. The only reason why it stopped was because Europeans didn't need us anymore. Now they are getting old. Israel is fighting war, so we are selling our people. This is what our leaders are. They are not discouraging our people to go there. They are not looking to encourage them to even come back much. They do everything to just send them away, send them away. I don't know what kind of leaders we have. Go ahead.
But let me see what I've learned from today's session also, and it's in line with what Steph said. But it's a belief I've held for a very long time. Okay. The problem really is not about leadership. Okay. It's about followership. And I have kids. Even when they were young, I know how they behave. The guy will tell something and be looking at your eyes. Whether you as the father you talk or keep quiet. If you don't say anything, you don't spank him or do something, he will continue to the next level. It's not that is where it will stop. Okay? Until when you really call him to order. So the point I'm making, I'm going to go back to what this Mazi Ezeoke is doing. Okay? And I think that is the bottom line.
Yeah.
Okay? In every interaction, there has to be borderline. There has to be borderline. We, the followers, we have to define the borderline for our leaders. In my opinion, in my mind, I'm thinking what this guy has done. He has reminded me of what is missing. You have leaders who they will do one thing, it's a small thing they will do. You are not going to say anything as a follower. So tomorrow, what do? They increase it a little bit. Okay? You don't say anything. They move the thing. After a while, this is where we are, where people just think, okay, these people are not going to look. The reality even is we can do anything. They are not going to talk. Even though we know that is not the truth, but that is where we have reached now. Because look,
I see. I get that argument, Mascot.
Sorry, it doesn't have to be at a national level. The reality is that we as a people, individually and collectively, even at a lower level, at a society, as a town level, as a street level, okay, we need to begin to hold each other, not only our leaders. We need to be people that begin to hold each other accountable. I think that is where, as a people, we have actually lost it. This is
let me just add this. I hear this argument, and because I have made a similar argument in a different way. That's if you change the people, then the leaders can get away with what they are getting away with, because it's in the mind. Most of our struggles is in the mind. If you can educate the people to know what they need to be demanding from the government. Like I always say there, that why are you not demanding for the security that they guaranteed you, but you are going to be willing to go and protest when something happened to Mubad or something else, some other mediocre stuff. When the key things that is going to give greater benefit, by far greater benefit, is happening, and it's a legitimate demand. Anybody that goes out and protests that the government is not doing what they are supposed to do for security in the country, what do you think they're going to do to them? If you try to do anything to them, because the military itself, you are arguing that they should be giving more people, giving more resources to protect the people, so that people can go to farms, people's wives are not taken away from them, children are not taken away, are returning as mothers. This needs to stop. If you have people pushing those things, it will change. However, what I've come to realize is that, at least from my own research of other nations, it often takes somebody from the top to come in and change things. And those ones are often, because when you wait for people to catch up, sometimes it's very, very difficult. It's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's so hard to find examples of that around the world. Maybe this is a different time. It's possible to change.
I agree with you totally that when a problem is created, okay, how it is going to be resolved can completely be different from a what I call a management perspective. Like if everything is normal, how you drive a car is different from when the car breaks down. How to fix it.
Yeah.
Even though after fixing it, you still need to look for somebody who can actually manage that car. Well, if not, again, it will break down.
Yeah. Good
So
point.
I take your point that we are in a breakdown point now. We cannot be discussing management as usual. But my argument is that even if you fix this country and the populace are not going to be holding each other accountable, trust me, give Nigeria another 60 years or 40 years, you see that Nigeria will go back to where you try to correct it
But
from.
they are not designed to. That's the problem. The populace are not designed to hold the government accountable. That is something we missed. And in a way, my own way of looking at it, maybe it's possible in this modern age with technology everywhere to reach everybody at the same time and sensitize them to do the same thing. But they are not designed to. If you look at like when Lenin came to power, they believed in socialism. They said what they wanted to do is everybody be free, everybody share wealth and all the rest. But what they discovered was that a lot of people were not ready for that nonsense. The poorer ones were ready, but some of the middle class were not ready. Some of them were resisting them. So they had to become a dictatorship. They transitioned from, they had to form an elite class. Something. So because society just sometimes resists such changes, so you have to force it into place. So if you look at Lee Kuan Yew too, he had to force it. South Korea, they had to force it. It's almost like people don't catch on until you have those type of leadership coming. And the problem with our own situation is that when those leadership wants to come in, they don't have enough space or maybe even the awareness to do what they need to do to survive.
No,
They don't
they have.
survive.
That is
Why
another
did
story.
Abacha fail? Why did Abacha fail while Lee Kuan Yew survived?
Yeah. No, Abacha was not a good leader. I can tell
But
you
you
for free.
don't
And there
know.
will be no, I know. Let me tell. Okay, so for instance, okay, how
I
much
guess
money
he
did
did
Abacha?
fail.
How much money? Wait, how much money do you think Abacha took to the West?
Billions.
Okay,
Billions.
so on
Question
what basis
is,
are you going
was
to
he
say?
using?
Yeah.
But see, what for me, I'm still asking myself today why Abacha moved those monies overseas, because he didn't travel overseas himself, and he was under sanction. So from what Mustafa was saying, that it may have something to do with trying to circumvent sanctions. So he's sending Nigeria's
That
money through
story.
the bank.
That's just
I
tell it.
but
Look, that is no. It's a
okay,
very insulting story.
No, but
okay, go ahead.
I used
I think it
I
is
used to work
students
in a
part of
bank. Okay,
Okay,
I used
yeah, go ahead.
the story that what was the excuse? In Nigeria, there were bombs. Look, the issue was just complex. Bombs were going up every now and then. Okay, letter bombs were sent to people. It's just not a good scenario. Maybe you were not in Nigeria then, but I
I
was in
was in
Nigeria. It
Nigeria.
was okay. Let me tell you a story. The day Abacha died, okay, I was ill. I didn't go to work that day. So my wife came in and said, Abacha died and everybody is celebrating. And she was just going out of the room. I had to call her back and tell her that, okay, it's good you tell me that Abacha is dead though. But please, I beg, I don't want to hear anybody saying that it was you that told him Abacha is dead. Because that was how bad the regime was. You don't even want your wife to be the one saying that, oh, she should not be caught hearing that, saying that, oh, Abacha has died. That was
You see
how,
what makes Abacha and a different leader, even in Northern, is scared. This is not a sectional leader.
yeah.
North, South were scared of. See, Abacha is one of the few leaders we've seen in Nigeria that demonstrated total independence from anybody. Total. He was purely Nigerian. He was exerting power as a Nigerian leader. He arrested a Sri Lankan warlord and jailed him in Nigeria. So for me, he is the first leader that actually emerged and said, you know what, we're going to use our own voice. But it's a shame that he came at a time when he jailed somebody that won an election, and he too cannot be said
no,
to
not only
lack
that.
corruption.
Let me explain. And this is my personal perspective. It's not
Okay, of
scientific.
course.
It's not something in a book. Okay. My perspective is there are three things missing. Number one, as a leader, when you say this person is a leader, okay, when you discuss leadership, the first thing or the next thing that should follow that word leader is vision. After that vision is trust for the people to now believe that, oh, this thing, this man is taking us to is in our own interest. I think these three things, leadership, vision, trust, they're all missing. What was, okay, in your opinion, where was Abacha taking Nigeria to a pariah nation?
I'd say Pariah Nation is another man's development nation. For me, anyway, I felt like I cannot tell because while he was around then, I was one of those people that was protesting against him, and I was one of those people that was celebrating on in Lagos when he died. Unfortunately, I ended up even my face was on the front page of Tell magazine during that time because we were one of those people running on the streets when he died. But I'm beginning to question myself that amongst all our leaders, he appears to be the only one that taught Nigeria first from his own up. Maybe selfish. I don't understand it. I wasn't that mature then. But if you look at the footprints he left behind, he didn't travel once. He didn't take loan from IMF or World Bank.
These are cosmetic. In Kano, there's a street called Airport Road. Okay, my office used to be on Airport Road. The tallest building on that road, and I think maybe in Kano, is called Africa Alliance House. It's built by an insurance company, Africa Alliance. Abacha bought that up. See, almost every look. I would not see. I'm a northerner. I'm from Kano, and I have nothing against the family. But I'm just saying that as far as leadership is concerned, and I'm a big student of leadership, and I would boast that I have a fair understanding of leadership. Okay, but at a country level, at a family level, at a small group level, even within us here, okay, I can talk extensively about leadership. Okay, but the point I'm making is that as a leader, he was not a leader. Yes, he was autocratic. I can agree with you. He cared for the poor masses. I will agree with you because during his regime, the exchange rate was stable. Okay, a lot of economic parameters were very stable. Okay? It's like somebody who carry a car and park it under a tree so that the people inside are not gonna feel heat. But where these guys, we are supposed to drive to a destination. Where were you driving?
Okay, I get your argument that he may have gotten some things right. He never had a proper vision that would have taken us anywhere. And you may have a point because I never really saw any significant industrialization moves during his time. I never really saw that.
Within the country. Everything was by force, was just starting forcefully holding things. And as far as the dynamics of societies are concerned, one thing I know, one thing I tell myself every morning, if I want to sleep on the bed, the first thing that gets me out of the bed is the reminder that, okay, look, you may think that your life is okay, you lie down here, but sun is moving. People are moving. The world is changing. Everything around you is changing. What kind of human being will you be to remain static? What kind of country were we that we would just want to remain static when the whole world is moving? And these are some of the problems.
So, in other words, we truly have not had one good leader then.
No, we had leaders. You may
Which
not
one?
like this. Look, okay, so I can tell you, for instance, okay, Murtala was a very good leader. If you
Oh my God, you start with Murtala. Do you know what Murtala did? That guy. Let me give you one he did. Just one that I feel is a big sin. Nigeria had 250,000 soldiers. That leader retired 100,000 in 1 year. He decimated the Nigerian military.
I will agree
and
to that.
Ironically, he died without security.
Yeah, so maybe the man. See, one thing I know also. One thing I know, and one thing I'm praying is that the person who would come and lead Nigeria, he needs to be savvy. Nigeria needs a savvy leader who understands things like security. You cannot pretend that, oh, the people like me, so I don't need security, because it may not be your own people that will kill you.
Of course
I'm not
not.
convinced. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced
Oh,
to am.
Father,
Yes.
Father, please put me in the background. I'll be listening from the
No
background.
problem.
Let me check
Thank
this.
you. Thank you.
Okay, so
All
see the
right.
point I'm making, forefathers. I agree with you totally that maybe he missed some parts, but for me, Murtala was a good leader in the sense that it wasn't just Nigeria. This thing we're saying that Nigeria is the giant of Africa. It was Murtala that wanted to actualize it. And in my mind, if you make me president today, I believe that Nigeria cannot move forward without rallying Africa around it.
Yeah, but what did he do? Because people love him. I tell you, even my own family members, they all speak highly of him. But when I looked at the ledger, I was shocked with some of the things he did. I was
I'll
shocked.
tell you three things that stood out for me. Okay.
Yeah.
Number one, all this corruption we're talking about. He was the first person that truly decided, and I think he was the first person that truly understood where the problem with corruption is. It is in the civil service. We look at politicians today in Nigeria, you talk minister, you talk governor, but I can tell you for father, the real corrupt people in Nigeria are the civil service. Okay, because there's no way a minister, like, not only that there's no way a minister can steal any money without connivance of a civil servant.
Yes, that's true. But he fired a lot of people. He fired a lot of experienced one too. Good civil servants, he fired quite a lot of them.
But like Peter Obi will say, some of this experience is it not the same experience that has landed us here? So it may not be good experience also.
What he did was he came to reduce the size of the state. I think that's what he did. And for
me, is that he was fighting corruption. And I believe fighting the civil service in terms of corruption is the right thing to do. That's number one. All these super permanent secretaries. He did.
My worry about it is that when I saw his record and what people were complaining about, the way he went about it, like maybe he was, but the things he was doing, maybe he didn't fully understand it. Because how can you break the military up to 150,000?
Again, when I was talking to Ngozika, I wanted to say something, but I carefully stopped, because the truth also is that Yakubu Gowon became head of state at 29.
Yes.
You know that?
Yes.
Clearly, he was a baby.
He ruled well. He appears he did the right things.
To say that we have, come on. To say that we have, the problem is not money, it's what to do with money. How can it be?
Oh, he said that?
Yes.
Well, I didn't know he was the one that said that. What a douchebag. Oh, God. Like I said, we haven't had a good leader then. We haven't.
Most of the people, and part of the problem is that there was no succession planning, and actually even the military really complicated everything. But even the Murtala we are talking, Murtala was at 33.
Imagine, they are young, they don't.
So when you say that he doesn't know what he was doing, I can agree with you. But what I cannot question is the vision that we are a continent, and the West cannot continue to. Of course, he was foolish by doing that. Okay, that's why I said the leader that will take us must be savvy. You cannot point fingers. You cannot poke the nose of the white people and think that you will go.
Okay, and the time he was doing all these things, he should have been looking at what the Asian countries are doing. All of them were upping their security posture. He came and just collapsed Nigeria's one. I'm like, why would you do such a thing? Ironically, he was one man when he got gunned down. How can he take your life so as a joke? If you had such a great vision for Africa, maybe he did, like you said, but he failed because of it. Because he just didn't know that one thing. You have to preserve your life. If you are so important, preserve it for the sake of the people, isn't it? But
yes, correct.
He just let it go. He just let it go. And I really feel bad for Nigerians because what I've seen Yeah,
So
go ahead.
Murtala, in my mind, was a good leader. The other good leader, you may not agree with me, was Obasanjo. He was a good leader. The second coming. Of course, I said no. I'm telling
I have
you,
to
as
give
a
it to Obasanjo. You see, yeah, I have to give it to Obasanjo on so many levels. If you want to call a good leader, you could call him a good leader from a certain point. But he's not like a high achiever, but he's okay. Because this man took a risk to come back to Abuja and go into prison, came out, still managed to run the country relatively on an even keel till he left. And things did improve. Not strategic
don't say
things, but things did improve.
We are just the problem with Nigerians. We don't give credit. Okay. Do you know what the Nigerian Stock Exchange was doing under Obasanjo?
No.
Yeah. So go and Google some of these things. Okay.
What was he doing? Doubling?
I mean, all I can tell you is that in one single day, I made 2 million naira way back then.
It was doing well. The Succession was doing well, and
Yes.
also Obasanjo had the best people in his cabinet, in his people on his government. One of the best brains Nigeria can have, in managing economy. And number two, and one thing. Wait. One thing I also give to Obasanjo, he was able to solidify the democracy we have today.
Yes.
That's one thing we have to
He did that. He protected it. Yeah, he protected it to be. Yeah, that's the key. He protected it for prevent. But Obasanjo, if you want to give the best leader Nigeria has ever produced, you can give it to Obasanjo, and I think a lot of people will not disagree, just because of what he is.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not even saying he was a very. I wouldn't say
one of the best. You understand?
No, he's not perfect. Just the best among. To be fair, all the others to me didn't do well at all.
Papa, this is one thing I know about something.
When
you are in there are many things you don't know. You understand me? It is when you have left there, we need to see your mistakes. We need to say, oh, I would have done it like this, I would have done it like this. That is how today Obasanjo is talking. And of all the presidents that I've had for the past the last 3 presidents, Obasanjo is the only person who can talk and bring out ideas that today, if you put those ideas into work, it can help Nigeria. You understand me? But people still judge him with his past. You understand me? Because we see a lot of things when you try a thing, you are out of that place. Begin to see your mistakes. Begin to judge yourself and say, I wish I know I would have done like this. I wish I had not done this. That's what Obasanjo is doing today. He has seen his mistake. Things was supposed to do. Oh, I would prefer to do it like this, and it's giving those suggestions. You understand me? But nobody is looking into those things that he's saying. So
the key suggestion he should have made is to make sure that Nigeria's security and IDP camps are shut down and people should go back to their home. That's the key he should be worrying about, not worrying about the democracy is not working for us and all the rest of it. He's still lacking, if you ask me.
Fathers, wait. When we are talking about security, when you are not having the right person in power, we cannot talk about security.
Actually, you can. Because it might lead to the right person appearing. Because somebody with that vision will come out.
Okay. For example, when Buhari was there, you understand me? Buhari it was why do people vote Buhari? Because he was formerly a military leader, and the talk was a no-nonsense person. You understand me? But at the end, we know that he was a very nonsense person.
Yes, he was. But Buhari did solve some problem. At least during his time, Boko Haram page reduced to an extent. However, in terms of changing Nigerian security structure, he didn't do much.
They reduced because he said one thing. He said that he cannot kill his people. You understand me? So there was a statement he made at that time.
I don't know where he got that. He killed a lot of people in the north.
The Fulanis at that time. No, it was during time of Buhari. The Fulani people came into limelight.
This is not true now, Blackstone.
No,
You people talk about
wait,
things that you
wait,
don't know
wait.
about.
No, Master, wait. What I'm trying to know, no, I don't know very much about it, but I just tell so I
You are
just
saying it, but you don't know very much about it.
wait, no, forefathers.
You throw the Fulanis
No,
under the
wait,
bus.
no, forefathers. If I say I know it, but I don't know. If I don't throw it out, I will not be educated in that
What
area.
you can say, Blackstone, that will
Yeah.
be agreed. It is during Buhari's regime that we come to know about the
To know
Fulani.
about the Fulani, that's okay. That would be the right statement. And
It may not be when they came out, but that is when people get to know about them.
yes, that's when they came back to know more about what they were doing, the atrocity and everything. You understand me? And that's where also it also increases. Because I guess it increases at that time. That's also what brought it to people limelight. You understand me?
But then Buhari did demonstrate a level of trying to, there's something I see in people like Buhari, and his first time in office too, he does try to be nationalistic a little bit, but the level we need to shift Nigeria from where it is a lot greater than all our leaders seems to envision so far, because they seem to still have the mindset of young men that were in a country that was colonized. And they don't really understand. Even if they understand it factually, but by their action, they don't understand that we are totally an independent nation that should have a great destiny on the continent. They say it, but they don't act it at all.
But this thing you're saying, forefather, do you know that if you continue on this rhetoric, I see you as a good potential leader, but very soon I would begin to mark you down.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Mark me all you want. Mark me down, up. It doesn't matter. I'll still keep mounting off as much as I can.
No. It's not advisable for fathers. And the point is very simple. See, we live within a matrix. Every country wants to be at the forefront. Okay.
Yes.
So what will make you a good leader is to understand this very well, that we're an independent nation and we want to be the best nation on earth, but don't be mouthing it too often.
Why?
Yes, because there's no point arising the competitive instinct in your competitors. And the truth is that nations today in the world are competitor nations.
Yes.
We pretend as if it's a cooperative world, but we know, those that know that it's not about collaboration.
Yes.
It's competition.
Yeah.
Okay. Even between America and Britain, there's competition. What people don't know is that the Europe agreed that, okay, we would have to find a way of solving this, what they call a euro. Well, today we call it petrodollar. But it was clear that but America single-handedly went behind these other people and agreed with Saudi Arabia that, okay, look, everything you sell should be sold in dollars. I'm just saying that there are competitive points at all times. Now, as a country, America is going to tell Britain that, oh, we're brothers, we're friends. Okay? They are never going to come out in the open and say, oh, no, we want to be the best country in the world. We are the best country in the world. They would want to make it sound as if, okay, we are collaborative, everything we work together, trade liberalization, security this, security that, and all that. And I think a good leader in Nigeria also should understand that as a country, we will fiercely be independent as a country. We are not going to listen to anybody. We will chart our own course as a continent and as a country. But it is not something that you should be coming out and publicly saying.
Oh, no. See, when I talk here, I'm talking as somebody that is sharing what we, anybody that wants to aspire to be a leader, should understand. Because if you don't say it,
I would use the word understand. He has to understand that, but it is not something that he should constantly.
Because if I was the one that wants to be a leader, why would I won't be shouting that. I won't be doing. I won't be shouting, telling everyone. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be quite friendly. The idea is that I don't hate you, but I just support our own people more. And whatever you want to, if you want to work with me, you have to help our people. If you are not going to help our people, get out of my way. You're not my enemy. Just don't block the way from the other people that are going to help our people. Because and if you refuse, you're going to fight us. Simple. You have to allow us to progress. Because personally, the way I look at it is that if a nation don't want you to progress, they want you dead. And if you allow that, you've killed your people. You've surrendered your people. So you always have to remember, you are not their enemy. You want to cooperate with them. And if you make that clear, they will understand that if they want trouble, you are going to give them trouble. And if they want peace, they're going to get peace. And that is how all the other nations that Vietnam, Singapore, that's how they did it. Because they are ready for a throwdown. If you want to start it, look at North Korea. Every single day they are throwing missiles here, throwing there. And do you want some? Come on. So try me. I will show you. Because they are ready. Because they are not afraid.
Yeah, but
for us, we are afraid.
Forefathers, at the time they were developing this missile issue and everything, these are weapons. Do the world know? Did they make it known to other people?
Everybody knew. Everybody knew.
No, it came out as a secret.
America negotiated with them several times to stop it.
No,
they even stopped it for a while, but nothing. They still carried on.
Father, that's not what I'm saying. Before they went into it was after they started shooting or testing their missiles.
The Blackstone, don't go far. Don't go far. Let's use Iran as an example.
Okay.
How many times have people gone to Iran and say you are doing this? They say no, we are not doing it. But look, we all know that most likely that's what they are doing.
But they are not.
There's
no proof. There's no proof. You have no proof.
That's how a smart nation should do.
Iran says they want to build a nuclear power plant, not a nuclear bomb.
No, they are going to go for the nuclear bomb. They will come and negotiate.
Maybe they are telling you don't know.
They go to a third party, a third country, and say and get the knowledge from those people. You understand me? It was a French scientist that saw the formula for the nuclear something to Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
The French scientist that sold it now.
To Saudi Arabia or Iran?
So to Iran, I mean.
It's America that started building it. You didn't know?
I said it was a French scientist that sold it, the formula to them.
America started the nuclear bomb on the power station. Because America started the power station.
Iran power station?
Yeah, when the Shah was around.
I don't know, but what I know is that
Blackstone. So you don't know the history of America and the Shah of Iran.
No. I don't know. I don't know the history. No, I said that I don't know the history.
Okay.
But what I know that about the nuclear bomb issue, because Americans, French scientists that sold that to them, the formula for it.
I think there was one with the Canadians. I think was it the Indians? The Canadians helped to get their own nuclear this into. Although the Russians did help too, but the Canadians sold a lot of technology to them. And they said because of that is why international communities put restrictions on because they felt like when they build nuclear power plants, they has dual purposes. They can convert it to nuclear weapons. So they don't want to make that mistake again. Hence why they put all the controls in place because of what Canada did with this in India. But that said anyway.
Mask, I have a question though. Let me ask one question. What I'm just thinking that is there enough right informations in Nigeria are the citizens of Nigeria getting the right or the actual informations from the Nigerian press or for the government of what is going on? Because I think what I'm thinking is that most of the Nigerian people in the street doesn't actually have the truth or the right informations about what the government is doing, or even the press doesn't actually give them the true information of what is happening within the government. I don't know, am I right? Or I'm just trying to get this information. That's if it is right.
You're right, but you're also wrong in the sense that this thing is a two-way thing. It's like the analogy I'll give you is like you're driving a car that is overheating. Okay. Yeah, so you expect the thermometer on the dashboard
Dashboard, yeah.
to show you that this temperature has entered the red sign. Okay. So let's even assume you don't pay attention. Okay. But the truth is, smoke, oh well, you will see vapor. It will start
Vapors
when
coming
the
out.
thing
Yeah.
reaches. It will show. I mean, you will no longer require what do you call it? You will no longer require journalists to tell you that something is wrong here.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that for a very long time, people in Nigeria knew that our leaders are actually corrupt. Nigerians are one of the smartest people. Forget about whether we go school or we didn't go to school. Nigerians naturally, inherently, genetically, were smart
Very
people.
smart people. Very smart people. Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I say? You know what I say?
Clear.
You know what I said? I said if Nigeria can spend 30% of their time they spend in thinking of crime and spend it to think of good things, Nigeria would have been a greater nation than today.
No, these are even the smaller, younger generation we're talking about. But I'm saying the point I'm trying to make is that, see, when you look at Nigeria today, so let's not complicate issues. When you look at Nigeria today as a Nigerian, the level of inflation is just so bad.
Yeah.
That the price you go to last week, if you go another week, let me give you a simple scenario. I do what I call cheap, like you buy a lot of things, meat, tomato, I normally buy at the same time. Not too long ago, 20,000 naira will do all that. The last one was 98,000 naira. And it's exactly the same quantity of things.
Yes.
Okay. So inflation is there. At my level, I'm feeling the pinch. So you can imagine somebody who's collecting 30,000 naira per month. How is he going to deal with that rice? Just one aspect, not to talk of bread. Even suya, that is cow meat. We has increased.
You want any appetizer?
You understand what I'm saying, Blackstone?
Yeah, I'm understanding. Yeah.
So that's one aspect. The unemployment in Nigeria, I mean, everybody has children graduating from school. The unemployment, it's more than 40%. That's even if we're being nice. Okay. The insecurity is over the roof. Are you with me?
Yeah.
So you don't need journalists. As a Nigerian, no Nigerian requires any journalist to tell him that things are bad. Of course, the quantity of the degree of badness, yes, somebody would have to go there and tell you, even if they are not telling you. The truth also is that even the journalists, sincerely speaking, I hold journalists, Nigerian journalists, a lot of them, I hold them responsible because to a large extent, they don't do what they are supposed to do. But that's another story, another day. But my answer to you is that the Nigerian people understand that things are bad. The only concept we need to put into the discussion is apathy. What is apathy? Somebody, I think it's either Oga or Pansat, there's some interference. Maybe if all of us can move. Yes, thank you.
This Oga guy saying that Tinubu has been president for only 6 months. Yeah, only 6 months, but he's managed to do a lot of damage.
No, but it's
only 6 months.
Active,
6 months with more than 4 years damage.
Yeah, the Nigerian currency has depreciated greatly. Petrol prices are more than triple. And you are saying only 6 months.
What I will tell you, Blackstone, it's why we don't see major, how do I put it? Why we don't see the backlash we expect to see or the actions we expect to see is because of apathy. And apathy is because you, for instance, I've said it before, you vote Buhari thinking that he will bring in a change. And it's not only Buhari, even when they brought in people, maybe Blackstone is you that is doing the interference. Can you help us just mute Blackstone?
Let me see. Yeah, maybe Blackstone.
is
But
Blackstone?
I've had this theory. I believe that maybe things are improving slowly in Nigeria. That's why they are not protesting. Slowly.
No, that's not it. No. What is the improvement? Why is this? What
I
is
don't know,
improving?
but I get a feeling that
Not.
we might see it more
Do you know
later on.
the price of no? Do you know the price of fuel?
Yeah,
And what
I'm
it is
using gas
before?
now, so I know. I know.
No, I'm
I've
talking
run away
about in
from
Nigeria.
petrol
Do you
now.
know
No,
what has happened? Do you know what has happened to the exchange rate?
yes.
Do you know what has happened to security?
Well, security one is not so clear for me because most of my operation is
Okay,
in
just to
Abuja.
paint. Well, let me paint the picture for you. Okay. Before, almost every 2 weeks, I'll carry my car and drive to Kano to see my mom from Abuja. And it's fun. You carry all the kids, you carry everybody, you drive. I have some friends in Kaduna. I'll stop by 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you drive to Kano. It's normally like a 4-hour drive. Okay. Because of Boko Haram, so there were checkpoints on the road. So we were complaining because it will now take a 4-hour drive, takes you 8 hours. But for the past 4 years, I cannot remember when I put my car on the road to say I want to drive to Kano because people stop you on the road and kidnap you. You spend 6 months in the bush. And you are not the only one. There are hundreds and hundreds like you who have been kidnapped.
Yeah.
Actually, my kid brother used to drive. I warned him because look, it's cheaper for me if you don't have the money for flight. It's cheaper for me to give you the money to fly. Because I don't want to go and start selling assets and everything that I have.
Paying
And my car,
ransom.
just I want to go and pay ransom. It doesn't make sense to me. What are you saving? That's the level, that's the kind of security we have. I had a very terrible dream, I think about a year ago. I do some small write-ups, okay? This is the level where we've been traumatized, where you are sleeping, you're dreaming, you are being kidnapped.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yes. This is how bad things have gone so bad. You guys are not here, so you won't understand. But things are bad. You don't need any journalist to tell you that the country has gone to the dogs.
You see, this kind of stuff, when I hear this kind of stuff, is what drives me crazy about security. Because like one of the most heartbreaking things you see is when children have been kidnapped from school and the parents come to school to pick their children and they are wailing. And it's unbearable to watch. It's just, I can't even imagine how that feels. I really can't.
Yeah.
And our leaders just watch this happen repeatedly and they don't do much. It's just unbelievable.
I don't know.
What are you
but
saying?
what I'm trying to, okay, one thing I just try to ask myself is that how did we get to this level in Nigeria? How does Nigeria get to this level? That's what I don't understand. How? And as we are approaching this level, where anybody constant, do we actually realize that we are getting to a point whereby maybe that it, I don't know, how did it happen?
They never cared. That's the thing. They never did care. None of them ever did. They are just willing to sell us out for the greatest pie that they give them. Please, Pastor, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, let me get a word.
Pastor, don't start nothing. No, don't start nothing.
Let me say,
I'm telling you. Yeah, greetings. Welcome.
Everybody that's here. Hello to panelists and those who are listening to us on the chat section and various devices. Maska was beginning to say that one of the chief problems we have in the country is apathy, lack of interest and stuff like that. And then he rescued himself.
Say that.
Did I quote you wrong? It might
You
not be
are
exactly
always
what you
quoting me
said, but
wrong.
no. You could correct me. I thought there's nothing wrong with that answer. Go ahead. And what's wrong with that? It's not what you said. That's no apathy, right?
No. I said why Blackstone is not seeing the response that ordinarily you would expect from somebody who understands that, okay, this is not right, is because of apathy.
Okay. I think you're sincere there. I might have, but it's about the same. So the thing is that you went ahead and rescued yourself by talking about violence, terrorism, that your people are known for over there in the north. Kidnapping, you admonish your younger brother, you don't want him to go. It's cheaper for you to
Just a point of correction, Pansat. Okay.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
do not come to this platform to represent any sort of people. I come on my own. I represent my personal view. Please desist from.
Okay. I
boxing
believe
in.
you. Look, I believe you. I believe I was actually giving you kudos for at least putting that in as one of our.
I don't need kudos, please.
Were you okay? And now you're menacing me. Be quiet. Let me get my thoughts out. We don't disturb
I'm
me.
just putting you in a proper place. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, when I'm done, you're gonna find out that I'm not against you. You are one of the better.
I'm not worried about. So this is all the patronizing things I don't like, Pansat. Just
Well,
forgive
you're gonna hear it anyway. Now, forefathers, you could be there laughing, but you try to control him so I can get my word in, right? I'm not here to fight with Maska. Maska, what you know, within a round right there, three of you, including Blackstone, you just talked about our problem, right?
Including you, Passato. You are number one also. Because you are very tribalistic.
Pastor, are you not talking about talking
I haven't got a word. How are you gonna make it? Let me talk, please. Let me.
You can't talk without trying to insult people.
No, not at all. If you dial back and I haven't said anything that it's offensive, I haven't not given him a chance.
Yes, you have actually. You don't even notice
What
it.
about Pastor? What about all the ones you have said before?
Okay. Please, let me get a word in. All right. Please respect the platform. We have a lady here, Ify, and others listening to us. Let's be civil because look, Maska, you are one of the better northern Nigerians. We have a lot of problems from there, right? We do. Let's be. You mentioned apathy, and then you went to security, which is the two Nigeria's favorite topic, right? Talked about the inflation. I believe it's at almost 26% right now. GDP growth of about 3.6%, right? When you talk about problems, we identify, okay, so but what do you do just with those things that you identified? You have kidnapping, a menace of kidnapping from your people.
Yes.
Right?
Even
a lot of terrorism.
No people. Don't stop
hold
using
on,
your people.
hold on. If I can land, I'm not gonna be coherent. If it's better to deal with me by listening to what I'm saying and then challenge them, poke holes in what I'm saying.
When you're speaking all around the place, what's the point?
Okay, forefathers, you can see that he's doing this on purpose. So try to mute him or remove him until I'm done.
But everybody else was talking now. He didn't interrupt them, but you kept having a go at him. He's one of the good northerners. What is that? Even when you're complimenting, you're insulting people. How does that even work?
Okay, let's scratch that for now because it's not relevant to what I'm saying. Scratch it and please make him behave himself. Because that's the problem we have in the country. You have no respect. You are in Nigeria. You don't have a boot to piss in. You don't have a window to throw it out of. I come here and you won't let me talk because you have no respect. That's what you're doing.
Honestly, I want to hear you.
Your people are causing us a lot of problems that you wouldn't let them even get a word in, even in our houses. You wouldn't let anybody talk. You want to take over the power, all the levers of power. You have it since 2015, and from that date, everything is nosedived. If I was another Muslim, I wouldn't show up my face in public. I would not. I'm telling you the truth. I wouldn't show up. And if I do, I'm serious.
Pastor, you can't do this.
Let me tell you. Hold on. He's the one who's taking me off the rail tracks. I wanted to say something pertinent, and I was giving him kudos. He says he doesn't want me to be patronized. What do you want me to be then? I have to tell you the truth. When it's patronizing, you're gonna hear nice words from me. You in particular, yes, I don't really have any qualms with you except the culture and the disrespect. You see me and you're running your mouth.
What?
So what I'm saying,
Don't
to you is that we can be here and we can identify all the problems in the world, right? But your people have to say, look, we're going to be against terrorism, Islamic terrorism. There's no security. You're rigging elections. You turned off the beavers. We spent 400 billion naira on that technology, and in front of everybody, shamefully, you turned off the beavers. Now we know that.
Turn off the beavers,
right? Hold on, please. Masker, look, I want you to be civil, please. When I'm done, you poke holes in
I'm
what I'm
not
saying.
going to be civil with a very uncivil person. I'm not that type of person, sincerely.
All right. It's not me. It's the fact. It's the truth. It's the truth that is bugging you. Just relax for a minute.
Okay. Master, let's just give him 2 minutes to do his thing.
Okay, 2 minutes. Thank God. If Madam Ife is here, she can time him.
I think that should be enough time for Pansa to pack all his insults. Okay, Pansa, please.
I'm trying to tell you that Nigeria is a developing country, right? We are trying. Nigerians are trying. A lot of Nigerians are in brotherhood. Look at all of us here. Look at the people who's come before me today. A lot of Nigerians. They mean well. It's an alien culture for Nigerians to be violent towards one another. Therefore, there has been no spark for a revolution, right? I was here about half an hour ago, forefathers of all people whose voice is gone. It's talking about Abacha being, some kind of model ruler in the country because he was dictatorial and he never traveled. And he makes all kinds of points like that sometimes. Well, that's something to be said about people not traveling. But with the gravity of that man's crimes and the fraud, the amount of money that he sent overseas that are still coming back. Now, how could somebody be hosting a show and giving kudos to Abacha? And even Masker is trying to hold him back a little bit. Say, hey, look, I know you're saying this for me. You want us to be buddies, but don't go that far because you're embarrassing me. I saw the color between the two. And he
an international comedian, Pastor. That's all I can call you.
Well, it's a comedic country. There is nothing to talk about because nothing is working. If you were serious, now here's what if you was, because there's so many things that are wrong. What you will come here is to talk about what is right in the country, what's working. What you maybe have one or two at the most. But talking about what's not working, you must think we're stupid. So I'm saying that the genesis of our problem, number one, is from your people. You have to go. Don't come on this platform to preach to the choir. Go around your northern Nigeria and tell them to knock it off. Let's be a united country where there's no violence, Islamic terrorism, because even if we are to confront it, you're going to be defeated soundly within a few days because you make nothing. You don't go to school. Let me land. Oh, I'm gonna
Why are you landing? You're landing with insults after insults.
I can't talk. I'm just warming up because what I want to do is to.
You're just warming up.
I want to recruit.
Your time is up.
Hold on. I want to recruit Masker. You like us? You want to come around us? The light. But you're here in the glare of light, right? I could be like, what do you call it? Have peer pressure, try to be body with you, but I can't. I can't have you killing our people.
Okay,
and then come here to
oh my God, Pansa, it's okay now. It's okay. Let's move on.
Please, let me.
Your time is about to be up.
If you want an enlightening discussion, I can have it with him.
I do. I want to land. If you're not gonna let me land, which means you're even worse than I thought. I thought you'd be able to listen to the truth.
Your time is up.
You don't have to accept it, but at least listen. But if you don't want me to talk, fine.
I've listened to you.
You could be here. You could be here talking about girls or whatever it is that you want to talk about.
Pansa, let someone else talk. Your time is up.
The problems of the country and
thank you, Pansa. Thank you, Pansa. Yeah. please, if have you got anything to add? We're talking about visa-free entry. That why is it that Kenya has got visa-free, Rwanda made visa-free too, and is it not a good idea for Nigeria to go visa-free because it's going to encourage other African countries to come into Nigeria to come and spend their money? We are looking for money everywhere we can. Tinubu, our president, is traveling all over the world begging people to come from outside Africa, apart from Africans.
If you please hold on first. Papa, do you realize that Nigeria has a visa free for businessmen?
No. Oh, no. I don't know about that. I think maybe that is the last 2 years, because last time I did that, it took almost a year for somebody from the UK to go to Nigeria, because they consider that a kind of walking this thing. Like the moment you go there, you're going to go and walk. So I think they transfer it to work visa kind of even. So it was very, very difficult. But if they've changed it now to visa free for businessmen, yes, that's good. But they need to make it visa free flat. That's what Kenya and Rwanda has done.
Is it visa free or visa on arrival? What I know
Visa
is
free.
visa on
Visa
arrival.
free. I think it's visa free, not visa on arrival. Visa on arrival was 2 years ago. They were, everybody was the new kid on the block. But that visa on arrival, and I think that's for the whole world. But visa free is for African countries. So that's the difference.
So question, forefathers. What are they coming to Nigeria to do?
Nollywood, Aba, when Aba becomes an international manufacturing hub, they'll be coming.
To do what?
To come and buy goods now.
Which goods? The ones you guys are importing. What are you guys producing?
You know our Aba brothers know how to manufacture stuff. They still get me to today. I still buy those fake belts. No matter how I look at it, I say it looks good, but it's not very good. There is no quality. But because it looks so good, I'll still buy it anyway. So they will sell. And our Nigerian people know how to manufacture stuff. We manufacture, now, come on. We manufacture things.
That's what I'm trying to understand. What
like,
do you guys
like shoes, belts.
Which belts?
Yeah. Oh, come on. Now, they manufacture things in Aba.
Listen, our forefathers. So how are they going to come to Nigeria? By road or by air?
By air.
No security.
Okay, now you got me on that one. The security part is but you have to invite people now. You have to invite people first.
A country that doesn't even have a steady currency. Father, please, can you change this topic, please? Who wants to come to Nigeria to come and invest or buy anything? Huh?
See, you have to start from somewhere.
Who even want to come visit except Nigerians going home for holiday?
They don't even want to go.
Or do you have is Nigeria a tourist country? I don't even understand. I don't know why people should be coming to Nigeria to come and do that.
See, sometimes by accident they might decide that they want to come to Nigeria.
But that's a question. Have you seen any country citizen that are stamping at the entry their country, also stamp at when going out of their country?
Yeah, the UK they do that, don't they? If I'm not mistaken.
A citizen.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I don't think they stamp anymore because they can use electronic method now to detect whether you're coming, going.
Only Nigeria.
Only Nigeria stamp people in and out.
Nigeria.
You stamp their citizen. They stamp your passport.
I think in Nigeria it's going to start changing soon because the new passport that they have seems to be quite highly electronic. So no, it has a way of checking whether you came in or you are going out. So when they swipe it, they'll know whether you are in or something like that. I think that's what they are doing. So, but I still think that you can't allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good.
No,
so we start from somewhere.
So you have to check your citizen when they go out and when they come in.
Every little helps. Every little, even if it's 100 million naira every month.
In Europe, if you carry your European passport, you just flash it like this and go through. Just show it, you go through. Nobody check your passport. If you carry a European passport, you just flash it, you just see it, you go through. Not that to stop you, check it, put it into the system. It's only if you're not a citizen. So I don't expect Nigeria should be monitoring their citizens when they go in, when they go out. What
is that the one you are worrying too much about? How about them making us buy postal order?
It is a shame.
At least they are checking now. They are stamping you in and stamping out. What if they just waved you in and waved you out? They don't know whether you
I
came
have
in
a
or you are inside the
question for
country.
you.
Yeah,
I have a question for you. I
yeah.
heard you when you asked, I think you said something that you feel that Nigeria is getting better. That's why people are not protesting. What is getting better in Nigeria?
I think it could be the
Exchange rate.
environment. See,
Exchange rate.
Which environment?
Exchange rate is increasing.
the reason why I said that is because when you look at the people physically themselves, they are not the same as Somalis. Like when you look at Somali, you know those guys they are suffering. But Nigerians, when you look at them on news or like when Dr. Damages was there, the guy he was talking to looked fresh. And these young people,
Are you
okay,
suggesting, see, for this your argument to make sense, forefathers, you have to now prove that before Nigerians were looking like Somalis. It is now that they are no longer looking like
Looking like
Somalis.
that.
oh
Yes.
no. What I mean by that is that it's like there are infrastructural changes going on in Nigeria that we may not pick up on.
What?
Like what?
Like the train lines that are operational. Like in Lagos itself now, they have a metro line
Only
running.
one metro line for 4 stations.
Okay,
For
but
4
you see,
stations.
but that is the thing you're not picking up on. When people feel the trajectory is going up, they don't
A
want to
metro
take it
line
down.
that take 20 years. That metro line started in the 2011 and before 2011.
Blackstone, in fairness, okay, if we're going to be very honest people, if you take Lagos as a place, Lagos, I'm not talking of Badagry, I'm not talking Ikorodu, all this Alate, Egbeda side of Lagos. If you take VI, you take Ikoyi, you take Island, okay? This place has moved forward. Take it or leave it.
Of course,
and
I know.
I'm not including even Apapa because Apapa has gone backwards. Okay, so but I'm saying if you take Lagos Island, you take VI. If today you go to Ikoyi, take it from me. I'm sitting.
I know VI very good.
So what I'm telling you today,
I stay in
if
Lagos.
you open, wherever you are staying in Ikoyi, if you open the window, the first impression you get is you are anywhere in the world. You could probably be in Dubai. You could be on
Masker on that one. I
You
agree
can
with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, but you see, that is the point I'm making. That could be the reason why people don't protest when they feel things are going up.
Forefathers.
No. What I'm saying that's only not even Lagos as a whole. I'm saying there are only 3 component parts of Lagos. Even if you go to Apapa has gone backwards. You go to Odu, you go to Badagry, you go to Egbeda, all these sides. It's not moving forward.
The mainland is going backward.
It's an isolated place.
It's going backward. Yes. Yeah. The island. And I can also tell you that most of those developed in Ireland, most of them are, private individuals.
Just to make you understand how backwards Nigeria has gone, forefather. When I was young, or not even young, let's say 1990, for instance, or let's say 95. In 95, in Kano, anywhere you're going to, there's a bus service. It may be a small highest bus, but there's a bus service. Anywhere in Kano you're going. Today, there's nothing like bus, there's nothing like taxi. All you can get is a keke and a pep. Yes.
But they do have Uber though.
Uber.
Yes.
There's Uber and Bolt. You see, now, hold on now. The Blackstone.
Those are private business.
You see Blackstone. You see Blackstone. You see, my point is, you see, when you put Uber now and Bolt into the equation, it's actually better than the previous arrangement. You see what I mean? We are not picking up on things that are going on.
Let me cut you short.
Taxi.
If you
not taxi.
Yes, now
if taxi and Uber.
If you let me surprise, let me surprise you. For you to take a Uber from mainland to island, it's about 25,000 in Lagos now.
That's a lot.
So I'm going to pay that one.
That's a lot. But 25,000 is a lot for any Nigerian now.
Okay, but me, I don't like. I think Uber is a progress. Okay, mobile phone is a progress. Internet. No, wait, Blackstone. Internet is a progress. But you see, my argument to that will be if there is something that the whole world is doing, okay, that you are doing it doesn't make you any different. So you have to ask yourself, if the whole world is doing 10 things, how many of these things are you doing that the whole world is doing out of these 10? How many is Nigeria doing?
Public service is very important.
Yes.
Only Lagos have a public transport. Office doesn't cover even the whole Lagos. They are trying. Import that public service.
I get all that argument, but what I'm saying, I'm not saying that Nigeria has arrived or anything. However, when before people really get angry and go after their government, things have to be really bad in the negative. But when they feel like something they've not seen before, they keep seeing it every other day. And because like now, I took the train from Abuja to Kaduna once. I also saw that they have train lines in Delta State. These are things that were not present before. In Delta State to, I think, somewhere Warrior or something like that. And if you look at the Southeastern Road, when we're going through there too, even if they were other checkpoints, but the road was very smooth. And you say you didn't use the road from Lagos to Kaduna. I think on my way back from Kaduna, I actually used public transport. But there was a time I was going to Zaria. I actually used public transport. That I used train when I was going to Kaduna. I think that was 2019-20. So during that period, I was jetting to Nigeria a lot. So I used public transport from Abuja to Kaduna to Zaria. So the road that I saw in the southeast was actually better than the road I saw from Abuja to Zaria. So I don't know how Kanu one is, but I'm telling you what I saw. And so if you have a situation whereby, because when I went to Nigeria, I saw a big improvement. Most Nigerians will see it because some of them are young. They didn't know what Nigeria was like before.
Depends on where you go now, forefathers. If you go to Abuja, you go to Lagos, you will see that is improving.
Exactly. And those are the key areas where the protests tend to start, especially Lagos.
Forefathers, if you are coming from abroad, and all the negative things you have been hearing about Nigeria, and you come to Nigeria, you see that how you see it is that these are the negative narrative about Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. So you have a different impression about those than the people in Nigeria.
Yes.
You understand me? Right? Because you just came in, you're not actually feeling the pains that Nigerians are feeling. But when you start living there for 5, 6, 7 months, I stayed in Nigeria for 6 months, continuously, for 6 months. You understand me? I know what it is. And if I go to Nigeria, I mostly stayed in Lagos. Lagos is my normal base. You understand me? So even after you stay for 3, 4 months, that's when you begin to feel the pains of as a Nigerian living in Nigeria. If you go there and spend 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and everything, you go back, you don't feel what Nigerians are feeling.
See, what I'm saying is subliminal. It's not even conscious.
No, not conscious. The lifestyle. The lifestyle. That's when it begins to dawn on you after staying 3, 4 months in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That even with that, even if Nigeria is hard, but Nigerians, if they take everything into account, not consciously, subliminally, if they take everything into account, they will feel like something is changing for the better. This is not what tearing up. That is what I'm saying. Because if you look at China, why are they having this impression?
I get the point you are making, but I think you are using the wrong words, forefathers. Yes, the truth is that as Nigeria is, okay, I can tell you that it's not so bad that it's only worth tearing up and burning up. Yes.
They still survive. That's what it is. It's just a survivor of the fit. It's just a survivor.
There are even countries that are worse than Nigeria. I've worked in some of these countries.
Definitely.
Okay, so Nigeria is not the worst country on earth. But of course, because it's my country, what I would rather want is let it be the best country.
Yes.
So no matter how good Nigeria is, as long as it's not one of the prime countries, a normal, truthful Nigerian is never going to be happy.
You shouldn't. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay,
But I'm just explaining why they are not protesting.
I haven't said that. What I'm telling you, Nigeria can qualify for a failed state.
Good. Belly
Because
state.
is that a failed state will be is like a dead tree. The tree will be standing there. I don't expect that the tree has died.
Don't
it is
leave.
going
Don't
to
leave
fall
on
down.
top. And don't leave on
It will
top.
stand. It will see. You will see it. It's standing there. Just that there's no leaf, and it's not doing the normal function of a tree, which is at the right time, leaf will come, fruit will come. Okay.
Okay, Father, let me surprise you today. What happened yesterday in the church?
Possible.
Let me surprise you in the church. The pastor, after the pastor said, those that want to jackman, let them come out and let me pray for them. The whole church, everybody in the church,
oh God,
came out for prayer. then the pastor said, so if all of you want to leave Nigeria, who's going to stay in Nigeria? So that's to tell you the situation in Nigeria.
Our leaders, God help us. God save us from these leaders we have.
This is a show that of more than 1,000 people.
Even with the followers, we have a lot of responsibilities that we've abdicated upon.
Yeah, I think when we say the followers, I'm beginning to feel like these followers. Somebody, I don't know whether he came on this channel or some other channel. He said it takes about 3% of people to change a country, and probably even less. I don't think the Bolsheviks were anything up to 3% when they changed their country. What I'm talking about, the followers are the elite people, not just ordinary people. Like people like us, we have to be the ones to changing the minds and crafting a new path. And that is one of the meetings we're having. Steph, he missed the meeting. We normally have discussions on Wednesdays around 9 p.m. UK time, so that we can discuss some of all these things and the kind of ideology or philosophy, because we don't have our own thing. No vision.
And actually, that's the fundamental thing that is missing in the country as a country.
Yeah,
because
we don't have it.
People don't seem to. You have to, for instance, I give you a simple example. We're talking about opening up the border. Okay.
Yeah.
All these things should be tied up into a philosophy. I give you an example of India. I worked in India, I think 2003. And I keep telling people, when I was in India at that time, it will take me 1 week to see a Honda Accord.
Exactly.
Yes, that is
because their policy was import substitution.
You see?
Okay.
Yes.
What we can produce locally, we will produce locally. They are not bothered about export or anything. It's a very simple process.
Tata is there for them.
You got that right. I was talking to Indians recently, and they were like, "Yeah, we protected our market and all the rest."
Yeah.
Like, but why is China ahead of you then? He said because China did manufacturing. I was like, then why didn't you do manufacturing too? They're like, okay, that was our mistake. But they protected their market nonetheless.
And for me, I think these are the fundamentals. You are never going to be perfect, but you have to understand who are you, what is your philosophy as a country, what do you want to do, how do you want to do it.
Yeah, see, Maska, if you have time, please attend these discussions, because we need voices that are capable, and so that we craft these things, because once you craft them, they take a life of their own. They take a life of their own. Pardon?
Father, what are the bosses that are not capable?
The Blackstone.
You're very funny.
The Blackstone, nobody's saying you are not welcome. Why are you?
No, not me. No, not me. Because sometimes a crazy man might be the one that gives the idea that may tell your life.
No, I get where you're coming from. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay, Father. Okay, let me also bring on that thing. Let me surprise you. Do you know that in Cameroon, if you are not having their resident, you are not even free to move anyhow.
Yeah. In Cameroon?
Yes, in Cameroon. I have a friend who has no resident. He hardly goes out.
Is he a white man?
A Nigerian person.
No, I don't agree with that. I mean, I've been in Cameroon and we rock the place. How will you know I'm not even a
Exactly. How can you even tell the difference?
No, wait. Inside the control, the police sometimes stop you and ask for your visa. It's an Igbo girl. It's married to an Igbo man. They're living in Cameroon. They are
So
very close
what are they
friends.
going to do if they find out you don't have the papers?
See, again, we Nigerians, we like beer parlor talk. I have friends who are workers who in fact, we have Nigerian banks in Cameroon.
Okay, no, excuse me. You can also ask your friends. So that's what she told me. What she told me.
Half of the staff are Nigerians. And you go to Cameroon, you are having a ball.
No, Maska, wait, Maska, eh? What she told me is what I'm saying. I've not been there. Because she doesn't go out. The husband doesn't allow her to go out so much because she said that if they control her, they will deport her back to Nigeria. So now they are now working to get her a resident.
Okay, yes. I don't know about that one.
So that's because she's married to a Nigerian person. You understand me? He took her to Cameroon because both of her have been friends. We talk generally because we talk most of the things. That was what she was telling me, but I don't know. I don't know about it. But me, I was even surprised.
Because my experience with African countries, especially as a Nigerian, anywhere you go, people don't want to touch you. I worked in DRC, Kinshasa. In fact, I know one army general that used to carry for one Igbo boy his bag to the mouth of the aeroplane. And once they know you're a Nigerian, nobody wants to mess with you.
Yeah, I don't know why this lady is feeling all sensitive. Do you know how much Somalis badmouth us in the Niger Congo area? They but I'm not trying to belittle them. I'm not trying to belittle them. I just said that they do have famine a lot and they tend to suffer a lot. It's just the truth. But if you hear them talking, you will not think that's how they are. They talk down to us. I have been on panels with them, and I told them, how can you be talking down to us? You desert dwellers. Every year you are showing up on news that your people are suffering. And you tell us not to eat a certain, they say not to eat bush meat, not to eat that. But like, how are you telling us what to eat? You are starving. It doesn't make sense. Why should we listen to you? And those sort of narrative, it shows you that our people are used. To be fair, the reason why they're able to do those things because our people have internalized it and believed them. When we should be living our own way. That's what the Chinese did. They live their own way. The Chinese, they eat all kinds of things. God help us what those people eat.
Anyway,
but yet, look at how advanced they are.
One thing that actually killed Nigeria a lot that we copy what we don't know. That is what's actually killing Nigeria. So we are not sat down to actually think a pathway for the nation by ourselves.
That's what we are trying to do. And that's what we are trying to do now.
The Blackstone, I know that the problem in Nigeria really escalated when we implemented structural adjustment program.
Yeah.
That period
escalated, yeah.
Everything just scattered.
That was
that was a propaganda now. He was doing everything where the IMF told him to do. Just do it, kill them. That guy destroyed Nigeria's economy. And
it's what they're saying today now. Yeah, it's IMF that started Nigeria.
That was a disaster. How could he have cancelled that election?
It's IMF that is starting Nigeria to devalue their currency now.
Why did he even? No, hold on. But why did Babangida? Some of the things that man did, I don't know, or soldier, whatever you want to call him, what he did, I can't even believe it. Why did he even run the election before? Nobody forced him to make Abiola run that thing. Then Abiola run, then he go and cancel it. What kind of carelessness is that? He completely, literally destroyed Nigeria's economy. And if not for Abacha that came in to at least stem the tide, let's say Shonekan carried on to rule. Shonekan would have wrecked Nigeria completely because he never had the power to stem the tide of the damage Babangida did. Because the Nigerian economy was in a free fall, there was instability everywhere. Unbelievable.
But I don't know, but what I heard that Abiola and IBB was very close friends.
They were supposed to be. even he was supposed to be a friend of Abacha too. But that's what surprised me now. Why would they do it also a team? But
yes,
they did.
so what transpired personally within what let me say secretly, you understand me, what led to that? I don't know, but what I think that what both of the things we hear may not be what actually led to that IBB annoying the election. No, IBB has not spoken anything about it. No, he has kept quiet about that election. So I guess there's a personal issue also attached to it.
I don't think it's personal. I think there are forces that are played because what Abiola represented is Nigeria coming together for once in a very, very long time. Maybe never came together to do something.
Oh, Father, that time, what are you saying?
I was saying that time was indicted. Now nobody think about this tribalism.
My house from the NRC candidate is not too far, but we were all clear. Everybody was clear. We are going to vote Abiola, because even in my school, Abiola built a borehole, refurbished our mosque, and so the man is everywhere. And it's not just in my school in Kano. You go to Plateau State, he has done so. Anywhere you go, he has done so much. But the truth also is that Nigeria was not that divided at that time.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying now. If you want to destroy a nation, you divide them. That's what you do from inside. So when that situation occurred, Nigeria could have stepped on a totally different path. But what they did at that point was that this is the best time to stop this situation from getting out of control. Then Abiola and IBB cancelled it. And the reasoning doesn't make sense. There's no reason why he had to cancel it the way he did, but he did anyway. And look at the whole country that's the whole. Sorry, the tension in the country at that time was so much that people in the north were people from the southeast in the north were traveling to the south. People in the southeast from the west were traveling to the southeast. And people were moving to their hometowns. That's how much tension that man created in the country. And for what purpose? Denying his friend to rule Nigeria. That is some of the craziest thing. He tells you that there are sinister forces at play, and in the end, Abiola ruled the country. Abiola died.
I hope you know that things have not changed. When I look at this last election between Tinubu and Atiku, these guys were in the same political movement, the same political party, the same PDM. But you could see that at the end of the election, Atiku was almost like going after Tinubu with everything he had. Technically speaking, throwing the kitchen sink at him, going even after his personal records. I think this is what power does to people.
Yeah, I was in Nigeria in 1993. Now it was a terrible time, but I think I was probably in Lagos during that time. If I'm not mistaken, maybe in Port Harcourt, who knows? But it was a terrible time, and for me, that's one of the biggest things I hated about Abacha for arresting Abiola too. Like, what is this thing? What is going on here? You all are paddy people, and you just put your country through this hell. For what purpose? You spent months carrying out campaigns and got this election to happen. What were you thinking? It's like that's one of the biggest reasons why even Nigerians turned against the military. Like, you guys are crazy. You are really crazy. You ran a country for how many years, and you can't figure out among 3 election cycles which one was the best. And after they elected the president, he said that, okay, we'll just cancel it again and throw Nigeria into chaos. That was a turning point. That's why you have democracy in Nigeria today. People were like, enough of these crazy people.
And unfortunately, they have not come out to really explain what happened. So
they still won't tell you.
To actually explain them. Babangida said he said there's so many things, but he not talk about it. So that's even the last election. This last election is a February election. Divided Nigeria. In fact, that was the most divisive election Nigeria ever had. In fact, it went to the extreme. You understand?
The Blackstone. You see, again, I like these Nigerians. We need to be a bit circumspect when we talk. Okay? In actual fact, what I can say, yes, it divides Nigerians, but if the division is more, it's simply between Yoruba and Igbo. Yes.
But it's a part of it now. So definitely now. So it's a part of it. Though the Northerners was not actually involved in that division, but wasn't actually there. But actually it affected
Hold on, though. Hold on.
Southerners.
Just how many 8 months ago? Sorry, let me just add this. About 8 months ago, it was all about the Fulani. Now it's about Yoruba. Not 8 months. I think maybe a year ago, not 8 months. But there was a time last year. It was all the flavor was Fulani. It's like the moment you get into power, you are now the boogeyman against one other group. It tends to be that way in Nigeria. I don't know why. Maybe it's just a natural phenomenon.
No, it is actually like that. And the reason is that because we do a winner takes all kind of politics.
That's true.
When Buhari was there, people were accusing him it's all Northerners. It's the same thing now. Even the Northerners are complaining that look, it's all Yoruba people.
Yeah. They are blaming Yoruba for everything now.
That really is the problem.
It is my people politics.
To be fair, isn't that what democracy is like? Like when, and maybe we are not used to it. Because if you look at Trump when he came into office, he brought all his people in. And then
yeah, but so look, all Trump's people, that's okay. But it's not like he's gonna go and bring people from one tribe. Obama, for instance, this thing you're saying, did Obama bring only black people?
Hold on though. Trump brought his father, his son-in-law, to come and run so many departments. This is the most powerful country in the world. Then Obama, yes, Obama actually employed more minorities into his government, and he appointed more minorities into the courts. And Trump did the same, appointed a lot of white people into the Supreme Court.
That the majority of Obama's cabinet were white people.
Of course, but he had a higher percentage of minorities and black people in there.
That's okay, but the majority are white people. So we're saying that if Buhari came into power and the majority are Yoruba people, even if it was more Hausa people than during Goodluck's time, but that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
No, actually, forefathers, it should be balanced. It should be balanced. At least any person in power should be able to appoint people across all around Nigeria. It doesn't need to be, it should be balanced.
Which is why you should give Obasanjo credit.
Yes. Obasanjo, if you want to call a true Nigerian, Obasanjo was one of the first true Nigerians. And maybe I don't know what I would call Abacha that. The reason why I would say Abacha comes close is because he is passionate about any part of the country. He probably hates every part. It doesn't matter. He had to go at the north, he had to go at the west, he had to go at the east, south, everybody.
You are this year Abacha.
No. I have to call him. People hate him, but I hated him when he was alive, and I probably still do. But you have to call things as it is, so that we can recognize certain traits in some leaders. He came in. If he was so northern, he wouldn't be going after northerners the way he did. And if he was so biased towards the southwest, I think we need a lot of traits in Nigerian leaders that is not biased towards one side. It's an important trait, and I think Obasanjo is the one that has the best quality among all of them in terms of trying to bring people together and at the same time also being a one Nigerian kind of individual. The only difference is that his vision is not that encompassing. Maybe it is. It's just a bit old. It's old generation. I can't imagine if I was alive when Nigeria. Yeah, Obasanjo is old now. Come on.
No, okay. Papa, also wait to.
He was around when we were a colony of the UK.
No, Papa.
Vision. Obasanjo was very sound from first. Like the Blackstone said, this is the guy that stabilized the country democratically. So from a political perspective, Obasanjo did very well. Number two, Obasanjo went around the whole countries to put Nigeria back on the global map. We tend to forget so easily, and that's part of the problem why we don't even have good leaders. Because small time now, you sacrifice everything. The people have forgotten you. They'll be insulting you, black and white. Not only that he went around to put Nigeria back, people forget so easily that these same people, Obasanjo repaid Nigeria's debt, external debt, about 32 billion.
Everything was
he paid it. He saved money. set up Nigeria
Okay.
sovereign investment.
No,
Abba.
forefathers. I wish
Mm.
they were able to build on a Obasanjo program. Continuation. You understand me?
Hold on.
Wait
Can
now.
I? You are going to rubbish with the point I'm trying to make with all
Okay,
this.
go and talk. I don't want to
You
rubbish
said
it.
I think your main on your pay. You're not. You are still going to go back.
I
You'll be
will
back to
rubbish
rubbish it. Okay. You started with that they should have taken after Obasanjo.
No,
What I find.
I didn't say take over. I said continuation.
Continue. Okay.
Continuation, yes.
So yeah, he wanted to do it third time, but okay. But point is that
I forget third time issue.
Okay. One of the things I think we see, this lends some credence to the idea that when a people are ready, you get a leader. Nigerians were ready to do away with the military. Hence,
Yes, that I
what he was
agree.
doing.
Totally agree with you.
And that allowed him to do what he needed to do to make sure they never returned. And that tells something. And secondly, the money he went and paid off, he probably didn't need to pay it off because Abacha didn't borrow money. He took over from Abacha, so I don't know where the debt come from. So whatever money he went and paid
Let
off.
me tell you where the debt come from, forefathers, because
Okay.
I have a small advantage. Okay, so
of course, yeah.
Look, this goes back to what I was saying at the initial point. It was not only that we opened our borders. We did it in such a way that there was no control. All these things that you are hearing during Shagali's regime, people were importing rice. And look, the world is a matrix. The white people are very smart people. When they see you have some oil, anyhow they would tie rope to your leg, tie rope to your hand, they would do it. They opened up. We were importing things with this thing they call letter of credit. We were just importing things without paying.
Wow.
All sorts of things. We import cars. When they are telling you that somebody graduated, they give him car. Who is paying for that car? Who do you think was paying for that car? Was it a Nigerian manufactured car? We are just consuming. That was where we ramped up that consumption culture.
But that wasn't under Abacha.
No, it wasn't under Abacha. It was under people like Gowon. It's Gowon that started it.
Wow.
Gowon started that into Buhari's Shagali's regime. We were just collecting everything from the world, and by the time they now started compiling what is our in terms of balance of payment, you've imported this thing, you haven't paid. You've imported this one, you haven't paid. You've imported this one, you haven't paid. And trust the white people, they knew it. They were setting a trap for us because that debt was what they want to use to be controlling us.
That's what they used them.
Yes, but look, I really am grateful. Well, I don't think I wouldn't say I'm grateful, but I respect Obasanjo for what he did for the country. Because just imagine that debt was still there and these people are piling something on top of it. Where do you think we would be?
The debt was meant to go, and if I'm not mistaken, and Mustafa came on to say that what's his name, Abacha and Abiola was taken out by Western people, that this is something he witnessed. He saw the symptoms on their body. So if that is true,
I said this one before. Wait, I said this before you continue, right? If you Google the day Abiola died, who were his visitors?
Condoleezza Rice and a few other Americans, his name.
The tea Abiola drank, who gave it to him?
I'm not sure, but I think it was one of the American diplomats. Maybe it was Rice himself.
There's no doubt that the West killed this.
The point I was trying to make was that if they took him out, there's a reason why they did. They wanted to take control of Nigeria. So there are many.
No. I think they told it he should step. I should forget his agitation for going president. You understand me?
Or maybe they were the ones that made sure he didn't become president in the first place.
No, these are not the reasons. Okay, but the truth also is that we're only going to do speculation.
Yes.
The general speculation was very simple. Okay. Abacha was not a very good friend of the West. We all know that.
Yeah.
Okay. And the West has wisened up. You cannot take out the president without a plan of how things will ease out. These people, white people are talking about, they will do 10-year plan or 20-year plan. And it will be like chess move. After this one, this one, after this one, this one, after this one, this one. The truth is that the West would rather have democracy.
Yes, because it's easier to control.
It's easier to control because there are cycles. If you put in somebody like Abacha, and he can become powerful, more powerful, and there's no terminal date. And you may be the one that bring him in, but he can develop wings and stop listening to you. So it's better to bring in democracy. And you cannot bring in democracy when the last person that won election is still alive. Can you do that? So if you take out,
then why not give it to the last person that won the election if that is the case?
Because they know, they have all the reports. They know that it will be a big problem, especially even for the military. You can't tell the military, okay, this man died, bring out today, you bring out a newly a civilian president. The military will not accept it. And this is why we are giving credit to Obasanjo. Even after
but why do you say that the military will not accept it? Because a lot of younger military officers that actually saw that Abiola won the election, why they cancel it?
Okay, so let me tell you the story.
They are the one that got
Babangida to resign. Okay, so do you know how many coups were even done for Abacha himself?
Quite a few. With Oladipo and Dia and all.
So what does that tell you? That even at that point, the military was, there are a lot of people who are also eager to test the power themselves. So it's only logical that yes, even if you kill Abacha, some military guy, just give him 2 days. If you put, in fact, if you put Abiola, what I can tell you for free is that another person will have just carried out a military coup.
Yeah, but the question is, if you want to transition to democracy and there's somebody there that can do it, why take that one out if that was not your original intention and put some other person that's more malleable to you?
No, what they did, if you look at what transpired now, it's very clear. They took out Abacha.
Abiola and
took out Abiola. Okay, Yaradua. So what you have done, you've cleaned the whole stable. Okay, you put in the military, and you are also clear to them that look, this is the space within which you must do this thing. And it's not just the person that came into power, even the old people that were there. Because look at how logical this thing is. Abacha removed IBB. I will not put it past behind the West to consult with IBB as a chief architect. And I'm not surprised that the next head of state came from the same state with IBB. Why? Do you understand? And it was IBB that single-handedly brought out Obasanjo.
How do you mean? Okay, from prison. You mean when Obasanjo was in prison?
He was the most powerful person in PDP that time.
Yeah, as a PDP.
But like I said, this is just speculation. Okay, it's pure speculation. There's no. It's just we're doing beer parlor discussion now.
Okay, yeah. But let me ask a question though. How powerful that time was Abiola in Africa? Because I don't know. There was also speculation that Abiola even sponsored some coup in other African countries. I don't know, but that was a speculation. You understand me? So how powerful was he in Africa?
Me, I don't know about that story, but
no, I gather that in Nigeria he sponsored a lot of coups. Almost all the coups he also funded it. I think that is part of the reason why some.
No, in Nigeria, I won't agree that Abiola sponsored. Which coup will he have sponsored?
Oh yes, so they said from what I gathered, the one that brought Babangida into office or stuff like that, he was part of the people that funded it, including Babangida and others. So the question remains.
Now I will not buy it, because to remove Buhari, it was a palace coup. So which one is funding?
you have to, I think sometimes you have to smooth. It's not free. You have to make calls. You have to. I know that these things require financing to do. Generally,
okay, that one I won't argue with it. Sincerely,
but the question you have to ask, the reason why, because the reason why I'm bringing this point, Masca, is because when you said they just removed these people and just wanted Obasanjo to get into office, then Obasanjo accomplished all
it's
these
not
great things.
Obasanjo they are interested in. The
Yeah,
issue was,
any democracy.
what I believe is that all the players, and it is normal, I see it even in other countries, every player will have his own interests. Okay, like the West will be interested in, okay, this country is boiling, and now we have a dictator, okay, that is doing what he wants. He's not doing what we want. So how do we get back into this country? How do we get back into the pie? First is this guy. Obviously, you can't just kill him like that without a plan. I keep saying. Okay, so what's the plan? The plan will be as the West will always do. We'll say, okay, let's find a way of bringing democracy. Okay, that's exactly the same excuse they use to remove power.
Yeah, but in bringing democracy, that's where me and you are having a bit of a difference of opinion here. If only bringing democracy was the issue, then they would have allowed Abiola to become a leader. And I don't buy the idea that they were worried that Abiola is going to go after the military. That Abiola will not go after the military.
No.
However, my concern is that they feel that they cannot control Abiola.
What I'm telling you, if they put Abiola as the president that time, the military will still do a
coup. And I remember that this America CIA, they know more than we know.
Exactly. So sorry, Blackstone. So, but what you need to understand, Forefather, I hope you know that the person that was elected as the civilian president was a former military.
Yes.
Yeah. So even at that, you could see the game plan. Instead of putting a civilian as the president, it is easier to bring a former military general as a civilian president. So that was the transition.
It's possible that is the case, but I'm forced to ask myself 2 points. At 2 critical points, Abiola was turned down in a tragic and disastrous way. First, they denied him his mandate. Then they went on to ensure he passes before they handed over. I fear that some people were worried that they cannot control him, and they didn't do that early enough in the process. And they just decided that one way or the other they have to remove him. And maybe that's what we are getting now. We are just getting this incremental change that doesn't seem to take us anywhere.
You're right. I won't put it. Look, I believe that we're in a matrix. The whole world is a matrix. Okay. As a citizen of your country, the interests that are interested in your interest are plenty.
Definitely.
So
even Nigeria being a very rich country, naturally rich. You understand me? And with the high population, there are many countries who are interested in Nigeria.
And sorry, I mean, this thing is not really that complicated when you think about it. It's just simple. Just work with your people. Just tap into your people.
I see sometimes.
Hold on.
That's why me and you will fight. When I say sometimes you are naive.
Tell me.
First of all, can you stop the live stream so they can go on backstage?
Yeah, well, let's stop it there. All right, let me just thank some of the people that have come to insult me. Obviously, Hunger is number one, constantly insulting me. That's all good. You're welcome with your insults. The Lighthouse, thank you for coming in. With TA, thank you for coming in. They will be insulting you and advising you the medicine you need to take for me to cure my cold. After you insult me, you make me depressed. So that the virus that is affecting me affect me worse, then you advise me on medication. I don't understand you people sometimes. Who is the other one that was insulting me? Oh, Quinty A was always insulting me. Kulata is there. And who else? Crown. Oh, Crown, very nice guy. Fem Gab, I see you there. And who else is there? Liz Z, Young One. Okay, thank you all for coming in. Until next week, we are going to probably show up sometime in the week again. You know, there must be something that will piss me off or piss somebody off, and they will come on and do a live stream. But the ones that are going to happen over the weekend will be happening. Like and subscribe, please. You have to remember, this liking and subscribe thing is how the channel builds. That is the only thing you are required to give. It's for free. Just take that few seconds, do this thing, share it with your fellow people, because the conversations we're having here are quite important. And the fact that we are actually fact-checking people, challenging people, searching for critical knowledge here, it's a valuable thing. Let's not take this for granted. Let's share it so that other people can see it. And thank you all for coming in. And Maska, as always, you're one of the critical thinkers here. I appreciate you. The Blackstone, don't even start now. Don't worry. I'll call you a floor member now. Since you don't like me, big title. The Blackstone, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate you. And obviously, you're going to be hanging around to carry on with the discussion. And Steph, I appreciate you for coming in. You've been in all the way through the program. And Maska too has been in all through the program. Clearly, the UK broadband is working for him very well.
Our under chairman, our under lady.
If he is beginning to be a formidable figure in the discussions. Lumide was here earlier on, and he left. You all are missing each other. It would have been interesting. You guys met up today. So
I will not stoop down to his level.
Okay.
My sister watched that program. She seriously, warned me not to respond. It doesn't want it.
Yeah. Olumide was uncharacteristically rude that day. He insulted me, he cussed me out, and he cussed Ife out. I don't know what got into him that day. But that said, anyway, it's all good. Thank you for coming in, Ife. And let's close out for today till next week. See you all. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Let's see.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.